Mediterranean Hegemon of Ancient Greece Chapter 271 to Chapter 332. The city of Mosha was small, but as Carthage's most important stronghold in Sicily, it had a large population. In order to ensure that everyone had a place to live, the residents of Mosha had to build their houses high, usually 6 or 7 stories high, like a steeple. When the Syracuse soldiers entered the city, they were shocked to find that the residents of Mosha not only had no intention of surrendering, but also stubbornly guarded every street and every house. When the soldiers wanted to break through the barricades of the streets, the residents of Mosha could throw stones, javelins, and even boiling water and hot oil from the upper floors of the houses, which caused a large number of casualties to the Syracuse soldiers. Dionysius had to stop the offensive, gather countless engineers, and spend time building siege towers as high as Mosha's houses. It was 6 stories high, had wheels under it, and was huge. When everything was ready, the Syracuse people launched another attack. 10 siege towers were pushed by a large number of laborers from the east, west, south, and north of the city along the widened gaps in the walls and roads into the city of Mosha. They slowly approached the houses, lowered the bridge at the top, and put it on the roof of the houses. The Syracuse soldiers used the wooden ladder in the tower to reach the exit, trying to break into the houses through the bridge. The residents of Mosha threw burning wood and asphalt at the siege towers, and desperately tried to stop the enemy from entering. And so, the strangest scene in the siege of Moria happened. Both sides were fighting in mid-air. Broken limbs and blood rained down from the sky. There were even soldiers and residents covered in fire, falling from buildings that were more than 10 meters high. Screams rang out, and the ground was littered with corpses. Due to the desperate fight of the residents of Mosha, Syracuse's attack made little progress, and the battle was in a stalemate. In Sparta, the new king Agesilaus and the elders were now not in the mood to pay attention to the war in Asia Minor, because a conspiracy that threatened their rule was exposed. Cinedon, a former citizen of Sparta, could no longer enjoy the privileges of Sparta citizens because he could no longer afford to pay for public meals, and was demoted to a second-class person. At first, he only wanted to retaliate against the nobles of Sparta out of hatred, but after a long period of observation and constant contact with other ruling classes in the Sparta territory, he gradually realized how terrible the inhumane slaughter and oppression of the Sparta system was, and how unfair it was to the second-class people and pariathi who also contributed sweat and blood to the city. So he decided to overthrow the rule of the Sparta nobles. During this period, with the frequent war, the citizens of Sparta, pariathi, and even the pariathi were constantly conscripted to fight in the war. The land in the country gradually became barren due to the lack of labor, but the city's tax burden was increasing, causing people of all classes to become dissatisfied with Sparta. Therefore, under Cinedon's secret communication and propaganda, a large number of people in the Sparta territory were inspired by his ideas and joined his organization, including the frustrated citizens of Sparta. As time went by, the number of people in this rebel organization increased day by day. Just when they were ready to take some action, out of fear, some of the participants informed the Council of Elders. The king, the elders, and the censors were shocked when they heard the news. Because of the urgency of the situation, they hastily held an informal meeting and decided to send Cinedon and some young people to the towns in the suburbs to carry out a cleansing operation. The so-called cleansing operation was an official, public, and legal operation that the government of Sparta was worried about the overpopulation of the pariathi and Sparta's rule. Not only did it remind the pariathi of the terror of Sparta, but it also trained the young citizens of Sparta to have a thirst for blood. Cinedon did not doubt the order. Instead, he was happy. It was not because he had the right to kill any pariathi he encountered, but because he felt that with the right to roam freely, he could take the opportunity to contact the organization and start a riot. But his thinking was too simple, and he lacked vigilance. As a result, not long after he left the city, he was secretly arrested by the Sparta soldiers who had been lying in ambush. The people of Sparta, who had been oppressing the pariathi for many years, were very experienced in torture. After being tortured, Cinedon finally revealed some of the important leaders of the organization. While the censors searched the city for the rebels, they also escorted Cinedon around the city. At the same time, they announced to the onlookers that Cinedon was a despicable traitor who wanted to incite the pariathi to start a riot, overthrow the rule of Sparta, steal the wealth of Sparta, and become king himself. Cinedon didn't even have a chance to defend himself. As soon as he opened his mouth, the Spartan warriors would whip his body and hit his mouth with a wooden stick with iron thorns. Kinedun's body was covered in blood. Under the angry and contemptuous eyes of the people, he staggered and fell to the ground, dead. The Sparta government succeeded in physically destroying Kinedun, discrediting him, and making the Sparta people who didn't know the truth hate these rebels. But there were too many people involved in the conspiracy, and the incident was far from over. The two kings, the elders, and the censors were busy stabilizing the situation in the country. The rugby tournament in Dionia lasted for more than 10 days. The exciting games and fierce confrontations not only made the people of Dionia and their allies crazy, but also attracted the foreign merchants who came to trade in Thurii. When it came to the semi-finals, not only was the arena full, but there were also countless people outside the arena clamoring to go in and watch the game. The governor Cunigarata urgently increased the number of patrols to strengthen the order of the arena and avoid accidents. The final was still between the two strong teams, Thurii and Amendolara. From the whistle to the end, the audience stood and cheered for the two teams. In the end, Amendolara won by a narrow margin and avenged last year's defeat. When the disappointed audience was about to leave the arena, the game host announced loudly, "Next, there will be a football exhibition game to thank the people for their full support." Football, as the name suggested, was a ball played with feet. But how could one play a game with feet? Many of the audience who had not seen this sport before sat down to watch again with doubt and curiosity. The staff in the arena moved the goal and redrew the line with lime powder. Just as the audience and friends who knew about the situation whispered, the players from both sides went on the field, and the referee stood in the middle of the field holding a real round ball. The whistle blew, and the game began. The audience was surprised to find that the round ball could bounce on the ground, and the players could touch the ball with their feet and other parts of their bodies, but not with their hands, which was the opposite of rugby. The audience widened their eyes in amazement when they saw the players controlling the ball with their feet, making all kinds of wonderful movements, and dribbling the ball past their opponents. The audience could not help but cheer in unison when they saw the players dribbling the ball like the wind and scoring with great force. When the audience really began to immerse themselves in the game, some people had already realized that Dionia had invented another ball game that was not inferior to rugby, and it would definitely become popular in the Dionia Federation and Greece. At the end of the game host announced, "On the founding day of the nation next year, a football match will be held in Dionia to celebrate." The audience left the arena reluctantly. For a period of time after that, the topic of their conversation revolved around the rugby match and the football match to be held next year. While the businessmen thought about the business opportunities brought by this grand game, they brought these novel topics to other ports and cities. The reputation of the Dionia ball game was slowly expanding its influence in Greece. Just at the end of the football match, the senators in the Senate hall looked solemn. Originally, they were only discussing whether to start a war against Brutty, but who knew that Tarentum had sent an envoy. Previously, Tarentum had gathered a large number of troops to capture Manduria, a stronghold specially built by the Masapi people to attack Tarentum. Then, they spent a few months and paid a huge price to acquire the important port city of Brindisi of the Masapi people, causing Tarentum's territory to suddenly double. Despite the joy, the people of Tarentum did not dare to be careless. Although the Masapi people had been hit hard, they would never give up. Hundreds of years of competition with the Masapi people had taught the people of Tarentum a deep understanding of the habits of this race, so Tarentum sent more soldiers to the newly occupied city, and at the same time stepped up the repair of the city's defenses. For a few months, the Apulia region, the area known as the heel of Italy, had been calm. According to the estimation of the existing strength of the Masapi people and the geographical location and importance of Brindisi and Manduria, the Senate of Tarentum had considered it in detail in advance, so they let the young Archita lead more soldiers to guard Brindisi, which was further away from Tarentum and more important. They did not deploy too many troops in Manduria, which was only 40 miles away from Tarentum, because the troops of Tarentum and Brindisi could come to reinforce at any time, and with the strength of the Masapi people, it was impossible to focus on attacking two towns at the same time. On the morning of the 5th day after the start of the Hades celebration, Archita, who was inspecting the construction progress at the port of Brindisi, received a messenger from the Senate of Tarentum. Manduria was attacked by the Masapi people? How many people? Archita was a little surprised. The messenger continued to relay the Senate's order, Sir Diomedes believes that the Masapi army attacking Manduria is probably the last force of the Masapi. Therefore, the Senate orders you to return with as many soldiers as possible while ensuring the safety of Brindisi. Rendezvous with the reinforcements from Heraclea and Metapontum, march to Manduria, and completely defeat the Masapi. Completely ensure the safety of the newly occupied territory. Archita lowered his head and pondered. Previously, in the battle for Manduria and Brindisi, Tarantum paid nearly 5,000 casualties, and the casualties of the Masapi would not be lower than Tarantum's. This could be seen from the Masapi corpses buried after the battle. Although there were 7 or 8 city-states in the Masapi alliance, the only big city was Rudii. To be able to send tens of thousands of troops, the manpower of Masapi should have been stretched to its limit. But why did they not attack Brindisi, which was wedged into the territory of the Masapi, but Manduria, which was closer to Tarantum and easier to be rescued? But on second thought, he immediately scolded himself for being muddle-headed. Brindisi was guarded by 8,000 Tarantum militia, while Manduria only had 2,000. It was obvious which city was easier to capture. He looked up at the messenger who was still waiting for his reply and asked, "How many people did Metapontum and Heraclea send?" Due to their heavy losses the last time, it is said that the two cities only sent 3,000 people this time, the messenger replied. Archita's expression was slightly gloomy. He had fought side by side with the alliance before, of course, he knew how their casualties were. But in the end, Tarantum enjoyed the victory alone, while Heraclea and Metapontum only received some rewards. However, didn't Dionia use this method to defeat their opponents and quickly grow stronger? Thinking of this, he no longer felt guilty. Instead, he was concerned about the city-state alliance across the bay that gave him mixed feelings. Did the Senate send an envoy to Dionia for help? The messenger wanted to say something but stopped. He shook his head with a strange expression. Archita's thoughts turned and he immediately understood that it was not only Diomedes, one of the newly elected consuls this year, who had always been averse to the alliance of Dionia. The others also had the same mentality. As a southern Italian city-state that had been established for 300 years, asking for help from a newly established city-state alliance that had only been established for less than 2 years was really a loss of face and honor. What would the alliance and the other city-states in Greece think? What's more, unlike Heraclea and Metapontum, Dionia served Tarantum as their master. On the other hand, Dionia and Tarantum were equal allies. Perhaps its overall strength was even stronger than Tarantum. If they asked for Dionia's help, they would have to pay a price. Therefore, Tarantum would never send messengers to Dionia unless it was a critical moment. Archita pondered for a moment and simply said, "I'm going to let Papirigius lead 2,000 soldiers to stay in Brindisi. I'll bring 6,000 people back. You'll come with me because I don't have enough cavalry to escort you back alone." The messenger breathed a sigh of relief and quickly agreed. He was frightened by the elusive light cavalry of the Masapi people. The cavalry team that escorted him sacrificed more than a dozen lives to send him safely to Brindisi. In the afternoon, the freedmen who heard the news came one after another and watched the 6,000 Tarantum militia leave the city anxiously. Although Tarantum looked down on the newly established city-state alliance of Dionia that had no historical background, it had begun to learn from Dionia on how to deal with the issue of occupied territory. After capturing the two towns, the Senate immediately promised the foreigners and freedmen in Tarantum that as long as they were willing to move to Brindisi and Manduria, they would get land and become citizens of Tarantum. Brindisi and Manduria would also become affiliated to Tarantum. Therefore, although they knew there was a risk, many freedmen still brought their families and gladly came. Now that the war had broken out again and more than half of Brindisi's defensive forces had left, how could they not be nervous? Between Brindisi on the east coast of Apulia and Tarantum on the west coast, there was an east-west mountain range. Other than that, the road was smooth. Therefore, Akita's army could reach Tarantum in 2 directions. One was to go north around the mountain range and head west to Tarantum, or go directly west, pass through Manduria, go around the mountain range and reach Tarantum. Of course, Akita chose the former because the road to the north was very safe except for the only Masapi town, Xianxia, that he needed to pay attention to. Choosing the latter meant that he had to always be vigilant against the surprise attacks of some Masapi towns that were hidden in the dense forest in the south with Udir as the center. Not long after Akita's army left the city, they went around the mountain range. At this time, a scout came to report that a small group of Masapi cavalry had been found spying nearby. Akita didn't pay much attention to it. Although Tarantum had taken Brindisi, on the road from Tarantum to Brindisi, there were still Masapi cavalry patrolling the area from time to time, affecting the flow of people and the transportation of goods between Tarantum and Brindisi. Tarantum had sent soldiers to attack these cavalry many times, but they ran away early because of the speed of their horses. When the troops returned without success, they appeared again. Tarantum couldn't do anything to these Masapi cavalry, so it could only consider waiting for Brindisi to be completely stabilized before continuously building new villages and strongholds between the two cities to completely occupy this area. Prior to this, Tarantum had specially formed troops to ensure the communication and transportation between the two cities. Heavy infantry and archers were able to deal with these swift cavalry, and Akita had done the same. After going around the mountain range, the terrain leading to Tarantum was flat and open. Akita divided the marching column into 5 columns, with a smaller number of light infantry in the middle and the heavily armored militia on the outside. The entire marching column was about 3 miles long. Tarantum and Brindisi were about 100 miles apart. Akita estimated that with the current speed of the new army, they could arrive in the evening. Akita controlled the marching speed of the troops and moved forward unhurriedly. However, as time went by, more and more Masapi cavalry appeared. They patrolled around the marching troops and killed Tarantum's scouts, causing Akita to have no choice but to recall the small number of cavalry, so he could no longer understand the surrounding situation outside of the troops' field of vision. As a commander, although Akita knew very well that after the last war, there were no powerful Masapi forces near the north of the hills between Brindisi and Tarantum, this feeling of being blind made him feel uneasy. He immediately ordered the troops to speed up and rush to Xianxia as soon as possible. Xianxia was a village to the north of Tarantum. Before Brindisi was captured, it was built into a small stronghold because it was adjacent to Masapi's territory. It had strong mud walls and many sentry towers to defend against the Masapi's invasion. The bugle was blown, and the officers who received the order began to urge the soldiers who were fooling around. At this moment, a loud bugle sounded at the front of the troops at the same time. The soldiers in the vanguard were stunned. Is it our army? This is the bugle to attack. Some of the soldiers had already begun to exclaim. Just as the troops were in an uproar, Akita's order came, stop advancing. Immediately spread out the formation to the west with the light infantry in front and the heavy infantry at the back. The officers immediately took action and commanded the soldiers to start getting into formation. Akita rode to the front of the troops under the protection of the cavalry. 100 meters away, the loose Masapi cavalry stared at him like wolves, and he looked further ahead through the gaps of the enemy cavalry. He was puzzled. Now that the main force of the Masapi is in Manduria, if it is their army that is coming, how many soldiers can they spare to stop my troops from returning to Tarantum? Just as he was deep in thought, the marching column of Tarantum began to slowly spread out to the west. The officers and soldiers shouted at each other, looking for their positions, and the noise was earth-shattering. In front of the formation, Akita and the Masapi cavalry not far away were quietly confronting each other. They're here. Akita's eyelids twitched, and he blinked hard, widening his eyes even more. A row of small black dots appeared on the horizon a few hundred meters away, gradually becoming bigger and longer. When the troops got closer, Akita and the others could see it more clearly, the same outfit. With round shields, bronze helmets, and spears, the same dense formation, but they could not be sure that it was Tarantum's troops because the Masapi soldiers were also equipped with the same equipment. This was the credit of the Athens people. When they got closer and could see the raised flag, the adjutant exclaimed, "General, it's Igratia's troops." Igratia was the northernmost city-state of the Masapi territory, adjacent to the territory of the Pucheti people. Every time there was a conflict between the Masapi and the Pucheti, Igratia was the first to bear the brunt. Therefore, as a border city, it had stronger military capabilities and was the closest to Brindisi. When Tarantum attacked Brindisi, the Igratia came as reinforcements, but were repelled by Akita. Akita also specially set up a sentry post in the northwest of Brindisi to monitor Igratia's movements. Now that Igratia's troops appeared here, and Akita did not receive any warning, it was obvious that the northern sentry post had met with an accident. At this moment, Akita was not in the mood to mourn. He stared at the enemy's formation, and with the mind of a mathematician, he quickly estimated that the enemy's strength was less than 3,000 people. Nearly 3,000 people dared to stop him from returning home? Akita did not feel relaxed, but he was even more puzzled. The cunning Masapi cavalry swept diagonally forward quickly, exposing the infantry phalanx behind them. Then, the Masapi army stopped moving forward and once again entered a stalemate with Archita's army 100 meters away. Archita couldn't wait any longer. With twice the strength of the enemy, coupled with the uneasiness in his heart, he immediately ordered, "Blow the horn to attack." In Tarentum, many people were jealous of or looked down on the Daionia alliance, but Archita didn't. Not only did he have a good relationship with the Daionia consul Devers, but he had also carefully studied Daonia's military tactics, absorbed some of them, and applied them to his own troops. Increasing the number of light infantry, grouping them separately, and giving full play to their long-range attacks was a major change in the army he led. When the light infantry attacked the enemy first, Archita sat at the rear of the right wing of the formation, which was far longer than the enemy's phalanx. He commanded the heavy infantry on the right wing to advance, preparing to surround the enemy's left wing. The phalanx of the Masapi people remained motionless. The Masapi cavalry that surrounded the Tarentum formation moved. They pressed in from all directions, throwing javelins at the Tarentum soldiers in an attempt to disrupt and hinder the enemy's advance. Archita remained unmoved. The horn to attack kept blowing, and the heavy infantry soon entered the distance where they could charge. Woo! Woo! A long and vigorous horn sound suddenly rang out on the battlefield. Archita was shocked. This sound came from the rear? There are enemies behind. There are enemies behind. Some of the soldiers at the rear of the phalanx on the right began to scream in panic. The silhouettes of people could be seen in the distant morning mist behind them, and the rumbling footsteps could be heard. It was a trap. The Masapi ambushed them here. Archita's heart skipped a beat, and a thought flashed quickly in his mind: should I continue to move forward or retreat? He had to make a decision immediately. Fortunately, he learned the practice of the Dionysian army. The commander didn't take the lead in the phalanx, but stayed outside it. Because of this, some people in the Senate criticized him for implementing the decadent aristocratic style in battle, not fighting side by side with the citizens, and being a coward. He didn't change his approach because of the criticism, so now he could make adjustments before the battle. All troops stop advancing. Get into formation and retreat to the left. Aketa immediately gave orders to the orderly and bugler. He hoped that by retreating, the terrible situation of a pincer attack could be turned into a head-on attack against the two enemies. The bugle sounded. The messengers ran at the back of the phalanx, shouting loudly. For a typical Greek city-state army, retreating to the left was a complicated tactical maneuver that was difficult to do during training, let alone on the battlefield. However, Archita believed that the army he led, which had been in battle for half a year and had undergone strict training like the Dionysian army, could do it. In his many battles with the Masapi people, he had learned about the bravery and tenacity of this race. He was not confident that he could defeat the enemy in the west in a very short period of time. He also did not want to fall into the dangerous situation of being attacked from both the front and the back. The only way was to immediately leave the current battlefield and rearrange the attack. Since the main force of the Masapi people was attacking Mandulia, he believed that even if the number of enemies here was more than his army, it would not be by much. He was confident that he could defeat them in a head-on battle. The phalanx stopped moving forward and began to retreat slowly. However, the Tarentum army did not move forward, but the Masapi infantry began to charge. At the same time, the Masapi cavalry also began to strengthen their attack. They howled and even urged their horses to charge into the phalanx in an attempt to disrupt the retreat of the Tarentum people. The desperate fighting style of the Masapi cavalry shocked Aketa. He felt the determination of the Masapi people to annihilate his army here, and it was difficult for him to maintain his previous calmness. Should he continue to retreat or strengthen the defense? Aketa was once again in a difficult choice. However, time was running out. The Masapi cavalry had already rushed in front of them, and the light infantry hurriedly retreated to both sides. Obstructed by the Masapi cavalry, the Tarentum heavy infantry, who could not retreat at full speed, had to turn around and fight, falling into a passive position from the beginning. Aketa had no time to regret. Faced with such a dilemma, on one hand, he let the light infantry disperse the Masapi cavalry with arrows and informed the team officers to shorten the length of the heavy infantry phalanx and thicken the columns. At the same time, he let the soldiers at the back of the phalanx quickly turn back to face the incoming enemy and advance more than 10 meters forward. This way, the entire formation changed from the original one-line snake formation to a two-line formation, with two parallel formations protecting each other's rear. Ikeda believed that even if his troops were temporarily in a passive position, they could rely on their solid defense to repel the Masapi people. The Masapi cavalry at the back had retreated to both sides. The rumbling footsteps and deafening shouts could be clearly heard from the morning mist. When the black mass of enemies approached, the Tarantum soldiers were shocked. Not only were the number of enemies astonishing, but they were also not in the attire of the Masapi soldiers. They were holding wooden shields and spears, wearing simple helmets and breastplates. "Sir Ikeda, it's the Puchetti. It's the Puchetti." Upon receiving the report from the cavalry, Ikeda was equally shocked. The Masapi and the Puchetti had joined forces. For decades, the Masapi and Puchetti, who had always harbored hatred and often clashed with each other, had actually joined forces. Seeing more and more Puchetti warriors rushing over, Ikeda's whole body trembled. Not only was he worried about the safety of this army, but he was also worried about the situation of Tarantum. "Congratulations, King Puchetti. The Tarantum people have been surrounded by us." Igratia's consul, Timo Grass, shouted flatteringly. "Yes, Ikeda, who has made you suffer many defeats, has been surrounded by my brave warriors. Hurry up and destroy them. Then we'll attack Brindisi." King Termoni of Puchetti looked happy and did not forget to taunt the Masapi people. However, half an hour later, the Tarantum flag in the encirclement was still standing. The Masapi coalition forces had not made any substantial progress other than compressing the encirclement even smaller. Instead, because of the concentration of the Tarantum soldiers, their attack was met with greater resistance. King Puchetti personally led the army and brought more than 10,000 warriors. Together with the soldiers of Igratia, their strength was more than double the number of Ikeda's army. In a situation where they had already surrounded the enemy, the battle was still so difficult. King Puchetti, Igratia's consul, and the Puchetti generals all stared at the dust-filled battlefield with solemn expressions. "Fight. The Tarantum people fight. Descendants of Hero Terras, don't stop waving your spears. Remember, every time you kill an enemy, your parents, your wife, and your children will be safer." Ikeda was in the center of the encirclement, galloping back and forth on his horse, dodging the arrows and javelins that were constantly flying at him while shouting angrily to boost morale. His voice was hoarse, and his war horse was constantly spewing hot air, but he was completely unaware of it. He knew that the odds were against him this time, but even if he died in battle, he wanted to make the enemy suffer a heavy blow and reduce the threat to his motherland. Tarantum's formation had changed from a two to a circle. Under his encouragement, the light infantry in the center kept shooting arrows in their hands, ignoring the fact that their fingers were cut by the bowstrings and their arm muscles were strained. The heavy infantry stuck close to each other and worked together to resist the enemy's powerful collision. At the same time, they raised the spears in their hands and stabbed and retracted them from the top of the closely arranged shield wall. Once the spearhead broke, they would immediately pull out their swords and continue to slash. They knew that their path of survival was cut off and that they could only fight to the death, so their fighting spirit was not shaken even when their comrades kept falling around them. An hour later, King Puchetti's face was ashen because the Tarantum's flag was still standing, but his generals had asked for a pause in the attack because the soldiers were tired and the casualties were not small. "Trash, a bunch of trash. Are you still the descendants of the heroic king of Arcadia, Lycaon? Look at the Greeks surrounded by you. They are not as tall as us, and they don't have as many people as we do. If you're still afraid, I can only replace you and let the real warriors lead my soldiers." Termoni scolded loudly and waved his arm, almost sweeping the spear in his hand into the face of the warhorse general. "Respected King Puchetti, Ikeda is indeed a famous general of Tarantum, and the army he leads is indeed powerful. We still need to recapture Brindisi, so we shouldn't waste too much of our troops here." Timogeras suppressed his gloating mood and advised. "You mean to stop fighting?" Termoni glanced at him and said disdainfully. "The Tarantum people are fighting to the death because they have no way to escape. If our encirclement can open up a path. A mysterious smile appeared on Timajara's face. You mean? Termoni was not a mediocre king. When he was young, he had led his army to war for the sake of Puchetti's strength. At this time, he was just too obsessed with victory. After Timajara's reminder, he immediately came to his senses and looked at the Masapi and Puchetti cavalry waiting on both sides of the battlefield. They had nearly 1,000 cavalry, but because the enemy was surrounded, they had no place to fight. I have the same idea. Termoni said loudly to cover up his previous loss of composure. He urged his horse forward and pointed his spear at the Tarantum's flag in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. Just don't let Aketa go. This time, Timothy had shot himself in the foot. Retreating during a battle, even if it was only a small part of the army, was very dangerous. If they were not careful, it would lead to the defeat of the entire army. Fortunately, the Tarantum soldiers had been in a state of complete defense for a long time. When the enemy in front of them disappeared, most of them had yet to fully react. Seeing the enemy retreat in front of them, revealing a large gap, the exhausted Tarantum soldiers could not believe their eyes, but they were also ecstatic. The enemy has been beaten back. The enemy has escaped. We have won. In the middle of the battlefield, the soldiers who had been shrouded in the shadow of death for more than an hour did not think too much. Like drowning people who were about to drown, even if it was just a floating straw, they would grab it tightly. They cheered, and the joy seemed to replace their fatigue. They desperately rushed out of the gap, and at the same time, it also led the neighboring soldiers to involuntarily run out. When Archita realized that the situation was abnormal, the entire army was like a flood. Not only were the soldiers rushing towards the gap, but the high morale that they had accumulated was also quickly taken away. All of you, stop. Don't panic. Maintain the formation and rush out again. Aketa desperately tried to calm the chaotic soldiers down, but it was futile. On the contrary, the Pedis increased the intensity of their attacks, forcing the Tarantum people to speed up and escape towards the gap. Archita was also pushed towards the gap by the crowd. General, it's useless. We'd better run. The adjutant anxiously advised. The soldiers whose morale was shaken were completely unable to resist the full attack of the Pedis, and the casualties began to increase. The continuous screams entered Archita's ears, making him even more anxious. Seeing that the guards around him were also panicking, he had no choice but to pull himself together and shout in a hoarse voice, "Kill with me! Kill with me!" Archita tried to command the soldiers to concentrate their strength and charge towards the west, trying to widen the gap, or even defeat the Igrations, so that more people could escape from the encirclement. However, on one side was the enemy who had won the attack, and on the other side were the soldiers who had no fighting spirit. Most of them only cared about escaping and ignored his orders. The citizen soldiers of Tarantum were still lacking in training and experience. He heaved a long sigh in his heart. At this moment, he was actually thinking, what would the Devers do if they were the ones leading the Dionysian army in this situation? Just as he was lost in thought, the guards had already surrounded him and rushed out of the gap under the shoving of the soldiers. "General, let's escape." The adjutant urged anxiously. Escape? Where could he escape to? In Archer's field of vision, in the distance, groups of enemy cavalry were galloping on the flat plains, using javelins and spears to reap the lives of the fleeing Tarantum soldiers. Nearby, several groups of enemy cavalry were charging at him aggressively, shouting something. "It's a pity that I haven't finished researching the lifting equipment." Axeta sighed again. He had regrets in academics, but politically, he had always advocated that the Greek city-states in the south should unite to fight against foreign enemies. This ideal seemed to be being fulfilled in Dionia. At this moment, he threw all his nostalgia and regrets to the back of his head, drew his military knife, and took the lead, charging towards the enemy. As the sun set in the west, tired birds returned to their nests. The dust on the battlefield dissipated, and the sounds of killing faded away. Only corpses and blood were left on the ground. Accompanied by Timagras and the Pchetti general, Termoni came to Archer's corpse. The young military general, who was a Greek mathematical genius and had high hopes for the people of Tarantum, had been hit by 3 javelins and had fallen among the corpses of several horses. Strangely, there was no pain or anger on his pale face. Instead, it was very calm. I thought it was someone great, but it's just a young man without a beard. A Pchedi general muttered disdainfully. Termoni glared at him until he shut up. He stared at Archer's corpse for a moment and said, "Cut off his head and show it to the Greeks in Brindisi. Bury his body." It was not until late at night that a small number of soldiers escaped back to Tarentum after much difficulty. Only then did the people learn that almost all 6,000 soldiers had been wiped out. The people of the city fell into great grief. Compared to the failure of the battle, the large number of civilian sacrifices, and the unknown whereabouts of Archer, the Senate was more shocked by the alliance between Pchedi and Masapi, which doubled the pressure on Tarentum. The Senate of Tarentum held an emergency meeting late at night and found that the failure of the battle had reduced the number of people in the Senate by nearly 1/20 because there was no news of at least 6 senators, including Archer, who had followed the army. Everyone discussed how to deal with the difficult situation that followed with grief. After the battle, Brindisi would be besieged by the Masapi-Pchedi coalition forces, and the main force of the Pchedi was still surrounding Manduria. Nearly 6,000 young and strong citizens were killed or injured. Coupled with the continuous battles in the past few months, Tarentum's militia had lost as many as 10,000 people, which could be said to be a heavy blow. Not to mention the nearly 6,000 militia trapped in the two cities, so Tarentum still had more than enough strength to defend but not enough to attack. But to abandon the territory that the citizens had exchanged blood and life for, not only was the Senate's senators unable to accept it, the people would never agree, so the only way was to ask for reinforcements. But who to ask for reinforcements became the focus of everyone's debate. Now it seemed that the strength of Heraclea and Metapontum, as affiliated states, was their limit to send 3,000 to 4,000 people. Tarentum would have to face the attack of 20,000 to 30,000 people from the Masapi-Pchedi coalition, which was far from enough. Asking for reinforcements from a powerful city-state was the only choice for Tarentum, so there were not many options for Tarentum. Sparta in the east was Tarentum's mother state, and the relationship between the two had always been good. During the Peloponnesus War, Tarentum stood on the side of Sparta, which added weight to the friendship between the two city-states. This was the choice of some conservative senators led by Consul Diomyrus. Dionia in the west, as an ally of Tarentum, quickly became an alliance with 6 cities and 2 affiliated city-states within 2 years. They had almost never lost in the battles they participated in. One time, they even sent out an army of 20,000 people. It was obvious that they were strong enough to deal with the Masapi-Pchedi coalition. This was the opinion of another consul, Marcus, and some senators. There were also some senators who mentioned Syracuse in the south. Because of the relationship between Tarentum and Syracuse, there were still some contacts between Tarentum and Sparta. However, as a city-state of Great Greece, Tarentum was also wary of Syracuse's involvement in the southern affairs. Moreover, Syracuse was still fighting with Carthage at this time, so how could they have spare power to help Tarentum? So it was not within the scope of consideration. At the end of the discussion, most of them were inclined to ask for help from Dionia. Just as Amarchus said, when the consul Devers of Dionia was still the leader of the mercenary army, we, Tarentum, helped them selflessly. Archital led our militia to help them defeat the Lucanians. When they secretly occupied Amendola, it was we who risked defending the other Greek city-states to help them selflessly. We recognized the legitimacy of their occupation of Amendola, provided them with food, and protected them from the attack of the Turii. When the Turii was burned, and when Dionia was attacked by the Crotone, it was we who extended our friendly hands to them. It is because of our selfless help time and time again that there is today's Dionia city-state alliance. Of course, the Marcus directly ignored the fact that Tarentum did not send reinforcements according to the alliance. We Tarentum people do not ask for anything in return for giving favors to others. But we should also give the restless Dionia people who have enjoyed our help a chance to repay us. That's right, Consul Sir. We should generously give Dionia a chance to repay us. In fact, regardless of the distance between the city-states and the current strength situation, Dionia was the best choice to ask for help. There was an alliance between the two states, and Sparta still had the war with Persia. It was just that in the past, Tarentum was ashamed of Dionia sending troops to help them several times, as well as the reservation of a powerful city-state with a long history in Greece. That was why there was such hesitation. Marcus' tactful words satisfied the vanity of the senators, and they finally reached an agreement to ask for help. Archita is dead? The Devers had a look of disbelief. Yes, Consul sir. This morning, several soldiers who escaped back to Tarantum said that they saw the Masapi people carrying away General Archita's body on the battlefield. Polydorus, the messenger of Tarantum, said in a sorrowful tone. How could a group of soldiers who were busy running for their lives see clearly? The Devers still did not want to believe this fact. Maybe he was injured and captured? We also hope that General Archita is still alive, but even if he is still alive, falling into the hands of the Masapi people, he is also. Polydorus said and could not continue. The Devers leaned against the back of the chair and stopped talking. Grief instantly enveloped him. Since coming to this era, the Devers had never stopped killing and had long been accustomed to life and death. Even if the mercenaries and soldiers who had gone through thick and thin with him fell in front of him, it would be difficult to cause ripples in his heart. But when he heard the news today, he lost his composure. In fact, Archita did not spend much time with him, but the two of them hit it off at first sight. This gentle and elegant Tarantum aristocrat who was 7 or 8 years older than the Devers was like a generous elder brother who had helped the Devers many times. When the Devers were still unknown, Archita, as the senator of Tarantum and the general who led the expedition, had no complaints about assisting him in repelling the Lucanians. After the Devers seized Amendolara, not only was Archita not dissatisfied with the Devers' deception, but he also took the initiative to form an alliance between Tarantum and Amendolara. At the same time, he persuaded the Devers not to use violent means to seize power. The reason why the Dionia alliance was able to develop so quickly was largely due to his advice. Although the relationship between Tarantum and Dionia began to drift apart, Archita still actively campaigned for the friendship between the two states, allowing the Turii port to be blockaded by the Crotone to still be able to buy food from Tarantum. The Devers was immersed in his memories, and his eyes began to moisten. He suddenly took a deep breath and said loudly to Polydorus with a solemn expression, Dionia is an ally of Tarantum. It is the responsibility of Dionia to help our ally repel the enemy's invasion. I will immediately apply for a Senate meeting. I firmly believe that all the senators of the Dionia Senate will agree to send troops to rescue our friendly ally without hesitation. Polydorus was relieved. Marcus is right. The relationship between Archita and the Devers is extraordinary. It is said that the Senate of Dionia is controlled by the Devers alone. With his permission in advance, there will be no problem in asking for help this time. When Polydorus presented the request of Tarantum to the senators in the great chamber of the Senate, the Devers took a stand, and few objected. Most of the senators from Amendolara and Turii remembered the help that Tarantum had given them in their most difficult times. Cunagurata and the others said, keeping promises has always been the principle that the people of Dionia believe in. Dionia is already a powerful alliance of Greater Greece. We should bravely shoulder the responsibility of defending the southern Greek city-states and show our sincerity to the surrounding city-states. These words struck a chord in everyone's heart. The Senate unanimously passed the resolution to send reinforcements to rescue Tarantum, but there was a dispute over the number of troops to be sent. Some of the senators, led by Cornelis and Bucos, believed that it was almost the autumn harvest season in September. If too many young and strong laborers were sent to participate in the war, even with the assistance of slaves, the harvest of the fields would still be greatly affected. It was suggested that the number of people sent should not exceed a legion. A small number of Turii senators, led by Polixus, believed that the Dionia alliance had fought too many wars in the past 2 years, and the people were tired and in urgent need of rest. Moreover, Tarantum had the help of Metapontum and Heraclea, so the strength of its army was not greatly weakened. Dionia only needed to send 3,000 to 4,000 people to show their sincerity. On the other hand, the military senators, such as Antonios and Capys, objected. They believed that after the Masapi and Puccetti united, they were powerful. If the reinforcements sent by Dionia were too little, they would not be able to help Tarantum end the war quickly. If the war continued for a long time, it would affect the return of Dionia reinforcements, causing dissatisfaction among the people. Moreover, the more people they sent, the more they would be able to take the lead in the war. This would prevent Tarantum from making random arrangements and causing the soldiers to be sacrificed in vain. They suggested that it was best to send 2 legions to Tarantum. The opinion of the military senators convinced most of the senators, but the huge number of 14,000 people and 2 legions still made the senators hesitate. In the end, the decision was handed over to the Devers. Of course, the Devers agreed with the opinion of Antonio's and said, "Since we have agreed to send reinforcements, we should show the sincerity and courage of Dionia as an ally of Tarentum to the greatest extent. With 2 legions and the help of Tarentum and its allied forces, we should be able to quickly repel the enemy, so that the people can return as soon as possible and take care of their farms." When the Devers spoke, he unconsciously placed the army of Dionia in the position of the main force, completely forgetting that when they arrived at Tarentum, they were just guests. None of the senators felt that it was strange. Instead, they thought that it was natural. This time, Mersis did not have to worry about sending the troops. When Polydorus learned that Dionia had actually sent a huge army of 14,000 people, he was overjoyed and repeatedly said to the Devers, "The rations and materials needed by the reinforcements of Dionia will naturally be provided by Tarentum." The agriculture department of Bucos had to be busy to ensure that the farms of each soldier could be taken care of when the owner left. Germentum, Cremissa, and Aspirustum had just submitted, so it was not easy for them to send troops to war. As the most stable rear of Dionia in Lucania city, Nudum also shouldered the responsibility of sending troops to stabilize Germentum at any time. Unless there was a special situation, the citizens of the city would not be transferred to Tarentum. Therefore, the citizens that the Devers chose to send were in the 2 cities that were very close to each other, Turiae and Amendola, where the 1st and 2nd legions were stationed. This way, it also saved time and energy for Bucos' supervision of the farms. At the same time, the Senate began to recall the soldiers belonging to the 1st and 2nd legions who were about to go to Corinth to participate in the Isthmian Games. The Isthmian Games was one of the 4 major games in Greece. It was held in the summer and autumn of the 2nd year after the Olympia Games. It was a celebration to worship the sea god Poseidon. The Devers did not know much about it at first. After the celebration of Hades, the chief general of Crotone, Lysias, exclaimed about the excitement of Dionia's rugby competition. He unintentionally mentioned that Crotone was about to line up to participate in the Isthmian Games, so the Devers took note of it. Now, the mercenaries led by the Devers had not only taken root in Great Greece, but the Dionia alliance that he created had also become one of the strongest alliances in Great Greece. It was not inferior to the powerful Sybaris 100 years ago. However, many people in Sicily had heard of Dionia, but it was basically unknown from Sicily to the Greek mainland. It was even more unknown to the Ionian Islands in the Aegean Sea, not to mention the Greek states in Asia Minor. Dionia's current strength had passed the dormant stage. It needed to strengthen ties with the Greek city-states in the eastern Mediterranean. Whether it was to increase trade or to attract free people, it would be of great benefit. Therefore, the Devers' proposal to organize athletes to participate in the Isthmian Games in the Senate was warmly received by the senators. The enthusiasm of the Greek city-states in the western Mediterranean to participate in the 4 major Greek games was no less than that of the native Greek people. They were also much more active than the city-states in Asia Minor. The main reasons for this were, first, the 4 major Greek games were held either on the Peloponnesus Peninsula or near the Gulf of Corinth, which was closer to Great Greece and Sicily than Asia Minor. Second, the colonial city-states in the western Mediterranean were geographically superior, with fertile land and rich mineral resources. Therefore, most of them were relatively wealthy, far surpassing the native Greek states. Usually, there was no opportunity for comparison. Therefore, the games became a stage for the local tycoons of the western Mediterranean to show off their luxuries. They donated large amounts of gold and silver to the sacred treasury of the games, held large banquets, and invited athletes from various city-states, and so on. The native Greek people who lived a simple life were dumbfounded. Out of jealousy, they ridiculed the Greeks of the western Mediterranean as poor people who have nothing but gold and silver. The Greeks of the western Mediterranean did not only show off their wealth at the games, but their achievements in the games were also very outstanding. Crotone was a well-known professional champion of the major games, and Syracuse was another. Athletes from Tarentum, Locri, and Agrigento had won many championships. Sybaris, the former Turiae, and Naples had also won excellent results at the games. They were keen to show the native Greek states through the games that although they were only colonists or descendants of colonists, their achievements were far better than the citizens of the native states. The Devers' proposal was nothing more than a continuation of the glorious tradition of Great Greece. After the announcement of the participation in the games was announced in various cities, the citizens of Dionia enthusiastically signed up, forcing the union to hold a selection competition. In the end, 10 people were qualified to go to Corinth to participate, including Tegthenos participated in the wrestling competition, Matonis participated in the javelin competition, Amintas signed up for the armed long-distance running, and Soberkos signed up for the horse carriage competition. Now they had to return to the 1st and 2nd legions to prepare for the expedition to Tarentum. Although it had only been a few months since the Union of Dionia stopped the war, and the enemy they were about to face was quite powerful, it did not affect the enthusiasm of the citizens to go to war. In addition to the war allowing them to accumulate merits and obtain citizenship or land, the establishment of the Hall of Valhalla and the Pantheon of Hades also greatly stimulated their pursuit of glory. Polydorus continued. In the archaic era, the king of Arcadia, Lycaon, was arrogant and disrespectful to the god Zeus. One day, he came up with an evil idea to play tricks on Zeus, so he killed a servant, made his flesh into meat soup, and invited Zeus to a feast. Zeus saw through his tricks and used lightning to destroy the palace. He turned Lycaon into a wolf and destroyed his kingdom. I know this legend. The king of Arcadia blasphemed the god, so it was normal for him and his kingdom to be punished by Zeus. But what does this have to do with the Mesopi? Felicius interrupted curiously. Polydorus looked at Devers and saw that he was also interested, so he smiled and said, yes, everyone in Greece knows the story of Lycaon, but his story is not over. Lycaon had 3 sons, and when the kingdom was destroyed, they took their people and slaves, crossed the Adriatic Sea by boat, and fled to southern Italy and settled down. Polydorus glanced at the crowd and said in a deep voice, the names of these 3 sons are Doni, Pucheti, and Mesopi. Oh. Felicius was a little surprised. After hundreds of years, the people led by these 3 sons developed and grew stronger. They named their tribes after the original 3 leaders to distinguish them from each other. This has been passed down among the Mesopi people. We, Tarentum, have been fighting with them for a long time, so we know about it. After Polydorus finished, Capys asked worriedly, there is another Doni? These 3 races turned out to be the same people. When we were fighting with the Mesopi coalition, would the Doni suddenly join in? Polydorus hurriedly explained, although they used to be the same race, after hundreds of years of development, whether it is the Mesopi, Pucheti, or Doni, they are all large races with dozens of tribes and more than 100,000 people. Each has its own fixed territory. Not only do they have different political systems, but they also have conflicts of interest with each other, and even become mortal enemies. The Doni, to the north of the Pucheti, are said to possess the great river plain, fertile land, and 4 or 5 large towns. The Pucheti were sandwiched between the Doni and the Mesopi. They had neither fertile land nor good port cities and trade channels like the Mesopi, so it was the most difficult for them to develop. So they had been competing with the Doni for land on both sides of the Orfanto River. So the 2 races were mortal enemies and it was impossible for them to unite. In the south, the Pucheti and the Mesopi also have conflicts from time to time. It's only because of the existence of Tarentum that the battles between them are not so fierce. The Devers bowed their heads to look at the rough map of Tarentum and its surrounding forces that Polydorus had drawn at his request while listening to him. At this time, he suddenly asked, what is the difference between the political systems of the Doni, Pucheti, and Mesopi? Polydorus did not expect the Devers to ask this. He frowned and thought carefully for a while before saying, well. Now the political systems of the Mesopi are somewhat similar to our Greek city-states. But more than 10 years ago, they were still a unified kingdom. King Athos once warmly welcomed the Athens who wanted to attack Syracuse and sent a lot of soldiers to join them. As he spoke, Polydorus sneered, the territory of Mesopi is surrounded by our Greek city-states, and they often trade with each other. Therefore, the Mesopi have long been influenced by the democratic ideas of the Greeks. The nobles, tribes, and towns have been clamoring to limit the power of the king. But Athos was a fool and had close relations with the people of Athens. How could he know the insidiousness of the people of Athens? In the end, just a few years after the army of Athens was destroyed in Syracuse, the nobles of Mesopi started a riot. Athos' rule was overthrown, and he lost his life. After that, the towns of Masapi became independent one after another. Now, they are basically ruled by the nobles. Every year, they elect a consul to rule the city-states together with the nobles' parliament. These Masapi city-states, led by UDE, formed the Masapi City-State Alliance. They rarely fight with each other and are relatively united. When Polydorus said this, his tone was a little low. This made the Devers realize that this new Masapi City-State Alliance seemed to be a bigger headache for the people of Tarentum. Puchetti and Downey are still ruled by the king. Polydorus quickly changed the topic to the other two races. The only difference is that the king of Puchetti has more power, while the king of the Downey. It is said that he is bound by the various castellans. The Devers listened thoughtfully, and then asked, since Masapi and Puchetti have always been in conflict, why would they form an alliance? Polydorus smiled bitterly and said, you can't ask me this. However, according to the analysis of our Senate, the reason why the Masapi are willing to form an alliance with Puchetti is that they are frightened by our attack on Tarentum. There was a trace of pride on Polydorus' face. The Devers nodded. He looked at the map again, but in his heart, he was thinking, previously, when Tarentum attacked Masapi, I heard that Tarentum suffered more casualties, but they occupied Brindisi and Manduria. Once the newly occupied territory is stabilized, they can cut off Masapi's contact with the north. Tarentum's naval strength is one of the best in Great Greece, so Tarentum can surround the Masapi and slowly nibble them away. If the people of Tarentum die in battle, they can be replaced by free people, but the Masapi will only become weaker and weaker. This is probably the original plan of the elders of Tarentum. As for the Puchetti, perhaps they would rather have the Masapi, who have the same blood as them, as neighbors to their territory, than to have the foreigners. Besides, after forming an alliance with the Masapi, the Puchetti can go all out to deal with the Downey. This was just Polydorus' guess, but the Devers felt that there must be other reasons. Otherwise, Puchetti's situation was not good, and they were willing to take the risk of offending a powerful state in Great Greece. The Puchetti sent their army out to fight. Aren't they afraid that the Downey will take the opportunity to attack? Capys asked. I heard that last year, Puchetti attacked Downey, but they were defeated and lost the land they occupied on the south bank of the Avtu River. In the end, Puchetti signed a truce agreement with Downey. A truce agreement can guarantee that the Downey will not take advantage of the situation to attack? Polydorus shrugged and said angrily, who knows what the stupid minds of these indigenous people are thinking. Anyway, the Puchetti are already on our land. Dracos yawned. He was not interested in what Polydorus said, but seeing that the Devers were listening carefully, he was too embarrassed to interrupt. At this time, he saw that Polydorus had stopped talking, and he could not wait to ask, what are the characteristics of the Masapi and Puchetti armies? Speaking of this question, Polydorus was obviously emotional again. The Masapi used to be like the Puchetti. They had a lot of cavalry, but their infantry was not good. They did not have good armor, and their formation was loose and lacked discipline. They did not know how to line up in a square formation, so they never dared to fight us head-on. They only knew how to sneak attack and harass, like cowardly bandits. But the Athens, Polydorus' voice doubled in volume. We are the children of Sparta. Of course, we stood on the side of our mother country in the War of Peloponnesus. But the Athens actually helped the foreigners, provided the Masapi with armor and weapons, and sent people to help them train heavy infantry. They encouraged the Masapi to go against us. The Masapi mastered our Greek tactics, and with the support of Athens, they hurt us in Tarentum even more than before. If it were not for Akita, at this point, Polydorus' expression became slightly gloomy. Dracos did not care about the change in Polydorus' mood and continued to ask, what are the combat characteristics of the Masapi cavalry? Polydorus glanced at the others helplessly. Seeing that everyone was very interested, he could only say, the Masapi are good horsemen. It is said that they can control the direction of the horses with their legs without holding the reins. They are also good at throwing spears from the horses, which is a certain threat to our heavy infantry. Devers and Felicius looked at each other. Polydorus saw this and hurriedly said, although the Masapi cavalry is more powerful than our cavalry, the cavalry is only a support in battle. It is the heavy infantry that really plays a role on the battlefield. Even if the Masapi had the help of the Athens, their heavy infantry is still not comparable to the real Greek heavy infantry. Drax asked again, how many people are there in the Masapi coalition? How many citizens can Tarentum send to participate in the war? Polydorus looked at him, spread his hands, and said, I'm just an emissary. The number of citizens to send to the war is decided by the Senate. I can't make the decision. As for the number of people in the Masapi coalition, we don't even know if Akita is alive or dead, let alone the specific number of people in the Masapi coalition. However, I personally estimate that there should be no more than 30,000 people, and the citizens of Tarentum who can fight now, including the garrison personnel in Brindisi and Manduria, have at least 16,000 young and strong citizens. With the addition of 14,000 people from Dionia, plus 3,000 people from Metapontum and Heraclea, our coalition has a total of more than 30,000 people. It should not be difficult to defeat the Masapi coalition. After sending Polydorus away, Devers and the others returned to the mansion and continued to discuss. I'm worried that Tarentum won't save Manduria first, but wants us to help Brindisi first. Manduria is at least safe for now, but Brindisi, which only has 2,000 soldiers stationed and is far from Tarentum, is much more dangerous. Capys said worriedly. If that's the case, we can't agree. Dracos looked at the Devers and said firmly. Sir, if we don't repel the enemy in Manduria and rush north, once Manduria is taken, the Masapi can cut off our supply line, and we will be in danger of being attacked from both sides. So, it's best if we can get the command of the Allied forces. If not, we have to guarantee the autonomy of our Dionysian army. Felicius also suggested solemnly. The Devers nodded in agreement. After Capys and Dracos left, the Devers asked Felicius to stay behind alone. How's the preparation for the army's departure? All the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd legions have returned to the city to await orders, but there are still many soldiers who haven't changed their weapons and equipment, Felicius said. It's not that they don't want to replace their weapons, but there are only 3 weapon shops in Talii and Amendalar. They can't possibly complete the production of tens of thousands of new armors and shields in just a few months. Tanning the leather is a time-consuming process, and the quantity is so large. If it weren't for the Lucanian citizens of Leniudum and Grimentum, it would take us years to gather the leather. Felicius explained, it's not that they don't want to replace their weapons, but there are only 3 weapon shops in Talii and Amendalar. It's impossible for them to complete the production of tens of thousands of new armors and shields in just a few months. If that's the case, let's use the old equipment for this battle. Let the soldiers go to the weapon shop to temporarily exchange their original bronze helmets and shields, the Devers said with a slight regret. Suddenly, he remembered something. I heard that there's a merchant from Corinth who built a large weapon workshop in the crafting area of Amandara. We can consider giving him part of the order, but I don't know if he's willing to accept the condition of exchanging the old for the new. The merchant is called Dios. I've already talked to him, and he's very willing to accept. Oh, that's a clever man, but a foreigner. Divers remembered the simple hydraulic hammer that had been successfully developed by the Institute of Mathematics, and he was thinking about finding a suitable big business to cooperate with. As a machine that could greatly save manpower and improve the efficiency of forging copper and iron, Divers certainly had to put it in the hands of his own people to keep it a secret. In addition, I have contacted the Civilian Shipping Association at the port. This is a non-alliance official shipping organization proposed by the Devers and planned by Marigi. All of Dionia's merchant ships and passenger ships will join it. Its purpose is to maintain order at the port, prevent vicious competition, improve industry efficiency, and facilitate cost management. Polydorus also said that the ships from Tarentum will also come to the port to help with the transportation. This way, we can transport all the soldiers of the 2 legions to the port of Tarentum at once. Our army will probably be ready the day after tomorrow, and we'll take the ship to Tarentum, Felicius continued excitedly. Felicius, when a Greek city-state goes to war, how many days does it take to mobilize the citizens to go to war? The Devers' question stunned Felicius. He thought that the Devers wanted to make a comparison, so he said, from war mobilization, to selecting citizens, arranging household affairs, preparing weapons, equipment, and food, organizing the army, determining the team officers. It takes about 3 to 4 days, but we only need 2 days at most. What if tens of thousands of people are mobilized? Then it may take longer, probably 6 to 7 days, but for us, Dionia. Before Felicius could finish his words, the Devers waved his hand and said, then don't be too anxious. Let's go to war in 5 days. Felicius thought that he had misheard. The Devers leaned forward and looked at Felicius. He said in a deep voice, although Tarentum and Masapi often fought in the past, it has never been like this, completely disregarding the lives of the citizens and attacking Masapi with all their might. Do you know why? Felicius was not a fool. Moreover, after serving as a military officer for more than a year, his administrative experience and vision had improved a lot. He immediately replied, "It's because of us." "Yes, us." The Devers repeated forcefully. "The rapid growth of our alliance has put pressure on Tarentum. The southern Italy is not too big. It can only accommodate one overlord, and this overlord can only be Dionia. Now that Hades has given us help, Tarentum is in trouble. We must seize this opportunity." The Devers showed a hint of a sneer. "We can abide by the covenant and help Tarentum repel the Masapi coalition, but we must not help Tarentum eliminate its enemies and stabilize their newly occupied territory." The Devers appeared very calm, even cold. His friendship with Archita did not affect his decision-making on political affairs. As the army's deputy, Felicius had assisted the Devers for more than 2 years. He knew his leader better than the other generals. For example, deliberately delaying the attack to cause heavy losses to the citizens of Amendalar, deceiving Cornelis to make him a lifetime consul, and so on. This young consul was not as honest as he appeared to be, but perhaps it was because of this that he led the mercenaries to the height they were today. This was something that he, Capus, Amyntas, and other boorish men who only knew how to fight could not do. Felicius exhaled lightly, expelling the enthusiasm and cold expression that the Devers had when facing Polydorus from his mind. "I understand, my lord," he said. In the following days, the Devers entrusted the Laos consul, Avenogis, who was still watching the game and tasting the delicacies in Turin, to think of ways to understand the situation of the Briti to verify whether the words of the Trine Cyprilos were true. For the rest of the time, he carefully read some of the information that Aristiras had collected about Tarentum and Masapi in the mansion. When he had time, he would accompany his wife, Christoia, and his 1-year-old son, Crotokatax. Polydorus' mood was getting more anxious day by day. He visited the Devers or Felicius several times, but was dissuaded by them with legitimate reasons. Indeed, the number of soldiers gathered in the city of Turin increased day by day, and it would take a long time to mobilize tens of thousands of soldiers into battle. However, the situation in Tarentum was getting worse day by day, and Dionia's army was in urgent need of rescue. On the second day of Archita's defeat, the clippers from Brindisi returned to Tarentum and informed the Senate that Archita had died in battle. The May-Prussian alliance had thrown his head into the city and used thousands of Tarentum soldiers' corpses to build a corpse mountain outside the city to intimidate the defenders of Brindisi to open the city and surrender. The people in the city were panicking. The May-Prussian alliance waited for a long time, but they did not receive a reply and had already begun to attack the city. Brindisi urgently asked for help from Tarentum, claiming that the enemy was strong and the defenders were few. Moreover, after the city of Brindisi was captured last time, the broken city walls did not have enough time to be completely repaired. If they did not receive reinforcements, they were afraid that it would fall within 2 or 3 days. When the Senate of Tarentum was urgently discussing how to rescue Brindisi, another piece of news came: the Masapi army that besieged Manduria had disappeared. When the Senate elders, led by Eumarchus and Diomyrus, heard the news, they did not feel relaxed. Although they could not detect the whereabouts of the main Masapi force because of the blockade by the Masapi cavalry, they did not have to think to roughly guess that the Masapi people were most likely heading east to meet with the Puccetti army. Brindisi was in danger. Although they had received a report from Turin that Dionia would send tens of thousands of soldiers as reinforcements, it was impossible to arrive in a short period of time. However, it was impossible for them to arrive in a short period of time. If Tarentum were to send its own army to reinforce Brindisi by land, the Senate would feel that it would be suicidal in the face of tens of thousands of Mecca and Prussia's allied forces. Thus, they finally decided to send troops to reinforce Brindisi by sea so that it could hold on until the allied forces of Tarentum and Dionysia arrived. Tarentum sent 80 large and small warships, including 43-decker or warships, which was almost the entire naval force of Tarentum, to escort the transport fleet full of 4,000 soldiers to Brindisi. After the fleet bypassed the heel of the Italian peninsula, it was intercepted by the May-Prussian alliance fleet near the coast of Hodrum, a city of Masapi. Puchetti's navy was not strong. They only had one port city, Barium, now Bari, and it was already very good to be able to gather 6 or 7 warships. However, the Masapi were different. Most of their city-states were port cities. Igratia, Brindisi, Ugentum, Messania, and Hodrum were all port cities. On the contrary, the largest city-state, Udi, was an inland city located in the center of the Masapi region and was once the capital of the Masapi kingdom. Therefore, the Masapi's sailing ability was not weak, and the sea trade was also relatively developed. Later, with the help of the people of Athens, not only could they build their own 3-decker or warships, but they could also skillfully use the advanced naval combat skills of the Greeks. Previously, they had also caused a lot of trouble to the people of Tarentum at sea. This time, it was the largest naval battle that broke out between Tarentum and Masapi. The Masapi gathered all the warships of all the city-states, a total of 58 ships, including 25 3-decker or warships. Together with Puchetti's 6 warships, there was a total of 64 warships. One was anxious to reinforce, and the other was desperately trying to intercept. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle at sea. The battle lasted for 4 hours, and in the end, Tarentum lost 15 warships, including 4 triple-oared warships and 4 troop ships. The Maipu Alliance fleet lost 23 warships, including 7 triple-oared warships. In the end, the Maipu Navy took the initiative to retreat, and the Tarentum Navy, who was busy saving the soldiers who fell into the water, had no intention to pursue. They just wanted to leave this strange sea as soon as possible, reach Brindisi, and complete the reinforcement mission. During the fierce battle on the sea, the Maipu Alliance fleet had learned that Tarentum was about to reinforce Brindisi from the sea, and launched the largest siege regardless of fatigue. 20,000 soldiers of the Maipu Alliance fleet carried ladders and pushed siege vehicles, attacking Brindisi wave after wave. The Tarentum garrison, which had been fighting hard for 2 days, only had a few hundred people left. It was all thanks to the help of the freedmen in the city that they managed to survive until today. Faced with the tide of enemies, the freedmen, who lacked combat experience, panicked. The Tarentum Navy rushed to the port of Brindisi and had just put the soldiers ashore. They had not yet assembled and regrouped. The city of Brindisi was breached, and the defeated soldiers, freedmen, and their families ran to the port in panic, trying to find a sail to leave the fallen city as soon as possible. The soldiers who came as reinforcements also felt that something was wrong, and asked to leave on the ships again. Everyone scrambled to get on the ship, followed by the wailing cries of the defeated soldiers and their families. The entire harbor was filled with people, and order was in chaos. Many people fell into the sea during the pushing and shoving. Faced with this situation, the commander of the navy did not know what to do, and let the warships under his command rescue them. However, the pursuit of the Maipu Alliance fleet made the people who were eager to escape push each other, scrambling to climb onto the ships, causing 2 warships to capsize due to overload. The commander of the navy felt that something was wrong, and had to urgently order the fleet to leave the port. In the process, the soldiers and sailors fought, causing several warships to fail to successfully leave the port. At this time, the soldiers of the Maipu Alliance fleet had arrived, and like hungry wolves, they pounced on the Tarentum people who were trembling with fear, using spears and swords to kill them who had raised their hands in surrender. The flowing blood soon dyed the sea of the port red. The soldiers, sailors, and survivors of the Tarentum Navy could not bear to see this tragic scene and fled the port in a hurry. Who knew that their disaster was far from over? Soon, they were intercepted by the Maipu United Navy, who had previously retreated. Although there were many ships in Tarentum, the fleet full of civilians lost speed and agility and became the target of the Maipu United Navy's warships. During the fierce battle, the Tarentum battleship was knocked over, but there were no ships to rescue the people who fell into the water. The sailors were frightened by the tragic scene in the port, and all they wanted to do was to go home. The two sides switched positions, and the remaining 45 warships and some troop ships of Tarentum left the battlefield. However, the victorious Maybach and Pratt Alliance fleet was still chasing them. On the 4th day after Polydorus asked for help from Dionia, the allied forces of Mecca and Prussia who had recaptured Brindisi advanced westward on a large scale after a short rest. By the afternoon, they had surrounded Manduria again. The entire city of Tarentum was in a state of panic. Messengers were sent to Dionia for help one after another. On the morning of the 5th day, Dionia's reinforcements finally set off. It was already the beginning of September, and the weather in the morning was beginning to turn cold. After saying goodbye to their families, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd legions gathered in the Victory Square. After counting the number of people, the commander Devers announced the departure. The whole army marched to the northwest of the city and came to the foot of the Temple of Hades. They knelt down and prayed devoutly. The bronze bell in the temple rang, and the priest in charge, Plazinas, led dozens of male and female priests of the Temple of Hades to sing the hymn of Hades for the soldiers and gave them blessings. If it was in other city-states, they might have to divine luck before the expedition, but the Devers cancelled this procedure. He believed that war was a matter of life and death for the alliance. Victory depended on strength, strict training, and careful planning, rather than relying on the illusory grace of God. He did not want the soldiers to develop this bad habit. After the prayer, the whole army turned east, went out of the city gate, and went straight to the port of Thurii. The soldiers' families and the people who saw them off lined up on both sides of the road to see off the troops. What made Polydorus sigh was that there were very few families who wept and did not want the soldiers to go to war. While they wished the soldiers safe, they also encouraged them to gain merit. The other people, on the other hand, were more envious of the soldiers' good luck. They were unconvinced that they would have performed better if they had gone. The people of Dionia love war. Polydorus had forgotten who told him this, but now it seemed that it was indeed different. He could not help but look at the commander Devers beside him. The 20-year-old young man showed a calmness and seriousness beyond his age. Plus, the people of Dionia had a commander who was good at fighting, which was why they could rise today. But under the pressure of the enemy's army, the strength of the Dionysian army made Polydorus feel a little more at ease, because the Dionysian army could be relied on. There were hundreds of cargo ships docked at the port, including those from Dionia, Tarentum, Metapontum, Heraclea, and even Castellon. Under the guidance of the port's management, the troops entered the various docks in an orderly manner. They boarded the ships under the command of the squad leaders and division leaders. Everything was in order. The passenger ship that Polydorus was on was the first to leave the port. He had to return to Tarentum to inform the Senate and get ready to receive the reinforcements from Dionia. He was accompanied by Antonius, who needed to negotiate with Tarentum about the Dionysian army's entry into the port, settlement, rations, and many other matters. Originally, this task should have been undertaken by Felicius, but after the Devers left Dionia, Thurii still needed someone to guard against any accidents. As the second in command of the army, Felicius was naturally the most suitable candidate. Felicius could not go, and the two commanders, Capys and Dracos, were people who only knew how to fight and were not good at socializing. Therefore, the Devers could only let the first commander of the 1st Legion, Antonius, be responsible for communication. In fact, the second commander, Alexis, was also a suitable candidate, but the Devers felt that compared to the slightly aloof Alexis, Antonius was a little more tactful. There were some special personnel of the Legion of Dionysia on this passenger ship, such as the Legion's engineers. As the Dionysian army's encampment in Tarentum had been determined in advance, the engineers would rush to the site first to inspect the terrain and plan in advance how to build the camp, the size of the camp, the layout of the tents, the width of the trenches, etc., so that the army could immediately start building the camp once they arrived at Tarentum. The soldiers stepped onto the shaky deck and placed the helmets, linen breastplates, round shields, greaves, spears, and javelins that weighed dozens of kilograms on their backs against the side of the ship, then waved goodbye to their relatives and friends on the shore. One by one, the ships sailed out of the port. In the morning, a strong northeasterly wind blew in the Taranto Bay. All the ships lowered their sails and sailed straight east with the help of the wind. From time to time, waves would hit the hull from the side and rear, splashing water and wetting the clothes of the soldiers, but it did not affect their mood at all. I heard that the people of Tarentum are very rich. This time, we helped them defeat those aborigines. Will they give us enough silver coins to thank us for our rescue? A new recruit said excitedly. Fool, do you know how many soldiers we have to go to Tarentum this time? It's 14,000 people. This does not include the cavalry brigade, the engineering battalion, the medical battalion. Even if Tarentum gives us dozens of talent, after deducting the amount that will be handed over to the Legion Fund, how much can be distributed to each of us? Another soldier warned him disapprovingly, "You might as well kill a few more aborigines and accumulate a few more battle achievements, so that the Alliance can give you a few more acres of land." Speaking of this war, I'm angry just thinking about it. Their 3 legions are lucky. They captured Asprustum and Grimentum. Why do they always have a war? Isn't it because most of them are Lucanians? It was not easy for us to go out to rescue the city-states in the south, but in the end, the Locri people asked for peace before the war even started. Tell me, isn't this infuriating? This time, when we go to Tarantum, I hope those aborigines don't learn from the Locri people and let us make a wasted trip again. Another soldier's words resonated with the surrounding soldiers and also aroused their concern. Don't worry, the Masapi are not as weak as the Locri people. I heard that they are very fierce, and the people of Tarantum have never taken advantage of them. Otherwise, after such a long time, Tarantum would have established several sub-states in the vicinity. This time, the Masapi have joined forces with the Puchetti people and defeated Tarantum one after another. Their morale is high, and they might even have the intention to destroy Tarantum. Why would they negotiate with us? A soldier who knew the situation of Tarantum said. That's great. Only by defeating the Masapi can we show the power of our Dionia. We will become heroes and save Tarantum. A soldier announced loudly, causing the others to cheer excitedly. I heard that the women of Tarantum are all good-looking. When we become heroes, can we marry one of them? Someone joked. He was immediately pushed by someone else. Stop dreaming, Pershals. Those citizens of Tarantum are arrogant and have always looked down on the people of the other Greek city-states. Do you think they will marry their daughters to us, who are farmers in their eyes? Well, the people of Tarantum aren't as obvious as Hebrus said, but they really don't like to interact with our Greek city-states. The soldier who knew Tarantum very well, Siatarsis, answered seriously. The soldier who knew Tarantum very well, Sitarsis, answered seriously, it's just that in recent years, because of the constant invasion of the Masapi, they propose to establish a southern defense alliance in Greece to resist the indigenous barbarians together. Although the previous city-states like Turiai and Crotto have joined, everyone is actually not very enthusiastic. What right do these Tarantum people have to look down on us? Hebrus said loudly. Brothers, in fact, you don't know that the people of Tarantum say that they are the descendants of Sparta, but that is all false. They are the descendants of illegitimate children, the children of Sparta women and slaves. As soon as this was said, the soldiers were in an uproar. Most of them were born poor and had little education. Of course, it was impossible for them to understand the history of Tarantum. They asked in surprise, Hebrus, is what you said true? The people of Tarantum are Sparta women and slaves, of course it's true. As long as you are a soldier of the original Turiai citizens, you should know about this. It is said that hundreds of years ago, the Sparta men were fighting outside for a long time, and the women. Hee. How unbearable, they actually slept with the slaves. When the children were born and grew up, the Sparta men came back and found out about this. How could they bear this insult, so they drove them out of the city. So, the people of Sparta built Tarantum not because they had a large population and insufficient food, and were forced to colonize, but for the stability and reputation of the city-state of Sparta. So, it should not be the people of Tarantum who look down on us, but we who look down on them. A group of illegitimate children. A group, Hepbarus was mocking them smugly when he suddenly heard the people around him shouting. Be careful. Get out of the way. Before he could react, he received a heavy punch in the face. Suddenly, his vision turned black, and he fell forward. Fortunately, he was supported by his comrades behind him. Hey, why did you hit people? The surrounding soldiers were shocked and rushed forward to stop the angry soldier. You shut up. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll beat you to death. The soldier's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Hepbarus. Shut up, Persosus, you're crazy. As the team leader, Siatharsis quickly stepped forward and angrily reprimanded the soldier who had injured him. Picking a quarrel and beating up a comrade. You will be punished by military law. At this moment, Hepbarus woke up. When he saw who it was, he was furious. How dare you hit me? Brothers, beat him up for me. Beat this annoying rock. With that, he rushed over, pushed Sitarsis aside, and started fighting with Persosus. A few soldiers were actually encouraged by him and joined in the fight. The ship was in a mess, and the noisy shouting naturally alerted Parmenius, who was also on the same ship. When he arrived with his men, Persosus had already knocked down the soldiers, including Hepbarus. "Persosus, do you want to be chased out of Dionia?" Parmenius's shout made Persosus, who was still angry, shudder. He thought of something and immediately stopped kicking people. He stood where he was with his hands behind his back. "Tie him up," Parmenius ordered. The soldiers hesitated and stepped forward. Persosus did not move and allowed them to pin him down on the deck. "Team leader," he started it. "I didn't provoke him, but he suddenly came up and punched me." Hepbarus pointed at the scar on his face and complained to Parmenius. "Don't say anything." Parmenius ignored him and asked Xianxia, the team leader, for the reason. His face immediately darkened. "Why did you beat up your comrade?" Parmenius shouted. Persosus's hands were tied behind his back and he was forced to the ground. However, he did not say a word as Parmenius interrogated him. This time, Parmenius felt a headache coming on. Previously, many soldiers of the 1st and 2nd legions had migrated to Cremissa and Asprostum, where Legio IV would be established. Hence, the 1st and 2nd legions had to recruit more soldiers to fill the vacancies. Persosus was a registered foreigner who applied to become a probationary citizen. It was said that he came from Agos. Therefore, after he entered the recruit camp, his performance and training quickly amazed the instructors in the camp. This young man was not only physically strong, but he was also highly skilled. Whether it was a shield, a spear, a saber, or a javelin, he was also adept at marching and listening to orders. Some of the tactical movements unique to Dionia were also learned by him. He easily won first place in the recruit camp's grand tournament. The instructors were surprised by his military talent. The team officers of all levels also heard of his deeds and fought to get him to join their teams. Matones was also one of them. It was said that he used his connections with the Devers to finally get Persosus to join his team. He reminded Parmenius many times to focus on training him. However, Parmenius soon found out that Persosus had a huge shortcoming: he was not sociable. He performed well during training, but he did not like to talk during breaks. He rarely talked to his teammates and always sat alone at the side, thinking about something. His teammates gave him the nickname Stone and accused him of being arrogant. That was why Hepbarus had so many helpers during the fight just now. It was obvious that the soldiers in the team did not like him. "Very well, if you don't say it now, the military judge will let you say it when we get ashore," Parmenius said angrily and left. He still had to think about how to mention this to Matones. Persosus was tied to the mast. He did not care about the strange looks from the soldiers around him, nor did he care about the punishment. However, his eyes were still red. He lowered his head and tried not to cry. At this moment, he thought of his mother. Persosus was not his real name. He was Leotychides, the son of the former king of Sparta, Arsus. His mother chose to commit suicide because of the rumors, and he finally made up his mind to leave Sparta. When he was looking for a place to stay, he found that there were not many places for him to choose from. The eastern Mediterranean Sea was now the world of Sparta. Persia, which was at war with Sparta, might be a good place to go. However, although Leotychides wanted to take revenge on Sparta, he did not want to ruin the reputation of himself and his father. He did not want the people to believe that his uncle Agesilaus was the right choice to inherit the throne. The western Mediterranean Sea was out of the reach of Sparta. There were many Greek city-states, but he still hoped that one day he could cause trouble for Sparta, who humiliated him and caused his mother's death. Therefore, there were only a few city-states he could choose from. Syracuse was one, but it was an ally of Sparta. Carthage was another, but it was a foreign race and could not speak the language. Moreover, Leotychides knew nothing about it. In the end, he chose Dionia because Phoebidas complained to the Council of Elders about Dionia's rudeness to Sparta when he was sent to Dionia. However, he was at the meeting and was very curious about the city-state alliance that dared to look down on Sparta. Before that, the censor Chrysippus had recommended to the Council of Elders a foreigner with extraordinary military talent, and this person was the current consul of Dionia. Leotychides clearly remembered that his uncle had also expressed concern about this person. When he found an opportunity to escape from Sparta and came to Great Greece, he found that Dionia had great influence in Great Greece. It was almost the most powerful city-state alliance in southern Italy, and it had only been less than 2 years since its establishment. Leotychides was surprised by the rapid rise of Dionia, so he stayed at the port of Thurii to observe. After learning about the past deeds of Dionia, the unique city-state management system, and the urban customs, especially after witnessing a triumphant victory, he had a vague premonition that one day, this city-state alliance would fulfill his wish. He felt that he had come to the right place, so he decided to live incognito and stay in Dionia. He took some of the gold and silver that his father, Arches, had secretly stored in Crete to maintain his living expenses. He applied to the alliance to become a citizen of Dionia. Thanks to the cruel agog training he received from Sparta since he was a child, he stood out in the recruit training of Dionia. He even obtained the official citizenship of the legion before becoming a probationary citizen. But he was obsessed with the grief of his mother's death and had an unforgettable hatred for the people of Sparta, so he could not integrate into this new group. The word illegitimate child was simply taboo to him. No wonder he would go crazy when he heard it. The Bay of Tarentum was shaped like a gourd. 2 naturally formed arc-shaped bays were stacked together. It not only expanded the capacity of the port, but also made it safer. The people of Tarentum had reinforced the opening of the gourd bay and the narrowing of the waist, building 2 water gates to strengthen the defense of the port. At this moment, the first water gate was wide open, and countless troop ships filed in. Under the guidance and supervision of dozens of patrol ships from Tarentum, they sailed to the northwest corner of the bay one after another. The coastline of the entire bay was quite long. The city of Tarentum was located in the southeast corner of the bay, so it could not include the land defense of the bay. Therefore, Tarentum arranged for the garrison of Dionia reinforcements to be stationed in the northwest corner of the bay. This was the place where Tarentum's control over the bay was the weakest, and it was also the intention of letting the people of Dionia help defend the bay. Devers' ship sailed through the first water gate. The originally stormy sea was calm here, and he could not help but sigh. Although the port of Thurii had built a breakwater and excavated and widened inward, the port was still a little crowded. It was inevitable that ships would be damaged during storms. Unlike the bay here, there was no need to worry about these problems at all. It was a natural and excellent port. I wonder what the port of Crotone, another famous good port in the great Greek city-states, looks like. Note, I have some time today, so I want to talk about Archita in history. The information I have collected is mostly about his achievements in mathematics, and there are only a few words about other aspects. He was known as the Pericles of Great Greece. After serving as the consul of Tarentum for many years, Tarentum remained prosperous and powerful in the Apulia region for more than 10 years. But please note that even during this prosperous period, Brindisi and Manduria have never been occupied by Tarentum, which means that the prosperity of Tarentum was defensive. He also invited Plato to Tarentum as a guest when he was rejected by Dionysius II. Plato once thought that Archita was the expected philosophical king in the utopia he described because the Pythagorean school not only inherited mathematics but also had its own philosophical ideas. Archita finally died in a shipwreck, and it was said that his body was only fished up after centuries. The Devers let their imagination run wild. Instead of sailing northwest with the fleet, they went straight forward, passed through the second water gate, and headed for the real port of Tarentum. Although it was wartime, the port of Tarentum was still very busy, even more than usual. Due to the continuation of the war, Tarentum's demand for various materials had increased. Therefore, despite the full assistance of the port staff, it still took a long time for the Devers ship to dock. The Devers were not in a hurry. He carefully observed the port, comparing the differences with the port of Turin. When they got ashore, the Devers, especially the fully armored guards led by Marcius, attracted the attention of many people of Tarentum. They stopped what they were doing and looked curiously. Some people who knew the inside story guessed that they might be Dionia's reinforcements, but no one expressed a welcome, let alone the cheers that were common in the port of Turin. They just watched indifferently, and some even showed sadness in their eyes. The Devers noticed that many women had black cloth on their heads. The shadow of the defeat of the war had shrouded the people of Tarentum. The people of the Senate of Tarentum did not go to the port to welcome them out of the reservation of an old and powerful state. Instead, they waited at the city gate. "They're here." With this shout, everyone perked up and looked forward. A young man walked toward them. His expression was calm, his step steady, and his whole body exuded a sense of stability that was far different from the average young man. However, as the consul of a city-state alliance, he was indeed too young. Marcus touched Diomedes, who was still deep in thought, and was about to remind him. Diomedes understood what he meant and said, "Don't say it, I understand. We have a favor to ask." After that, he strode forward and said, "Welcome, young consul of Dionia. We are waiting for the arrival of reinforcements from our close ally, Dionia, like a dry field waiting for rain. Thank the gods, you are finally here." Marcus frowned, worried that the Devers would be unhappy to hear this. Who would have thought that Davos would immediately say apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I believe that you are aware that the Dionia alliance has only been established for less than 2 years, and this is the first time that we have sent reinforcements of nearly 20,000 soldiers, which is almost 2/3 of the tourist population. Moreover, it is the autumn harvest season, and this is the first time that we have transported so many soldiers across the sea. The affairs are too complicated, and we are inexperienced. That is why we have only arrived today. I hope that there are no delays." "Not too late. Not too late. You came at the right time." Eurymachus hurriedly said, "I really didn't expect Dionysia to send such a large team. This is really a great help to us. Lord Devers, the people of Tarentum are very grateful for your generous rescue." At this moment, Polydorus had the opportunity to interject and introduce, "Lord Devers, this is Marcus, the consul of Tarentum." Judging from his words just now, this consul at least had a good impression of Dionia. The Devers bowed solemnly. "This is Diomedes, the consul of Tarentum," Polydorus continued to introduce. As for this, Devers glanced at him. He had long and narrow eyes, a thin nose, thin lips, and a serious expression. He had a mean look, and it was obvious that he was biased against Dionia. According to Aristaeus' intelligence, there were many such people in the Senate of Tarentum, but the Devers still bowed and greeted him solemnly. Next, they greeted the senators of the Senate of Tarentum. The Senate of Tarentum came from the Sparta Council of Elders, but compared to the Sparta Council of Elders that only had 30 seats, there were many more senators in Tarentum. Moreover, the senators of the Tarentum Senate were the same as the consul, elected by all the citizens every year. This is, before Polydorus could finish, the old man in front of him raised his eyebrows and glared at the Devers. He pointed at them and scolded, "You still have the face to come to Tarentum? Back then, you swore to promote our school in Amandara, so we sent apprentices to Amandara to help you. Who knew that not only did you make them betray the school, but you also made them use money to tempt more apprentices to leave Tarentum? To think that my son regarded you as a friend. Is this how you repay the selfless help of the Pythagorean school to Dionia? Let me tell you, you are not welcome in Tarentum." The Devers did not expect to meet someone from the Pythagorean school here. He was a little embarrassed and quickly looked back at Polydorus. "This is Archytas' father, Histiaves," Polydorus replied. The Devers was moved. He took a step forward, and regardless of how unhappy the old man was, he bowed respectfully. "Archytas was a good friend of mine. I will definitely avenge him, defeat the Mesopi, and bring back his body. I hope you can restrain your grief, uncle. We don't need Dionia's help. We, Tarentum, can also defeat the Mesopi and take back my son's body." Histiaves' eyes were filled with tears, but he was still stubborn. At this moment, a cavalryman galloped over, shouting repeatedly along the way, "The fleet is back! The fleet is back!" Upon hearing the news, the Senate elders immediately abandoned the Devers and ran to the port. Polydorus hurriedly explained to him. The Devers listened and expressed understanding, and offered to go and see the situation together. Standing on a high place outside the port and looking down at the beach, warships were lining up and slowly entering the most crowded central port of Tarentum. Polydorus' eyes widened as he counted the number of ships. The more he counted, the more flustered he became. In the end, his voice was trembling. Only 19 warships, 25 passenger ships, If the Devers had not held him in time, he would have collapsed to the ground. The Devers also frowned. According to Polydorus, the Tarentum fleet had 80 warships, 100 troop ships, and 4,000 soldiers when it left the port. Now, only 1/4 of the ships had returned. Tarentum's losses were huge. Not only the warships and soldiers, but also the sailors. A full crew of a 3-decker or warship required nearly 200 sailors. One could imagine how much manpower this had caused to the port of Tarentum. This also gave the Devers a warning: before obtaining absolute control of the sea, use ships to transport soldiers to fight across the sea. Must be very careful. Everyone in the port was in great grief. Even though they were so far away, the Devers could still hear the deafening cries. Even though he was used to seeing life and death, he could not help but feel a little moved. Polydorus was still stretching his neck to look forward, hoping that there were still warships that had not entered the port in time. In the end, he finally gave up and held the Devers' hands tightly. He said repeatedly, "Master Devers, Tarentum really needs the full help of Dionia." Daves nodded and thought to himself, including this naval battle, the war between Tarentum and Messapi has probably resulted in tens of thousands of casualties among the Tarentum soldiers, and it has indeed been a serious blow to the bones. As the Senate of Tarentum was busy dealing with the aftermath, the joint operations meeting that was about to be held had to be postponed. The Devers did not care. They could go back and build the camp with the soldiers. The defeat of a major naval battle would affect many aspects. Compensating the casualties was only the most basic. There were also repairing the remaining warships, speeding up the reconstruction of the new fleet, appeasing the merchants in the port, making sure that the sea trade route had not been cut off by the enemy, and so on. These complicated aftermath matters could not be solved in a day or two, but the urgent war situation forced Tarentum to temporarily put it aside the next day. It was necessary to immediately convene a joint operations meeting to launch a land counterattack against the Messapi coalition as soon as possible to reduce the enemy's threat to Tarentum. Considering that he had neglected the consul of Dionia because of the unexpected incident yesterday, Eumarchus decided to invite him personally. Eumarchus rode to the northwest corner of the bay, and the scene in front of him surprised him. In front of him stood a huge military camp with trenches, fences, camp gates, sentry towers, tents. It had only been a day, and the people of Dionia had built a city in this relatively sparsely populated area. This efficiency was too high. Of course, Eumarchus did not know that because Dionia attached great importance to the construction of camps during battle, under the initiative of the Devers, the army engineers had standardized some of the camp facilities after research and repeated tests. For example, the materials needed for the camp gates and sentry towers were made in Turiae in advance and transported by ships from the supply camp. When they arrived at the destination, they were assembled according to the actual situation. This saved time and effort, and they could be taken away when the camp was pulled out. Of course, the premise was that there must be a strong logistics transportation capability and better road conditions. While Eumarchus was in shock, he heard someone calling him. When he took a closer look, it was Timaeus, a theater owner in Tarentum. He could not help but ask curiously, "Why are you here?" "Of course, to do business." Timaeus pointed to a few coquettishly dressed women beside him and said helplessly, "The war with Messapi has failed, so the citizens are not in the mood to watch the show, nor are they in the mood to play with the girls. I have not earned any income for 2 months now. I heard that nearly 20,000 people of Dionia's reinforcements have arrived, so I specially came to see if there is any opportunity to earn money, but the guards here actually did not let us in. What's wrong with war? Before every war, I, Timaeus, did not provide good service to the soldiers. Even you, Eumarchus, I have served you more than once, and I have never seen you say that it affects your rest." After Timaeus finished speaking in a loud and righteous manner, a few women also threw flirtatious glances at Eumarchus and chimed in to support him. Okay, if you want to stay here, then stay here. I still have urgent matters to attend to." Eumarchus was anxious and angry, but it was not good to lose his temper in public. After he finished speaking angrily, he drove his horse forward and asked the guards to go in and report. "Master Eumarchus, when you see the consul of Dionia, can you help us and let us in?" Seeing that Eumarchus was about to enter the camp, Timaeus came up with a cheeky smile. Eumarchus ignored him and went straight in. When the Devers left the camp, Timaeus and the women still wanted to surround them, but they were driven aside by the guards led by Marcius. He was so angry that he cursed. Umacas pretended not to hear, but the Devers laughed. He pointed to a noisy area in front of the camp and said, "The minds of the people of Tarentum are flexible. We just built the camp yesterday, and today, a lively market has automatically formed here. To be honest, it has provided great convenience for our army to obtain the necessary materials, but prostitution is strictly prohibited in the army. According to the military law of Dionia, offenders will be deprived of their citizenship. Therefore, even if that person walks into the military camp, no one dares to violate the military law to contact him." Umacas blushed slightly, smiled, and sighed, "Your military law is strict. No wonder your military record is outstanding." The location of the war conference was on the outskirts of Tarentum, in Umacas manor. In the conference room, the Devers not only met Diomyras, but also Tryphias, one of the consul of Heraclea, and Tedepras, one of the consul of Metapontum. Diomyras still had the same expression as yesterday. At least he didn't say anything. It was probably the bad news of the Marine's fiasco that destroyed his morale. Tedepras greeted the Devers very politely, behaving according to the rules. Tryphias, on the other hand, was shaking hands and hugging Daves, talking and laughing. After all, Heraclea was right next to Amendola. When the Devers led the mercenary army to establish a foothold in Amendola, they had already established contact with Heraclea. In less than 2 years, they had established a close relationship. After everyone sat down, Umacas said solemnly, "Sirs, thank you for providing us with selfless help when Tarentum was in trouble. On behalf of the Senate of Tarentum and the people of Tarentum, Diomyras and I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to you." With that, Umacas saluted the three of them seriously. Diomyras reluctantly followed suit and bowed. The three Devers also returned the gesture politely. After this ceremony, they entered the main topic. Diomyras stood up and said, "There are less than 4,000 soldiers stationed in Mandulia. It has been besieged by the Mapu Alliance for 2 days. According to reliable sources, the Mapu Alliance has 30,000 soldiers. If we don't take action immediately, Mandulia will suffer the same fate as Brindisi. The Senate of Tarentum has made a decision to send us to rescue Mandulia immediately and look for an opportunity to fight the Mapu Alliance. Is there anything that you disagree with?" His gaze swept past Tedepras, Tryphias, and finally fell on the Devers. As the subordinate city-states of Tarentum, Heraclea and Metapontum had always been obedient. Therefore, Diomyras' question was, of course, directed at Dionia. The two consuls gave an affirmative answer, but the Devers did not speak immediately. Instead, he stood up and walked to the side of Umacas. There was a detailed map of Tarentum on the wooden table in front of him. It could clearly be seen that Mandulia was marked not far to the south of Tarentum. He gestured with his finger and asked, "How far is Mandulia from here?" "Less than 50 miles, Umacas replied. 50 miles. The Devers estimated that according to the normal marching speed of the Legion of Dionysia of 15 miles per hour, they could reach it in 3 hours. Mandulia was located on a coastal corridor. On one side was the sea, and on the other side was a forest. However, Mandulia was not located on the coast, but in the forest. However, Tarentum was not far to the north. The Masapi must have considered the naval strength of Tarentum when building this city, so they made full use of their strengths and avoided their weaknesses. How wide is this place? The Devers stuck the corridor on the map with 2 fingers. The narrowest is 6 miles, Umacas replied. 6 miles. The formation of 30,000 soldiers had long exceeded this length. The Devers thought for a moment and asked, "How many soldiers is Tarentum going to send?" Umacas was about to answer, but Diomyras could not hold back anymore and shouted, "Quickly decide whether you agree to send troops or not. Don't waste our time by asking this and that." "Diomyras!" Umacas shouted hurriedly, afraid that his words would anger the Devers. Diomyras had just seen that the Devers not only did not show any respect to him as a consul, but also acted as if he was the host of this meeting as if there was no one else present. At this moment, he remembered the warnings of the Senate elders and the dangerous situation of Tarentum. He snorted coldly and swallowed his anger. The Devers looked calm. He looked at Diomyras and said slowly, starting a war is not only related to the life and death of a citizen soldier, but it is also related to the rise and fall of a city-state. As the decision-makers of the war, we must carefully consider it clearly. Does Tarentum have a chance to experience another failure? The others were moved by the words of the Devers. Diomedes snorted again and muttered carefully, "This is just an excuse for your timidity." The Devers chuckled and did not speak. Timidity? The others present would not agree with Diomedes' words. After all, the battles commanded by the Devers in the past had always been won with fewer troops. This had already proven everything. On the other hand, when Tarentum attacked the Mapu Alliance army previously, they eagerly urged the reinforcements of Dionia. Who was the timid one? Omarchus saw Tryphias winking at Tydepras with some sarcasm on his face. He could not keep his face anymore and quickly came out to smooth things over. "Sir Devers, please forgive Diomedes' rudeness. He is also anxious about the current, terrible situation of Tarentum, so he spoke impulsively without thinking." Omarchus apologized and winked at Diomedes. Diomedes held his breath. He did not apologize, but he did not speak again. "Tarentum will send 10,000 soldiers to battle." Omarchus immediately said, "With your reinforcements, the total strength of the army will reach 27,000, which is not much different from the number of the Mapu Alliance army. After the siege of Manduria is lifted, the number of soldiers in Tarentum will increase to 14,000. The total army will have 31,000 people. This is a very large number. It will not be a problem to repel the Mapu Alliance army. It would be best if things develop as you said, but," the Devers forcefully pointed at the icon of Manduria on the map, "what if the Mapu Alliance army retreats instead of fighting with us? Have you considered it? This is impossible. The Masapi are easily angered and tyrannical. They love to fight and see retreat as cowardice." Diomedes immediately retorted. "The Masapi can join forces with the Pucheti to ambush Archita. Obviously, they do not only know how to fight." When they arrived at Tarentum, the Devers also understood the truth of Archita's defeat. At this time, he patiently analyzed, "As far as I know, the Masapi's infantry is not as good as our heavy infantry. I believe the Pucheti are even more so. Their cavalry is strong, but the territory of Manduria is narrow. If the two sides engage in a battle, it will not be beneficial for their cavalry to attack, but for our heavy infantry. Smart people will not consider this. This may be their ideal battlefield." The Devers pointed to the relatively large gap between Manduria and Brindisi. There was no sign of a forest there. "However, once the enemy retreats, we will rendezvous with Manduria's garrison. Our strength will increase again. The Mapu Alliance army will face a difficult choice. It is not impossible for them to choose to retreat directly." The Devers reminded again. "That makes sense." Tryphias nodded in agreement. Heraclius' strength was not very strong. They had already suffered a lot of losses when they followed Tarentum to conquer the Masapi region. Of course, he hoped that they could force the Masapi people to retreat without losing a single soldier. It was fine as long as they successfully fulfilled their obligations as allies. Tydepras also had the same mentality. Omarchus and Diomedes looked at each other with worry on their faces. They both knew in their hearts that if the Mapu Alliance army really chose to retreat as Devers said, it would not be a good thing for Tarentum. The Greek city-states often organized an army of tens of thousands of people to go out to fight. After all, after a long time, not only would they consume a lot of resources, but a large number of citizens would not be in the country for a long time. Most of the city-states' affairs would be abandoned. Before the war ended, the order in the city-state would be in chaos and the houses and fields would be empty. Therefore, so far, only Athens, Sparta and Syracuse had the ability to fight for a long time. They all had the support of a powerful city-state alliance. "If the Mapu Alliance dares to retreat, we will destroy Brindisi. I don't believe that these indigenous people will ignore us." Diomedes shouted fiercely. The Devers looked at him in surprise. This was indeed a good idea. He noticed that Diomedes used the word destroy. Obviously, this seemingly ill-tempered consul of Tarentum was wise to realize that even if Tarentum recaptured Brindisi, with the current strength of Tarentum, it would not be able to defend it. Instead, it would increase the number of casualties. Brindisi, which had experienced many battles, should not have a strong defense. If the Mapu alliance did not stop them, they believed that they could easily destroy it. But could the Messapians, who had worked so hard to recapture Brindisi, accept it? Diomeira's idea had undoubtedly hit the Messapians' weak spot. For the Devers, the strength of Tarentum had been severely damaged. If the Messapians and Pucetti were allowed to continue to wreak havoc and expand, the Greek area in the east of southern Italy would be in great trouble. With the strength of Dionia, the Devers, who had regarded southern Italy as Dionia's backyard, certainly did not want to see such a bad situation happen. Therefore, he led 14,000 soldiers to Tarentum not for a vacation, but for the same purpose as the Tarentum Senate, to defeat the Mapu alliance. Moreover, both sides had equal numbers. The Devers firmly believed that with the ability of the Legion of Dionysia, the final victory would belong to Dionia. Therefore, he finally said, "I agree with Sir Diomeira's proposal. Dionia is willing to reinforce Manduria." This time, it was Diomeira's turn to look at the Devers in surprise. "That's great. Since everyone has reached an agreement, we will attack together while we are in the sun formation." Eumaeus took the opportunity to speak. "Time is tight," Tryphias complained. "Wait a minute." Diomeira stood up, looked at everyone, and said loudly, "There is a saying in the port of Tarentum, no matter how many sailors there are, they must listen to the helmsman's command in order to reach the destination smoothly. By the same logic, we need a commander for such a huge army. Everyone has to listen to his commands so that there won't be any chaos during battle." Diomeira's is right. The Mapu alliance is very strong. We have to unite and follow orders to fight. Only then can we win. Therefore, it is necessary to elect a commander-in-chief to command all of our troops. Eumarchus immediately added, "Of course, all the plans and orders are not decided by this commander-in-chief alone. They still require everyone to discuss and agree before they can be carried out unless it's an emergency." Eumarchus looked at Divers. These words were clearly meant for him. "Everyone here is a commander from your respective city-state armies. I suggest that everyone vote for the person you think is the most suitable, including yourself. The person with the most votes will be the commander-in-chief." "Who is the commander of Tarentum's expedition?" Devers asked. "It's Archon Diomeira's of Tarentum." Eumarchus took the opportunity to praise his colleague. "His military ability is stronger than Archita's. He has led troops to fight against the Messapi many times in the past, so he was elected as an Archon by the citizens of Tarentum this year. Previously, he had captured Manduria and Brindisi with Archita. He is very familiar with the area where we are about to fight. I believe he can lead the alliance to victory." After praising Diomeira's, he certainly understood that there was another meaning in the Devers' question, so he quickly explained, "I won't participate in the voting. I will be the arbitrator of this election." The two Archons of Tarentum answered in unison. It sounded fair, but it had already shown their determination to win the commander-in-chief. Voting to decide? The Devers sneered in his heart. "Heraclea and Metapontum are all subordinate city-states of Tarentum. It is impossible for me to win other than my own vote." The Devers had already made up his mind. Even if Tarentum obtained the command of the entire army, no one else could command his army except himself. Reasonable orders could be considered and unreasonable orders could be ignored. However, this way, the army, which was originally a combination of multiple city-states, would be even more scattered. It would be very difficult to win in such a large-scale battle. Therefore, he decided to fight. "I don't think it's appropriate to use this method to decide the commander-in-chief. War is a very cruel thing. After a battle, thousands of people are killed or injured. A good general can reduce the casualties of his soldiers as much as possible and obtain the greatest victory with the smallest price. Therefore, the choice of commander-in-chief depends on the ability and past achievements of the selected person. There is another point that must be taken into account. We are a joint army of multiple city-states. Although everyone said that they have to listen to the command, when it comes to battle, they will more or less consider more for their city-state army. This is inevitable. Therefore, the more soldiers who can completely listen to the commander-in-chief's command, the more smoothly they can lead the battle." The Devers glanced at the crowd and said in a serious tone, "Based on the above considerations, I think I am the most suitable commander-in-chief." As soon as the Devers finished speaking, Diomedes jumped up and shouted, "How much battle experience do you, a kid who hasn't even grown a beard, have? You actually want to be the supreme commander? This is impossible. The soldiers of the Dionysian army are as young and stupid as you. How can they be compared to the Tarantum militia who have been fighting the ferocious Masapi all year round?" Faced with Diomedes' insults, Divers calmly spat out a sentence, "As a commander, you must have a calm mind in order to deal with complicated battlefield situations. Just based on this point alone, you are not qualified." Diomedes was enraged again and wanted to curse. At this time, Eumarchus stood up to stop him. From the bottom of his heart, he also felt that the Devers were the most suitable candidate for the supreme commander, but the Tarantum Senate elders asked him to try his best to fight for this position out of political considerations. This was because the war with Masapi had already caused great damage to Tarantum's vitality. If he lost the command in the next battle, what would Heraclea and Metapontum think? What would the other Greek city-states think? Would they think that Tarantum was not strong enough and could only rely on Dionia? The arrogant Tarantum people could not afford to lose face like this. Sir Devers has made another suggestion. Since we are a coalition army, the armies of the city-states should be equal. In order to save time, I think we should let the Sirs vote to decide whether to adopt Sir Devers' suggestion or my previous suggestion. Let's vote now. Eumarchus had a smile on his face, but his words were quite decisive and cunning. He used words to hold back the Devers. At this time, the conference room fell into a brief silence. "I agree with Eumarchus' suggestion." Diomedes spoke first. The Devers opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not speak. Eumarchus was secretly delighted. The Devers did not object. Diomedes becoming the supreme commander was finally done. "I agree with Sir Devers' suggestion." A voice suddenly broke the silence in the room and also shattered Eumarchus' fantasy. The two Tarantum commanders and the Devers looked at the person who spoke almost at the same time. "Tryphaeus? How could it be Tryphaeus?" Eumarchus had a look of disbelief. "Tryphaeus, say it again. Who do you support?" Diomedes was willing to believe that he had heard wrongly. He asked Tryphaeus to make a choice again, but his tone was quite impolite. Tryphaeus was also quite nervous. He avoided Diomedes' aggressive gaze and turned to look at the equally surprised Devers. He forced a smile. The Devers' heart skipped a beat. Tarantum is beginning to decline. Is Heraclea starting to cling to Dionia for its own safety? In fact, the Devers only guessed one of the reasons. More importantly, Heraclea's consul Tryphaeus had already felt that the alliance of the two fierce races, Masapi and Pucheti, would make it more difficult for the weakened Tarantum to defend his territory. Previously, the people in the city of Heraclea had complained about the casualties of the Heraclea militia that followed the Tarantum army, and such situations would only increase in the future. To change this situation, the only way was to find a way to jump away from the dilapidated old ship of Tarantum. Dionia, which was closer to Heraclea, was undoubtedly a better shelter. Of course, the Devers could not think so much at the moment, but he was overjoyed that Heraclea took the initiative to seek refuge. No matter how long the friendship and alliance was, it was not as reliable as interests and strength. The Devers sighed in his heart. He smiled and nodded to Tryphaeus. The consul Devers of Dionia has never failed in the battles that he has participated in. He is a famous general whose name shakes the south. I firmly support him to be the commander-in-chief. Tryphaeus' tone was even more determined. I recommend myself to be the commander-in-chief. The Devers followed up. Originally, he did not have any hope for this kind of voting, but he did not expect Tryphaeus to give him a big surprise. The current situation was one, too. Eumarchus did not expect the situation to become like this. What was worse than being the commander-in-chief was Heraclea's attitude towards the Tarantum alliance. His heart was in a mess, and he could no longer hide his inner emotions. He looked at Tryphaeus with the same resentment. On the other hand, Diomedes was more concerned about the election this time. He turned his eyes to Tydepres. With his vote, the young man's vote is 2-2. Eumarchus, as the arbitrator, will find a way to help me get the command of the army. Diomedes felt a little uneasy. I abstain. Tadepras said reluctantly. What did you say? Diomedes lost his composure and knocked the chair over. I abstain. Tadepras' affirmation was like a bolt from the blue that fell on Umaka's head. He could only feel his vision turning black. In the end, Devers became the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces. He also invited Umakas to be his adjutant, which made it easier for him to coordinate and command, and also gave the people of Tarentum a way out. As soon as the meeting ended, Tryphaeus followed Devers closely. The two of them chatted and laughed as they left the room. Tadepras walked behind hesitantly. Diomedes caught up to him and questioned, Tadepras, what do you mean? Are you going to betray our alliance too? Looking at Diomedes' flushed face, the Archon of Metapontum sighed and said guiltily, to the north of Metapontum, upstream of the Bradano River, there's a city called Galaguso where the Lucaria tribe gathers. You know, we used to have conflicts with these Lucaria people, but they were all small problems. However, in the past 2 years, the conflicts have intensified. According to the information we received, the main reason is because the Lucaria people in Galaguso are increasing. The barren mountains there can't support more people. It's said that some tribes are arguing and moving south to get more land. If they really move south, it will be a big problem for us, Metapontum. If the Lucaria people dare to invade Metapontum's land, Tarentum will definitely help you defeat these natives. Diomedes blurted out. With Tarentum's current situation, are you prepared for a long war with the Lucaria people? Tadepras asked. Diomedes was speechless. Now, Tarentum had 2 major enemies, Masapi and Pachetti. They were already at their limit. If they were to provoke the Lucaria people, not to mention the Senate, any citizen of Tarentum would think twice. I heard that when Dionia celebrated the completion of the temple of Pluto Hades, the Lucarians of Galaguso went to Turiae to express their wish for peace to Dionia. Therefore, Dionia occupied more than half of the Lucanian lands and had become the most important power there. No Lucanian tribe dared to ignore it. I think that if Dionia protests to Galaguso, the Lucanians of Galaguso will think twice. The people of Metapontum hope to avoid war. Metalopontum can't help you defend against the Masapi while facing the Lucanians at the same time. Tadepras tactfully expressed Metalopontum's sacrifice for Tarentum. He then said to Diomedes apologetically, I'm just a commander-in-chief. Lord Devers is good at fighting, and Tarentum is in desperate need of a victory. Isn't this just right? Metalopontum will always be Tarentum's best ally. Tadepras knew that he couldn't be as reckless as Tryphaeus. After all, Heraclea was only established more than 30 years ago. Its relationship with Tarentum wasn't that strong and complicated. Moreover, it was so close to Dionia's territory. Metalopontum was different. It had more than 200 years of friendship with Tarentum. Most of the citizens of the 2 countries were close or distant relatives. It wasn't something that could be broken just like that. Seeing Tadepras leave, the anger in Diomedes' heart still couldn't dissipate. Umarkas came up and comforted him. Since Devers has become the supreme commander of the Allied forces, he has no choice but to let his army go all out when fighting the Masapi. Otherwise, it will damage his reputation. It seems like it's a good thing. Diomedes snorted, but he didn't lose his temper again. He was a little at a loss. The reason why he could become a consul was because of the rapid rise of Dionia, which stimulated the people of Tarentum. His radical ideas were recognized by the people and passed at the citizens' assembly. It was the first large-scale attack on the Masapi in Tarentum's history that disregarded the lives of its citizens. However, he didn't expect that Tarentum's strength might have frightened its neighbors. It actually caused the 2 races that had always been in conflict and never united to unite, causing Tarentum to fall into its current predicament. The most important issue now is that we must convene a Senate meeting immediately. Tell the senators that Heraclea and Metalopontum's attitude towards Tarentum has changed. Umarkas looked serious. Diomedes' heart shook, and then he became gloomy. In just a few months, Tarentum's status as a powerful state is facing a huge threat. How did it become like this? Is it really as that damn young man said, that war is related to the rise and fall of a city-state? But why did Dionia, which was established less than 2 years ago, never stop fighting, but become stronger and stronger? At the same time, in the big tent of the Masapi coalition army camp outside the city of Manduria, the archons of the various Masapi city-states and King Tremonia Puchetti were discussing the newly received news. "Are you sure that Tarentum has more than 10,000 foreign soldiers as reinforcements?" Tremoni asked with a solemn expression. "This news was spread by our people who sneaked into the port of Tarantus. For this reason, Sir Timogarath specially sent cavalry to take the risk of exploring near the port of Tarentum. There is indeed a huge military camp built there. To be precise, it should be the reinforcements sent by Tarentum's ally, Dionia," said Pacimorus, consul of Ude. "Dionia, that's a city-state alliance that was established on the west side of Taranto Bay. I heard that their consul is a young man and has never lost a battle," said Calminus, the consul of Ugentum. Ugentum was directly south of Tarentum, on the east coast of Taranto Bay, so it knew more about Dionia on the west coast than other Masapi city-states. "Never lost a battle? How many battles has this Dionia consul participated in?" The head of the military genius of Tarentum, Archita, who was previously praised by the Greeks, is still hanging on the gate of Brindisi. Tremoni said disdainfully. He looked at Pacimorus, the leader of the Masapi city-states, and said cautiously, "But that Dionia's more than 10,000 reinforcements are a big problem. We have attacked Manduria for 2 days without any progress, and we have lost a lot of warriors. This damned city. You built it too sturdy back then. Now that Tarentum has reinforcements, they will definitely reinforce Manduria. Their forces will not be less than ours, and we are tired from fighting for days. I suggest that we retreat for the time being. Those Greek foreigners can't stay in Tarentum for long anyway. After they leave, it won't be too late for us to take Manduria." "Your Majesty is right. Our warriors have been fighting continuously, and there are many casualties. Food is running out. Manduria is not something that can be taken in a day or two. The enemy's reinforcements are coming soon. If we fight the enemy head-on at this time, we will not have the advantage. Retreat is the best way." The generals behind Tremoni expressed their support. The Masapi consul exchanged glances. Indeed, Manduria was not like Brindisi. It was originally established as a frontier base for the Masapi to defend and attack Tarentum. So although the city was small, the walls were high and strong. However, the Masapi consul believed that Puchetti did not want to fight again because they had already enjoyed the sweetness of the covenant. After recapturing Brindisi, Masapi and Puchetti would jointly manage one of the most important port cities at the toe of the Apennine Peninsula. From then on, the Puchetti could also enjoy the benefits of sea trade. They did not want to pay any more under the pretext of the difficulty of attacking the city. They wanted to renege on their debt. Pacimorus did not accuse Tremoni of wanting to break the covenant. Instead, he said calmly, "King of the Puchetti, with your shrewdness, you should be able to see that if we retreat at this time, then the victory we have achieved before will be lost again. The people of Tarentum will never stop attacking just because they have saved Manduria. Brindisi will be their next target. Can Brindisi's small garrison and broken walls resist the army of Tarentum? And once we retreat, it will be impossible to gather such a large coalition army in a short time. At that time, we can only watch our people in Brindisi being slaughtered by the Greeks, or become their slaves." Tremoni was stunned. Just now, he had the mentality of only taking advantage of the situation and not losing out. He did not consider this point. More than 2,000 Puchetti had just moved to Brindisi. Seeing that he did not speak, Pacimorus continued, "In addition, we have made such a great effort and sacrificed the lives of many warriors to make Tarentum suffer such heavy losses that it has never suffered before. According to the information we received, now the strong citizens of Tarentum are either dead or disabled. Most of the people who can fight are young and old citizens. If we can still inflict heavy losses on Tarentum in the next battle, Tarentum will not be able to resist our attack for a long time. Although it will be very difficult for us to capture Tarentum, the land outside the city, especially the land to the west, will belong to us, Masapi and Puchetti." Tremoni was tempted. He rubbed his hands together and thought for a while before he slowly said, "If we really want to continue fighting, we can't have a head-on battle with the reinforcements of Tarentum. The Greek heavy infantry in formation is like a rock. It's too hard to bite. You are a commander who has been on the battlefield for a long time. We will listen to your advice on how to fight next." Pacimorus lowered his posture and said humbly. This made Tremoni very satisfied. After all, the Dionia barracks were close to the city of Tarentum and far from the battlefield, so there was no need to build a complex and strong structure. Therefore, when the Devers attended the combat meeting the next day, the entire barracks was in a state of rest. According to the military law, during non-war times, one person from each squad in the barracks could be given leave to go out and must return before sunset. Now that they were in a state of semi-war, it was uncertain when the army would go to the battlefield. Therefore, Antonios, who was also the military affairs officer, issued an order: all soldiers who went out could only wander around the barracks and must return when they heard the bugle. The soldiers were not idle in the barracks. Most of them were keen on some confrontational games, which were organized by the upper echelons of the army, such as tug-of-war, rugby, football, and so on. The soldiers enjoyed it. However, there was one rule that prohibited gambling. Once found, they would be punished by military law. A few soldiers were given leave to go out to see the famous city of Tarentum in the south. After all, most of them were not merchants or rich people. They had to work in the fields all year round and had no time to travel to Tarentum, which was only separated by a bay. However, since the rules forbade them from entering Tarentum, they could only stroll in the market in front of the barracks. Therefore, the vendors in Tarentum began to shout with all their might. "Come and see! It's the skin of a hippopotamus, a divine object from Egypt. Look at how thick it is. Cut it twice with a knife. Look, there's no trace at all. If it's made into leather armor, it's light and strong, and you don't have to worry about getting hurt in battle. Brother, have you seen this kind of straight sword? Look, it's double-edged, and it's very sharp. It doesn't matter, try it. Isn't it a little heavy? This is the short sword used by the indigenous people of the Iberian Peninsula. I heard that the Carthage people had not been able to conquer the Illyrian Peninsula because of this weapon. Because of the need to earn soldiers' money, the small market was mostly filled with vendors selling weapons, followed by food. Try this date from Libya. Don't be fooled by its small size, it's very sweet, much sweeter than figs. Ostrich meat salted by the Bedouins. Those who haven't tried it, come and try it. What is an ostrich? Let me tell you, it's the biggest bird I've ever seen. It's as big as a horse, but it can't fly. It can only run, and it runs faster than a horse in the desert. It should be said that as a famous trading city-state in Great Greece, Tarentum's goods were richer and more diverse than Thurii, which could be seen in this temporary market. The soldiers strolled around with great interest. They weren't just strolling around without buying anything. As citizens and prospective citizens of Dioria, the land they were given time and time again was enough for them to have enough food and clothing. After that, they would sell their surplus grains and livestock at the market, earning them extra pocket money. In addition to the spoils of war that they would receive after every victory, their pockets were quite full. Olivers was also one of the personnel who had applied for leave. He temporarily handed over the military affairs to his adjutant and wandered around the temporary market to relax. At this time, he stood in front of a stall selling metal accessories. He picked up a palm-sized gold accessory and carefully examined it. This is the statue of the Egyptian god Horus. It was carved by a famous master sculptor from the Memphis temple. Look, how intricately carved it is. Wear it, and you will be blessed by Horus. The merchant strongly recommended it to him. Oliver shook his head gently, put down the item, and said regretfully, "It's not bad, but unfortunately, I believe in Hades. Occasionally worship other gods, and Hades won't blame you. They are in charge of completely different fields." The Greeks' attitude towards the gods was close but not infatuated with them. They believed in many gods, and they would sing whatever song they went to. When they went to sea, they would worship the god of the sea. When they fought, they would worship the god of war. When they did business, they would worship Hermes, and when they competed, they would worship Apollo. That was why the merchant persuaded him. However, Oliver still shook his head and left the stall. The merchant was so angry that he cursed behind him. The people of Dionia are all stubborn. If it was in the past, Oliver's would definitely turn around and argue with the merchant. But now, he felt that his identity was different, and he didn't care. As he walked forward, he saw a few big tents in front of him. In front of the tents stood a few beautiful women. A fat merchant shouted, "The cheapest price." the most comfortable enjoyment. You only need to pay 5 drachmas, and you can be happy with the most beautiful girl in Tarentum. Oliver's frowned. Since the incident on the way to Persia, he, who had always been a playboy, changed his ways. Now, as long as someone mentioned the word prostitute, he would feel disgusted. He turned to walk back, but Timaeus took a fancy to him. He rushed over and grabbed him, shouting anxiously, "Don't go, 7 drachmas and 2 girls, what do you think? I'm losing a lot of money." Without saying a word, Oliver's waved his left hand that was grabbed. Timaeus took a few steps back and sat on the ground. The theater owner of Tarentum spent a long time trying to make a deal, but he couldn't. He finally got angry, stood up, and cursed, "Damn Dionia. A bunch of country bumpkins. Don't know how to enjoy happiness. What military rules? I've never heard of it in the Tarentum army. It's just something your lowly consul came up with to make it convenient to rule you. He wants you to have no freedom, no democracy, and obediently obey his orders. If you don't know how to resist, you're only fit to be ruled by a dictator and obey his orders like slaves." Oliver's listened, and he was furious. He strode over. The other soldiers on the side heard this, and they were all indignant. Not only did this fat man insult them, but he also insulted their great commander. In the blink of an eye, Timaeus was completely surrounded. He looked at the angry faces in horror and shouted in a sharp voice, "What do you want to do? This is Tarentum." Before he could finish, Oliver said, "Beat him up." First, he punched him directly in the fat face. The Tarentum people in the market heard the screams of the crowd surrounded by the Dionia soldiers, but no one dared to come forward to stop them. Woo! 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 The bugle sounded at the right time. "It's the assembly call," the soldiers exclaimed. All the soldiers in the temporary market put down what they were doing almost at the same time and quickly ran back to the barracks. In the blink of an eye, there was no longer a Dionia person in the market. The Dionia soldiers returned to the barracks quickly, as if the previous bustle was just a dream. Only the theater owner lying on the ground was still moaning. When the camp gate opened again, it was the heavily armed army that came out. They lined up from the east, north, and south gates at the same time, which sped up the pace of leaving the camp. The merchants of Tarentum saw the Dionia soldiers who were joking in the market before, and they also looked relaxed at the moment, but this casual attitude didn't affect their orderly march and speed. The 2 legions left the barracks, and the camp was not unguarded. There were also some soldiers from the supply camp and more than 1,000 Dionia freedmen as reserves. They were the legion's complement, usually serving as guards and odd job workers in the supply camp, and they also had to participate in battles at critical times. Therefore, the tasks of the reserve soldiers were also complicated and arduous, but countless freedmen would fight to join in every expedition because it allowed the freedmen to accumulate merits and shorten the time to become a probationary citizen. In fact, a legion of Dionia, in addition to the 7 battalions of soldiers responsible for combat, there were also medical camps, engineering camps, supply camps, and reconnaissance teams. The true number of people was far more than 7,000. If they were marching within the borders of Dionia, Divers would try his best to arrange for the army to march in columns. Even though such columns would stretch the length of the army, the flat and sturdy road system would actually speed up the march. However, the suburbs of Tarentum, the richest city in southern Italy, were all dirt roads. The effect was the same wherever they walked, as long as they didn't step on the farmland. Therefore, the Devers simply divided the army into 4 columns, each column had 5 columns, and they advanced in a straight line. Along the way, dust was flying, and the noise was loud. Many Tarentum citizens were watching from the side of the road. Facing the mighty Dionia army, the people of Tarentum had mixed feelings, but when the city was in crisis, such a large number of reinforcements gave them a sense of security. Not long after, the Dionysian army arrived outside the city of Tarentum. When Amarchus was notified, he was shocked by the speed of the Dionysian army's assembly. After all, the militia of Tarentum was still gathering in the square. Although Diomyrus was also a little shocked, he still retorted, "The Dionia soldiers are in the barracks, and they can set off as soon as the horn is blown. Unlike us, we have to notify every city and every street." Amarchus had no choice but to rush out of the city and apologize to the Devers. He asked the Dionysian army to wait outside the city for a while. At the Same time, he invited the Devers to enter the city and go to his mansion to drink some wine and rest for a while. After all, it was noon in early autumn, and the sun was still very hot. The Devers tactfully declined Umarkas's good intentions. How could he leave his suffering subordinates and enjoy comfort alone? Not long after, Tryphias led 1,000 Heraclius soldiers out of the city and met up with the Dionysian army. After a while, 2,000 Metapontum soldiers led by Tydepras also arrived. More than an hour later, the city gate of Tarentum opened again, and the noise of people poured out. Martones was concerned about another problem. He looked around for a while and said with a frown, "The Tarentum army took so long to assemble. I also see that many of the Tarentum soldiers have just reached adulthood. How strong can such an army be? Don't have any expectations for them. We have to rely on ourselves when the time comes. The only thing these delicate Tarentum people have to do on the battlefield is wait for us to defeat the enemy, then clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils of war for us," Oliver said with disdain. "Olivers, don't underestimate the enemy." Sir Devers said that the Masapi people are not only brave in battle, but also tough and not easy to deal with. We have to pay close attention to them and unite the Tarentum people to do our best to defeat them. Geogres reminded him. Geogres was originally the captain of Legio III, but according to the new legion establishment regulations, the first and second legions, whether it was the officers or soldiers, were made up of Turii, Amandaluran citizens, probationary citizens, and free people living here. Legio III was made up of the people of Germentum and Nidum, Legio IV was made up of the people of Cremissa and Asprustum. This was mainly to facilitate the management, training, mobilization, and expedition of the army to improve the efficiency of the battle. Of course, it could easily lead to the appearance of various legions and the emergence of local cliques, but Devers considered that at least in the early stages of the alliance, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages, and the above-mentioned shortcomings could be solved by increasing the mobility of the officers in the future. Geogres still lived in Amandalara and did not move elsewhere, so he was transferred from Legio III to the 1st Legion as a captain. Olivers had always been used to bullying Geogres and wanted to refute. Alexis said, "Geogres is right. This war is different from the past. It involves cooperation with other city-states, especially Tarentum. Not only do we have to pay attention to it, but we also have to carefully handle the relationship with the Tarentum army. Otherwise, misfortune will befall us if our allies don't support us at the critical moment of the battle. You know, Turin is a bay away from here. It'll be difficult for us to go back." Alexis was a veteran captain, so Olivers couldn't say anything. The other captains all agreed with Alexis. Amintas patted Olivers on the shoulder and said loudly, "To be honest, I don't like these Tarentum people either. But in order to win, we can only endure for the time being. When we defeat the Masapi people, I'd like to see if the Tarentum people will thank us." After saying that, he laughed out loud. Olivers also laughed. "Okay, everyone, hurry back to your brigade. The Tarentum army has also come out. It's time for us to set off." 1st Legion Commander Capus reminded everyone. Not long after the huge farewell procession left the city gate, the women among them hesitated to continue moving forward. There were many Dionysius soldiers sitting and lying on the ground in front of them. They were talking and laughing loudly, saying rude words. Many of them were even topless, which made the conservative Tarentum women feel embarrassed. The Tarentum soldiers were also a little dissatisfied. They pointed at the resting Dionia people and said some strange words. "They really are rude country bumpkins." Diomedes didn't see the appearance of the Dionysian army when they first arrived. Now that he saw the situation, he also expressed his dissatisfaction. "Where are the Devers? Tell him to quickly gather his army." Diomedes emphasized the word army to show his disdain. "They should be there." Umarkas pointed at the largest and most dazzling flag among the dozen or so erected flags in front of him. "The military flag is very fancy." Diomedes snorted and followed Umarkas on horseback. The Devers, like the people around them, took off their armor and only wore a linen shirt inside. They sat casually on the ground and talked to the soldiers. The guard captain, Marcius, was the first to see the Tarentum consul who had rushed over. He whispered a few words in the Devers' ear, and the Devers turned around unhurriedly. "Sir Devers, when are we setting off?" Umarkas asked before Diomedes could. The Devers glanced at Diomedes, who had an unhappy expression, and said plainly, "It's time to set off. The soldiers have been under the sun for more than an hour, and they're almost dried up." Diomedes could hear the Devers' subtle criticism. It was the slow movement of the Tarentum army that caused the Dionia soldiers to be so sloppy. He could not help but cough a few times. "Sound the bugle to assemble." The Devers did not linger on this issue and decisively gave the order. As soon as the bugle sounded, the soldiers who were resting in various postures immediately moved quickly and helped each other put on their armor. The various ranks of the team officers began to call the soldiers under their command to return to the team. The flag bearers also waved the flags in their hands and shouted the team name to indicate the position of the soldiers. For a moment, dust filled the air, and it was noisy. However, it quickly returned to peace. What appeared in front of Diomedes was no longer a messy scene of soldiers sitting around, chatting, sleeping, and fully armed, but neatly arranged rows of infantry columns. Diomedes took a deep breath. As a Tarentum general who had experienced many battles, he understood in his heart that to achieve this, the army had strict training and strong discipline. Looking back at Tarentum's side, the soldiers and the people were mixed together, still hugging each other and bidding farewell. Some soldiers were even crying bitterly. It did not look like they were about to go out to fight the enemy at all. Diomedes could not keep his face any longer. Without saying a word, he turned his horse around and rushed back. At this time, Tryphias and Tedepres also rushed over. The Devers, who was already in his military uniform, said seriously, "Before we set off, we need to discuss the marching order." He glanced at the crowd and said, "My suggestion is that the Dionia army march at the front, Heraclea and Metapontum in the middle, and Tarentum at the back." Eumeras understood the Devers' intention as soon as he heard it. Once the enemy attacked, the Dionysian army would be at the front to block and give the troops at the back time to react and prepare. There was indeed no selfishness in this suggestion. Eumeras nodded in agreement. Tryphias and Tedepres had no objections either. Their army was the weakest, and it was more than they could ask for to be protected in the middle. "According to what you said last time, the terrain from here to Manduria is flat. I plan to divide the army into 5 columns, widen the gap between the columns, and march side by side. This will make it easier to deal with the enemy's sudden attack, and it will also shorten the time to reach Manduria. Moreover, sandwiching the supply team in the middle will also be beneficial for protection," the Devers continued. Eumeras hesitated. Although the Devers made it sound easy, if they had not been trained in this aspect, the columns might mix together as they walked. "I have to discuss this matter with Diomedes first," he said cautiously. The other two had no objections. They had fewer soldiers, so it was easier for them to manage. "As for the scouts sent out, I suggest that the cavalry of Dionia and Tarentum be mixed." If they did not understand the enemy's situation at all times, it was equivalent to the commander having no eyes and ears. Therefore, even though they heard that the Masapi cavalry was powerful, the Devers still let Leds bring 200 cavalrymen over by boat. As a transmigrator who had some understanding of ancient military history, the cavalry was a unit that the Devers focused on training. Therefore, even if there were losses, it was worth it to let the Dionia cavalry understand their gap and work hard for it. At the same time, he also brought Izum's mountain reconnaissance team to understand and familiarize themselves with the terrain and mountains of this land for the future. Since the start of the war in Tarentum, due to the heavy losses of the cavalry, there were even some nobles who refused to join the army. Eumeras was more than happy to hear this suggestion. When he went back to convey a few of the Devers' suggestions to Diomedes, Diomedes thought for a moment and replied, "If Dionia can do it, Tarentum can of course do it too." After the Deota coalition reorganized, they began to set off. In fact, after the Mate coalition knew that the Greek army had set off, they quickly withdrew and retreated to the camp 2 miles south of Manduria. Therefore, the Deota coalition entered Manduria smoothly at dusk without any battle, and even the cavalry did not suffer any losses. The meeting with the garrison boosted the morale of the soldiers, especially the people of Tarentum. At the same time, the increase in strength made the commanders discuss for a while and decide to rest for the night. The next day, they would go straight to the Mate coalition. The only thing that gave them a headache was that the small city of Manduria was suddenly crammed with nearly 30,000 people, and it seemed a little crowded. It was a troublesome matter to arrange the accommodation for the soldiers. The next day, at dawn, Sarikos led a mixed cavalry squad to the camp of the MAPE coalition to investigate the situation, but found that the camp was empty. Sarikos immediately sent someone to report the news, and at the same time, under the guidance of the Tarantum cavalry, the cavalry squad was divided into two groups. One group went south towards Ugentum, and the other group went east towards the west of Brindi, continuing to search for traces of the enemy. When the Devers heard the news, they realized that the enemy was going to escape, and immediately gathered the army. In the process, the cavalry reported again that they had found traces of the enemy army in the east. The commander's first reaction was, the MAPE coalition was going to retreat to Brindisi. Both Heraclea and Metapontum had sent troops to participate in the previous siege of Brindisi, so the two archons and Umakas had also learned a painful lesson. Devers agreed. Although he vaguely felt that something was wrong, he could not tell what it was at the moment. Because there was no trace of the enemy in the direction of Ugentum, at least it ruled out the possibility of another pincer attack by the May-Prussian alliance. In order to chase after the enemy, the whole army moved quickly. The supply team was left in the city of Manduria, and at the same time, 3,000 Mandurian defenders were taken away, making the total number of Tarantum's army 13,000, and the total number of soldiers was as high as 30,000. The whole army followed the marching order of yesterday and sped up to the north. After traveling for 10 miles, they received a report from the cavalry. The May-Prussian alliance had entered the mountains in the north. Such a huge army did not go to Brindisi, but instead went into the mountains. Devers was a little confused. Umakas, who was beside him, pondered for a moment, and looked shocked. They may be going through the Anlern hills. Diomyras, who had rushed over after hearing the news, said nervously. After listening to the two of them, Daves found out that between the east-west coast corridor and the east-west coast corridor were not covered in thorns, trees, and rugged mountains. Instead, there was a hilly area between the mountains. The road was not too difficult to walk on, and they could pass through it to the east of Tarantum. In the early days, the Masapi people often attacked the people of Tarantum from there. Later, as the people of Tarantum grew stronger, they built defensive camps and sentry towers near the exit of the hills and strengthened their reconnaissance. This caused the Masapi people, who were tired from crossing the hills, to be repelled by the people of Tarantum who were waiting for them. Later, the Masapi people were influenced by the Greeks and gradually became civilized. They were not used to fighting in the mountains, and with the establishment of Manduria, they had a more convenient base to attack Tarantum. In the past few decades, the Masapi people had never used the Anlern Hills to break into the territory of Tarantum. In other words, the defense camp there has been abandoned? The Devers immediately realized this. Umarkas was still deliberating over his words when Dionysius said, the camp was not abandoned. It's just that after Akita's army was wiped out, the Masapi, Puchetti coalition army launched a large-scale attack. Most of the people outside the city had already hidden in the city, so the soldiers in the camp had naturally withdrawn. Therefore, the Masapi people could easily enter our land, destroy our fields that were about to be harvested, burn our villages, and kill the people who had yet to leave. We must catch up to them immediately and stop them. Repel them. Diomyras looked agitated, and Umarkas also looked worried. However, Devers was unmoved. He paced back and forth, his brain thinking quickly. What are you hesitating for? If we don't act now, we won't be able to catch up. Diomyras urged loudly. Why are you chasing them? Don't forget what you said before. If the enemy retreats, we will immediately attack Brindisi and force the Masapi people to fight us. Divers stopped in his tracks and reminded him with a serious look on his face. Diomyras was speechless for a moment. Umarkas quickly explained, now the situation is different. The Masapi army will rush into our territory of Tarantum and wreak havoc. This will cause panic among the people, and they may even attack Tarantum city. Although the Masapi coalition army has a large number of people, Tarantum city is not easy to attack, but Brindisi can be easily obtained. The Devers pointed to the front and said earnestly, it will be difficult for the heavy infantry to catch up with the light infantry. Instead of passively chasing after the Masapi coalition army and being led around by the nose, it is better to take the initiative to attack and take Brindisi. If they still don't come, we will continue to attack Agricia. I don't believe that they won't come to fight. Umarkas bit his lip and could not make a decision for a moment. Diomedes still stubbornly shook his head, no. What the enemy wants to destroy is not the land of your Dionia, so of course you won't feel bad. But that is the land of Tarentum. I would rather attack Brindisi later and drive them out of Tarentum first. Hearing this, the Devers also became angry. Can you blame me for this? During the discussion, you did not mark it on the map, nor did you explain it. There is also a dam Anlern Hills that can be passed through. I didn't let you go because you said that the roads there are complicated, and the terrain is unfamiliar. If the enemy set up an ambush there, at this point, the Devers' brain quivered, and he grasped the flash of inspiration. I understand. I understand. Because of the cavalry. You said before that the Masapi cavalry wantonly intercepted the scouts of Tarentum, causing your cavalry to suffer a lot of losses. But this time, we have not been attacked by the Masapi cavalry since the beginning of the expedition. Why? Could it be that the Masapi cavalry have all died from the plague? The Devers looked around confidently, and said in a serious tone, no. The Masapi people want us to know the whereabouts of their army, and they want us to follow them because they must have set up an ambush in the Anlern Hills. So we can't go to the Anlern Hills, and we can't bury the only army that can save Tarentum there. These words moved Umarkas, and made Diomedes silent. I agree with Sir Devers' opinion. Let's attack Brindisi. Tryphaeus said loudly. I agree too. Tadepras also nodded in agreement. The clear statements of the two army commanders made it so that the Devers' proposal could be passed. Diomedes jumped on his horse with a look of unwillingness. Sir Diomedes. The Devers shouted, please remember that Dionia is here to help Tarentum, not to be humiliated. As the consul of Dionia, I have also been elected as the commander-in-chief of this expedition. If there are any bad behaviors of disrespecting the commander-in-chief and disobeying orders, I think there is no need for the allied army to exist anymore. The Devers' words were loud and clear, and the surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. Even Tryphaeus and Tadepras were shocked by the toughness of this seemingly gentle young consul. Umarkas had to cough a few times and said, Sir Diomedes is also worried about. The Devers waved his hand to interrupt him, and said coldly, why is the Dionysian army always victorious and never defeated? It is because of discipline and obedience. If there is no unified command for an army of more than 30,000 people, and if they don't obey orders, it will be a mess. Since you already know that it will be a failure, why go to war? Under the threat of the Devers, and under the gaze of the crowd, Diomedes' face turned red. Under the invisible pressure, he finally squeezed out a sentence, got it. In the Anlern Hills, King Puchetti Tremoni and the consul of the various Masapi cities were looking forward to it, but the news reported by the spies extinguished their enthusiasm. What did you say? The Greeks did not come this way, but continue to the east. Brindisi, their goal is Brindisi. Tremoni exclaimed. He cared more about the coastal city than the Masapi people, because to the Masapi consul, Brindisi was just an ally, but to Tremoni, it was a part of his newly acquired territory, the source of his wealth. Don't worry, King Puchetti. Consul Pahimerus of Urdi advised, our cavalry has already informed Brindisi yesterday. I believe that before the Greeks arrived there, the residents had temporarily left. Even if the Greeks enter the city, they will not get anything. If they dare to move to Brindisi again, we don't mind getting another batch of Greek slaves when we recapture it. I think we should wait a little longer and let the cavalry make the fire that burned the villages on the ground of Tarentum more intense. I don't believe that the people of Tarentum will continue to head east after hearing this news. Pachimerus' words calmed Tremoni down. He thought about it and said fiercely, kill some of the Greeks captured in Brindisi and throw their bodies on the road. Let's see how the Greeks react. Report. More than a dozen places in the Anlern Hills have smoke rising, and the entire sky is blackened. There are many bodies of the people of Tarentum along the way, including women and children. I only need you to monitor the enemy's movements and see if the enemy has come out of the hills. The Devers interrupted the scout's words stiffly, go back and tell your captain to send a Dionia cavalry back to report the situation next time. The Tarentum scout angrily whipped his horse and left. The Devers only looked at the silent Umarkas beside him and reminded him again, the Masapi people are luring us to the Anlern Hills. We can't go. Bomarcus frowned and remained silent. The Devers did not say anything else. He turned around and whispered to the herald, Tormid, inform the team officers at the front to speed up the march and leave that dangerous place as soon as possible. The mercenaries led by Xanthoparis had all become preparatory citizens because of their repeated meritorious deeds. The military officer, Felicius, assigned all of them to the vacant 1st and 2nd Legions. Xanthoparis served as the acting 5th captain of the 6th Brigade of the 1st Legion. For a preparatory citizen, this position was a little high, but most of the team officers and generals in the army were members of the Persia Expeditionary Force. They felt that Xanthoparis's position was too low. After all, he was one of the 5 leaders back then. So once he became an official citizen, his position would probably be promoted rapidly. Ever since the assists became involved in local government affairs, the Devers had never had a suitable herald. With the expansion of the war and the increase in the number of people participating in the war, the situation became more and more complicated. The Devers gradually found it difficult to deal with the situation and urgently needed the assistance of others. Tormid was undoubtedly a suitable candidate. The Devers appointed him as a substitute herald and planned to let him slowly develop a staff team under the commander to assist him in handling military affairs. The Tarentum scout did not immediately return to the Anlern Hills. Instead, he ran to the Tarentum troops and reported the situation to Diomyres in an even more exaggerated manner. Before Diomyres could respond, the soldiers around him began to clamor, Sir, the Masapi slaughtered our loved ones and burned our fields. We can't ignore it. Those foreigners pretended not to see it because it's not their city that suffered losses. That's right. We can't listen to the orders of the foreigners. We have to fight the Masapi and avenge our loved ones. Go to the Anlern Hills, catch up with the Masapi and kill them. The roar of the soldiers gradually made more Tarentum soldiers understand the situation. This kind of collective fanaticism infected every Tarentum soldier, which in turn increased the commotion of the troops and the danger of losing control. Diomyres was also influenced by it, but he thought more. After he was elected as the consul, he promoted the war against the Masapi, but now the war had caused Tarentum to suffer heavy losses. Because of the critical situation, the Tarentum people did not have time to settle the blame. Now, in the face of the boiling public opinion, if he continued to ignore it, even if he recaptured Brindisi, the angry people would expel him from the city and make him bear a lifetime of humiliation. Diomyres forced himself to forget the trace of fear left in his heart when the Devers were angry. In the face of the army with boiling morale, he made up his mind, ordered the entire army to turn left and rush to the Anlern Hills. The soldiers burst into cheers and immediately began to move. The Tarentum people broke away from the troops, and the first to notice the abnormality was the Metapontum people in front of them. Tadepras was shocked and immediately sent someone to inform the Devers in front of him. Bastard! Damn bastard! After hearing the news, Devers lost control of his emotions and cursed loudly. What he was most worried about had happened. However, his emotions were more stable. He turned his head and said to the other Tarentum consul who had been silent, Lord Bomarcus, the situation is urgent. I need you to immediately dissuade Diomyres and ask him to immediately return with his troops. Bomarcus shook his head. I know Diomyres. He is as stubborn as a rock. Since he has decided to disobey your orders, it is impossible to persuade him. Devers stared at him and said angrily, You mean you're not going? Bomarcus's eyes flickered. I'm saying that I can't persuade him. It's useless even if I go. Tormid, the Devers roared angrily, scaring the uneasy Umakas. Yes, Lord Commander. Tormid replied firmly. You go and find that bastard yourself. Tell him if he doesn't come back, I will immediately return with my troops and bring Dionia back. Go and return quickly. Devers ordered angrily. Understood. Tormid nodded cautiously and mounted his horse. Lord Devers, are you really going to? Bomarcus asked cautiously. Devers shouted impatiently, Shut up. Devers's anger could not be appeased. Ever since he had commanded the troops, this was the first time that his generals had disobeyed his orders. The two Tarentum consuls sang the same tune. They were completely in cahoots with each other. In the future, he could no longer participate in a coalition army like this. Ever since it was established, he had not been able to do as he wished. Most of his energy was spent on how to balance the relationship with the Tarantum army. Now, he was burdened by them and faced the danger of failure. Did he really have to return immediately? Lord, if the people of Dionia really leave, our military strength will not be able to fight against the Mayprup coalition army, the adjutant of the Tarantum army said worriedly as he watched the messenger of Dionia leave. Don't worry. The people of Dionia will follow. Didn't Dionia always claim to keep their promises? Now, they want to become the leader of the southern Hellenic city-states. If they abandon their allies and flee the battlefield before the war starts, if other city-states find out about this cowardly behavior, who would still be willing to trust Dionia? Diomedes appeared confident, but he was still uneasy. Therefore, he ordered again, let the soldiers advance a little slower. When Tormid told Devers about Diomedes' refusal, he had already regained his calm. Got it, Devers replied faintly. Lord Devers, what should we do now? Tadepras asked hurriedly. Devers looked around at everyone and took in Amarka's concern, Tadepras' uneasiness, and Tryphias's casualness. Then, he said resolutely, turn back and reinforce that idiot. Amarka showed a look of gratitude, and Tadepras also relaxed. Only Tryphias asked anxiously, what if there is really an ambush in the Anlern Hills? All the more reason to go, not to save Diomedes, but to save the thousands of citizens of Tarantum. Since they had already decided to reinforce, Devers, of course, had to make his words sound better. In fact, the reason why he wanted to reinforce was not only because of the reason Diomedes mentioned, but also because Heraclea had moved closer to Dionia, and Metapontum was also wavering. However, if the people of Tarantum suffered a crushing defeat in this battle, they would no longer be able to stop the Masapi and Puchetti people. These fierce natives could go north along the coast at any time, invade Metapontum, and threaten Heraclea. At that time, Dionia would have to send reinforcements again. It was better to take advantage of the fact that they were already on the battlefield to reinforce the army of Tarantum, repel the Masapi coalition, and maintain the balance of power in this land. As the founder of Dionia, for the sake of the alliance's strength, it was nothing for him to temporarily suppress his disgust for the Tarantum consul. The Anlern Hills were actually the junction of two mountain ridges, so it was filled with hills of various sizes. Most of these hills were dozens of meters tall, and their tops were perfectly round. Looking down from above, they looked like giant green mushrooms, presenting a unique natural beauty. But for those who wanted to pass through here, it was a disaster. Although the hills were not high, they were large and had a high slope, making it difficult to climb. Moreover, the hills were continuous, so if one wanted to save effort, they could only pass through the flat areas between the hills. This made the originally straight route not too far away become winding. Moreover, few people passed through here for decades, and the green grass grew everywhere, long submerging the path that had once been opened. Fortunately, there were scouts who had followed the Masapi coalition before, leading the way, and there was a smoke pillar in the distance to mark the location, so the Tarantum army saved a lot of trouble finding the way. Along the way, the soldiers complained about the difficult mountain road, but everything went smoothly. They did not even see the shadow of the Masapi and Puchetti people. And when he received news from the scouts that the Dionysian army had also entered the Anlern Hills, Diomedes laughed. Naive young man, you're still far from being able to fight me. He spat out a breath of resentment and looked into the distance. The thick smoke was not too far away, and it was estimated that they would reach it after going around a few more hills. The corpses of the Tarantum people could be seen on the grass, each of them dying a miserable death, which provoked the anger of the soldiers. They seemed to hear the helpless cries of their loved ones not far away, and their originally tired bodies seemed to be filled with strength again. They could not help but speed up, and the entire column that was stretched due to the narrow mountain road became even more scattered and weak. Woo! Woo! The bugle of the Masapi suddenly sounded between the hills, hitting the hearts of every Tarantum soldier like a heavy hammer. Diomedes, who was proud of fooling the Devers, instantly turned pale. Catch up with them. Don't let them escape. Sariko shouted anxiously at his men. Although the Dionysian cavalry chased at full speed regardless of the danger, and from time to time, their teammates fell off their horses because of the rugged mountain road, but the distance between them and the fleeing Masapi cavalry was getting farther and farther. The few Masapi people controlled the horses they were sitting on flexibly, as if the horses were part of their bodies. They ran at full speed between the narrow mountain road, and there was no hindrance at all. Sarikos and the others could only helplessly watch the Masapi cavalry go away. At this time, Sarikos heard a shout of captain behind him. He looked back and saw Leds riding over. So, he grabbed the reins with one hand and saluted Leds with the other. The Daionia cavalry was an independent unit, with a total of less than 1,000 people, and did not belong to any legion. Although Leds was only a captain, his status was equal to that of the commander of the infantry legion. Leds looked at the back of the Masapi cavalry, and his expression was solemn. He turned back to Sarikos and said, "There may be a lot of Masapi and Puchetti cavalry coming. We must do our best to stop them and try to prevent them from detecting the direction of the army in a short period of time." "Yes." Sarikos responded immediately, but he felt the weight of this task in his heart. He heard that the Masapi cavalry had thousands of people, and their horsemanship was superb. It was not something that the 200 or so Daionia cavalry could stop. Fortunately, there were hills everywhere, which was not conducive for the deployment of troops and the cavalry to circle around. The enemy's advantage in numbers could not be exploited. Sarikos breathed a sigh of relief. He knew how powerful the light shield-bearers of the 7th Brigade of the 1st Legion were. In the narrow mountain path where there was not enough space to dodge, it would be difficult to avoid the javelins thrown by the light shield-bearers. Consul Pachimeras led the soldiers of the Masapi city-state alliance down from the hills on both sides to attack the Tarantum on the mountain path. The Puchetti and Agracia soldiers did not join the battle because the scouts reported that the Daionia had also entered the Anlern hills. Termoni hoped to see them rush to reinforce the Tarantum. Then, even if they had more soldiers than the Puchetti, another ambush would kill them all. But the news brought by the escaping scouts made his wish come to nothing. What? The Daionia didn't follow the mountain path to us. They disappeared? Termoni jumped up and shouted, "How dare you say you don't know? Don't think that I won't punish you just because you're a Masapi. Where did the Daionia go? You must find out for me." King Puchetti, the Daionia suddenly sent hundreds of cavalrymen to surround our scouts. They were lucky to escape. Consul Timo Grass of Agracia came forward and advised, "The Daionia will definitely come to the rescue of the Tarantum. The key is to know from which direction they come, so that we can intercept them in time. Otherwise, the situation will be very dangerous. Send out all the cavalrymen and find them as soon as possible. I don't believe they can hide an army of tens of thousands." Termoni shouted angrily. The cunning Daionia obviously came prepared, and Termoni's previous arrangements were all ruined. Thinking about how the Dionysian army ignored the bait of the Masapi alliance and marched straight to Brindisi, Termoni realized that he had underestimated the Daionia commander. "What's the name of the young commander of the Daionia?" Termoni asked seriously. "I think he's called Devers," Timo Grass replied. Termoni repeated the name several times, and his eyes lit up with excitement. With the place where the Tarantum people were ambushed as the center, there were cavalry fighting on every mountain path and every hill in the southern half of the Fan area. Divers seized the time to send out a mountain reconnaissance team to explore the way ahead, and under their guidance, he led the army in the direction of the battle. However, the Devers did not expect that although the hills here were not very high, they occupied a large area. Sometimes, the hills were connected, and there was no path to pass through. They could only pass through the low parts between the hills. So the original idea was to make a small detour to the east, avoid the ambush of the Mapu alliance, and quickly rush to the enemy's flank to rescue the Tarantum army. But in reality, this circle was getting bigger and bigger. The soldiers of Heraclea and Metapontum complained endlessly as the distance they had to travel increased. Although the Daionia soldiers were a little dissatisfied, few of them voiced out their dissatisfaction. Eumakas was extremely anxious. The report from the scouts and the battle cries from afar shattered his hope of survival. The Masapi people really had an ambush. When he remembered the warning given by the Devers, he was extremely regretful. He did not believe in the Devers more firmly, and did not stop Diomedes from acting without authorization. Now, he had tasted the bitter fruit. At this moment, he pinned all his hopes of rescue on the Devers, but he did not dare to urge them, lest he annoy the young military genius and effect the rescue of the Tarantum army. The Devers was equally anxious. The long mountain march also made him irritated. He could see the exhaustion of the soldiers. The battlefield should not be far in front of him. The sounds of fighting and screams were getting clearer and clearer. However, he was not sure if there was another difficult hill in front of them, forcing them to take another detour. "Commander, Wisam is back," Talmud shouted from the front. "Quick! Bring him here." The Devers rushed forward to greet him. "Commander, in front, there is no need to make a detour, we can go there directly." Izam panted heavily and saluted. He said eagerly, "We will reach the battlefield after crossing 2 hills. However, my subordinates found that the enemy is also rushing over here." The Devers calmed down. After such a long time, it was normal for the Masapi alliance to find out the movements of his army. Moreover, they were on the inside, so there was no regret in intercepting them in front of him. However, the enemy was also rushing over, so it was impossible for them to have any defensive measures. An ambush was even more impossible. In a face-to-face battle, the Legion of Dionysia was not afraid of anyone, as long as they did not have to make a detour. At his request, Izam used a branch to draw a simple map of the front on the ground. The Devers pointed out the key points, and after asking in detail, he already had a plan in mind: order the entire army to speed up through this hill, then spread out into formation. The 1st Legion on the left, the 2nd Legion on the right, and the rest of the troops as reserves. "Yes," Tormid replied excitedly. In fact, the reinforcements of Dionia had made a big detour, and they were already approaching the exit of the Anlern Hills, which was equivalent to reaching the rear of the Masapi alliance, where the terrain gradually became flat. The Dionysian army passed through the path between the hills, and endless hills lay in front of them. Fortunately, these hills were only 30 meters high, easy to climb. They would reach the battlefield after crossing it. The soldiers of Dionia could clearly hear the sounds of fighting coming from the hills, and seeing more and more aliens appearing on the hills, the fighting spirit in their hearts began to boil. They finally made it. King Termoni of Puchetti climbed up the hill and looked down at the endless stream of Greek soldiers, and let out a long sigh. "Your Majesty, look over there." A Puchetti general pointed down the hill, and saw a few Greeks wearing brightly crowned helmets galloping along the path in front of the hill, stopping from time to point in their direction, as if they were discussing something. They were followed by a group of soldiers, and the one in front was holding a shining golden flag. "De Fair, see." Termoni murmured the name, which was a bit hard to pronounce, and took a few steps forward, subconsciously trying to get a better look at his opponent. "Your Majesty, do you want me to send some archers down to shoot a few arrows at them?" the Puchetti general asked. "Of course not." Termoni refused without hesitation. He glanced at his subordinates, and said with a slightly excited expression, "Let us have a real battle with the young Greek general and the Greek heavy infantry on the hills." The Devers carefully controlled the war horse, galloping back and forth along the mountain path, observing the entire terrain of the battlefield. "Where do you think is the easiest place for us to break through?" the Devers suddenly asked. "There." The 2 commanders, Kappas and Dracos, said in unison, pointing to the same place. It was the lowest point between the continuous valleys, no more than 4 to 5 meters high, and not only was it flat, but it was also wide enough. The Devers nodded, but reminded them, the easiest place to pass is often the place where the enemy's defense is the tightest. He looked at the 2 with bright eyes. "Now, the Tarantum army is being ambushed, and time is of the essence. I'm going to let Aminta's brigade attack there, and strive to break through the enemy's obstruction in the shortest time possible." Antonio's 1st Brigade had the strongest comprehensive combat power, but the brigade led by the brave Amintas had a stronger impact. What the Devers needed the most at this time was time. Kappas nodded to show that he understood. Dracos wanted to say something, but after listening to the Devers, he did not say anything. "When the legionnaires are ready, you will attack on your own," the Devers decisively ordered. Kappas and Dracos hurriedly saluted and rode back to their respective legions. "Let the troops of Heraclea and Metapontum spread out as much as possible on the right side of the 2nd Legion. When the 2nd Legion attacks, they can attack forward," the Devers continued to order. "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Tormid immediately turned to the mountain path behind him with the two messengers. After the Devers had arranged everything, Umarkas asked in confusion, why did Sir Devers arrange the troops of Trifias and Tedepras on the right side? In this way, on the left side of the entire formation, wouldn't the enemy's formation be longer than ours? Every battle has to be arranged according to the actual situation, so that we can grasp the initiative of the battle. Our current goal is to break through the enemy's blockade and rescue the ambushed Tarantum troops. The enemy's goal is to stop us from advancing. My right flank has more troops than the enemy, so it's easier for us to break through the right flank. Even if the enemy stops our left flank, the enemy's attempt will still fail if we break through the right flank. The Devers had some free time after giving the order, so he patiently explained to Umarkas, also, didn't you notice that the further to the right, the gentler the terrain is, because it's closer to the edge of the hills. This allows the troops of Heraclea and Metapontum, which are slightly weaker, to unleash their strength more. But the enemy can also see our formation from the top of the mountain, so they will definitely make changes, Umarkas reminded. The Devers smiled confidently. They don't have time. Umarkas was curious and wanted to ask why they didn't come in time, but he heard the Devers shout, Matones, why aren't you leading your troops? Why are you here? I guarantee that my soldiers will be able to charge over in the shortest time possible. Martones mustered his courage and said loudly when he recalled the purpose of his visit. The Devers' face darkened. Nonsense. Do you think this is a football game where you can do whatever you want? Hurry up and go back to command your team. If you effect the attack of the entire legion, the military law will not let you off. After seeing Martones leave angrily, the Devers turned to Tormid and said, go tell Amintas that Martones requests to replace his team. The reason is that the third team can do better. Let him do as he sees fit. Tormid immediately understood the Devers' intention and rode away. Ulysses saw that the Devers commanded the generals and soldiers with ease. It was not something that the temporary generals of Tarantum could compare to. He had mixed feelings. Sir Ulysses, let's go to the hill. The Devers led the guards to the hill behind them. Huh? Ulysses asked in shock, Sir Devers, aren't we participating in the attack? If I participate in the attack, who will command the battle? The Devers smiled. Do you still need to command after the battle begins? Ulysses, who had participated in many battles when he was young, could not understand why a consul would not take the lead but hide behind the troops. However, he saw that the soldiers behind the Devers had a matter-of-fact expression on their faces. Clearly, they did not think that their consul was a coward. Ulysses could only follow behind with a stomach full of doubts. Commander, what's the mission of my team? Wisam caught up and asked the Devers directly. His subordinates had already completed their scouting mission and were returning from various places. Your team. The Devers turned to look at the mountain reconnaissance team that was gathering not far away. He had almost forgotten about this important force. He thought for a moment and said, they're temporarily the reserve team. Let them hide in the passageway we came from and rest first. Ah, reserve team? Wisam was a little dissatisfied when he heard that. Don't worry. Mountain battles are your specialty. When the battle begins, you won't be lacking, the Devers comforted him. Wisam chuckled. How is it? I told you you would fail. You've been with Devers for so long, so how could you not know him? Once he's in a battle, it's as if he's a different person. No matter how close you are to him, he'll always demand that you obey his orders. Otherwise. Humph. Oliver said in a half-joking and half-comforting manner when he saw the dejected Matones return. Matones ignored him and walked straight to the flag of his battalion. Captain, all the companies have lined up. The adjutant reported. Call the captains over, I have something to say. Matones said with a dark expression. Soon, the 5 company captains arrived. Listen up, all of you. I only have one request. All soldiers must attack with full force. Our 3rd brigade must be the first to break through the enemy's defensive line. Matones stared at them and said firmly, which company, which unit, which squad, which soldier did not perform well, I will not only scold him but also scold him. And don't even think about seeing me being nice in the future. Understood. The company captains replied loudly. They didn't feel any pressure. Instead, they all looked excited. "Listen up, brothers. Take off your helmets," the captain ordered. Although the soldiers obeyed and took off their heavy Corinth helmets, some of the new recruits were confused. "The battle is about to start, why do we have to take off our helmets? Won't we get hurt easily?" The veterans who had gone through the Persia expedition and fought many battles in the mountains would tell them, "We have to climb up and attack with our heads up. The helmets are too heavy, and we'll fall easily. The holes in the helmets are small, and when we look up, the helmets will slide back and block our vision. It's not good for fighting, but without the protection of the helmets, we'll get hurt easily." The new recruits were still worried. "Don't we still have the round shield?" The veteran made a pose and placed the shield on top of his head. He tilted his body forward at a great angle. "See that? With the shield and slope protecting your body, you won't get hurt." He paused and sighed. "It's a pity that we can't wear our new helmets this time. Otherwise, climbing and fighting would be no problem at all." "Your Majesty, look at the enemy's right flank." Puketi's general, Pulo, pointed to the foot of the mountain. Behind the Greek formation that looked like cubes, there was an endless stream of troops moving to the far right flank. Their right flank obviously outnumbers their left flank. "We don't have that many troops on our side. If we want to form a formation as long as theirs, we have to reduce the thickness of the formation. This way, the strength of our defense will be weakened. But if we don't do this, their soldiers will circle around from the outside of our left flank and attack our flank." Termoni furrowed his brows tightly as he observed the changes at the foot of the mountain. He understood the enemy's intentions. Seeing that the enemy had only formed into small squares and had yet to link up into a large square formation, he believed that there was still enough time to adjust. Puketi's troops were all at the top of the hill, and the Devers could not see the approximate number of Maputo's coalition forces. In fact, Termoni's army was less than 12,000 people. Including the more than 3,000 Masapi soldiers led by Xianxia, the total number was only 15,000. As for Dionia's reinforcements, just the two Dionia legions alone had 14,000 people. In addition to a mountain reconnaissance brigade of 1,000 people, there were also 3,000 people from Heraclea and Metapontum. There were 3,000 more people than the Maputo's coalition forces in front of him. Termoni was outnumbered, and his biggest advantage was the hill. He could not lose the advantage of being on a higher ground. So, he made a prompt decision. "Pulo, quickly bring 1,500 people to strengthen the left flank." Just as the Pacheti began to mobilize their troops in a panic and prepared to rush to the left flank, the bugle suddenly sounded at the foot of the mountain. Termoni was very surprised. The Greeks had not even formed a phalanx, and they were already attacking in a hurry. Under his puzzled gaze, the little squares formed by the Dionia had begun to move forward slowly. He turned his head to look at his own army. Although the Pacheti did not have a tight phalanx like the Greeks, they still had a neat and orderly formation. However, at this moment, because of the mobilization of troops, the soldiers were completely in a mess. "Pulo, quickly stop the mobilization," he hurriedly ordered. "Yes. But what about the left flank?" Termoni thought for a moment and said, "Immediately go and tell Timothy Grass to mobilize all the cavalry that has nothing to do at the back to assist our left flank." Tryphias also did not expect the Dionia to attack so soon, and his own army was still on the way to the right flank. "Sir, what should we do?" his subordinate asked anxiously. "Let's get to our position first," Tryphias said calmly. Fortunately, because the Dionysian army had moved forward, the pass became less narrow, and it was more convenient for them to march. When the Devers heard the bugle, he could not help but praise, "The first legion moves fast." Then, the bugle also sounded on the right. He nodded and said, "The second legion is not slow either." "Sir Commander-in-Chief." Tormid rushed up from the foot of the mountain and said breathlessly, "The troops of Heraclea and Metapontum have not yet arrived at their predetermined positions, so they cannot attack." "Don't worry, it will be better for them to attack later," the Dever said calmly, as if everything was under control. Tormid was also a smart man. After the Dever's reminder, he immediately understood that the soldiers of Heraclea and Metapontum were weaker in combat. If they attacked at the same time, they would be at a disadvantage against the fierce Mecca and Prussia coalition forces, and would likely fail and become a burden to the whole army. Their late arrival would cause the enemy on the opposite side to be at a loss, and it was very likely that they would participate in the battle with the Second Legion, making the 3,000 men of Tryphaeus, who arrived late, an extra force on the battlefield. Marcus could not be as relaxed as the Devers. After the bugle sounded, his heartbeat began to accelerate, and his eyes followed the movement of the army at the foot of the mountain. The battle of nearly 40,000 people was about to begin, and the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the Tarentum army. The Tarentum army, whose fate would be decided, was not far from this battlefield. On the narrow and winding valley pass, their 6-mile-long marching column was ambushed by the Messapi people. They fell into chaos and panic, completely losing organization and command, and could only fight on their own. Diomedes had no time to regret not listening to the Devers' words. He shouted loudly to cheer up the soldiers around him and to fight bravely for survival. But on the boiling battlefield, his voice was like a stone thrown into a torrent, and it had no effect. The Messapi people's attack from both sides gradually squeezed them tightly into the pass, making it difficult for them to even swing their spears. Diomedes' ears were filled with the screams of the soldiers, and he gradually felt despair. At this moment, there was a small commotion on the battlefield, regardless of friend or foe. The bugle. It's the bugle. Our reinforcements are coming. The cheers of the soldiers entered Diomedes' ears, which were somewhat numb, and he hurriedly listened carefully. The noise that filled the sky still could not block the sharp sound of the bugle. It broke through the heavy resistance, and faintly echoed in the valley where the sounds of killing shook the sky. The image of the Devers immediately appeared in Diomedes' mind. At this moment, he did not hate them, but shouted with joy, "Citizens, hold on. The Dionia people are coming. Archers, get ready." Seeing that the Greeks were within firing range, Pulo immediately gave the order. The difference in height not only extended the range of the archers, but also increased the lethality of the arrows. At the same time, it shortened the range of the enemy archers. In this way, the long-range firepower of the Allied forces was greatly superior. This was the advantage of being in a commanding position. But just as the Pachetti were drawing their bows, countless black spots whizzed from the foot of the mountain and hit the poorly equipped Pachetti, causing the archers to cry out in pain. The Greeks had catapults. Tremone's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, the Devers felt that it was a pity that the 2 light infantry battalions of the 2 legions, Epthenes and Xpit, only had about 400 catapults, which was not enough to suppress the enemy that was 5 miles long. They could only disrupt the rhythm of the enemy's shooting. The arrows were still falling like raindrops. The soldiers held their round shields over their heads and slowly moved forward, one step at a time. The terrain prevented them from using the trump card of the heavy infantry, which was the charge. They could only endure the arrows pecking at the copper surface of the round shields, making a clang-clang-clang sound. When they began to climb the mountain, the javelins hit the round shields violently, causing some soldiers to be injured. The injured soldiers fell to the ground, huddled together, and protected their bodies with the round shields, waiting for the medical team to come to their rescue. In the middle of the entire line was the heavy infantry of Agracia. They were stationed at the lowest point of the ground, which was the focus of Dionia's attack. "Hurry! Hurry!" Amyntas urged the soldiers. He did not want to lose to the young mercenary, Martones, so he went against the rules of Dionia's military law and took the lead to run at the front of the battalion. This made the tired soldiers, who had been marching for a long time, shout as if they had been injected with chicken blood. When they were about 20 meters away from the enemy under the rain of arrows, the whole battalion suddenly stopped moving forward. "Defend!" Timothy ordered loudly. He thought that the enemy was about to start charging. The soldiers extended their spears from behind their round shields, forming a terrifying spear formation. Even though the slope was only a few meters high, the height was enough to make the Greeks pay a heavy price. However, what the Messapi people were waiting for was not the charge of the Greeks, but nearly 1,000 javelins flying towards them. Under the horrified gazes of the Messapi people, the javelins pierced into the phalanx with a whistling sound, setting off a series of screams. Timothy did not expect the heavy infantry of Dionia to be able to throw javelins. He had no time to be surprised. He shouted angrily, "Raise your shields! Raise your shield to defend!" Amyntas quickly took out the second javelin and shouted, "Charge with me!" After that, he held the shield in his left hand and the javelin in his right. He was the first to charge at the enemy. The soldiers followed closely behind. Timothy Grass was surprised to find that when the Greek heavy infantry charged, their formation would scatter. However, the enemies on the other side could still maintain their formation. They were like a thick iron wall pressing down on him, making him feel suffocated. "Defend! Quick, defend!" He panicked and shouted in a hoarse voice. However, the soldiers had not recovered from the shock of the javelins, and Aminta's brigade arrived in an instant. They stepped on the slope a few meters high, took a few big steps, and with the momentum, opened their left arm holding the round shield and pushed it forward. Clang! After the continuous sound of metal clashing, the Masapi soldiers in the front line, who were unable to defend together due to the chaos in their formation, unconsciously retreated to ease the impact. This retreat caused the densely packed Masapi soldiers to be unable to take care of their comrades who had fallen to the ground after being stabbed by the javelins, and they fell in a row. Behind them were their comrades who were shouting in panic, and in front of them were the javelins that were stabbing towards them like poisonous snakes. For a moment, they panicked and continued to retreat, leaving most of the soldiers of Aminta's brigade standing on the slope. As the leader of the 7th Brigade of the 2nd Legion, Xpit had a special characteristic. Before every battle, he would always pray. Not only did he do it himself, but he also asked his men to do it with him. In the past, he prayed to Ares, the god of war. After following the Devers, his goal changed to the patron saint of Dionia, Hades, Pluto. After chanting the hymn of Hades devoutly, he stood up and said, "The stone throwers will continue to attack the enemy here, and the archers will follow closely behind the heavy infantry. Once they are in range, shoot at the enemy on the hillside. Light shield bearers, follow me." The light shield bearers platoon leader, Satyrus, hurriedly advised, "Captain, you should stay in command, leave the brothers to me to lead the attack." Xpit's eyes widened. "Now is a good opportunity to prove that we are light shield bearers. How can I hide in the back?" In recent months, a view had emerged in the army. The Legion of Dionysia had archers and stone throwers for medium to long-range attacks, and the heavy infantry with javelins for close-range attacks, so the role of light shield bearers was dispensable. It was better to abolish this unit and replace it with light armored soldiers similar to the mountain scouts. Epicthenes and Xpit, who were originally light shield bearers, strongly opposed this view, and had been expressing their views to the Devers. The light shield bearers must not be replaced, they were irreplaceable. Now was the time to prove the value of the light shield bearers themselves. Nearly 500 light shield bearers, under the leadership of Epicthenes and Xpit, split into pairs of 2 and groups of 3, and passed through the gaps in the fish scale formation of the heavy infantry. Leotychides' unit was at the forefront of the line, and he himself was in the middle of the first line of the phalanx. That day, he had been locked up for half a day for assaulting a comrade. He was going to be beaten with a stick, but the military judge, considering that war was about to break out, postponed the punishment until after the war and allowed him to make amends. At this time, Leotychides had already begun to climb the slope. Although he was not wearing a helmet, he was carrying more than 40 kilograms of equipment and had to carry weapons in both hands, so it was not easy to stabilize his body while climbing up. Fortunately, it was early autumn, warm and dry. The hillside was overgrown with weeds. It had not rained for more than 10 days, so the soil was soft and a small pit was formed when one stepped on it. Leotychides and his teammates slowly climbed up one step at a time. On the other hand, the attacks from the Masapi people were even fiercer. Javelins were thrown from a height of more than 30 meters. The javelins struck the round shields with great force. Most of the javelins could pierce through the copper armor, and the remaining force forced Leotychides to lean back. He quickly stabbed the end of the javelin into the soil to stabilize his body. In his peripheral vision, he saw that some of the soldiers had already lost their footing due to the impact and slid down, bringing down their comrades behind them. Fortunately, Dionia's peculiar offensive formation was like a sawtooth. It was neither continuous nor dense, so it did not affect the orderly advancement of the entire front line. Ever since Leotychides entered the boot camp, he had been interested in Dionia's unique formation. He found that the setup of this formation was more complicated than the traditional Greek phalanx, but it was very effective and suitable for a variety of terrains. After his private analysis, he once thought that it was more ingenious than the Sparta left-turn tactic that he had been trained since childhood. Later, when he learned that it was the Archon Devers who invented this unique formation alone, he had the impulse to talk to the Devers about some of his views and opinions on this formation. Unfortunately, it was just a fantasy. Because the Devers were the highest authority in Dionia, and his current identity was not the Crown Prince of Sparta, but just a free citizen of Dionia. So, he could only watch the Devers from afar in the boot camp when they were lecturing on the platform of the training ground. At this time, the javelins of the Pucheti attacked again. Leotychides cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. He lowered his body, planted his feet, and opened his eyes wide to see the direction of the javelin's flight. He tilted the round shield slightly, and the tip of the javelin drew a string of sparks on the round shield. However, most of the momentum was offset, and the impact on him was reduced. As soon as Leotychides breathed a sigh of relief, he heard his comrade on the right scream. His body swayed and was about to fall back. He quickly let go of the javelin, stretched out his right hand like lightning, and grabbed the man's arm. The man was Hepbarus. He hesitated for a moment, then immediately shouted sincerely, "Thank you, Persosus." Leotychides nodded at him. Although there was a conflict between them, the battlefield was the melting pot that tempered the friendship between men. At this time, he looked up and saw someone running to the front of the formation. It was the light shield bearers. Leotychides blinked. He knew this type of soldier. During the War of Peloponnesus, Sparta had employed the Thracian light shield bearers many times to support the heavy infantry. But in the battle order of the Legion of Dionysia, the light shield bearers were regarded as an important force, and their position was no lower than that of the heavy infantry. These light shield bearers held leather shields in their left hands and long-handled hunting knives in their right hands. They wore thin robes and quickly approached the enemy on the hill in a scattered formation. Most of the Pucheti's javelins were also deftly avoided by them. How could they be so fast and agile? Because they were holding long-handled reverse blades, in fact, large scythes. This strange weapon with a nearly semicircular blade stabbed into the soil and easily provided a strong aid for them to climb. Spit quickly closed in on the enemy, and 5 or 6 javelins stabbed at him at the same time. Spit was very calm. He suddenly squatted down, and the soft leather armor allowed him to almost stick to the ground along the slope. The leather shield was raised to protect his head, blocking the incoming javelins. The Pucheti standing on the hilltop found that it was a little difficult for them to stab the enemy who was almost touching the ground and at such a low angle. The terrain was too sloping downwards, and it was easy to lose their balance and roll down the hill. Therefore, they had to move forward. The Pucheti soldier screamed, leaned forward, lost his balance, and rolled down the hill. Cespit quickly rolled to the left and dodged the spear that was thrusting at him. This situation happened from time to time on the Pucheti's line of defense, forcing them to retreat involuntarily. Naturally, the number of javelins thrown at the Dionia soldiers was greatly reduced. 7th Brigade, good job. Behind Leotychides, a soldier praised loudly. Hurry up. Climb up. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Parmenius, the platoon leader in the center of his small phalanx, urged loudly. The flag-bearer waved the military flag forward continuously. Leotychides and his teammates watched as the light shield soldiers showed off their power alone. How could they fall behind? So, they cooperated with each other and struggled to climb up. The 30-meter height was soon trampled under their feet. The light shield soldiers had retreated to both sides of the small phalanx, leaving only the enemy in front of them. Hades! The soldiers shouted the name of the League's patron saint and raised their shields to meet the enemy. The army of Tryphias and Tedepers rushed to the predetermined position on the right flank. Usually, it would take them a long time to regroup before they could launch an attack, but with the Dionysian army already engaged, they were stimulated to speed up. As there were no enemies in front, both Tryphias and Tedepers mixed the light infantry into the phalanx to increase the thickness of the entire phalanx, and hurriedly began to climb the hill in a more scattered formation. The gentle slope was more than 20 meters high, and it was easy to climb up. They would attack the enemy's flank to determine the outcome of this battle. But when they stepped confidently and easily on the hillside, a large number of enemies suddenly appeared at the top of the hill. The Messapi cavalry. Tryphias was shocked, but then he calmed down. Although the Masapi cavalry was powerful, this was not flat ground. There was not enough space for them to gallop. Would they dare to fight the heavy infantry head-on? The Heraclea Metapontum coalition army continued up. The cavalry at the top of the slope began to throw short javelins. Just as the Greeks raised their shields to defend, many people began to exclaim, "Cavalry! The Masapi cavalry is behind us." The soldiers heard a roar behind them as a large group of Masafic cavalry circled the mountain pass in the distance and began to throw javelins at the rear of the Greek formation as they climbed the hill. The combined army of Heraclea and Metapontum was thrown into confusion by this sudden attack. In fact, there were not only the Masapi cavalry here, but also the Pucheti cavalry, a total of 1,300. At this moment, the cavalrymen at the top of the mountain began to caress the heads of their mounts. They bent down and whispered something to their beloved mounts. Their eyes were filled with reluctance, but their expressions soon became determined. Lycaon! Pucheti's cavalry raised their hands and shouted. Lycaon! The Masapi cavalrymen responded one after another. King Lycaon dared to make fun of the Greek god Zeus. Although he was turned into a wolf, most of his descendants thought of him as a hero. Before every battle, they would shout his name to boost morale. Due to the influence of Hellenism, the Masapi had gradually abandoned this tradition, but now they picked it up again. The cavalrymen at the top of the mountain hugged the necks of their horses with both hands and squeezed the bellies of their horses. Hundreds of war horses began to run down the slope in a loose formation, faster and faster. From time to time, the cavalrymen and horses would roll to the ground, but it did not affect the speed and fighting spirit of the cavalry. Raise your shields to defend. Trophius saw this situation, and for a moment, his mind went blank. In the eyes of the soldiers of Heraclea and Metapontum, this was like facing rows of boulders rolling down the mountain. Who dared to block the powerful momentum of the roaring? Just as they wanted to dodge in horror, the cavalry had already hit the phalanx head-on. Suddenly, horses neighed, people screamed, horses were broken, and people were sent flying. The Greek soldiers rolled to the ground, and almost no one stood. The Greek phalanx collapsed in an instant. The Devers soon received a report from Tormid. A large number of enemy cavalry had suddenly appeared on the right flank. He immediately felt a little uneasy and made a prompt decision. Xianxia, lead your brigade to reinforce the troops of Trophius and Tudap immediately. After repelling the enemy cavalry, continue to attack the enemy's flank. Yes. Xianxia finally got the task he had been waiting for. He excitedly beat his right chest with his left fist. After saluting to the Devers, he ran down the hill and came to the passageway. He shouted to his men, "Brothers, follow me to kill the enemy." Amidst the cheers, the soldiers of the reconnaissance brigade held a small leather shield in their left hand and a short sword in their right hand. They rushed to the right flank briskly. Umarcus did not understand why these Dionia people were so keen to participate in the battle, but he was still shocked by their high fighting spirit. He secretly made up his mind, unless it was absolutely necessary, Tarentum would try not to have a conflict with the war-loving Dionia. Sir Devers, no matter how powerful the Masapi cavalry is, they can't defeat the Greek heavy infantry. Moreover, this is a mountainous area. There's no need for you to send reinforcements. Umarcus could not help but advise. How could the Masapi, who are good at cavalry, not know what we know? But they still sent their cavalry. There's something wrong with this, said the Devers calmly. Umarcus felt that what he said made sense, and he was a little more worried. Previously, the messenger, Tormid, had already summarized the information sent back by the messengers waiting at the rear of the two legions and the various brigades. He reported to the Devers, the brigade led by Amintas has forced the Masapi heavy infantry at the bottom of the central valley to retreat. The 1st and 2nd legions on the left and right flank have also gained a slight advantage in the battle against the Pucheti who have occupied the terrain. Also, after the 2 light infantry battalions retreated from the frontline battle, they have begun to merge their troops in accordance with your instructions. They will then circle to the left, because the army of Heraclea and Metapontum is circling around the right, to attack the enemy's flank. In a situation where they had the upper hand on all fronts, the Devers had already realized that the enemy had fewer troops than themselves. This was the first time since he had led the army to fight in Greece that he had the upper hand in a battle. Therefore, he had the confidence to send reinforcements and nip any possible disadvantages in the bud. The king of the Puchetti, Clemoni, had never imagined that the current situation on the battlefield would be the complete opposite of what he had imagined. Not only were the Masapi, who were heavily stationed in the lower parts of the valley, being forced to retreat, but even the Puchetti warriors, who he was proud of, who had an obvious geographical advantage, were unable to repel the enemy. Although they were currently in a stalemate, judging from the situation of the battle, this stalemate would not last long. This was because Clemoni knew that his soldiers were poorly equipped and that he had fewer troops. Previously, he had almost transferred soldiers to assist the left flank in order to make his formation roughly equal in length to the enemy's formation to prevent the flank from being attacked. However, when the geographical advantage and the bravery of the soldiers were not enough to stop and repel the enemy, a stalemate would only benefit the enemy. Now, the only good news was that the cavalry had defeated the enemy on the left flank. Clemoni hoped that after they quickly dispersed the defeated enemy, they could help the left flank to defeat the enemy in front of them, thus establishing the victory of the battle. At this moment, Clemoni saw his scouts rushing down the mountain from afar. He dismounted and hurriedly ran up the mountain, feeling a little uneasy. "Your Majesty, more than 1,000 enemies have reinforced the left flank. Our cavalry has fallen into a bitter battle." In fact, to say that it was a bitter battle was just putting it mildly. In fact, Mapes' mixed cavalry had charged down from the top of the mountain and attacked from the front and back, defeating the allied forces of Heraclea and Metapontum. However, when they chased after the defeated soldiers, because the mountain path was narrow, there were some obstructions between the enemy and the cavalry. The cavalry's advantage in speed had been completely lost, but the Greek soldiers had lost their courage and only cared about running away instead of fighting back. However, when Yzam's brigade went around the mountain path and surrounded them from both sides, the disaster for Mapes' cavalry arrived. Riding on horses without saddles and fighting on the spot, the cavalry could not use all their strength to fight against the Dionia, but it was almost impossible to immediately retreat from the crowded road. And the soldiers of the Mountain Scout Brigade, under the protection of leather shields, could not only stab people but also hurt horses with their short swords. The fleeing Greek soldiers gradually recovered their morale and began to fight again. Mapes' cavalry had fallen into a dead end and was not far from defeat. What? How can the Greeks still have troops that haven't joined the battle? Clemoni stared at the cavalry. In this era, city-states did not have the habit of keeping their reserve troops in battle. All their forces would be pressed together in a battle. That was why Clemoni dared to risk using his cavalry to attack in a terrain that was clearly unfavorable for cavalry. Now, his greatest hope of victory was extinguished just like that. He took a few steps forward and looked at the top of the mountain opposite him. He could vaguely see the towering golden flag. He knew that the enemy's commander was there. The military genius who shocked the south. Clemoni murmured in a low voice, feeling depressed. "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" Seeing that Clemoni was in a trance, Pullo hurriedly asked. "What to do? Retreat?" Now that the two armies were tangled together, how could it be easy to retreat? That would only increase the casualties of the Puchetti people. He had still underestimated the Dionia people. This army, which is said to be a new city-state alliance, is very strong. If I can avoid fighting them in the future, I'll try my best to. A trace of fear rose in Termoni's heart, and he regretted choosing to ambush the people of Tarentum and handing the task of intercepting the Dionysian reinforcements to the Masapi. Wait. After a long time, Clemoni spat out a word. Pullo was stunned, but he quickly understood that Clemoni meant to wait for the Masapi people to finish off the Tarentum people, and then come as reinforcements as soon as possible. This was putting his hope on others, which was not Clemoni's usual practice at all. The messenger sent by Puchetti for help had already reached the battlefield of the ambush on Tarentum, but he could not see the Masapi city-state archons led by Pachimerus because everyone was involved in the encirclement and annihilation of the Tarentum army. The Greek heavy infantry had strong defense, and it was even stronger in melee combat. The heavy infantry that only focused on defense and did not attack was simply like a hard tortoise shell. It would take time and stamina to smash it open. The initial ambush by the Masapi people cut the snake-like marching column of Tarentum into a dozen sections. When they surrounded each section of the enemy, the number of Masapi soldiers became insufficient. But as the battle progressed, the casualties of the Tarantum people increased, making each encirclement smaller and smaller. If it weren't for the sound of Dionia's bugle, the Tarantum people might have given up fighting. Now, the only thing that supported them to continue to hold on was the belief to survive. But as the small encirclement was gradually destroyed one after another, the shackles around the necks of the remaining soldiers began to tighten. Hetbarus had heard that Persosus performed extremely well in the recruit training camp, but he did not expect that on the real battlefield, Persosus would not be lenient when it came to killing people. It was completely different from the first battle, it was not. His round shield defense, head attack, and stab of the stinger were skillful and ingenious. The stinger would not be waved indiscriminately, but as long as it was used, it would cause the enemy to scream. It was really ruthless and accurate. Persosus' ruthlessness made the fierce Pacheti people fearful, and they subconsciously avoided his assault. Under the leadership of Persosus, his teammates fought to be the first, and the Pacheti people's defense line was in danger. Matones, who was supervising the battle in the middle of the brigade, saw this scene below and could not help but be overjoyed. He asked excitedly, "Who is the warrior at the front?" Parmenius, the captain of the small square formation in front, quickly answered, "Persosus." "It's Persosus." His teammates also rushed to answer. "Commander-in-Chief, Matones' 3rd Brigade has broken through the enemy's defense line. Amintus' 4th Battalion has also broken through. Eptines and Xpit's light infantry have destroyed the enemy's flank. Wyzam's Mountain Ridge Reconnaissance Brigade has joined forces with Heraclea and Metapontum's troops to destroy the enemy's flank." Good news came one after another. When Tormid reported it to the Devers, Umarcus could not help but shout excitedly, "That's great. We finally won." The Devers also revealed a relieved smile. "Give the order. Blow the horn to attack and defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. Let's retreat." Termoni's expression was bleak, but he was still calm. After all, he had experienced failure before. He had lost a lot of land in the previous war with the Downey tribe, but he had survived. In fact, there was no need for him to give the order. The whole army had already collapsed, and the Pacheti warriors were scrambling to escape. Before he left, Termoni did not forget to take another look at the top of the mountain opposite him, as if he was trying to remember the dazzling flag in his heart. "Your Majesty, do you want to tell the Masapi people?" Porlo reminded him. Termoni was depressed and did not want to say more. However, looking at the scattered soldiers, how could the Masapi people not know? He might as well do them a favor. He sighed and said, "Send someone to tell them that the Dionia's attack is fierce. We did not stop them. Let them decide whether to retreat or continue fighting." The soldiers beside him fell one by one. Diomyrus was also injured in many places. He felt that he was going to die this time. However, the Masapi people who surrounded them suddenly became restless. He heard the enemy shouting loudly. Unfortunately, he could not understand the Masapi language. However, someone among the soldiers was already shouting excitedly in a tired voice, "The Masapi people say that the Pacheti have been defeated. The Dionia people have won. We are saved." When the desperate soldiers heard these words, they immediately cheered up and shouted the news of victory to each other. Finally, they all said the same thing, "Hold fast. Hold fast. The Dionia reinforcements will arrive soon." Time passed with difficulty. The attacks of the Masapi people gradually weakened, and they finally retreated. Faced with the retreat of the Masapi people, Diomyrus did not want to pursue them. In fact, he could not command any of the soldiers at the moment. All the Tarantum soldiers were in the same situation as him. After more than 2 hours of continuous resistance, their physical strength and energy were exhausted to the limit. He sat on the ground and did not want to stand up at all. The joy of surviving a disaster was lost when he saw the corpses of the soldiers and the wounded soldiers who fell to the ground moaning. No one could be happy. In this battle, the Masapi people suffered 1,200 casualties. The main casualties came from the reinforcement cavalry, which was almost completely wiped out, and the casualties of the Agracia heavy infantry. The Pacheti people suffered less than 600 casualties. The reason for their low casualties was that during infantry battles, there were often not many casualties in frontal battles. The main losses were after the retreat. For example, in the second battle between Daionia and Crotone, they relied on the pursuit of the light infantry and cavalry to catch up with most of the fleeing Crotone heavy infantry. Such a good opportunity did not appear in this mountain battle because the Puchetti people were familiar with the mountains and had poor equipment. It was these characteristics that made it impossible for the light infantry of Daionia to catch up with them when they were fleeing. Moreover, the cavalry of Daionia did not participate in the battle. Even if they appeared on the battlefield, they could not do anything to the Puchetti people in the mountains. On the other side of the war, Tarentum suffered more than 4,000 casualties, which was close to one-third of its army, and most of them died in battle. Daionia suffered 600 casualties, but most of them were injured, mostly from falling down the hillside. Heraclea and Metapontum suffered more than 800 casualties. Therefore, although it was the Messapi and Puchetti coalition that retreated in the end, the Greek coalition suffered more losses. However, Messapi and Puchetti lost a large number of cavalry, and Daionia gained nearly 400 high-quality war horses. When the Devers saw Diomyres, they did not put on the attitude of a savior, but still faced him with a normal attitude. At the same time, they also enthusiastically commanded the medical team to rescue the wounded soldiers of Tarentum, which made Diomyres feel ashamed. The Messapi coalition left the Amlern Hills and entered the territory of Tarentum, quickly retreating north. However, the Greek coalition was too tired and too many wounded soldiers to chase after them. They stationed themselves in several nearby villages and temporarily rested. At the same time, they sent people to Tarentum to report the situation and escort the wounded soldiers back to camp. On this day, the Senate of Daionia received a person. His name was Mithrodates, and he came to ask for help from Daionia. However, he did not come from any of the allied city-states of Daionia, but from the Xilu tribe in the territory of Bruttii. It turned out that in the process of unification, the Bruttii tribal alliance of Xianxia began to speed up the incorporation and merger of the large and small tribes in the territory. Under the general trend and coercion of force, most of the tribes chose to obey, but a small number of tribes led by the Xilu tribe refused to integrate. According to Mithrodates, they were Greeks, and most of them were forced to escape into the mountains after the destruction of Sybaris. They had the pride of the Greeks, so how could they be incorporated by the barbarians and truly live a barbaric life? The envoys of the Bruttii Xianxia city visited the Xilu tribe several times, but after their persuasion failed, there was no more movement. The people of the Xilu tribe thought that the matter was over. However, a few months later, after Xianxia completed the control of most of the Bruttii tribes and carried out effective management, he once again sent an envoy to Xiluan. This time, the envoy directly and forcefully demanded that the Xilu tribe immediately surrender and fully accept the governance of the tribal alliance, or else they would be annihilated by the army. The Xilu tribe panicked, and hurriedly sent Mithrodates to ask for help from Trine. Trine admitted that they did not have the ability to interfere in this matter, but fortunately, they had already let Cypros communicate with the consul Devers of Daionia in advance, so they let Mithrodates turn to Daionia for help. On this day, the rotating chairman of the Senate was Cornelis, and he looked at the envoy who claimed to be Greek, but did not look like one at all, with a puzzled expression. Mithrodates saw the doubts of the senators and explained, "I inherited the appearance of the Bruttii's mother, and because I do not look like a Greek, the leader of the Xilu tribe chose me, because this is the only way to not arouse the suspicion of the surrounding Bruttii people." Cornelis muttered in his heart, the Devers had once raised the issue of the Bruttii tribe before the expedition, but before they could carry out an in-depth discussion, they were interrupted because of Tarentum's request for help. At this time, Polixus stood up and said, "What can we Daionia do now? Protest to the Bruttii people, and ask them not to annex this small tribe? I'm afraid that all of you here will not believe that with just a word from us, we can make the Bruttii stop the operation that they have been preparing for a long time. If the Bruttii people reject us, what should we do? If we give up just like that, we will only lose the prestige of Daionia as the strongest alliance of the Devers. But if we want to take further action, then other than war, I can't think of any other measures that can be taken." Polixus' words were what most of the Senate's senators were worried about. The senators born in Turiae and Amendola, including Cunigurata, had all suffered from the disaster of the destruction of their cities, so they had a deep fear of war. Chromissus Antares, Eurypus, and Predes, because they had just arrived and were closer to Cornelis and Cunigurata, supported their decision. The senators who were in favor of war were either sent to other cities by the Devers to take up important positions, such as Helos, Cesta, and Butler, or followed him to Tarentum, such as Capys, Dracos, Antonios, and Alexis. Only the military officer Felicius and commercial officer Marigi were left, and they firmly expressed that they should support the West Lu tribe and stop Xianxia from annexing them, so that the Briti tribe alliance could not be allowed to become stronger. Even the Devers' other confidant, Merces, was worried that the outbreak of war would consume a lot of money and resources, so he was wavering. On the other hand, Vespa and Hegemon, who were born in Lucania, expressed their support for the West Lu tribe based on their previous experiences. In general, there were very few people who supported the West Lu tribe, and most of the senators were against interfering in the internal affairs of the Briti tribe, so as not to cause a war. Polixus was proud of the fact that for the first time, his suggestion had the support of the majority in the Senate, and was about to be passed. At this moment, Plazinas stood up. "Senators, I remember that Lord Devers briefly mentioned the Briti issue before he left. He said with concern, Briti may become a big threat to our Dionia. Therefore, I believe that any decision involving the Briti must be made known to Lord Devers, and he will make the final decision, especially when we cannot reach an agreement." Plazinas was not an ordinary senator. As the priest in charge of the Temple of Hades, most of his energy was devoted to the affairs of the temple, cultivating young priests and saintesses, perfecting the various systems of the temple, and supervising the construction of temples in other cities. It could be seen that the high priest Devers valued him very much, allowing him to do whatever he wanted, and Plazinas also repaid the trust of the Devers with his outstanding performance. For the faith of Hades to be accepted by the people of other cities in Dionia in such a short time, was inseparable from his efforts. Therefore, not only did he have a certain reputation among the people of Dionia, but his words also carried weight in the Senate. As soon as he spoke, the others had to reconsider the real intention of his words. After all, he had the support of the Devers. Felicius and Merces were also the confidants of the Devers, but one of them was focused on military affairs, and the other was obsessed with money, so they were not very sensitive to politics. Marigi was no stranger to politics, but unfortunately, he was a citizen of Persia descent. When the Devers were not in the Senate, most of the senators of Turii and Amendalar would often ignore his opinions, intentionally or unintentionally. Polixus thought that Plazinas was deliberately sabotaging his plan, so he couldn't help but stand up and said angrily, "Devers. Devers. Do you think that without the Devers, the Senate can't decide anything and do anything?" Plazinas pretended to be surprised and said, "Lord Polixus, in your eyes, do you think that we are doing nothing? Lord Cunigurata and Lord Cornelis are exhausting their energy for the prosperity and stability of Turii and Amendalar every day. Lord Birks is going to every city and village in Dionia to supervise the people's farming. Vespa and Lord Hegemon are paying close attention to the situation of the tribes in Lucania municipality, and are going to resolve their conflicts at any time. Lord Strompoli is creating our own silver coins for Dionia that are comparable to the L's. Lord Ansitanos is building new schools for all the cities in Dionia. Lord Helps is calling on all the cities in Greece to hold the first medical conference in Greece. Lord Protesilaus is proposing new bills every once in a while to improve the laws of Dionia. The Public Administration Committee of the Alliance, headed by Lord Tritodmos, is paying attention to the appointment and performance of every city's officials every day. Lord Enanilus is supervising the construction of warships and training the navy. Lord Scombras. Every time Plazinas mentioned the work of an elder, he would respectfully salute that person, and the elder whose name was mentioned would respond with a smile. He spoke unhurriedly, almost mentioning most of the elders. The reason why we have so many things to work hard and enjoy is because of the genius leadership of Lord Devers. That's why Dionia is so powerful today, and why we don't have to worry about being invaded by other cities, and we can peacefully govern the Alliance's territory. Who among us has more outstanding military skills than Lord Devers? Better leadership skills? Have a stronger ability to judge the situation? No one. Although it was only Mercy's answer, all the elders were silent. They more or less agreed with this statement in their hearts. In this case, even if Lord Devers isn't here, we should listen to his opinion before making a decision, because no one can make a better judgment than him. Because no one can make the right judgment better than him. Plazena's words made the small number of senators who were mainly Polixus and dissatisfied with the Devers' excessive control over the Senate speechless. Indeed, the decisions that the Devers had made so far were not wrong. That was why Dionia had developed so quickly. At this time, Cunagurata stood up and supported the proposal to let the Devers decide the Shilu tribe's problems. The elders of Amendalara, led by Cornelis, and the Turiai elders Ansitanos, Buccos, Inanalis, and Masasakus all agreed, and the matter was settled. After the meeting was adjourned, Plazenas and Helps walked out of the hall together. The two of them were discussing whether some freedmen and foreigners who were believers of the Hades could first be treated by the hospital because they had no money for treatment, and then the newly established relief fund of the Hades temple would advance the payment. The money was also donated by the people of Dionia when they came to the temple to pray. Head priest. Plazenas heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw Marigi quickly catching up to him. If it wasn't for you, the Shilu tribe's request for help would have been rejected. After 2 years of training in government affairs, Plazenas's mind was much more mature and steady than before. He immediately said modestly, "I actually didn't do anything. It was mainly Lord Diver's prestige that played a major role." Don't be fooled by Polixus's arrogance, his ability to persuade is actually very average. Yeah, Polixus has been very active recently, Marigi said meaningfully. Don't worry, he can't do anything, Plazenas immediately replied. If this Polixus is so annoying, why did he enter the Senate in the first place? Helps, who didn't care much about medicine or politics, interrupted. Plazenas coughed a few times. Back then, the Devers led the army to repel the Crotone army and wanted to take control of Turin. In order to appease and stabilize the people of Turin, and at the same time to absorb useful talents, they recruited famous, influential, and talented people into the Senate. This included Plazenas, who had once opposed the Devers. Facts proved that this method was very effective. Not only did the people of Turin quickly accept the Devers as the leader of the Amendarans, but they also did manage to recruit many talents, such as Buccos, Plazenas, Anchitanos, Admiral Inanalis. Helps words without thinking made Plazenas feel a little awkward. Marigi stepped forward to help. Sir Felicius is holding a banquet tonight. Sir Plazenas, are you interested in attending? Plazenas' eyes lit up. He knew that although he was highly regarded by the Devers, the people that the Devers trusted the most were the former mercenaries and citizens who had gone through fire and water with him. Moreover, these people were relatively united and were the most powerful political force in Dionia, especially in terms of military affairs. Now that they invited him, did it mean that he had gained the recognition of this group? The next day, when the Devers, Diamiras, Umarkas, Tryphias, and Tadepras were discussing the next step of the army's action plan, they once again had a disagreement. Tryphias believed that although the Allied forces won this battle, the soldiers suffered heavy casualties, and it was not suitable to continue the attack. Instead, they should retreat to the city to reorganize and wait for the Mapri Allied forces to invade again. Diamiras was inclined to this opinion from the bottom of his heart, but as the commander of this Tarantum army, the citizen soldiers suffered such a large number of casualties, but the results of the battle were few. When the people knew about the situation, they would definitely vent their anger on him. He had to have a decent battle record so that he would not be impeached by the citizens. Assembly, so he suggested that they take a break and continue north to attack Brindisi. If the Mapri Allied forces stopped them, then they would fight them. This time, they would be fighting on the plains, so the Greek heavy infantry and the Greek phalanx would have a place to fight. The cavalry of the Mapri Allied forces had already suffered heavy losses, so this time, although the Greek Allied forces were fewer in number, they would definitely have the upper hand. If the Mapri Allied forces avoided the battle, then they would capture Brindisi, rescue the captured people of Tarantum, obtain the spoils of war, and capture the indigenous people in the city, bring them back to Tarantum and make them slaves to please the people and make up for their mistakes. Finally, the four of them looked at the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces, Devers, who had the final say. At this moment, Devers was in a dilemma. After experiencing Diamira's unauthorized action, the easy collapse of the Allied forces in Metapontum and Heraclea, he was discouraged by such a joint operation and worried that he would be dragged down by a poor ally again. Tryphias just wanted to bring the army back to the city, while he wanted to lead the army back to Turiai immediately. But doing so would undoubtedly destroy the alliance with Tarantum, and it might also affect the image of keeping promises that Dionia had worked hard to build. While he was hesitating, the guard came in and reported that the Messapians had sent an envoy. Everyone was surprised. Devers's heart skipped a beat. He asked to let the Messapian envoy in and listen to what he had to say. Originally, after the Messapian allied forces gathered the defeated soldiers and reorganized the army, the Messapian archons led by Pisimarus believed that although the final result of this battle was not very good, the allied forces chose to retreat, and the cavalry suffered heavy losses. The Tarantum army should have suffered more losses. Compared with the Tarantum army, the strength of their own army was more advantageous than before the war. In the next battle, they should take the initiative and continue to attack Tarantum. Previously, several Messapian archons had openly and secretly complained that their failure to stop the reinforcements had caused the good situation to go down the drain. King Termoni of the Pacheti expressed strong opposition. He emphasized that the main force of the Greek allied forces, the Dionysian army, had a unique formation, well-trained, and amazing combat power. They could even repel the Pacheti, who had the geographical advantage in the mountain battle. In that case, if they fought on the plains, the Messapian allied forces would not be a match for the Greek allied forces with the Dionysian army as the main force. The Messapian archons were more or less aware of the combat power of the Pacheti, and they found it hard to believe that Termoni, who had always been rebellious, actually said such a thing. At this time, Timothy Grass stood up and endorsed Termoni. He once again emphasized the terrifying strength of the Dionysian army. Even though the Agracia heavy infantry had a thicker formation than the Dionia heavy infantry, the Agracia heavy infantry was still beaten back by the enemy, and finally, they were defeated. At the same time, he also reminded everyone that the Dionia heavy infantry could throw javelins, which were very lethal to infantry at close range. The faces of the archons finally turned solemn. Eugentum's consul, Calminus, said worriedly, "I heard that Dionia is a large city-state alliance on the other side of the bay. It has jurisdiction over 5 or 6 city-states and many other alliances. It is stronger than Tarantum, and it can easily send tens of thousands of people to reinforce Tarantum. Even if we defeat it in the end, I think it can still send another 10,000 people. Can we afford such losses?" After a short period of silence, Pisimarus said slowly and helplessly, "Perhaps we should negotiate with Dionia. Peace talks?" Everyone was astonished. Only Termoni looked calm. Pisimarus saw this and sighed in his heart. It seems that the Pacheti do not have much fighting spirit. If they continue to fight, I am afraid they will not do their best. The hope for peace talks in Pachimurus' heart grew stronger. He pulled himself together and said seriously, "The Dionians have never had any conflict with us, and they are also quite far away from us. The reason why they are at war with us is because they are allies of Tarantum, and they have come here to fulfill the covenant. Defeating us will not do Dionia any good. Instead, it will cause casualties to their soldiers because of the battle. If we propose peace talks, do you think Dionia will accept it? As long as this powerful outsider leaves, there will only be Tarantum left, and in the future." Timagoras, the Agracia consul, volunteered to go to the Greek camp. After the guards confirmed that he was not carrying any weapons, they allowed him to enter the tent. In the tent, in addition to the guards, there were 5 Greek generals. Timagoras' eyes fell on the youngest general. He should be the consul Devers of Dionia, the culprit who forced the Mapu alliance to send an envoy to the Greek camp. Out of caution, he nodded to the young general and then asked in Greek, "Consul Devers of Dionia?" "That's me." The Devers nodded. "It's my honor to meet you." Timagorath respectfully saluted Messapi, then said, "I am Timagorath, magistrate of Agracia, and I represent the Mapu alliance. As an emissary, I have come to discuss with you how to end this meaningless war." Sure enough, they want peace talks. Although the Devers was happy, he said calmly, "I think you have found the wrong person to negotiate with. You should talk to the consul of Tarantum, Marcus, and Sir Diomyrus." He turned his body slightly and pointed his left hand at the 2 people behind him. "You have just been defeated by us, and you want peace talks?" Diomyrus hated the Messapi people, and because Timagoras ignored Tarantum as soon as he came in, he became even angrier. "Go back and tell your companions in animal skins that Tarantum does not accept peace talks. We will continue to attack and take back Brindisi." If you have the guts, you can come and stop us. Defeated by you? Timogeras sneered sarcastically. You and I both know who lost more in the previous battle. If this is considered a defeat for us, we don't mind doing it a few more times. Without the timely reinforcements from Dionia, I'm afraid you would have become a corpse. How dare you yell at me here? Faced with the roar of Diomedes, Timogeras continued to say loudly, the warriors of Masapi and Puchetti are ready. Even if they have to sacrifice their lives, they will kill the enemies who dare to invade our territory. I wonder if the people of Tarentum have the same courage? After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Diomedes to refute. He immediately turned his head to the Devers and said, the bravery of the Dionia people has won the respect of the Masapi people. King Termoni of Puchetti admires you very much and specially asked me to send his regards to you. However, I would like to ask Sir Devers, the people of Dionia have crossed the bay and fought with us, who have never had any conflicts in the past. If we win, we won't get any benefits. If we lose, our bones will be buried in a foreign land. Is it worth it to do so? The Devers was well aware that the Masapi consul had been using various ways to drive a wedge between Dionia and Tarentum the moment he came in. He emphasized, Tarentum is a friendly ally of Dionia. It is the duty of Dionia to abide by the covenant and assist the ally in defending against foreign invasions. What's more, Dionia is obliged to maintain the peace of the neighboring Greek city-states, because only when there is no war between neighbors, the people of Dionia will have a peaceful life. The words of the Devers vaguely revealed his expectations and ambitions for Dionia. Tryphia's and Tadepras' eyes lit up when they heard this. Timogeras, on the other hand, seemed to be deep in thought. Timogeras' expression changed slightly. He heard the warning given to him by the Devers, and he quickly responded, Sir Devers, according to what you said, you are here to help Tarentum resist the invasion. But in fact, Tarentum is not being invaded by the Masapi people, but is instead being seized from our Masapi people. Manduria is a city-state of the Masapi people. Brindisi is also a city-state of the Masapi people. Since the beginning of this year, the people of Tarentum have been attacking our land on a large scale, taking away our Manduria and Brindisi, killing countless Masapi warriors, and turning countless Masapi people, including women and children, into slaves of Tarentum. We fought back because we wanted to take back our land and avenge our clansmen. Sir Devers, you said that Dionia is obliged to help its neighbors maintain peace and resist aggression. Does it also include helping its allies to invade the land of other countries and kill the people of other countries? Timogeras' words were impassioned, and the expressions on the faces of Timogeras and Diomedes changed drastically. The Devers, on the other hand, secretly praised in his heart, smart, just to the point. He immediately put on an embarrassed look, this, damn Masapi people, don't pretend to be pitiful. Diomedes retorted angrily, who has been invading whom all these years? Who is the real victim? Every summer, who runs to the land of Tarentum to rob food and kill people? This year, we launched an attack just to respond to the call of the goddess of vengeance, to avenge the blood debt you owe to Tarentum all these years. In the face of Diomedes' strong rebuttal, Timogeras said calmly, why do we invade Tarentum every year? The reason is very simple. The land of Tarentum originally belonged to us Masapi people. Hundreds of years ago, your ancestors drove away the weak Masapi people who lived here and occupied this land. So what? Hundreds of years have passed, and this land now belongs to us, Tarentum. Since you can take it away, of course, we want to take it back. Unfortunately, you can't do it. On the contrary, in a few years, Manduria will also become a city-state of Tarentum. Diomedes. Humicus loudly interrupted the two of them. The two of them had already deviated from the main topic, and they looked at the three city-state archons, led by Devers, who were already impatient. Humicus hurriedly said, Masapi people, you didn't come here just to argue, did you? I said. As soon as Diomedes spoke, he was interrupted by Umicas. Let's hear the conditions of the Masapi's peace talks. Timogeras cleared his throat and said, Tarentum, Masapi, and Puchetti immediately cease fighting and return to their respective territories. Each party will return the prisoners from the war. Both parties will sign a peace agreement for 2 years. During these 2 years, they will not invade each other. After that, they will decide whether to renew the agreement based on the situation, What do you mean return to their respective territories? Umakas was keenly aware of the problem with this sentence. Of course, it is to return to the state before the war began. The occupied territories must be returned. Timagoras said confidently. Diomedes cursed loudly and roared, "You want us to give up Manduria? Dream on. If you want it, pay with the lives of the Masapi." The negotiations soon broke down, but Timagoras was not in a hurry. He said, "I hope you will consider it seriously. The Masapi camp welcomes you at any time." After that, he turned a blind eye to Diomedes' curses and left. He could see that in addition to Tarentum's stubborn attitude, the consul Devers of Dionia, as well as the generals of Metapontum and Heraclea, were somewhat tempted by the proposal of peace talks. The Greek coalition was not monolithic, and there was something to be done about it. What Timagoras could see, of course, Umakas could see. Therefore, he explained to the Devers, "We can't agree to such a request for peace talks. Even if we agree, it won't work because the people of Tarentum will not agree to give up Manduria, which was exchanged with the blood of their citizens." The Devers smiled. "I understand, but negotiations are like buying and selling goods. We can bargain. The Masapi don't have to recapture Manduria." Umakas was a little anxious when he heard that. The Masapi are not sincere. The peace agreement they proposed is only for 2 years. In 2 years, Tarentum will not be able to restore its previous strength. It will not be able to cope with their possible invasion again. The Devers pondered for a moment. Just as they were about to speak, the tent was opened. Tormid walked in. "Consul, the Senate sent an urgent letter saying that the Briti have made a move." Devers suddenly stood up and asked anxiously, "Where is the letter?" "The messenger is waiting for you in your tent, my lord." Devers had an anxious look on his face. Without saying a word, he walked out. The other 4 looked at each other in dismay. The Briti? Umarkas thought the name sounded familiar, but he couldn't recall it. Diomedes had no impression of this at all. The Briti are indigenous people who live in the mountains west of Dionia. They're close to Dioria. They used to come down from the mountains to rob the people and properties of cities like Turiae and Castellan. Tryphias explained in detail. The Briti shouldn't be strong, right? Umakas asked with some hope. Tryphias thought about it seriously. He looked solemn, but he was deliberately exaggerating the facts. The Briti have little contact with the outside world because no other race has ever been able to invade their land. Vigo City took the initiative to surrender to the Lucanian coalition. Strictly speaking, the Lucanians did not enter the land of the Briti. It is said that they have dozens of tribes and 5 or 6 large cities. In terms of strength, I'm afraid they are stronger than the Puchetti. After hearing this, Umakas and Diomedes felt uneasy in their hearts. After leaving the military tent, the anxiety on the Devers' face disappeared without a trace. He even had the leisure to tease Tormid. "Good performance just now." Tormid also laughed. In the beginning, he was known as the mercenary army's first herald. One of the main reasons was that he was good at understanding the intentions and difficulties of the leaders. He did his best to help them achieve or resolve them. It was because he felt the inner conflict of the Devers that he took the opportunity of the West Lu tribe to enter the tent and yell. He was not sure if the Devers would accept his self-determined approach because it was his first time acting as the personal herald of the Devers. Even though both parties had dealings in Persia, the status of the Devers and him was now very different. The Devers' words dispelled the uneasiness in his heart. "What's the specific situation?" the Devers asked calmly. Based on his understanding of the Briti during this period of time, even if the race was moving towards unification, he did not think that the Briti could pose any great threat to the Dionia alliance. "I heard that a tribe of Greeks in the territory of the Briti has sent people to the Senate for help because they refused to obey Xianxia's order to incorporate them. Xianxia wants to send a large army to destroy them. You can ask Marigi for the details. He is waiting for you in your military tent." Tormid said seriously. "Oh, Marigi is here too." The Devers' heart skipped a beat, but his footsteps did not change. "A Greek tribe?" He must be talking about the West Lu tribe. Just when he was about to doze off, someone sent him a pillow. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He pondered along the way and soon arrived at his military tent. After reading the urgent letter sent by the Senate's rotating president, Cornelis, and carefully listening to Marigi's narration, a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Could it be that the busy alliance's highest commercial official came to deliver a letter for me because of Polixis? Polixis, who only knows how to yell in the Senate and has no power, is he worth my attention? Marigi raised his eyebrows. I came to Tarentum mainly to take this opportunity to come over and understand the situation of the port of Tarentum. However, Sir Devers, Polixis has indeed been too active recently, which may cause some senators to have other ideas. He took a few steps closer and lowered his voice, as if he wanted to remind the Devers of something. The Devers looked calm, but his heart was racing a few times. He did not care much about Polixis' dissatisfaction with him, because few other senators in the Senate would support him, and he needed such an opposition to show that the Senate was not his alone. But if Polixis thought that his indulgence towards him was due to his weakness and arrogance, which may lead to some possible chain reactions, then he needed to warn him. Marigi saw that the Devers were a little absent-minded, and knew that his words had an effect. He changed to another matter. Sir, I heard from the reserve soldiers stationed in the Tarentum barracks that for the past 2 days, there have been many Tarentum citizens surrounding the barracks gate, not only loudly insulting the Dionia soldiers, but also demanding punishment for criminals. What criminals? What happened? Divers furrowed his brows and asked hurriedly. He was quite sensitive to violations of military discipline. It said that some soldiers in our legion beat up a Tarentum theater owner in the market outside the barracks. There's such a thing. The Devers became angry when he heard it, and shouted, Tormid. Tormid answered and entered. Go inform Capus and Dracos, and ask them to send military judges to investigate who in their respective legions participated in the fight in the market before the expedition. After that, his anger seemed to have subsided a little. He thought for a moment, and added, what else caused it? After Tormid left, the Devers temporarily put the matter behind him, and turned to ask Marigi, what's the price of grain in the Turii market now? It's quite high. Because of the war in Sicily and here, especially the war between Syracuse and Carthage, which lasted for a long time, there were too many people involved in the war, and the demand for grain was very high, which affected the price of grain in the Turii market. Marigi was very familiar when it came to trade. But this year, the wheat in Dionia is growing very well. In another 10 days or so, after the people finish harvesting the wheat, the price of wheat in Turii should fall significantly. The Devers stroked the few strands of beard under his chin, and paced back and forth. Finally, he said, then when you go back, tell Murses to use the national treasury to secretly purchase grain. We need to have at least 2 months' worth of food reserves for 4 legions. Marigi's eyes lit up. He did not think that the Devers' use of the national treasury without the consent of the Senate was against the law of Dionia. This Persia man who still followed the king's system thought it was reasonable. What he was interested in was, Sir, have you decided to support the Shilu tribe and take action against the Briti? The Devers glanced at the excited Marigi, and there was a hint of warning in his calm tone. I'm just preparing for the worst, but I hope you can keep this a secret and don't do anything extra. This extra thing, of course, referred to Marigi's use of the news of the war in advance for personal gain. Marigi was very shrewd, and immediately made a solemn promise, and then asked, Sir, if we go to war with the Briti, what about Tarentum? The Devers smiled faintly. Tarentum can no longer fight, especially with your arrival. I'm afraid the 2 Tarentum archons are discussing how to negotiate peace with the Messapi. Marigi's eyes lit up again. He remembered the people of Tarentum who wore black veils and looked grief-stricken when he rushed over from Tarentum. The fall of Tarentum was definitely a good thing for him as the commercial officer of Dionia. He saw the hope of the port of Turii surpassing the most prosperous port of Tarentum in the Taranto Bay. The people of Tarentum, who had long been nourished by the prosperous trade and fertile land of Tarentum, felt the cruelty of war. They no longer had the ambition to compete with Dionia and only hoped that there would be no more sacrifices for their homes and loved ones. Under the strong demand of the citizens, the Senate organized a hasty citizens' assembly. After a heated debate, they finally decided to use the victory of the battle to propose peace talks with the Messapi people. In order to prevent the obstruction of the belligerent consul Diomyres, the citizens' assembly also elected the next consul in advance. Humicus was still elected, and Distymus became consul again. At the same time, he shouldered the mission of going to Masapi to complete the peace talks. As for Diomyres, the people of Tarentum were not as radical as the people of Crotone and did not request for him to be put on trial. However, it could be assumed that his life in Tarentum would not be good. Didymus was on his way to the camp, and Devers was writing a reply to the Senate of Dionia. Sirs, after I led my army to Tarentum, I fought a battle with the 30,000 Masapi coalition forces in the mountains yesterday and won. Our soldiers suffered few casualties, but Tarentum suffered heavy casualties. Judging from the results of the war during this period of time, the decline of Tarentum is inevitable. Therefore, Consul Tryphias of Heraclea took the initiative to express to me that he wanted to join the Dionia alliance, and Consul Tedepras of Metapontum is also wavering. Sirs, perhaps you haven't realized that the Dionia alliance is no longer the weak city-state that had to be invaded by strong states in the past, but has become the most powerful force in southern Italy. Since Dionia has become the overlord of southern Italy, it has attracted the attention of other city-states in southern Italy. We must change our previous cautious and conservative style in time to show the boldness that a strong alliance should have. Only in this way can the city-states of southern Italy tightly unite around Dionia and protect the safety of Dionia. Dionia also protects the peace and stability of all the Greek city-states in southern Italy and protects the safety of every Greek. This is the goal that we, the Senate of Dionia, strive to achieve. Shilu, as a Greek tribe living among the other races, has asked us for help in a time of crisis, and this is the time to test us. To reject him would cause doubt in the hearts of our allies and the cities that are watching, but to accept him would inspire the courage of the cities that have faith in Dionia, for Dionia would go to war with Briti for the sake of a small tribe like Shilu. So when the other city-states were in danger, how could Dionia not do its best to help? In addition, even if a war with the Briti arises because of protecting the Shilu tribe, there is no need for us to regret it, because a war between Dionia and the Briti is unavoidable. The reason why the Shilu tribe asked us for help was because Xianxia was uniting the Briti tribes to form an even more powerful and terrifying Briti tribal alliance, just like the Lucaria tribal alliance. We all know that the land in the Briti region is barren, and the production is not plentiful. In the past, the Briti often crossed the mountains and plundered the Greek city-states for supplies and people. Now that a unified Briti tribal alliance has been established, it is inevitable that they will expand outwards to achieve greater development for their race. But look at the surroundings of the Briti, it is either surrounded by Dionia's territory, or adjacent to our allies. The Briti is like a beast lying next to Dionia. Do we hope to tame it before it grows up? Or do we wait for it to grow up before we fight it? The answer is undoubtedly the former. The Devers handed the written letter to Marigi. After sending him off, Tormid came in and told the Devers in detail about the investigation of the soldiers beating the people. The Devers did not expect that it was because of him that the soldiers violated the military law, and he was touched. He whispered, Olivers. He could not make a decision at the moment. Tormid took the opportunity to persuade, Sir, it is because the Tarentum people freely insulted our soldiers, and you, that Olivers and the others were angry and beat him. I don't think they are wrong in this matter. And, the Devers looked up at him, and Tormid immediately shut his mouth. Yes, for me. The Devers sighed softly and made a decision in his heart, go inform Capys and Dracos, let them leave half of their men in the camp, and bring the rest of the soldiers to the threshing ground in the middle of the village, and then call the military judge. Sir. Tormid heard and wanted to persuade again. The Devers waved his hand and did not allow him to say more, go. Brothers. The Devers stood on a haystack the height of a person, facing thousands of Dionia soldiers, and said loudly, in order to fulfill the covenant between Dionia and Tarentum, you have come to this strange land, fought bravely, and repelled the fierce and cunning Masapi and Pucetti. I, the Senate, and all the people of Dionia thank you. The soldiers proudly puffed out their chests. The Devers paused for a while and continued, but in the process, a bad thing happened. Several of our brothers beat up a Tarentum theater owner. At that time, the soldiers pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Although they were restricted by military rules and could not move, their eyes darted around, guessing who did it. Although it was the other party who provoked us first, Dionia's military law is not for show. Those who beat people must be punished. The Devers shouted with a serious expression, military judge. The military judge at the side said loudly, according to Dionia's military law, soldiers who bully or beat people of the alliance during the war will be punished at least 20 times depending on the seriousness of the case. But because of the other party's repeated provocation and vicious words, the soldiers present were forced to attack out of anger. After discussing with the commander-in-chief, I have decided to punish the soldiers who committed the crime. Each soldier who committed the crime will be punished with 10 strokes of the stick. The soldiers were relieved. For them, who often received military training, 10 strokes of the stick was a very light punishment. Olivers, step forward. The military judge continued to shout. When Olivers walked to the line, there was another small commotion among the soldiers. They did not expect a captain to be involved in this matter. Leotychides was also quite surprised. He did not expect the people of Dionia to punish the captain who committed the crime without hesitation just because he beat up a citizen of the alliance in order to uphold military discipline. In his memory, the Spartan army was also unable to achieve the same level of discipline. They were only disciplined when it came to battles, but when they were in the territory of the alliance, the actions of the soldiers were not strictly restricted. Therefore, the local people, such as Corinth and Megara, had a lot of resentment towards them. Back then, as the son of King Arsus of Sparta, Leotychides did not receive much treatment as a prince. He also participated in many battles as a soldier, so he was more familiar with the situation of the Sparta army. Olivers calmly walked to the front of the line. After beating someone up, he was already prepared to be punished. After the military judge called out the names of the soldiers who committed the crime, Olivers saw the Devers on the haystack looking at him. Then he heard him say loudly, "In addition, there is another person who will be punished by military law, and that is me." As soon as this statement came out, the whole army was in an uproar. Capys, Dracos, Antonios, Alexis, Amintas, and other senior generals were also shocked when they heard this. For a moment, they forgot to restrain the soldiers. Under the reminder of the Devers, they finally restored the order of the line. "Why are you punishing me?" The Devers pointed at the soldier who committed the crime in front of the line and said loudly with sincerity, "Olivers, as a captain, doesn't he know that beating someone up is against military law? Don't the other brothers know the pain of being beaten by the military rod?" "No, of course they know. Every soldier of the legion is familiar with the military law of Dionia. But why did the brothers of the First Legion not have such problems when they were in Crotone, in Cilicia, and in Carena, but made a mistake here in Tarentum across the bay? Because the people of Tarentum mainly insulted me, and Olivers and the others hit me in anger to maintain my prestige as the commander of this army. And I, as the consul of Dionia, your commander, led you to help Tarentum, but not only did I not win the respect of the people of Tarentum, I even let them belittle and insult us. This is my dereliction of duty, my responsibility. So since you want to punish them, you have to punish me first, otherwise," the Devers patted his chest, "I don't feel good here, and I can't forgive myself, so don't try to dissuade me. I want to accept the punishment of 10 military rods together with these brothers. The execution will be supervised by Dracos, no faking." After the Devers finished, the threshing floor was silent. Every soldier looked at their commander with excitement, their chests rising and falling rapidly. Olivers only felt his eyes warm, and tears flowed down his cheeks. He could not help but wave his arms and shout, "Long live our Devers!" As soon as he took the lead, a huge wave of voices covered the entire village, mixed with praises of "Long live Dionia," and curses of "Damn Tarentum." The Devers watched everything calmly, and he reminded the military judge, who was equally excited, prepare for the execution. After that, he walked down the grain pile and stood next to Olivers. After some discussion, both of them agreed that if the negotiations were to be successful, they should first obtain the support of Dionia. Thus, they rushed to the Dionia barracks, just in time to hear the tsunami-like cheers in the barracks. The two of them were puzzled when the Dionia herald, Tormid, arrived and brought an order from the Devers. The two of them were allowed to enter the barracks. "Are you training?" Eumakas asked curiously. Tormid said with respect, "Are you referring to the cheers? That's our commander, the Devers, being punished with a stick." "What did you say?" Eumakas thought he had heard wrong. Tormid solemnly briefly recounted what had happened. Eumakas and Desidemus were dumbfounded. The consul of Dionia not only punished the soldiers who committed the crime for beating up a citizen of Tarentum, but also punished himself. Not only did the two of them not feel the slightest gratitude, but fear rose in their hearts. They had never heard of a consul of the League being punished for such a trifling matter in all the Greek history that they knew. The two of them had also served as consuls several times and had commanded the army of the city many times. Of course, they knew the importance of discipline in the army in war. The Dionysian army's requirements for military discipline were so strict. No wonder they could defeat the fierce Pucetti. The terrifying Devers. Desidemus sighed in a low voice. Eutychus happened to hear it and was stunned. He immediately understood the meaning of Desidemus' words. The Devers could be so cruel to themselves in order to achieve their goals. Moreover, through the contact with the Devers during this time, Eutychus felt that it was not a good thing for Tarentum to have such a lifelong consul in Dionia. The only fortunate thing was that the citizens of Tarentum had finally reached an agreement on the peace talks. Otherwise, with the current mental state of the Dionia soldiers, who knew what would happen if they were allowed to attack Messapi again? Damn it, Timaeus. Can't these free and undisciplined people of Tarentum think for the city before making trouble? When the two senators saw Devers, he was lying in the military tent, receiving treatment from the doctor. After knowing the purpose of their visit, although Devers was surprised, he immediately expressed his support. After everyone's discussion, the Tarentum Alliance army broke camp and headed east the next morning. Halfway to Brindisi, the Map and Prussian alliance blocked their way, and the two sides faced each other. The confrontation lasted for an hour, but the Tarentum army never blew the horn to attack. The Tarentum people, who cared about their face, used this tactful way to express their will. The shrewd Pachimerus quickly understood the Greeks' intentions. After witnessing the tight formation and high morale of the Dionia soldiers, Termoni's words became even more important in his heart. He didn't argue any further and sent out Timogarath again. The negotiation between the two sides began. At dusk, a peace agreement between Tarentum, Messapi, and Pucetti was reached. The two sides immediately ceased fighting. Tarentum would return Manduria to Messapi, the three sides would each return the captives and the corpses of the soldiers, and Tarentum, Messapi, and Pucetti would not invade each other for a period of 10 years. In addition, Tarentum also signed a trade agreement with Pucetti. Tarentum had to return Manduria because he had no other choice. The Senate of Tarentum had discussed in advance and finally agreed that after Messapi and Pucetti united, Manduria alone could no longer stop the invasion of the Messapi people, because they could join forces with the Pucetti people to invade from the wider east of Tarentum. The continuous defeats had caused the existing number of citizens of Tarentum to plummet. If citizens were sent to move to Manduria, not only would it weaken the strength of Tarentum, but it would also be easy to be besieged. Before the negotiation, the two consuls had made it clear to the Devers that in order to thank Dionia for its selfless help, they were willing to hand over Manduria to Dionia for free. The Devers were not short-sighted people. His mind was clear. This was Tarentum's intention to drag Dionia into the water, driving Dionia to fight against Messapi and Pucetti for a long time, so as to shelter Tarentum from the wind and rain. Of course, the Devers didn't want to be taken advantage of, and with the current strength of Dionia, it didn't have the ability to fight on both sides, so he politely refused. Only then did Eumarchus and Desidemus use Manduria as a bargaining chip and use a trade agreement to move Termoni. In the end, they forced Pachimerus to give in and sign a 10-year peace agreement. When the agreement was signed, Termoni made a small request to see the Devers of Dionia, but he was politely refused by the Devers on the grounds that he hadn't recovered from his injury and it was inconvenient for him to meet people. While Tarentum was negotiating, the senators of the Senate of Dionia, after reading the Devers' reply, finally passed a resolution to support the Shilu tribe. When they were discussing the candidate for the envoy to Xianxia, Marigi immediately stood up and recommended Polixus, praising him for his eloquence and saying that he would definitely be able to convince the Briti tribal alliance of Xianxia to spare the Shilu tribe. Then, Mursus and Felicius all praised Polixus, believing that he was the best candidate for the envoy. The former senators of the mercenary army frightened Polixus, and he immediately felt that this was the Devers' henchman deliberately targeting him. If he really went to Xianxia and the Marigi caused trouble, he might not be able to return. He was not a person who would easily take risks, so he hurriedly stood up and refused. Under the verbal attack of the Marigi, Polixus did not hesitate to belittle himself and almost begged for mercy. Only then did the Marigi give up teasing him. In the end, it was Antares, who had just joined the Senate and had no specific matters to attend to, who took the initiative to go. The Tarentum allied army returned to Tarentum with the bodies of the released Tarentum citizens and soldiers, including, of course, Archita's body that had been pieced together. After being reminded by Governor Umacas, the Senate of Tarentum even forbade the citizens from leaving the city, allowing the Dionysian army to return to camp without a hitch. After attending Archita's funeral, the Devers and some of the soldiers who stayed behind first took a boat back to Thurii. After Antares accepted the mission, he set off for Xianxia that afternoon with 3 followers. He did not take the road from Thurii to the west, through the mountains to Laos, and then to Vigo city. Although it was safe, most of the road was mountainous, and it was too time-consuming. Instead, he chose to take the trail on the south bank of the Kreti River, going up the river to Abyssinia, and then turning south to Xianxia. After crossing the wooden bridge over the Kreti River, Antares and his party walked west along the south bank of the Kreti River. The terrain gradually increased, and the road gradually narrowed. After passing the last checkpoint in Thurii, there was a dirt road in front of them that could allow 3 people to pass side by side. On the left was a steep mountain wall, on the right was a steep slope that was more than 10 meters high, and below the slope was the turbulent Kreti River. Antares looked down and saw the dark green river roaring, constantly crashing against the black and yellow rocks, making soul-shaking noises. Whirlpools the size of millstones appeared and disappeared one after another, and no one knew how deep they were. Antares felt his legs become a little weak, and the 4 of them carefully supported each other as they moved forward. Some sections of the road were soaked by the rain, and the soil was soft and collapsed, so much so that only one person could pass through. The group walked for 4 hours, but it felt like they had walked for a day, and their stamina and energy were quickly depleted. Fortunately, the trail gradually began to descend, and the road became wider and wider. Suddenly, the view in front of them opened up, endless green mountains, the Kreti River, which had narrowed but flowed more rapidly, and in between the mountains and the mountains was a relatively flat land. And on this relatively flat land stood a small city, Abyssinia. Antares and his party were stopped by the British sentries at the exit of the road, and after a long time after they expressed their intentions, they were escorted through the defensive camp that blocked the road, into Ciudad Abyssinia, and finally to the simple meeting hall of Abyssinia. It was called a hall, but in fact, it was just a slightly larger thatched wooden house, and there was firewood burning in the pit in the middle of the wooden house. In the city of Thurii, the weather at the beginning of September was still relatively warm, and most of the people were still wearing thin, bare-chested summer clothes. But in the mountains of Abyssinia, which was not too far from Thurii, it was already a little cold. Not only could the fire light up, but it could also drive away the cold. The 3 people sitting around the fire were all wearing leather jackets, and the one in the middle was the youngest. He stood up and walked in front of Antares, and there was a hint of curiosity in his fierce eyes. "Greek, what are you doing in the mountains? Don't you know that we, the Briti, do not welcome you?" After listening to the translation of his entourage, Antares said calmly, "I'm the messenger of Dionia, and I've been ordered by the Senate to go to Xianxia. There's something important to discuss with the leaders of the Briti." "Something important? What is it?" he asked with interest. Antares said seriously, "I'm sorry, I can only tell you when I see the leaders of the Briti." The young man's face immediately changed, and he shouted with a face full of anger, "If you don't tell me, don't even think about passing through Abyssinia. I now suspect that you're Greek spies. Men, take them down, give each of you 10 lashes, and then lock them in the sheep pen." The faces of Antares and his entourage changed. "Since when did we, the Briti, become so friendly to the Greeks? Are we afraid of them just because they're from Dionia?" Canara roared indignantly. Over the past year or so, although the Briti were relatively isolated, they were still aware of the happenings in the outside world. The sudden emergence of a powerful city-state alliance around the Briti had put pressure on the leaders of the various tribes. Only young men like Canara were unconvinced. "We're wolves, and the Greeks are just sheep. No matter how many sheep there are, and how fat they are, they can't defeat the wolves. Alright, Karam, don't forget what your father told you before he left. You don't want him to get angry when he hears that you don't listen to our advice again. He'll deprive you of the authority you've just obtained, and pass it on to your brother." Another older man also came forward to persuade him. Kannaru seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. He turned around angrily and glared fiercely at Antares before he left. Antares was listening to the translation of their conversation by his follower. The old man walked over and said in a gentle tone, "Messenger of Dionia, my name is Bagalipi, a leader of Abyssinia." "His name is Brim, and he's also the leader of Abyssinia." Antares bowed with a smile and reported his name. "We'll immediately send someone to inform Xianxia of your arrival. You'll be staying in Ciudad Abyssinia to rest for the time being. Once we receive news of your entry, we'll send someone to escort you to Xianxia." The Briti slept very simply. They covered themselves with animal fur and slept directly on the wooden floor around the fire pit. Antares and his men were already physically and mentally exhausted after an afternoon of trekking and fear. They fell asleep immediately after dinner, and soon fell asleep. Snoring could be heard everywhere. In the darkness, there was only one person who still had his eyes open. Among Antares' 3 attendants, one was his most trusted slave, who took good care of his food and clothing throughout the journey. The other was Adepigus, a translator specially found by the Senate for Antares because he did not understand the Briti language. Adepigus was a registered free citizen of Dionia. His mother was a Greek. She was kidnapped by the Briti and became pregnant after she was humiliated and gave birth to him. He was a slave of the Briti people since he was a child. He experienced hardships and finally seized an opportunity to escape from the Briti mountains and finally came to Turii. He had a deep hatred for the Briti people, but he was very patient. The last attendant, who was still awake, was recommended to Antares by Marigi. He said that he was from the Ministry of Military Affairs. In consideration of the future war with the Briti people, he needed to know the internal situation of the Briti region. In fact, he was a probationary citizen of Dionia. His name was Antares, and he was the younger brother of Aristides, the personal intelligence officer of the Devers. Since Izam's reconnaissance team had followed the Devers to Tarantum, Antares was indeed performing his reconnaissance duties in this regard. At this moment, he was trying to recall everything he saw during the day, the approximate time spent on the road from Turii to Abyssinia, the difficulty of the road, the location of Ciudad Abyssinia and how secure it was, the approximate number of the population and soldiers in the city, and the character of the leaders of Abyssinia through their conversations. Antares recalled over and over again until he could clearly engrave them in his mind. There were still some vague parts that he had to further confirm the next day. When this was done, Antares turned his eyes to Antares, who was sleeping on the opposite side. This was another one of his targets. He monitored and observed the performance of the Cremissa man, who had just joined the Senate, in the coming diplomatic mission to Xianxia. It was not the first time Antares had done such a thing. At first, he was a little resistant. He told his brother, Aristides, that the former tyrant of Syracuse, Chiron, had once created a spy system that spied on the private lives of the citizens of the city, so he had a bad reputation. He did not want the Devers they were attached to become like that. However, Aristides persuaded him that Chiron's bad reputation was mainly because he was too dictatorial, overly suspicious, and oppressive of the citizens, so the people were seething with discontent. And the Devers, as a broad-minded and cool-headed lifelong governor, knew how to maintain the freedom of the people, so they should not make such a mistake. Moreover, he was outstanding. The rapid rise of the Dionia alliance had proved everything. He was the best commander for the fight against Syracuse and the reconstruction of Catani. Therefore, consolidating his leadership position and preventing people with ulterior motives from stirring up trouble became one of Aristides' important duties. After Antares was convinced by his brother, he had followed and investigated the movements of many senators in the Senate. It should be said that most of the senators supported and agreed with the Devers' position as lifelong governors. Although a few, such as Polixus, were dissatisfied with the Devers, they did not take any concrete actions. As for Antares, he was the leader of the 3 Cremissa men who entered the Senate. After coming to Turii, apart from attending Senate meetings, he rarely came out and had little contact with other senators, which made Aristides very curious. This diplomatic mission was a good opportunity to learn more about this Cremissa man, and at the same time, it could also provide reference for the Dever's future use and appointment of senior officials. At least from his current performance, although Antares was a noble of Cremissa, he was able to endure hardship and was courageous. Antares was looking forward to his next performance. In the afternoon of the next day, a messenger came from Xianxia, and Antares and his party were allowed to enter Xianxia. Bagalipi also sent 10 warriors to escort the Dionia emissaries to Xianxia. The group left the city and began to travel west along the mountain road, but they were stopped not long after. Kannaru appeared in front of them on horseback and said triumphantly, "Greeks, I haven't even entertained you, and you want to leave just like that?" Antares and his party immediately felt nervous. At this time, the Briti warrior in charge of the escort stepped forward to persuade Kannaru, but was stopped by his men. "Don't worry, I won't let you go back without an explanation." After he made the promise, his face darkened, and his eyes were fierce. "Give them 5 lashes. Let them know that the Greeks won't be able to pass through my ciudad Abyssinia without paying a price." After he finished, before Antares and his party could react, they were swarmed by the Briti warriors and pressed to the ground. After 5 lashes, everyone's skin was lacerated. Adepigus was angered by the beating, and he cursed in Briti. Kannaru listened, but he laughed and shouted, "Give him 3 more lashes." Adepigus wanted to continue cursing, but Antares shouted in a low voice, "Adepigus, don't forget what we are here for." Adepigus was shocked and slowly lowered his head. Kannaru saw that the Greeks did not respond, and he was quite bored. He did not dare to go too far in case he incurred his father's anger, so he shouted, "Cowardly Greeks, let's go." He shook the reins of his horse with both hands and rode eastward along the road. Antares and the other 3 supported each other and moved forward with difficulty. Although the terrain was getting higher and higher, the road was no longer rugged and difficult to walk on. The continuous mountain peaks gradually retreated to the 2 sides. In front of them was a gently undulating grassland. Dense layers of soft grass were dotted with colorful wildflowers, like a vast, boundless, colorful carpet, extending into the distance. Herds of cows, sheep, and horses were either eating grass quietly on the slope, or running and playing with their hooves raised. Grass huts were scattered among them, and some of them even had smoke rising from their chimneys. More and more people could be seen on the road. They were herding cows and sheep, carrying goods on their backs, and appeared at different places on the slope, heading in the same direction. In the evening, Antares saw a huge, towering shadow in front of him with the help of the moonlight. He knew that Xianxia had arrived. As it was already past the time to enter the city, Antares and his party could only set up tents outside the city for the night. The next morning, the Briti warriors who were escorting them immediately reported to the city. Soon, Antares and his party were welcomed by the guards sent by the tribal alliance, and they were invited to enter the city of Xianxia. After breakfast, Antares was brought to the meeting hall of Xianxia. Compared to the grass hut in Abyssinia, this place was much more magnificent. There was 1 person sitting in the middle, and 3 people sat on both sides. The seat in the middle was obviously higher, and it seemed that there was a hierarchy. Antares was thinking about the news of the Briti tribes forming the tribal alliance under the leadership of Xianxia, and he bowed respectfully. "Respected leaders, I am Antares, the messenger of Dionia, and I bring greetings from the Senate of Dionia." Before Adepigus could translate, the person in the middle said in Greek, "Messenger of Dionia, welcome to the center of the Briti tribal alliance, Xianxia. I am the leader of the entire tribal alliance, Pinlan." As soon as he finished speaking, the person closest to his lower left stood up and asked in Greek, "The Briti have never had any contact with Dionia. May I know why the messenger is here this time?" As soon as this was said, everyone in the meeting hall focused their attention on Antares. Antares did not expect the Briti people to put the question on the table as soon as they met. He did not answer immediately, but turned around and asked, "May I know who you are?" Antares nodded to greet him, then looked around at the people around him. They looked at him with vigilance and scrutiny, which made him lower his expectations for the success of this mission. Antares secretly encouraged himself, mobilized his emotions as soon as possible, and made his words more powerful. "Everyone, the great leader of the Briti, Dionia, as the leader of the Southern Greek City-State Alliance, here," he was obviously exaggerating the prosperous status of Dionia, "is responsible for maintaining the peace between the southern Greek city-states of southern Italy. It was his duty to maintain the peace between the Greek city-states in southern Italy and protect the lives and property of the Greeks. That was what Dioria had been doing for the past 6 months. A few months ago, Dionia presided over the mediation of the war between Crotone and Rockley, and a few days ago, at the request of the alliance, they sent troops to aid Tarentum to resist the invasion of Messapi and Puccetti. When Antares said this, he saw that everyone's expression became solemn. Xilu, a tribe of Greeks. They have been living peacefully in this mountainous area and have always been friendly with the surrounding tribes, but now their survival is threatened. Your newly formed tribal alliance threatened this weak tribe, which has never hurt any Briti people, to immediately leave their home that they have lived in for decades and go to Xianxia to accept your incorporation. They had no choice but to ask for help from Dionia. In order to protect the lives and property of the southern Greek people, the Senate of Dionia has reached a consensus and sent me here, hoping that the Briti tribal alliance will stop threatening the Xilu tribe and restore peace and tranquility. When Antares finished speaking, the people present did not seem to be surprised. They looked at each other. When everyone was discussing the reason for the envoy of Dionia to the Briti, someone was right: the people of Dionia came for the Xilu tribe. And the person he was referring to was the great leader of Canopiscia, Panjaru. The settlement of the Xiluan tribe was not far from the north of Canopiscia city. At this moment, he stood up angrily: "Arrogant Dionia people, the Xilu live in the land of the Briti, their food and clothing are produced from this land, they are the tribe of the Briti, this is the internal affairs of the Briti, it has nothing to do with you Greeks. If that's all you're here for, you can go back. Briti doesn't welcome you, and we don't like a force from outside the mountains interfering with Briti's affairs." Antares sneered and said, "The Briti region is called that because a large number of Briti tribes live here. That's why people are used to calling it that. In fact, this mountainous area was neither under the jurisdiction of a country nor a city-state, so there was no unified territory or border. Everyone knows that the Xilu tribe is made up of Greeks, they have lived on this land for hundreds of years, they have the right to continue to live here independently." The great leader of Abyssinia, Nikaru, had a short temper like his son, Kanaru. He immediately scolded and shouted, "What right does the people of Dionia have to tell us what to do in the land of the Briti? Originally, we were planning to deal with the Xilu tribe in a few days, but now that you've said it, I've decided to send an army to destroy it in the afternoon. If Dionia can give Cremissa, Asprostum, and Nudum the right to live independently, then it won't be a problem for us to let the Xilu go. In that case, it won't be a problem for us to let Xilu go," Ambania's great leader Bojum mocked, not to be outdone. Antares stood quietly, as if he did not hear their scolding. At this time, Sidorum asked loudly, "What will happen if we refuse the request of the people of Dionia?" The scolding in the hall suddenly became much quieter. "I was only ordered to tell you the request of the Senate. If you don't accept it, the Senate of Dionia will need to discuss it before making the next decision." Antares did not change his expression, but his tone became more serious. "However, Dionia has always kept its promise. No matter what price it has to pay, it will not let its allies be bullied. The previous cases have proven everything. Just now, I have already mentioned that I, Archon Dionysia, Sir Devers, in order to fulfill my alliance with Tarentum, has led 15,000 soldiers to fight against Messapi, who have invaded our ally. Just as I was about to leave for Xianxia, a battle report has arrived. Sir Devers has led his army to defeat the 30,000 allied forces of Messapi and Puccetti in the mountains. The Messapi and Puccetti allied forces have suffered countless casualties, and were forced to sign a peace treaty with Tarentum. Soon, the Devers will lead the victorious army back to Turiai and hold a triumphant ceremony." A threat? This was a blatant threat. Everyone looked at each other, and the great leader Nikaru even jumped and scolded, and declared that he was not afraid of going to war with Dionia. "Quiet! Quiet!" The high priest of Briti, Ferodaru, stood up to maintain order in the hall. "People of Dionia, we Briti warriors are not afraid of war." Pinlin, who was sitting in the middle, said, "But Briti and Dionia are neighbors. Once there is a conflict, it will damage the relationship between the two races, leading to endless war. To avoid the possible sacrifice of countless lives because of the Xilu tribe, Briti is willing to make a concession. We will not punish the Xilu who violated the order, and we will let them leave Briti safely." "What are you talking about, Pinlin?" Brity will never yield to Dionia. Nikaru immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. What about the land? The land that generations of Shilu people lived on was taken away by you just like that? Antares reacted quickly and asked. Pinlan glanced at Nikaru, and although Nikaru was still angry, he did not say anything. Ferodoru advised Antares seriously, not turning the Shilu people into slaves is already the greatest kindness of the Brity tribal alliance. People of Dionia, do not be too greedy. Antares shook his head and said firmly, but the order from the Senate is that the Shilu people's right to live independently in Brity must be guaranteed. A glint flashed in Pinlan's eyes, and his tone became indifferent. If that's the case, we will make a decision after discussing. Also, we do not know the current situation of the Shilu tribe. We need to send someone to understand before we can make a decision, Sidorum quickly interrupted. After the guards sent Antares away, the discussion in the meeting hall became even more intense. Dionia is bullying us too much, saying that they are protecting the Greeks of southern Italy. I think they just don't want us Brity to unite, that's why they are purposely causing trouble for us. Panjaru said angrily. Ferodoru nodded and encouraged everyone, that's why we Brity have to unite even more, so that we won't be afraid of the Greeks and Lucanians. Why don't we get rid of these annoying Dionysians? Nikolu waved his hand and made a beheading gesture. That won't do. Sidorum quickly advised, both the Greeks and the Lucanians have a rule to treat messengers well, even in times of war. We, the Brity Alliance, are becoming a powerful one, and we should abide by these principles that are universally agreed upon by all races in order to better deal with them. Moreover, killing the messengers of Dionia will only anger the people of Dionia, and war will be inevitable. Who cares about Dionia? My people and I are not afraid of them at all. Nikaru said without showing any signs of weakness. Of course we are not afraid of Dionia. But if war breaks out, our great plan to unite the Brity will be seriously affected. Pinlan said solemnly. I think we should imprison them for a few days, and let them out after we take care of Shilu. By then, they will want to protect Shilu, but the Shilu tribe will no longer exist. They will have to accept this fact, Bagaru suggested. Sidorum was inspired and said, everyone, I think this is a good idea. We can also make some slight changes to it. Everyone agreed with Sidorum's idea. Only Nikaru did not care and said impatiently, why make it so complicated? It's as if we Brity are afraid of Dionia. Pinlan ignored him and cautiously reminded, I think Elder Sidorum's suggestion can be implemented. However, we need to be prepared. If the people of Dionia do not accept our idea, then we need to be prepared for a possible war. After a brief silence in the hall, Nikaru was the first to speak. I admit that Dionia is stronger than us, but if they dare to enter the Brity Mountains, I can guarantee that they will not be able to return. Because no one is more familiar with the mountains and highlands here than we are. Unla, the goddess of snow mountains and highlands that Brity believes in, has sheltered us, the Brity people, for hundreds of years, and will continue to shelter us, the Brity people. Nikaru's words lifted everyone's spirits. Feroteru said, also, we need to find allies to fight against Dionia, to reduce the pressure of facing Dionia alone. Allies? The Brity region was already surrounded by Dionia and its allies, where could they find allies? While everyone was thinking hard, Sidorum suddenly shouted excitedly, the Lucanians. We can go find the Lucanians. After Dionia seized the Grimentum, they have already threatened the safety of the territories of Picos and Potentia. If they do not want to become the next Grimentum, they should be willing to ally with us. Pinlan's eyes lit up. The reason why he did not think of the Lucanians was that 2 years ago, the Lucanians were the most feared enemy of the Brity people. When Vigo City surrendered to the Lucanian tribal alliance and the situation in the Brity region was at its most critical, Pinlan even thought of leading the tribe to migrate south. For this reason, he also led the Cosenza army and joined forces with Clepetia to attack Trine, and a fierce battle with the Crotone alliance. But in just 2 short years, the once tyrannical Lucanians had been reduced to such a state. This could not help but alarm Pienluan. Back then, when the great leader of Vigo City, Sidorum, led his tribe to seek refuge with the Lucaria tribe alliance, it scared all the tribes in the Brity region. They all felt that a catastrophe was about to befall them. Although things had changed, many people still had prejudice against Sidorum and the people of Vigo. This had become a sore point for Sidorum, He was the first to let go of the past hatred between the tribes and come to Xianxia on his own initiative. He was the first to propose the establishment of the Briti alliance. In the Briti region, Vigo City's power was second only to Xianxia. However, in this meeting hall, his words did not even carry as much weight as Nikaru. At this time, he ignored Nikaru's mockery and said to Pinlin solemnly, "Leave the alliance with Picassus and Potentia to me." At the end of the discussion, no one proposed to let Xilu go and let it exist independently. Because once that was done, it would give the other tribes who were unwilling to be merged an excuse to increase their confidence in resisting this new alliance. The road to unification of the Briti would not be as smooth. Adepagus walked back into the house with a dejected face. "How is it? Still not letting us out?" Antroporus walked up to him and asked. Adepagus shook his head and said angrily, "It's still the same words. They said something like some tribes in the city are rioting and haven't settled it yet. They're afraid that if we get hurt accidentally, it will cause tension with Dionia. So, they strengthened the protection for us. Wait a minute, I think they want to imprison us. Maybe they want to cover our eyes and ears and take care of the Xilu tribe as soon as possible." Antroporus looked at Antares anxiously. Antares, on the other hand, was lying leisurely on his bed, letting his slave apply the medicine he got from the Briti on his wounds. He was not anxious because he had read the letter from the Devers in the Senate. His understanding was that helping the Xilu tribe and protesting against the Briti was just a good excuse for Dionia to intervene in Briti affairs and destroy the alliance of the Briti tribes. If the Briti did not accept it and destroyed the Xilu tribe instead, Dionia would have a reason to send troops against the Briti. This was probably the real intention of the Devers. After spending nearly half a year together, Antares did not look down on the consul because of his youth. On the contrary, he understood how terrifying Diver's seemingly sincere smile was. Therefore, regardless of whether this mission succeeded or failed, Dionia had achieved his goal. He said calmly, "Don't worry, we can wait." 3 days later, Antares came to the meeting hall of Xianxia again. Pinlin told him a piece of bad news: there was a civil war in the Xilu tribe. Some of the tribesmen wanted to return to the Greek city-state, while others wanted to merge with Xianxia. As a result, the two sides clashed, and the conflict led to killing. In the end, the tribesmen who supported merging with Xianxia slaughtered the other tribesmen. He also let Antares meet a few leaders of the Xilu tribe. They kept asking to join Xianxia and firmly refused any help from Dionia. During the whole process, Antares did not speak much, which gave the Briti leaders who had been observing him the illusion that the Dionia seemed to have accepted the result. Pinlin said to Antares apologetically, "What has happened has happened. All we can do is to do our best to settle the Xilu tribesmen who are still alive. We are worried that Dionia will misunderstand the Briti alliance and make some radical decisions. Therefore, we hope that when Lord Antares returns to Turii, he will convey our sincere apologies to your Senate and our sincere wish to have friendly relations with Dionia." Antares said calmly, "I will report what happened to the Senate truthfully, and will also convey your wish to be friendly without missing a word. As for what the Senate will decide, I cannot guess." Xianxia did not stop Antares from leaving. On the contrary, he gave him many valuable gifts, and Xianxia also sent him off quite grandly. During the farewell, Sidorum was the protagonist. Not only did he send hundreds of Vigo warriors as guards, but he also personally accompanied Antares out of Xianxia. Because Antares considered the difficult roads when entering the Briti mountains, and even worse, the unfriendliness of Ciudad Abyssinia, coupled with Antares' request, he decided not to go back the way he came. Instead, he went north from Xianxia through Vigo City to Laos, and then returned to Turii through the Ra River fortress. After half a day of trekking, they arrived at Vigo City. Sidorum had specially prepared a sumptuous banquet and invited Antares to the banquet. The next day, Antares and his men left the Briti mountains and arrived at Laos. Archon Avanogus of Laos led all the nobles out of the city to welcome them. Only then did Antares completely relax. The Devers ship arrived at the port of Turii together with the other troop ships. He did not disembark with the soldiers because the port was crowded at this time. The people of Dionia had come to welcome the safe return of their loved ones. Too noisy and crowded a scene was not conducive to the safety of the Archon of Dionia. Therefore, the Devers listened to Marcius's suggestion and sailed west along the Kratai River to the port of Turii. Then, the Devers quietly returned to his mansion. The slave butler Ribazot was supervising 2 slaves to clean the reservoir in the middle of the courtyard. When he saw the Devers, he shouted in surprise, "Master, you're back. How was your family after I left?" The Devers asked with a smile. "Everything is fine. It's just that Madame misses you every day and prays for you at the Temple of Hades every day." We also went to the Temple of Hades to pray for you, Master. The blessing of the Hades. I've waited for you to come back safely so soon." Ribazot looked happy. The Devers happily handed him something. "I bought this for you in Tarentum. It's a leather hat made by the people of Carthage. It can block the wind and sand, and it can also protect you from the cold in winter." Ribazot took the gift from the Devers and was very excited. He knelt down and thanked them profusely. The Devers quickly stopped him. "You're a free man now, and you're in charge of so many slaves for me. Don't kneel down so easily. It will damage your dignity as a supervisor, understand?" After that, the Devers could not wait to pass through the front door and enter the backyard. "Boss, Master is so good to you. He even bought you something," a slave who had just arrived said enviously. Ribazot carefully folded the leather hat and put it in his arms. He did not feel proud of himself. Instead, he warned him, "You're new and don't know. Although Master's status is noble, he treats the slaves very well. As long as you keep working diligently, Master will see it. In the future, not only will you be rewarded, but you can also get rid of your slave status and become a free man." "Really? I'm a good example," Ribazot said, patting his chest. "Master, you're back. Hey, Asuna, you're still as beautiful as before. You haven't changed at all. Madam is the beautiful one. What am I? Besides, I've only been away for a few days. People are not the weather. What changes can there be?" "Ha ha ha, Lord Devers. Oh, Andrea is here too. Are you discussing business matters together?" Kristoya carried the child and stood up with a smile. She walked to the Devers. "We were just discussing when Andrea will be separated. If she's a girl, she'll marry Little Crow." The Devers glanced at Andrea's protruding abdomen and smiled. "I agree. As long as she's not like Butler, Andrea's daughter will definitely be a beauty. Our Little Crow is really lucky. Isn't that right, baby?" The Devers took Little Crow and raised him up, shaking him in the air. The little fellow was not afraid at all. Instead, he flailed his arms and legs in the air, crying out. "Look, the child has agreed." The Devers smiled. "You sent Butler to Grimentum and made Andrea pregnant. She had no one to take care of her, and you still have the nerve to say that?" Kristoya punched him lightly on the shoulder and scolded, "You sent Butler to Grimentum. That's an appointment from the Senate." "I can't make the decision," the Devers said, rubbing his shoulder exaggeratedly. Andrea blushed. "I'm in Turii now. I have family to take care of me. Butler can come back for a day or two sometimes. I don't have to worry about anything. I'm fine." Originally, Butler was the city governor of the Grimentum, so Andrea could go with him. However, Andrea was pregnant at the time and had severe symptoms. Moreover, the Grimentum had just been occupied and was not stable. For safety's sake, Butler persuaded Andrea to stay in Turii. "We'll hold a small banquet at noon to celebrate your return. We also wish Andrea a smooth delivery under the blessing of the great god Hera. What do you think?" Kristoya suggested to the Devers softly. The Devers had no objections. The Devers woke up from his sleep and blocked the dazzling sunlight that shone through the half-closed window. It seemed that it was still early. He lifted the blanket and prepared to get up, but his wife's smooth back was exposed. After the banquet, they sent Andrea off. Asuna carried Little Crow away. The Devers carried Kristoya into the bedroom. Now, Devers gently lifted the quilt and looked at Kristoya's naked body. Less than half a year after giving birth, she had regained her seductive figure, snow-white skin, slender legs, plump breasts, firm buttocks. Devers couldn't help but stretch out his hand and slowly stroke her lovely toes. Then he felt the fire rising in his body again. Okay, Devers. Let me sleep a little longer, I'm so sleepy. Kristoya wriggled her body and said in a daze. Devers had to suppress his desire and covered his wife with the quilt. So, your brother also went to Xianxia. Devers sat in the study and listened to Aristara's report. During the time he was away from Turii, some things happened in Dionia and the surrounding areas. He has been gone for 6 days, and there is no news yet, Aristara's answered truthfully. Devers heard something from his serious tone and asked, aren't you worried? Aristara's did not say anything. Don't worry, Bertie doesn't have the guts to hurt our messengers. They may be on the way back, or they may be imprisoned by Bertie. Devers comforted him seriously, if there is no news in a few days. Dionia will threaten Bertie with war and force them to release the messengers. Thank you, sir. Aristara's said with some worry and some gratitude. Devers patted his shoulder solemnly and said, a warrior who dares to risk his life for Dionia will never mistreat him. When your brother comes back, he will become an official citizen much earlier than you. But don't worry, I will remember everything you have done. Aristara's didn't say anything but bowed respectfully. Devers asked again, is there anything else? Aristara's adjusted his emotions and said in a deep voice, yes, it's about Polixis. Polixis? Devers blinked. We found out that Polixia granted freedom to many slaves in his family, and then with his help, these freed slaves applied to the Ministry of Agriculture to rent a lot of land. Aristara's paused and looked at the Devers. Devers listened without batting an eyelid. There was nothing unusual in what Aristara's had just said. On the contrary, the Devers had to praise him, for he had responded to their call and set a good example by freeing many slaves. However, Devers knew that things were not that simple. These emancipated slaves used part of the income from the rented land to pay taxes, and part for their own use. Most of the income was given to Polixis. Hearing this, the Devers' eyes suddenly widened. How much profit did they give to Polixis? I don't know the exact ratio, but I'm afraid it's not a small number. Because he had about 35 emancipated slaves who applied for about 180 acres of land. Aristara's looked at the records in his hand and said. These slaves should know about the law on land rental issued by Dionia. Why didn't anyone report it? Devers asked loudly. It is understood that these slaves were born to Polixis and have lived in his home for at least 20 years. They should be very loyal to him. Secondly, Polixis, through his connections with the Ministry of Agriculture, let these slaves rent fertile land. In addition to the 20% rent tax and the money given to Polixis, registered free people pay 20% land tax when renting land, preparatory citizens pay 10% land tax, and official citizens only pay 1% land tax. The remaining income was far more than what they received as slaves. Moreover, these rented farmlands are close to each other, and the emancipated slaves live together in several large houses, monitoring each other. It is said that some of them live together with their families, but in fact, it is very likely that they are supervisors sent by Polixis. When Aristara's finished, Devers' eyes narrowed into slits, and there was a cold glint in his eyes. He asked sternly, does Buckos know about this? Judging from the current situation, he should not know, Aristara's replied seriously. Are you sure? I'm sure. Devers stared at Aristara's face for a while, and felt slightly relieved. He had a very good impression of Buckos, especially after Devers led the army to defeat the Crotone and take over Turin. Buckos took the initiative to cooperate and stabilize the political situation in Turin, and he also actively responded to the new policy promulgated by Devers. Although he and Polixis were famous nobles in Turin and owned a lot of land, Buckos voluntarily gave up the ownership of most of the land and released some of the slaves. That's good. Devers said softly, but he knew in his heart that Buckos was probably going to be dragged down by his friendship this time. Is there anyone else who is doing this? Devers asked with a gloomy face. We are still investigating, but there are so many cities, and we don't have enough manpower. Aristara's said awkwardly. How many people do you need? Make a plan. After I read it, if I think it's feasible, I'll increase the budget for you. You have to investigate this matter seriously. Investigate carefully. Focus on all the senators in the Senate and the citizens who hold public office in the alliance. Devers' tone was strict. He did not expect that the Dionia had been established for less than 2 years, and corruption was already rampant. He was very angry. But as a consul, Devers also had to consider other issues, so he reminded, the investigation must be carried out quietly, and no one can be alerted. Report to me immediately if there's anything. Understood, sir. Devers. Devers. Mercy shouted his name angrily, and hurried into the living room. Devers knew that this fatty definitely had something to ask of him, so he put on a straight face and said, Mercies, you have to call me Sir Consul here. All right then, Sir Consul. Mercies walked in front of Devers, stretched out his hands, and said, Please remove me from my position as the financial officer of the Alliance. I can't do this job anymore. Why? You can't be thinking of taking a break to travel somewhere else, right? Devers teased at first, but when he saw Mercy's serious face, he said in surprise, Haven't you been doing well all this time? You asked Marigi to tell me to prepare 4 legions and 2 months' worth of food reserves, right? Mercy's questioned. Devers understood now. He nodded and said, That's right, I told Marigi. I can't do that. Mercy said in grief and indignation, for legions with at least 30,000 people, and they consume nearly 60,000 kilograms of grain every day. That's nearly 4 million kilograms in 2 months. With such a huge amount of grain, not counting the increase in price in the future, we have to pay at least. There's not that much money in the treasury now. Even if we include the income from the Alliance's land tax in September and October and the usual commercial tax, it's still not enough. This is because we still have to pay for the salaries of all the public officials, the construction of Castellan, Cremissa Avenue and Cremissa, Asplustum Avenue, the reconstruction of the Cremissa Swamp, and Plazina's application to build small Hades temples in Amendola, Cremissa, Nudum, and other cities. Which one of these projects doesn't cost money? A lot of money. Alright, Mercies. I know you've tried all sorts of ways to save Dionia's expenses, and it's been very hard for you. But if you don't do it, I won't be able to find a better financial officer than you in the Alliance. Can you bear to see the Alliance that we've worked so hard to build collapse because of the lack of effective management of the treasury? Devers quickly praised him. Now that the Alliance is getting bigger and bigger, the income and expenses are quite high. To manage them well, it's indeed not something an ordinary person can do. Mercies was immediately energized after receiving the Devers praise. The negative emotions from before were also released, and he no longer vented his dissatisfaction. Instead, he thought for a while and said, Sir Consul, I can at most prepare 3 legions and a month's worth of grain. If you don't accept it, then it's my turn. 1 month. Devers rubbed his chin. In the past, when he led the army into battle, the battles mostly took place near Dionia's territory. The scope and scale of the battles were not large, and they all ended quickly. The longest battle, the Second Crotone War, did not last more than 15 days, so he did not feel the pressure of logistics. This time, the war with Brudi was to conquer a region and become the enemy of an entire race. The difficulty would definitely increase greatly. Even if the war went smoothly, he predicted that it would definitely take longer than usual. 2 months was just a conservative estimate. But he did not expect that this would already make Dionia feel strained, and they could not provide full support. War was a competition of national strength. A sentence popped up in Devers's mind. He felt helpless. At the beginning of the year, Syracuse led an army of 80,000 to attack Carthage. The war had already lasted for half a year, and it was still not over. Dionia had risen too quickly, but their foundation was too weak, and they did not have enough accumulation. Devers, I have a way to solve the problem of the grain supply. Mercies took a step forward and called Devers's name intimately, speaking in a slightly mysterious tone. Oh, what is it? Devers's heart skipped a beat. Hearing this, the Devers fell into deep thought. It was customary for the citizens of the Greek city-states to bring their own rations for 3 days when they went out to fight, and not more than 5 days at most. They had never heard of paying so many rations. This was no different from directly donating. Citizens had the obligation to fight for the city-state, to sacrifice their blood and lives, but they had no obligation to donate their property for the city-state. Doing so would probably cause dissatisfaction among the citizens, and it would also dampen their passion for battle. It would also set a bad precedent. Seeing that the Devers were hesitating, Mercies continued to persuade them, although the soldiers are required to bring more rations, they are not at a disadvantage at all. After defeating Brody, they will be able to get more land. The Devers pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, the distribution of land according to military merits is a plan that Dionia had formulated before. We can't use this bill to ask for extra benefits from the citizens. Devers. Mercies wanted to persuade them again. The Devers interrupted him and said thoughtfully, but Mercies, you reminded me. We can borrow a certain amount of grain from the citizens in the name of the Senate. When the treasury is full, we will repay the citizens who borrowed the grain with interest. What do you think of this method? This is a good idea. Mercies said loudly, but the interest cannot be too high. The interest will be set by you. Seeing that the problem of rations was solved, the Devers were in a good mood. You are the best financial officer in southern Italy. But you better come up with a plan as soon as possible and bring it up at the Senate meeting. With your support, Devers, how can the bill not be passed? Mercies was in a good mood and took the opportunity to flatter him. He then said, the day before yesterday, I went to Tino River and saw your, under construction. The big hot spring bathhouse is almost finished. When are you going to officially open it to the public? Don't forget to inform me as soon as possible. I want to be the first citizen to enjoy the hot spring bathhouse. When Mercies was in Persia, while enjoying the massage from the female slaves trained by the Devers, he had also heard the Devers describe the combination of massage and hot spring baths. Not only was it more comfortable, but it was also more beneficial to the body. He had long yearned for it. Since the construction of the hot spring bathhouse, he had visited it more often than the real owner, the Devers. Devers, of course, knew this and readily agreed. After sending Mercies away, the Devers returned to the living room and looked at the map of the Brody region drawn by the Shilu emissary, thinking hard, how to fight against the Brody. Where would be the best place to break through and shorten the war? After pondering for a long time, he got up and went for a walk along the corridor to relax his mind and clear his thoughts. Father. In the middle of the courtyard, Adoris, who was playing catch with the slaves, waved to him. Devers responded with a smile and reminded him to be careful. Devers had adopted this pair of siblings. At first, they were strangers and reserved, but after living together for more than a year, they had finally integrated into the family. According to Christoya, Cynthia, in particular, became very sensible and often helped her take care of little Crow. After returning, Devers hadn't seen this smart and cute adopted daughter. She should still be studying in school. Devers thought as he strolled around the cloister. After walking around, he bumped into Henepolis, who had just returned from outside. As the son of Lau's consul Avanogus, when Henepolis first came to Turiai to study, the Devers placed him in their home from the beginning. This was not only to win over Avanogus, but also to train Henepolis and cultivate his sense of identity with Dionia. This practice of the Devers gradually spread among the Senate senators. For example, when the children of the leading figures of Castellan, Nudum and other allied city-states or the leaders of small Lucanian tribes came to Turiai to play and study, most of them did not stay in hotels, but were invited to stay in the homes of the Senate senators. For example, the children of the chief general of Castellan, Amicals, lived in Cunigurata's home. My lord, you're back. Henepolis shouted as soon as he saw the Devers. How did it go? Did you defeat those barbarians? Devers smiled and said faintly, Tarantum has signed a peace agreement with them. Then he changed the topic. I heard that you're now studying with Lord Ansitanos. When Henepolis first came, his mind was unstable. First, he went to the hospital and said that he wanted to learn medicine, but he stayed for a while because he could not stand the patients' cries and the bloody scenes, so he gave up. Later, he went to the Mathematics Research Institute, but he was confused by the complicated calculations. He also went to the arena for a while to practice football. It was not until the school was established that he applied to study with Ansitanos, who was already a well-known scholar in southern Italy. At least, he performed well in the past few months. My lord, that old man Ansitanos is too much. He used me as a slave. Not only did he arrange a lot of work for me as a scribe, but I also often ran errands for him. Henepolis complained. In that case, I'll go and tell Ansatanos to change your teacher, said the Devers seriously, as if he was very considerate of him. Hinepolis quickly waved his hand. No. Don't go. If you say that, I don't know how he'll torture me later. He lowered his head and stammered, Actually. Learning from him. I really learned a lot. It made me interested in history. Today, he asked me to come back and write an article about why Sybaris perished. Oh. The Devers' interest was piqued. Why do you think Sybaris perished? Of course it's because of the difference in commanding ability between Sybaris and Crotone. Crotone was able to defeat Sybaris because of Pythagoras, just like how our Dionysia was able to defeat Crotone because of you, my lord. Henoboris replied without any hesitation as he flattered Leylin. We. When the Devers heard this, his eyes flashed, and he chuckled, there's another more important reason. Long-term prosperity and luxury not only corroded the bodies of the Sybaris people, but also their minds, causing them to lose their courage and fighting spirit. Otherwise, even if Pythagoras won the battle with cunning tactics, Sybaris was a powerful nation. They could have reorganized their army and used their abundant resources and sufficient population to continue the war against Crotone. Crotone would not have taken advantage of their victory and easily occupied their city. Today's Crotone is the same. As the overlords of Greece for a long time, they have become arrogant and have lost their vigilance. At the same time, they have also gotten used to peace. When our army set foot on the Croton plains, they hurriedly asked for peace. If they had chosen to continue fighting against Dionia, our alliance would not have achieved today's status so quickly. There's a saying that goes, difficult circumstances make a city strive to survive, but a comfortable life makes a country more likely to perish. Hinepolis' eyes lit up. He repeated the last sentence over and over again, then said excitedly, My lord, that's great. I'm going to write it in my article and let the old man know how great I am. The Devers said mischievously, Don't tell him that I said it. Of course. A burst of laughter came from the courtyard. A few days later, Antares returned to Thurii. When the Senate learned of what the Brudi had done, they were furious and threatened to punish the Brudi severely. A day later, the Trine emissary, Cypros, brought a small number of Western Rus who had luckily escaped the Brudi tribal alliance to Thurii. The Devers personally received them and officially promised that Dionia would seek justice for them against the Brudi tribal alliance at the appropriate time. Then, these Western Rus who had their relatives slaughtered and lost their homes not only recounted their tragic experiences in the Senate, but also in the squares and gatherings to the people of Dionia, arousing the sympathy of many citizens. They said that these poor Greeks should be helped to avenge the Brudi. For a time, the atmosphere of war was tense in Dionia, but the Senate did not issue a call for war, because the autumn harvest had arrived. Corinth, a Greek city-state on the Peloponnesus Peninsula, a city-state with as long a history as Sparta. Due to its geographical location in the center of the Greek mainland, the Isthmus of Corinth not only made it an ideal place for Greek alliances to gather, such as during the Greek-Persian War a few decades ago, the armies of the Peloponnesus alliance often gathered here and set off. At the same time, its unique geographical location also brought convenience to trade. As early as more than 100 years ago, Corinth's prestige flourished in Greece. Not only was it rich, but its culture was also very developed. For this reason, the powerful and confident Corinth people created the Isthmus Games, which soon became one of the 4 major games in Greece. In the Pinewood Arena, the audience was already crowded. The excited people were eagerly looking forward to the start of the preliminary competition. Contestants from various city-states were entering the arena one after another, and the audience cheered. However, the start of the competition was not announced, because the referee was still arguing with some people at the entrance. The audience began to complain, and the Corinth official, who was in charge of maintaining order in the arena, hurried to the entrance and asked the referee, what happened? Why didn't the competition start immediately? Look, this guy says he's a contestant in this group and has already gotten a number. But he's not a Greek. The Corinth official looked in the direction of the referee's finger. This athlete had brown shoulder-length hair, deep eye sockets, a high nose bridge, thick lips, a slender body, and strong muscles. Although his naked body was covered with olive oil, his fair skin could still be seen. His appearance was obviously not an Orthodox Greek. The official was shocked. Why did the priests of the temple approve his participation? I think the officials of his city-state signed him up. The priests didn't know he was a foreigner, the referee replied. The official said angrily, which city-state is he from? Don't you know the registration rules of the Isthmian Games? Dionia. We're from Dionia. Adrianx squeezed over and explained loudly, although Lazaru is from Lucania, he's a citizen of Dionia. According to the rules of the Isthmian Games, any citizen of a Greek city-state can participate in the competition. We meet the requirements. Dionia? The official thought the name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where. It was probably not a big or powerful city-state, so he lectured with a straight face, only Greeks can participate in the games. This is a well-known fact, because no Greek city-state will give citizenship to a foreigner. Don't block the way here and delay the competition. Leave now, or I'll send someone to drive you out. Adrianx was speechless. He was born poor and had been a mercenary ever since he grew up. He had never participated in the Greek games, so he did not know the rules. This time, the Senate of Dionia had decided to send a team to participate in the Isthmian Games. They hoped that the team would be led by a senator of the Senate to show the importance of the Isthmian Games. The reason why Adrianx actively signed up was that he liked sports. Besides, as an illiterate senator who only knew how to fight, there was little he could do in the Senate. Therefore, after becoming the person in charge of the Dionia delegation, he went to Crotone many times to ask for advice from experienced athletes. He even specially led a team to go with the Crotone delegation to Corinth. However, from the looks of it now, the Crotone had obviously hidden their strength. Their goal was probably to see the Dionia people make a fool of themselves. While Adrianx was regretting, Lazaru shouted, "Our consul Devers once said, no matter what race, as long as you are a citizen of the consul, you should enjoy the same rights. Therefore, in Dionia, no matter if you are a Greek, a Lucanian, or a Thracian, you can all participate in rugby together." The official of Corinth was stunned by his strange Greek pronunciation. He then laughed angrily. He raised his head and shouted to the audience above the arena, "Audience, is what this foreigner said right?" The audience had been waiting impatiently for a long time. They rushed to the lowest level of the auditorium and shouted, "What a ridiculous fallacy! The person who can say such words can only be the leader of you barbarians. Get out of the arena, barbarian. Go back to the city-state that can give you citizenship and let you participate in the competition. I think it must be a dirty and scary place. Get out, barbarian. Don't tarnish the sacred place of us Greeks." Mockery and curses were directed at Lazaru and Adrianx like swords. Adrianx's face was livid. Lazaru was furious. He was a person who loved competition and would never admit defeat. Ever since he became a citizen of Dionia and heard about the 4 major games, he had been eager to compete with all the contestants in Greece. He believed that no one could run faster than him in this event. When the news of Dionia sending contestants to participate in the Isthmian Games reached his ears, it was already a little late. He had signed up in a hurry. It was not easy for him to get here, but he was not allowed to participate. He looked at the bustling arena, unwilling to give up. He suddenly roared and rushed out. "Hey, what are you doing?" the referee exclaimed. "Catch him! Catch him!" the Corinth official shouted anxiously. Lazaru spread his legs and waved his arms with all his might, howling like a wild wolf. His bare feet stepped on the soft muddy ground, as light as the mountain wind whistling in the wilderness. He ran with all his strength, leaving the Corinthian officials and his men far behind him. The anxious shouts of the Corinth official also alerted the athletes who were still waiting at the starting line. They all started to chase after this foreigner who did not follow the rules. Not only was Lazaru not afraid, but he was even more excited. The audience in the arena was surprised to see that the foreigner was as agile as a leopard in the face of the pursuit of the contestants. He dodged them one by one. The race became a chase and capture. Most of the audience did not complain. Instead, they felt excited. Some of them even stood up and cheered for the lone hero on the field. As one of the best runners in the Dionia rugby competition, Lazaru used his skills and skillfully dodged while maintaining his speed. 1 lap. 2 laps. 3 laps. The cheers from the audience became louder and louder until the Corinth official called for more people to block the space in the arena. Collins, who was panting, punched Lazaro in the face without hesitation. Lazaro struggled to break free, but there were too many people on top of him. He could only glare at the Corinth official. Stop. Stop. Adrianx rushed over and grabbed the Corinth official's fist again. Let go of our citizen, or I will protest to the Corinth Council. Protest? The Corinth official looked at him and sneered. Arrest him too. Destroying the sacred Isthmian Games is a big crime. Lock him up first. Let that weird city-state alliance of yours compensate and then come back to get him. A group of people escorted Lazaro and Adrianx out of the arena. At this time, Lazaro struggled and shouted, I, Lazaro, a citizen of Dionia, am the champion of the Isthmian Games. Order was restored in the arena, and the competition started again. However, the audience was still discussing the farce just now. That man ran really fast. Unfortunately, he's a barbarian. Otherwise, he might have won the championship. Which race is he from? He said he's a citizen of a Greek city-state. Which city-state gave citizenship to a barbarian? I think he said Dionia. Is Dionia a Greek city-state? Why haven't I heard of it? The audience of the Isthmian Games came from all over the world. Of course, there were Greeks from the Western Mediterranean, and there were quite a few of them. They naturally became the answer to these questions. Dionia is a city-state alliance that was formed last year. It's in the north-central part of Greece, and its central city is Thurii. That foreign man just now should be a Lucanian. Dionia occupied a lot of Lucanian land and gave citizenship to the Lucanians living in their territory. In other words, this Dionia alliance didn't just give citizenship to one barbarian, but many? Yes, not only the Lucanians, but also the Thracians, Egyptians. As long as they're willing to become a citizen of Dionia and pass their assessment and meet the conditions, they can become an official citizen of Dionia after a few years. They can also get a piece of land. Oh, wise Athena, am I dizzy? Did I hear wrongly? Not only can barbarians become citizens, but they can also get a piece of land. This is. Is Dionia really a Greek city-state alliance? I am uneasy. You Peloponnesus people are indifferent to what's happening in the Western Mediterranean. As long as you take a boat to the Taranto Bay, the word that rings in your ears the most is Dionia. Not only are there thousands of free people flocking to Dionia to become citizens of that alliance, but the councils of all the Greek city-states are also paying attention to the movements of Dionia. I can understand that the free people want to become citizens and get a piece of land. But why are the higher-ups of all the Greek city-states? Because Dionia is already the most powerful city-state alliance in southern Italy. What? Are you kidding me? I remember that the strongest city-states in Greece are Crotone and Tarentum. Oh, wait a minute, I remember you just said that Dionia was only founded a year ago, and in less than 2 years, it has become the overlord of Greece? This is simply. You want to say miracle, right? I heard that the consul of Dionia is the favored one of Hades. He is very young, but he has never lost a battle. The Lucanians, the Crotone, the Locrians, they were all defeated by him one after another. Maybe there really is a miracle. According to what you said, Dionia is so powerful in Greece. It's better for Corinth not to become enemies with it because of such a small matter in the arena. That's your Corinth's business, Iones. Alright, Hipparchus, tell me about your Hegemon. You are in the land of Greece. Why didn't you form an alliance with the powerful Dionia? We Hegemon have no intention of fighting for the hegemony of Greece. We just want to live our own lives. That's what everyone thinks. But Hipparchus, God is temperamental. Maybe one day Hegemon will be involved in the conflict of the Greek city-states. Instead of being passive, it's better to take the initiative to find a strong ally. Since this farce, everyone was talking about the foreign race and the strange city-state alliance of Dionia. The name of Dionia began to be known by more Greeks in Greece. This was a story to be told later. At this time, many people in the arena were inquiring about the origin of Dionia. There were 2 young people in the audience. They were from Thebes. After listening to the conversation between Hipparchus and Iones, one of the young people said excitedly, Dionia, this is really a strange city-state alliance. What do you think, Epaminonda? The other young man sighed. To be able to dominate Greece in such a short time, it's not just the ability of the consul. The political system of the Dionia alliance must have its unique features. You think the same as me? I've decided. The young man said loudly, when I finish my studies next year, I will go to Dionia to have a look. Come with me. Epaminondas shook his head. I'm sorry, Pelopidas. You know that my teacher, Lysis, has been promoting the teachings of the Pythagorean school of thought in Corinth for the past few years. I don't have to go to Tarentum anymore. I can learn from him nearby and help him deal with some affairs at the same time, so I can't go so far to avoid wasting time. The young man named Pelopidas pressed Epaminondas' arm. Didn't that man just say that the central city of Dionia is in Thurii? It's just across the Taranto Bay. It's less than 2 or 3 days by boat from Corinth Bay. It's not far at all. Besides, you're my best friend. How could you bear to let me go out alone? With Adrianx and Lazaro imprisoned in Corinth, the rest of the Dionia delegation was not in the mood to participate in the competition. They hurriedly sent someone back to Thurii to report the news. The Senate held a meeting to discuss the matter. A few senators, led by Polixus, believed that Lazaro's reckless behavior had tarnished the image of Dionia, and that Adrianx, as the person in charge of the delegation, did not manage the team well, causing Dionia to become the laughingstock of Greece. They should all be punished by the League. Devers firmly opposed it. He believed that Adrianx and Lazaro's behavior was not wrong. It was the conservative Corinth people who were wrong. Their narrow ethnic concept excluded the people of Dionia, which was made up of many ethnic groups. Since the self-proclaimed Orthodox natives of Greece rejected the participation of the citizens of Dionia, who were made up of Lucanians, Thracians, and other ethnic groups, then there was no need for the people of Dionia to participate in the 4 major competitions. Dionia had the ability and strength to organize its own sports meeting. The Devers' speech was supported by most of the senators, especially Vespa, Hemont, Butler, Marigi, Epitines, and the others. However, the Senate had no other way to force Corinth to release Lazaro and Adrianx. After all, Corinth was an old powerhouse of Greece. It would not care about the newly risen League of Dionia, and Dionia's current strength could not affect Corinth. Therefore, the only way was to send a messenger to apologize to Corinth and donate a certain amount of gold and silver to the Temple of Corinth. Only then would the delegation be able to return safely. Other than Merces, who opposed the outsiders, everyone else agreed. For the Devers, the most important thing for Dionia now was to focus on dealing with Brutty. They could not afford to complicate matters. Therefore, even though he was unwilling to accept the Senate's decision, he could only endure it for the time being. During the autumn harvest, the citizens were busy harvesting. The Devers did not stay idle. He quietly went to the city of Asplustum to test the valley leading to Ambania a few times. He also went to the north bank of the upper reaches of the Krati River to carefully observe the situation of the river and the location and environment of Abyssinia on the other side of the river. He also went to Laos to investigate the mountain road leading to the city of Vigo. Young Heracrid, Mentodicus, Els, Merces, and the others accompanied him. Everywhere they went, they had to calculate the flow speed and depth of the river. They had to consider the possibility of building roads and bridges, as well as the transportation of food and other issues. After returning, the Devers repeatedly discussed the attack plan with Felicius, Carpus, Dracos, and other senior military officials. At the end of September, before the autumn harvest was completely over, news came from Trine. Some Brutty people broke into Trine territory and were captured. In fact, the real situation was, after Antalis went to Cosenza, the Brutty tribal alliance accelerated the attack and annexation of the tribes who refused to be incorporated, forcing some of the Brutty people who were unwilling to join the alliance to escape from the mountains. The Devers, however, took the opportunity to let Aristyrus send his spies to spread rumors in the cities of Thurii, Amendalara, Cremissa, and other cities. The Brutty people were unifying the tribes, and after establishing a strong tribal alliance, they would launch an attack on Dionia. Now, it was just a tentative attack by the Brutty people. At the same time, they also reminded the people, don't forget the blood debts committed by the Brutty people in the past when they repeatedly plundered the city-states of Greece. The cities of Dionia were soon shrouded in a tense atmosphere, and the citizens were even more furious. They strongly demanded, start a war against the Brutty people, collect the blood debts, and eliminate the hidden dangers. At the beginning of October, the autumn harvest was over, and Dionia was full of requests for war. The time was ripe to use force against the Briti people. After several rounds of discussion, the Senate announced to the citizens, the Briti people ignored Dionia's peace proposals and warnings, and wantonly destroyed the Xilu tribe, an ally of Dionia. Based on the alliance and morality, Dionia declared war on the Briti people. Thus, the Briti War officially began. In the square of the city of Asplustum, the soldiers of the Legio IV from Cremissa and Asplustum were gathering. In the Victory Square of Turii, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions from Turii and Amendolara were gathering. In the square of Nudum, some of the soldiers of the Legio III were gathering, due to the extremely important location of the Grimentum, in order to stabilize the situation in Lucania municipality. The citizens of the 3rd Legion in the city could not be moved easily. Just as the pre-war preparations were progressing in an orderly manner, the Devers once again received the leader of the Xilu tribe, Hephaestus, in his mansion. Dionia has declared war against the Briti people. I believe it won't be long before you hear the news of victory. The Briti people ignored our warnings and wantonly slaughtered our Greek compatriots. They will be punished. The Devers promised solemnly. Hephaestus' eyes were filled with tears as he said gratefully, Sir Devers, thank you. Thank you so much for selflessly helping our small and weak tribe. You are truly the blessed one of Hades. You are the guardian of justice and fairness in Greece. All of us surviving West Lu people will pray to Hades at all times, wishing you good health and safety. We also wish the citizens of Dionia an early return of victory. At the same time, I have a small request that I hope Sir can agree to. Oh, what is it? My tribesmen and I hope to join your army and fight alongside you to seek revenge against the Briti people. Hephaestus said excitedly. I can understand your feelings, but the Dionysian army has gone through tough training and strict discipline. Those who violate the military rules will even be beheaded. I'm afraid that your joining will not only not increase our strength, but it will also affect our battle. If you violate the military rules, do you think I should punish you or not? Therefore, I can't agree to your request. The Devers rejected him tactfully but firmly. Hephaestus was disappointed. He said unwillingly, then we can be guides. Guides only require 2 or 3 people. The Devers saw his disappointment and felt that the time was ripe. He said, however, there is something you can do. If you do it well, you can give the Briti tribe a huge blow. What is it? Hephaestus asked anxiously. As long as we can defeat Xianxia, we are willing to do anything. Hephaestus said resolutely, his face glowing. The news of Dionia's declaration of war against the Briti quickly spread throughout Greece. Castellan immediately sent someone to the Senate of Dionia to express their willingness to send 1,000 light and heavy infantry and 50 cavalry to participate in the war. Laus also sent someone to express his willingness to send 3,000 light and heavy infantry to participate in the war. Even Heraclea, who had just joined the Dionia alliance, was not to be outdone. They were willing to send 500 infantry and 100 cavalry to participate in the war. The Devers gladly accepted. Although the number and combat power of these troops were far from comparable to the 4 legions of Dionia, the participation of the alliance showed the unity of the Dionia alliance. Only by fighting side by side could they deepen the friendship with the alliance city-states and gradually influence and assimilate their military system. Although the Senate of Tarentum knew in advance that there was a conflict between Dionia and the Briti, due to Tormod's leak, when the news of the outbreak of war came, everyone had mixed feelings. If Dionia won, the gap between Tarentum and Dionia would only widen, but if Dionia suffered heavy losses, the Messapi and Pucetti who had just signed the peace treaty might have new ideas. The manpower and material resources of Tarentum were now invested in the rehabilitation of the war-scarred territory of Tarentum. They were really unable to help Dionia. But not long ago, Dionia had just fulfilled the covenant and saved Tarentum from danger. Tarentum could not help but express their gratitude. Therefore, the Senate of Tarentum sent an envoy, Polydorus, to Turii and politely asked the Devers, "What do you need help from Tarentum?" The Devers, of course, saw Polydorus' embarrassment. He immediately thanked the Senate of Tarentum for its concern and said politely, "Dionia does not need help from Tarentum for the time being." However, the Devers' politeness showed their confidence. Polydorus heaved a sigh of relief and felt a little guilty at the same time. The people of Crotone had mixed feelings as well. Most of them even hoped that Dionia would suffer a crushing defeat in this war. However, Silaton, Trine, and Corunna had all sent out envoys. Of course, the people of Crotone had to do something as well. After all, they were all part of the Southern Alliance. The Senate of Dionia politely declined their request to participate in the war on the grounds that these city-states had just experienced war and needed to guard against Rockley. At the same time, he made a request. He hoped that they could provide some rations and allow the Dionia army to pass through their territory and attack Brity from the Trine side. Crotone and the other envoys immediately expressed their agreement. The Silaton envoys even boasted that the city-states were willing to provide free rations to the Dionysian army from the Trine side until the end of the war. The Trine envoys, who did not speak much when they met, actually knew very well that the Senate of Dionia had a secret agreement with Cypros to attack Canopetia together. This time, they were just a cover-up with the other envoys. Father, it seems that the Zigs were right. Dionia has really declared war on Brity. Nanit said excitedly. Xianxia sneered and interrupted his son's words. We what? Declare war on Dionia too? We have a grudge against the people of Dionia, but don't forget that old bastard Sidorum had slaughtered our people. If it wasn't for Elia, the Zig's envoy would never have been able to lead Picassus. Xianxia said hatefully. Since the loss of the Grumentum, the power of Dionia had entered the central area of Lucania. The independent small tribes of Lucania were like flies that had seen shit, and one by one, they sought refuge with the people of Dionia. Although the people of Dionia had not taken any further action in the Grumentum, it had already put pressure on the people of Picassus. Although the envoy of Picassus had gone to Thurii and brought back the promise of peace from the consul of Dionia, the cunning Xianxia would not easily believe that thin piece of paper, especially when the people of Elia announced that they had joined the Dionia alliance. It caused a huge sensation in Picassus. This meant that not only did the people of Picassus not dare to treat Elia as a fat piece of meat and plunder its territory every year, but since then, the city of Picassus had been surrounded by Dionia and its allies. It was believed that Potentia also felt the danger. Therefore, when the envoy of Brity arrived, under his mediation, the two tribes of Lucania that had just formed a feud decided to join forces to fight against Dionia for the sake of survival. We can't be anxious now, we have to wait patiently. Xianxia said to his son. Wait until when? Wait until both the people of Dionia and the people of Brity are exhausted from the battle. Wait until Potentia makes the first move. Xianxia's narrow eyes flashed with a cold light. In the conference hall that was filled with students, the leaders of the Brity Tribal Alliance were urgently discussing the news sent back by the spies. Yesterday, the Devers have led the 1st and 2nd legions out of the city of Thurii and headed west. It seems that they are preparing to pass through the mountains and reach Laos. In Aspusdom. Legio 4 has also begun to head south. Everyone, the attack of the people of Dionia is coming. Penland said solemnly. Just in time. We have made careful preparations to let these arrogant people of Dionia have a taste of the power of us Brity. Nicora waved his fist excitedly. It seems that the focus of Dionia's attack is on Vigo. Because their consul Devers will personally lead the 1st and 2nd legions, together with Nudum's Legio 3 and Laus's troops, the number of soldiers they will lead may be as high as 20,000. Although Vigo City has strengthened its defense and built several defensive camps on the mountain road. However, the number of soldiers is at most 4,000. I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist the attack of so many soldiers of Dionia. Sidorum looked at the others and said with a gloomy expression. Sidorum, you coward. The war has not even started and you are already afraid. Nicora mocked. The people of Dionia are attacking Vigo with all their strength. It is normal for Vigo City to be unable to resist the attack alone. Just like Dionia's Legio 4 going south, they will definitely attack from Trine City to the north. In addition to the troops of Trine, their number of soldiers is probably more than 10,000, while the number of soldiers in Nepetia City is less than 2,000. We must have your reinforcements in order to defend Nepetia. Pandaru defended Sidorum and himself. Sidorum nodded at him gratefully. Now, the Brity tribe is a unified alliance of tribes. However, as soon as it was unified, we encountered a strong enemy. This is a test from Goddess Amara and God Brutus. Under the protection of the gods, we must unite and defeat the enemy in order to forge the glory of the Briti people in the future. High Priest Ferodoru said solemnly. The Briti people claimed to be the descendants of Brutus, who was the son of Hercules and the Briti queen Xianxia. In the legends, the ancient hero of the Briti, demigod, and the protector of the Briti tribe. High Priest is right. Pinlin looked around and said, Petaru and I will lead 10,000 Xianxia soldiers to reinforce Vigo. 10,000 soldiers were almost all the soldiers of Xianxia, so Sidorum hurriedly bowed and said gratefully, Thank you for your help, great leader. This is what I should do. We are all comrades in the same alliance now. If Vigo city cannot be defended, can Xianxia be protected? If Xianxia is occupied, what can Abyssinia and Ambalia do? Pinlin said this as if he was comforting Sidorum, but in fact, he was reminding Bergam and Nikaru. Ambalia only has a narrow valley in the southeast that leads to Espuzdum. The Dionia people will not dare to attack from there, because if we are discovered, our soldiers do not need to fight. They just need to stand on the top of the valley and throw stones down, and it will be enough to cause heavy casualties. Therefore, I am willing to lead 3,000 soldiers to reinforce Canopiscia. Bergam said immediately. Nikaru did not want to be left behind and said loudly, the situation of Abyssinia is similar to Ambalia. There are mountains as a barrier, and there is a river as a barrier. The Dionia people cannot enter my territory at all. I am willing to lead 2,000 soldiers to help Pandaru defeat the Dionia people. Pandaru also expressed his gratitude to the two great leaders. Brutus above, this is what we should do, this is what we should do. As long as we, the Briti people, work together, the Greeks will not be able to defeat us no matter how many of them there are. Ferodoru chanted the name of the god in a low voice and praised repeatedly. Although Ambalia and Abyssinia have the geographical advantage, we must always be vigilant to prevent the Dionia people from ambushing us. You must know that the consul of Dionia is a very cunning person. Crotone was defeated by him twice using tricks. Nudum and Gramentum were also lost because of his army's ambush. Pinlin warned the two great leaders solemnly, hoping that they would pay more attention and strengthen their vigilance. Don't worry, we have sentries on every peak in the valley. As soon as the Dionia people move, we will know, Bergam said seriously. Pinlin nodded. He could only remind them that although he was elected as the leader of the new alliance, he had no right to interfere with the management of these tribes. He turned to Sidorum and asked, Picassus and Potentia have agreed to form an alliance with us. Do you think they will attack Dionia? It's hard to say. Sidorum muttered, because now it's the Dionia who are attacking us, not them. Judging from Sinsing's cunning character, he will never attack first unless we defeat Dionia. Pinlin's eyes were slightly disappointed, but he quickly returned to normal. He loudly encouraged everyone, as long as we resist the attack of Dionia and hold on for half a month or a month so that Dionia can't enter the Briti mountains, their fighting spirit will be frustrated, their food transportation will be difficult, and the Lucanians who have been bullied by Dionia will take the opportunity to fight back. Dionia will inevitably be in trouble. Then it's time for us to fight back, defeat Dionia's blockade, and take the fertile plains of the Greeks for our descendants. Pinlin's words of encouragement made everyone's blood boil. Nikaru even shouted, defeat Dionia. Building a road in the winding and rugged mountains was a huge and complicated project. It not only consumed a lot of manpower and resources, but also tested the level of engineering technology of a country. Turiai, Laos Avenue had been under construction since last year. Laos, Turiai, and Nudum had all invested a lot of manpower, but it was still not completed yet. Therefore, it took the Devers 5 days to lead an army of 20,000 and a huge convoy of supplies in the mountains before they arrived at Dara River Fortress. Legio IV, led by Helos, had already arrived outside Treen. The Treen generals and members of the council came out of the city to welcome him. Cypros introduced Helos to them one by one. The atmosphere was very friendly. Helos declined the invitation of the Treen people to attend a banquet and insisted on staying with the soldiers, which won him praise from the politicians. He led the army to the coast 10 miles northwest of Treen and set up camp, which was the exit of the coastal pass, only a few miles away from Canopiscia. After arranging the camp, Helos immediately brought his guards and Cypros to the outskirts of Canopiscia. On the left was a cliff, and on the right was a mountain ridge. The seaside road leading to the Xianxia highlands was not wide, and Canapetia was even narrower. The length of the city seemed to be no more than 200 meters, but it completely blocked the way in and out. The city was not big, but it was made of bluestone. The city walls were no more than 4 meters high, but the terrain of the city was high. From where Helos was, the road went diagonally upwards, narrowing as it went. The soldiers had to spend a lot of energy just to march to the city, not to mention avoiding the enemy's arrows and javelins. Fortunately, the geographical environment of Isprostum was somewhat similar, and the soldiers had experience in this aspect during their daily training. Helos observed the situation on the road, wondering if the 2 types of siege weapons that had just been installed in Legio III could push to the city. Cypros saw that Helos was staring at Canapetia for a long time, and thought that he was frightened by the difficulty of attacking the city, so he reminded him, there are a few trails in the mountains nearby that can bypass Canapetia and go north to Xianxia. Is that so? Helos turned his head abruptly. Yes, or else how could the West Lu people and the tribesmen who rebelled against Xianxia escape from Brody? Then do the people inside know? Helos pointed at Canapetia in front of him. Cypros understood what he meant, and he said with certainty, of course they know. Helos had no more luck, but he still decided to send someone to investigate after he returned. I heard that Canapetia has a port, Helos asked again. There is indeed a port, but it's not big, Cypros said as he dismounted and walked to the edge of the cliff. Cypros did not try to be brave and followed suit. He did not think that he was good at riding a horse. If the horse under his crotch was startled at the edge of the cliff, Legio IV might lose a legion commander before the battle even started. There. Cypros pointed ahead, his voice sounding a little ethereal in the strong sea breeze. Helos fixed his eyes on the cliff that protruded from the land. With a height difference of nearly 100 meters from the sea, he could see the coast a few miles north of Canapetia. There, he saw a flat land with a small beach and a simple dock. There were only a few dozen ships anchored there, Cypros said, according to the intelligence of the West Lu people and our ships that often pass by Canapetia. The port of Canapetia is built at the mouth of the Savuto River. Savuto River? Savuto River is a large river in the territory of Canapetia. Don't think that the city in front of us is surrounded by mountains and the sea. It seems very barren, but in fact, not far to the north, there is a small plain around the Savuto River. If you follow the Savuto River valley to the north, you can smoothly reach Xianxia. At this point, Cypros showed a hint of a disdainful smile. It is said that the Brody built Canapetia here because they were worried that we would destroy and loot their farmlands and pastures on the Savuto plain. But Austrian people can't even finish farming the fertile land on the Euphemia plain, so why would we covet this small plain? But their city is 10 miles away from the Savuto River, and it is very inconvenient for us to work, so they had to build a small town on the Savuto River. How's the defense of this town? Helos suddenly interrupted Cypros. I heard that this town has no walls. Helos heaved a sigh of relief. He did not want to spend so much effort to conquer Canapetia, and then have to spend so much effort to take over this town to completely occupy the territory of the Brody. In the past, Canapetia did not have a lot of production, and its shipbuilding technology was poor. It also did not have much contact with other Italian city-states, so it only had a port, but almost no maritime trade. But, Cypros said worriedly, now that the Brody tribal alliance has been established, this is the only port of the Brody. I believe it will develop quickly, Helos nodded, but the two of them did not know that the Brody had already passed through this simple port, broke through the blockade of Dionia, and formed an alliance with Picassus and Potentia. Commander, look! At this moment, the guard shouted. The gates of Canapetia opened, and a group of people rushed out. Let's go! Helos ordered, and the whole team returned to the camp unhurriedly. See that? The people of Dionia are all cowards. Nicator held a spear and laughed wildly. The Devers arrived at Dara River Fortress. Cesta and Hieronymus were already waiting there after receiving the news. Commander, the people of Nudum have been mobilized, and they are listening to the arrangements of the city hall. They will transport supplies, build camps, and transport the wounded for our troops. Cesta took the initiative to report. The Lucanian tribe has no objections? On the contrary, they are very happy to see the Brody be conquered. The stronger Dionia is, the safer they will be. And in the future, the non-Greek race will not only belong to Dionia. They are also willing to provide a base for the legion, but in that case, our soldiers will have to be careful of Lucanian women breaking into their tents at night. You know, the Greek citizens of Dionia are very popular now. Cesta joked. The Devers found it interesting and laughed. He looked at Cesta and said with some emotion, "Commander Cesta, I think when you were a mercenary, you should have never held a public office in a city or even had the experience of managing a city." Cesta shook his head. "Back then, we worked hard just to have bread to eat. Who would have thought that today would come? This is all because of the unimaginable changes that you have brought to us. You have to be able to seize the opportunity when it is provided. As a mercenary with no experience in managing a city, you resolutely chose to leave the army you were familiar with and come to this foreign land. Facing the Lucanians who were still hostile at that time, you were not afraid of difficulties, worked hard, and solved the problem boldly. Today, I can say that Nudum is completely Dionia's territory. Cesta, you have done an excellent job. I am not the only one who thinks so. The others in the Senate think so too. You are now the Senate elder with the most experience in administration among our mercenary army. When your term ends next year, I think the Senate will definitely have more important tasks for you." The Devers did not hesitate to express his appreciation for Cesta with words. After hearing this, Cesta was proud and excited. He still maintained some sobriety. "Commander, you are the one with the most experience in administration among our mercenary army." "Me?" The Devers looked around and said, "That doesn't count. Didn't you all say that I am God's favored? That is all the credit of Hades." Everyone burst into laughter. "Commander." Hieronymus could not help but say, "What is the mission of our Legio III in this war?" The last time they reinforced Tarentum, there was no part of the Legio III, and this time, there was no specific instruction for the Legio III. Hieronymus could not help but feel anxious. Although Devers was in a good mood, he did not joke with this serious man. Instead, he said seriously, "Your Legio III is stationed in Nudum and Grimentum. It is an important force in stabilizing Lucania municipality. If Dionia and Bruttii were to fight, will Picassus and Potentia take the opportunity to start a war and recapture Grimentum?" What Devers said made Cesta and Hieronymus think. After a while, Hieronymus said dejectedly, "Sir, you mean to let Legio III stay where they are to prevent Picassus and Potentia from invading? It's not just to defend." Devers smiled lightly and said in a deep voice, "If they dare to tear up the peace agreement, then Dionia will dare to conquer Bruttii and take down Picassus and Potentia at the same time. Starting a war on both sides?" Cesta and Hieronymus looked at each other. While marveling at the young consul's extraordinary courage, they could not help but feel worried. "Don't forget, Elia," Devers reminded. "What can Elias' strength do?" Cesta did not think much of it. However, Hieronymus, who had been in battle for a long time, suddenly thought of something when he saw Devers' smile. He became spirited and said, "Sir, I will discuss with Butler how to lure them. When I see Avenogis, I will also ask him to use their port." "I believe he will agree," Devers said with a smile. "Sir Avenogis, I haven't seen you for 2 months. You seem to have put on a lot of weight," Devers said half-jokingly to Consul Laus who came to greet him. Avenogis laughed and patted his obviously protruding belly. "Dionia is too powerful. With your protection, everything in Laos is developing well, and I don't need to worry about anything. The only thing that worries me is what new food your wife's restaurant has made, and whether I can be the first to taste it." Devers looked at his trembling fat face and couldn't help but remind him, "I suggest you don't eat too much at every meal and try to lose some weight. This will be good for your body." Avenogis remembered something. He patted his head with his right hand and said, "Oh, I almost forgot that you are also a magical doctor. Since you say so, I will try to control my weight gain." "Thank you for your trust in me." Devers understood what he meant. He was trying to control his weight, not lose it. Obviously, he didn't care much about his body. He remembered when he first met Avenogis. Avenogis' strong body was now bigger, but it was all fat. Looking at Arabuma beside him, he was thinner than a year ago. It was said that Avenogis had handed over most of the administrative affairs of the city to his younger brother. Once people lose their sense of hardship, lose their goals, and learn to be greedy for pleasure, it is difficult to pull themselves together again. Devers sighed in his heart. Sir Devers, this second legion of Dionia doesn't seems to be right. Arabuma looked at the army marching in front of them with the flag held high and said loudly in confusion. Brother, I heard that the Dionysian army has recently been replacing new weapons and equipment. Of course, it is different from before. Avenojus interrupted Arabuma and ordered his brother, the war with Brudi is about to begin. You immediately go and block the port and all the passages outside the city. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Devers nodded. Avenojus was still the leader of the descendants of Sybaris who dared to unite with Dionia and overthrow the rule of the Lucanians. Although his body had obviously changed, his mind was still clear. He had a very keen sense of military affairs and quick political reactions. He completed all the deployments almost without the Devers' request. Hurried bugles sounded, and the soldiers quickly retreated from the hillside. Stones and wood chased after them as they rolled down. When a soldier was unfortunately hit, the nearby teammates rushed forward to help, and screams could be heard from time to time. Capys, who saw this scene at the foot of the hill, had a gloomy expression and could not help but sigh. This kind of terrain is too disadvantageous for us. The Legion's advantage can't be used at all. The attacks over the past few days were not in vain. At least we took down one of the enemy's camps and pushed our attack line here, Antonios comforted him. That was not taken by us. The Brudi took the initiative to retreat. Until now, we have not even seen the enemy's face, but more than 300 of our brothers have been killed or injured. Capys said with a pained heart. Mainly injuries and fractures. After the medical camp's treatment, most of them can recover to normal. There are not many deaths. This is already very good. How can there be no deaths in war, just like when we were in Persia? Antonios continued to comfort him. But our brothers did not die in battle with the enemy. This way of dying is too frustrating. According to the guide, Zweig City is still 5 or 6 miles away from here. 5 or 6 miles. It has always been such a difficult mountain road. I'm afraid that by the time we reach Zweig City, all of our men will be dead. Amyntas shouted irritably, when will the Second Legion start to move? It's been so long and there's still no movement. If we knew it would be like this, Capys, you should have strongly requested for the First Legion to carry out that mission. Who asked the First Legion to be so famous? If we don't attack here, how can we make the Brudi believe that this is the focus of our attack? Only then can we attract the main forces of the Brudi over. Alexis said calmly and admiringly, only the commander would dare to do this. Who would have thought that we would risk the precious lives of our citizens to attack Zweig City, just to mobilize the enemy? Shoo! Capys cautiously made a gesture, looked left and right, and said in a low voice, I hope the Second Legion can successfully complete the mission. Don't let our brothers' sacrifice be in vain. Leader, the Greeks have retreated. Saru did not rejoice when he heard his subordinate's excited report. Instead, he was a little disappointed. The Daonians run as fast as rabbits. If they had climbed over that ridge, they wouldn't have been able to escape after we pushed down the rocks we had stored on the mountain path. More of them would have died. Don't worry, as long as they are prepared to continue attacking Zweig City, there will be many more opportunities like this. Sidorum stood up and praised, we have already resisted the enemy for 3 days. Dionia sent out their so-called strongest army, the First Legion, to attack. Not only did they not make any progress, but they also lost many soldiers. Saru, you did well. If this situation continues, we can completely prevent the Dionia from reaching Zweig City within a month. Saru said confidently, Leader, I think we can deal with these Greeks by ourselves. Let Xianxia and his men go back. They occupy our houses, eat our food, and don't even have to participate in the battle. The warriors are very angry. The Xianxia people mainly eat the food they brought with them. We have now joined forces with the Xianxia people, there will be many opportunities to fight together in the future. You have to start getting used to it, and persuade our warriors not to have too many complaints, Sidorum said to him patiently. Moreover, from the current situation, the Dionia people have not used their full strength. They should still be adapting to the terrain here. You have to know that they have an army made up of Lucanians, and Lao's army. We have not seen them yet, so we cannot underestimate them. Have you forgotten how the Lucania tribal alliance managed to attack our city? I haven't forgotten. Saru clenched his fist. Yesterday, news came from Nipetia that the Greeks tried to attack us from the side roads. Fortunately, they were discovered in time, and they were repelled. We also have to be wary of the Lucanians coming from the mountains, but it is precisely because Xianxia's army is guarding the city that we can fight the enemy here boldly, Sidorum continued to persuade. Saru nodded silently. The later the Dionia people arrive at Zweig City, the faster their morale will fall, and the more food they will consume, the more chances we have to defeat them. When that time comes, the glory of the Briti people will arrive. Initially, he was trying to persuade and motivate Saru, but as he spoke, Sidorum could not help but get excited. The sun had almost set behind the mountains, and the land was gradually plunged into darkness. The herdsmen drove their cattle and sheep home early, and the children who ran wildly in the mountains during the day were also called home by their parents, because at night, the mountains were the world of beasts. The wilderness outside of Ciudad Abyssinia was deserted. Occasionally, the howling of wild wolves could be heard, but after the roaring of the Kratai River throughout the day, the sound of the waves became louder in the quiet evening. It had been like this for thousands of years, and the people of Ciudad Abyssinia had long gotten used to it. They felt that the louder the waves, the more protection the Kratai River gave them, so they slept peacefully with the sound of the waves. However, they did not know that on the other side of the river, in the dense forest, thousands of Dionia soldiers were marching, the sound of the river drowning out all the sounds they made. At that moment, a shaft that looked like the mouth of a well was fixed firmly in the middle of the pile of rocks. The shaft was tied with ropes as thick as a person's wrist, and the other end of the rope was tied to the waist of a burly man. He was naked, and he was only wearing a cape made from a few small sheep bellies that had been filled with air. The tourists were raised by the Kratai River and depended on it for their livelihood, but when they stood by the roaring river, it was as if thunder was raging in their ears and their souls were trembling. They could only hear the orders of their commander and comrades, but they could not hear them at all. The Kratai River was right in front of them. With the dim light from the setting sun, he could see the waves a few meters high from the raging river, as well as the soul-sucking whirlpool on the surface of the river. If a normal person had seen or heard this, they would have been terrified, their limbs would have turned to jelly, and they would not even be able to stand. However, before he and his companions became citizens of Dionia, they were sailors among sailors. They made a living at sea all year round and were used to fighting in the howling winds and huge waves. Therefore, for this mission, he firmly believed that with his own ability and experience, he would definitely be able to complete the mission successfully and fight for a bright future for himself and his family. The sheep that was scared out of its wits by the raging river were led out, trembling and unable to make a sound. Dracos chopped off the sheep's head and placed it on the reef. He smeared the sheep's blood on the faces of the warriors, and they all prayed to the river god, Akruz. Then, the burly man stood up and bowed to Dracos. He stood by the river and looked at the opposite bank on his left. That was the destination of his mission. He touched the rope to make sure it was securely tied, took a deep breath, and with a roar, he dove into the water like a mermaid, and the waves he stirred up instantly covered his figure. The dark river surged forward, and it was difficult to find him. The only thing that could be seen was the whirling of the shaft. Dracos' eyes followed the rope that extended into the water, and he became more and more nervous. Previously, after Dever surveyed the terrain around the Briti Mountains, he suggested that the best way to break through the war was in Abyssinia. When he told Felicius and the other commanders about his idea, they were shocked. It was too risky to swim across hundreds of meters of stormy waves while carrying dozens of kilograms of weight, the weight of the rope and the momentum of the river, without being discovered by the enemy sentries. But Devers had strong evidence. Marcius from the Mathematical Research Institute went to the river and put down the tree trunk several times, and found that the river would eventually push the tree trunk to the shallow of the opposite bank. He also calculated the speed and direction of the river, and believed that people should be able to reach the opposite bank. Devers also told one of Antalis' attendants, who had followed Antalis to the Briti Mountains, in fact, Antalis, about his discovery. The people of Abyssinia had built a defensive camp and a sentry tower in front of the river path in the south, and there were also sentry posts on the road leading to Xianxia in the north, but there were no special sentry posts in front of the river. Perhaps it was because Ciudad Abyssinia was in front of them, or maybe it was because of the roaring, unnavigable section of the river that gave the people of Abyssinia confidence. As a commander, he did not want to fall into a long and arduous tug-of-war with the enemy, but the war with Brody was likely to happen. In the end, the commanders of the Dionia Legion agreed to Devers's risky plan. The 100-meter-long rope reached its limit in the blink of an eye. The rope was stretched taut, and a huge force pulled on the axle. If there were not a few soldiers holding on with all their strength, the entire bearing would have been dragged into the river. Dracos was disappointed. The first soldier who went into the river must have failed, otherwise the rope would not have been so tight. But he still signaled the soldiers to hold on for a while, hoping that the soldier could untie the rope. With the buoyancy of the sheep belly, there were more than a dozen boats waiting in the middle of the Kratai River, and he could be rescued. But the rope was still taut, and the soldiers continued to wrestle with the river until they were exhausted. Dracos made a prompt decision. He quickly pulled out his saber and prepared to cut the rope. But the soldiers were already exhausted, and the axle flew into the air. If Dracos had not dodged quickly, he would have been seriously injured, if not dead. The rope plunged into the river with the axle, but it did not even make a splash. The people on the shore were stunned for a while. Sorrow and fear began to envelop everyone. Dracos quickly came back to his senses. As the commander of the 2nd Legion, he was the core of the Legion, and he could not panic. He immediately signaled the soldiers to climb up the slope and bring new axles and ropes down. The 100-meter-long rope was so sturdy that all the boat shops in Turin worked overnight for a few days, and only 3 sets were made. This meant that the 2nd Legion only had 3 chances at most. Who's going first? Dracos looked at the remaining 2 soldiers who had been chosen and made a gesture. In the face of the terrible power of nature, and the tragedy from before, the 2 good swimmers retreated. They looked at each other, and under Dracos's expectant gaze, they lowered their heads. Anger burned in Dracos's heart, and he opened his mouth to curse. "Let me go." Just then, someone walked up from the side. Dracos took a closer look. It was the person recommended by the newly formed Dionia Navy. It was said that he was the fastest swimmer in the Navy, but because he was not strong enough, the Devers thought that it would be difficult for him to swim over the 100-meter-long rapids with a heavy load, so they only listed him as a substitute. But at this critical juncture, his courage to face the challenge lifted Dracos' spirits. Dracos did not say anything else. He personally helped him put on the sheepskin coat, tied the rope, and said solemnly, "The Hades will protect you." The failure of the last soldier made Dracos subconsciously abandon the river god Acros, and replace him with his most trusted Hades. "Don't worry, I, Zeklian, am someone who will leave my name in the Hall of Valhalla," the sailor said confidently as he strode to the foremost reef. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a few warm rays on his slender and well-proportioned streamlined body. As he jumped into the water, Dracos' heart was in his throat again. How could he not be nervous? If he failed again, those 2 cowards would probably not dare to come forward. If they could not swim to the opposite shore, the troops would not be able to reach the other side safely, and they would not be able to seize Ciudad Abyssinia. The battle plan would not be realized, and they would have to implement the second plan. This meant that the time, energy, and rations they had spent previously would make the battle against the Brudi even more difficult. "Commander, we've reached the end." Without the soldier's anxious cry, Draco saw that the axle had stopped turning. Did they fail again? Draco's heart sank. He was not willing to give up just like that, and shouted, "Hold on to the clue." He shouted as he went forward to help. The coarse rope was pulled back and forth by the friction between their palms, leaving streaks of blood. But Dracos felt that this force was not as strong as the previous time, and he became excited again. "Brothers, hold on. Hold on." He encouraged the soldiers around him, and the pulling force of the rope gradually weakened until it finally relaxed. Did they succeed? Dracos looked at the blurry opposite shore in disbelief, feeling as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. He sat on the reef, and the soldiers around him cheered softly. The rope tightened bit by bit. "Stop. Stop. Stop. Move." After an unknown amount of time, just when Dracos felt that it had been too long, the rope finally tightened again, and there were 3 weak vibrations. After a while, there were 3 more vibrations. Dracos confirmed the secret signal, and he suppressed his excitement and shouted to the soldiers, "Quick! Tie it to the tree! Quick! Quick!" In the evening, a long rope stretched across the Krati River, connecting the 2 sides. A soldier of the 2nd Legion had his legs wrapped around the rope, and his hands clenched tightly as he moved forward. His entire body was hanging upside down in the air. The lowest part of his body was less than 2 meters above the river, and the splashes from the river could wet his entire body. What was more frightening was that the roar of the river sounded like a demonic dragon in his ears, and the rope kept swaying. Although the soldiers had been specially trained for the past few days, the real situation required them to have more courage. Obviously, this soldier had enough courage, and his climbing skills were quite fast. That was why he was arranged to be the first to cross the rope bridge. In addition, in order to cross quickly and ensure the safety of the rope and climbing, the soldiers crossing the river did not wear helmets, breastplates, shin plates, or bronze shields. Instead, they carried a spear and a small wooden shield on their backs. Of course, there was another rope tied to the first soldier who crossed the river. When he finally climbed to a big tree on the other side of the river, Xianxia was waiting under the tree. His chest was dripping with blood, and it was obvious that he had been injured. As it turned out, the strong momentum of the river carried him across the river and slammed him against a reef. He almost fainted from the pain, but his desire to live made him endure the sharp pain of having his chest pierced by a sharp rock, and he hugged the reef tightly with both arms. Coincidentally, at this moment, Dracos and the others pulled the rope with all their strength, giving him a chance to breathe. He used all his strength to climb up the reef, and with one last careful step, he moved to the river bank. With the combined efforts of Xianxia and the soldier, the 2nd rope bridge was built, and the soldiers of the 2nd Legion's 1st Brigade began to cross the river one by one. Even with the 2 rope bridges, the speed at which the soldiers crossed the river was still very slow. This was because only after the first soldier reached the other side could the 2nd soldier start to grab the rope and climb. After all, if 2 or more people were hanging on a rope at the same time, whether it was the rope that connected the 2 sides with great effort, or the big tree that acted as the pillar of the rope bridge, it would be a huge burden. Dracos did not dare to take this risk. For the soldiers to successfully climb the rope bridge in the dark and reach the other side, it required not only courage but also skill. Although it was only about 100 meters, it was actually very time-consuming. When faced with clumsy soldiers, they crossed the river at a snail's pace. The comrades at the back were anxious but did not dare to make a sound, because a few of them had accidentally fallen into the river and disappeared. It was already late at night, and 1/3 of the soldiers of the 1st Battalion had not crossed the river. Dracos felt that time was running out, and he could not wait here. He ordered the captain of the 1st Battalion who had not yet crossed the river to organize the soldiers behind him to cross the river. He also reminded Xianxia, the captain of the 1st Battalion, who had already crossed the river, that when dawn broke, he would immediately lead the 1st Battalion to attack the defensive camp along the river path and seize it to ensure that the 2nd Army could smoothly enter the territory of Abyssinia, and then work together to attack Ciudad Abyssinia. Most of the soldiers who crossed the river lay quietly and orderly on the riverbank under the command of their respective platoon leaders and squad leaders. They seized the time to rest, calm their nerves, and restore their physical strength and energy so that they could be in a better state for the upcoming battle. A small number of soldiers who were in better condition sneaked into the forest and used the tools they brought with them to quietly saw off small trees, cut off branches, and made simple wooden ladders. As the platoon leader, Xianxia, with a few guards, crawled not far from the defensive camp, and observed the layout of the camp with the faint light of the camp. At this moment, he felt someone patting his back. He looked back and saw that it was the captain of the 1st platoon. He quickly followed him and climbed back. When they were far away from the camp, he sat up and asked, "What's the matter?" "The warrior who swam across the Krati River has an urgent matter and wants to see you." "What urgent matter? Is he dying?" Xianxia said impatiently. He had been in a bad mood for the past few days. In order to organize a delegation to participate in the Isthmian Games, he had even asked the Devers for permission to not follow the 2nd Army to reinforce Tarentum. In the end, the expedition team returned with glory, but the delegation he led became the laughingstock of the whole of Greece. After he returned, a few senators in the Senate criticized him for this matter. Although he was protected by the Devers and the former mercenary senators, so he did not receive too much blame, he felt very sullen in his heart. Coincidentally, when the British War broke out, his old friend Dracos, who knew him well, allowed the 1st Brigade that he was in charge of to cross the river first. They would take on the responsibility of occupying the defense camp and receiving the entire army. This was a good opportunity for him to prove himself and wash away the humiliation he had suffered. Adrianx hesitated for a moment, but after considering Seclian's contributions, he decided to take the time to meet him. At this moment, Sicilian was being treated by the doctor who had crossed the river. Apart from the external injuries, his most serious injuries were 2 broken ribs on his left side and some damage to his left lung. The doctor fixed the broken bones and bandaged his wound. When he saw Adrianx, he struggled to stand up but was stopped by the doctor. "You'd better lie down." Seeing that his injuries were more serious, Adrianx's tone became gentler. "I heard that you have something to talk to me about." "Yes, Captain." Once Sicilian spoke, his lungs were affected. The pain made his face contort, and his voice was like a broken bellows, making hissing sounds. With great effort, he said, "I heard that you've given the order to attack the enemy's defense camp in the east at daybreak." "Yes, it's the commander's order." Adrianx thought that he wanted to ask for permission to fight, so he said, "You need to rest now. You don't have to participate in the next battle. If we attack the defense camp first, the enemy in the city will know that we're here, and they'll defend with all their might. It'll be more difficult for us to conquer Abyssinia, and the casualties among our brothers will increase." Why don't we attack Ciudad Abyssinia directly? I've swum across this river. I know they'll never think that we..." Sicilian said anxiously, panting even harder. The doctor quickly asked him to stop talking and rest. Although his voice was intermittent and his words were unclear, Adrianx already understood what he meant. "Ciudad Abyssinia is unprepared, so we should take them down with a sneak attack." Adrianx's eyes brightened. If he could lead a brigade to take down a city by himself, he would undoubtedly be able to wash away the previous humiliation. As for sneak attacks on cities, Dionia had many successful experiences in this area. The key to seizing Amendolara, Nudum, and Grumentum was to act suddenly, attack fiercely, and advance quickly. They had to deal the biggest blow to the enemy in the shortest time possible, causing them to fall into chaos. This had been summarized by the Devers and written into the tactical chapter of Dionia's military law. Adrianx still remembered something that the Devers had repeatedly emphasized: be daring to take risks, and at the same time, plan carefully. Now, he had made up his mind, not only would he take down the defense camp, but he would also launch a sneak attack on Ciudad Abyssinia. Therefore, he had to think carefully about the situation of Ciudad Abyssinia. The Devers had written a booklet about Ciudad Abyssinia. In fact, it was the work of Antiporus, and the officers of the 2nd Legion could recite it backwards. When Adrianx closed his eyes, the internal sketch of the city appeared in his mind. Ciudad Abyssinia was a small city, and the city walls were not made of stone, but double-layered wooden walls. The Brity region was surrounded by the Greek city-states and was greatly influenced by the Greeks. The walls of each city varied according to their economic strength and the degree of threat. Canopetia, Cosenza, and Zweig were all made of stone, Abyssinia was made of wood, and Albania was just a simple wooden fence. There were about 3,000 soldiers in the city, and according to the continuous observation and reconnaissance on the other side of the river in the past few days, Ciudad Abyssinia had sent no less than 2,000 troops to the west, and they had not returned yet. Therefore, including the defense camp, the remaining forces of Ciudad Abyssinia should be similar to the 1st Battalion. With the unprepared and unprepared, the possibility of taking down Ciudad Abyssinia independently was very high. Adrianx did not think of it before because he was used to obeying the orders of his superiors. Now, after thinking it over, he decided to send 300 people to attack the defense camp, and he would personally lead 700 people to attack Ciudad Abyssinia. He immediately called the company captains and sub-captains to discuss the attack plan, and sent more soldiers into the woods to make more wooden ladders. The movement was naturally bigger than before, but the dark night and the rushing river provided the best cover for their actions. The people of Abyssinia, which had been peaceful for 100 years, did not build a sentry tower outside the city, and the few sentries on the wooden wall had already fallen asleep. It was still quiet in Ciudad Abyssinia. Time passed by, and it was too hard for Adrianx to bear. He tossed and turned, and it was difficult for him to sleep. But the night would eventually pass. When a glimmer of light appeared on the horizon, he turned over and sat up. He patted the messenger beside him to wake him up and whispered, "Inform the company captains to start the operation." The messenger informed the company captains, and the company captains informed the sub-captains, and the sub-captains informed the sub-captains. The sub-captains woke up the soldiers under them one by one. The soldiers yawned and picked up their wooden shields and spears. A few of them carried the wooden ladders, and they began to stagger forward with the team officer. There was no sound of drums, and no bugles. Everything was carried out in silence. The soldiers stared at the waving military flag in front of them in a daze. As the troops slowly moved forward, the scattered formation gradually became orderly, and the confusion on the soldiers' faces was replaced by sobriety. 150 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. The troops had arrived in front of the city's trench, but there was still no movement on the city wall. The trench was 3 meters wide and 3 meters deep, and there were countless sharpened wooden stakes. The soldiers could not cross it with their bare hands. There was no open space on the other side of the trench, and it was directly connected to the towering wooden wall. The wooden ladder was put up, and one end was plunged into the soil, and the soldiers were holding it. The other end was not long enough to reach the top of the wall, but it did not matter. When the soldiers climbed to the far end of the ladder, they stretched out their hands and grabbed the top of the wall. With a strong push, they flipped over the top of the wall. On the walkway, a sentry wrapped in fur was sleeping soundly against the wall. The tremors and sounds of the battlement made him open his eyes in alarm. However, it was too late. More than a dozen wooden ladders were placed on the wall, and more than a dozen soldiers climbed over the wall at once. Very soon, the walkway was filled to the brim. Before the sentry could understand what was going on, he was either killed by gunfire or captured. Then, the soldiers on top of the wall quickly opened the city gate. The company captains followed the plan and immediately led the soldiers into the city. They divided the soldiers under them into 3 groups and quickly advanced along the streets. Success! Adrianx waved his hand excitedly. "Sound the bugles." The bugles and military drums sounded at the same time, and the soldiers also took the opportunity to roar. Immediately, the city was in chaos as if there was an earthquake. Whether they were naked and went out to check on the situation, or picked up their weapons and rushed out of their houses, they were met by the soldiers marching along the street. Without any explanation, they were stabbed by the soldiers marching along the street. For a moment, there were screams everywhere. The bloody massacre frightened the people of Abyssinia. They simply hid in their houses and did not dare to move. Although Ciudad Abyssinia was built in the mountains, it was actually a flat city. Therefore, the 1st Battalion advanced very quickly. In front of them was the great leader's mansion in the center of the city, which was also where the meeting hall was located. What? Kennaru could not believe his ears. The shock had completely driven away his drowsiness, and he could clearly hear the battle cries outside the house. Enemy? Where did the enemy come from? Are they Xianxia's men? The sudden change left him at a loss. It was not without reason that he first identified the enemy as Xianxia's men. Due to the terrain, the Greeks had never entered the territory of Abyssinia, but Xianxia had fought with them many times. To defend against Xianxia, Abyssinia had built a small fortress on the west side of the Xianxia plateau. However, as Brudi was moving towards unification last year, to show Abyssinia's sincerity, Nikaru removed the fortress, leaving only a sentry post. Because of this, Kennaru even quarreled with his father. Kennaru flew into a rage when his men did not know anything. "Get out of here. Find out the truth and report back." "No. Someone. Inform the leaders of Bagalipi and Brim. Ask them to bring their people to the council hall. Blow the horn and ask the people to come here. Ask everyone to pick up their weapons and follow me to chase away the enemy." Kennaru's order was decisive, but it was difficult to carry it out. The people of Abyssinia had never encountered such a disaster before, and they lacked the means to respond. The people in the mansion panicked and were in a mess. Kanaro managed to organize a few dozen people and rushed out of the door. Then, they ran into the enemy who was charging at them. Kanaro roared and rushed forward. He waved the iron rod in his hand and smashed the enemy in front of him. Even the wooden shield was broken, which showed how strong he was. Don't fight him head-on. Go around him and deal with the others first. Adrianx saw the situation and made a prompt decision. The Greeks. Kanaro then carefully looked at the enemy in front of him. He was shocked. But at this moment, he did not have time to think about how the Dionia people invaded Abyssinia. Adrianx's orders made him think that he was the commander of the Greeks, and he immediately charged in Adrianx's direction. The experienced Adrianx calmly commanded the soldiers around him to retreat quickly. They did not want to fight Kanaro head-on. Kanaro was anxious and chased after him step by step. However, he did not know that his clansmen were blocked by the Dionia soldiers and had distanced themselves from him. Kanaro was infuriated by Adrianx's refusal to fight until the shrill screams of his clansmen woke him up. When he turned around, he saw that his clansmen had been killed by the Greeks. He had no choice but to turn back to rescue them. Adrianx ordered the soldiers to chase after him and continue to tangle with him. At this time, the other two teams also rushed over from other streets. Kanaro saw that the enemy was outnumbered and didn't dare to fight anymore. He led the surviving clansmen back to the mansion. In the process, he was hit by a javelin and his cheek was pierced. However, he tried his best to repel the Dionia soldiers who were trying to take the opportunity to enter the mansion. After retreating into the mansion and closing the door, Kanaro immediately sat on the ground and had no strength to stand up. Seeing this scene, the clansmen were all shocked. Reporting, Captain. The leader of Abyssinia, Brim, has been injured and captured. The captain of the 1st Company of the 1st Brigade reported to Adrianx. Adrianx had a purpose for dividing the 700 soldiers who entered Ciudad Abyssinia into 3 teams. Through the information, he knew that there were 3 tribes in Ciudad Abyssinia. After asking Adepagus to interrogate the captives and find out the residences of the 3 leaders, he immediately began to carry out the decapitation operation. Now, it seemed that everything was going smoothly. Brim's mansion was the closest to the city gate. He should have been unprepared when he was ambushed. However, how did the other team of soldiers arrive so quickly? The captain of the 2nd Company gave the answer. The leader of Abyssinia led his clansmen to surrender before we even started the attack. Surrender voluntarily. Adrianx did not expect such a situation. He remembered that the leader was called Bagalipi. He had been assisting the great chieftain of Abyssinia for more than 10 years and was quite famous among the people of Abyssinia. Remembering the instructions of the Devers, Adrianx quickly asked his subordinates to invite Bagalipi over. Bagalipi, who was in his 50s, had white hair and beard. He looked very old. Seeing that Adrianx was talking to him in a gentle manner, he calmed down and immediately agreed. He was willing to persuade the people in the mansion of the great chieftain on behalf of Dionia. Bagalipi was good at judging the situation. When the Nikaru tribe was strong, as one of the candidates for the great chieftain, he gave up the election and fully supported Nikaru to be the great chieftain of Abyssinia. Therefore, he had been trusted by Nikaru for many years and his tribe had benefited a lot from it. At the beginning of the war between the Brudi and Dionia, he took advantage of the fact that Ciudad Abyssinia and Turii were only separated by a river. He put in a lot of effort to understand his powerful neighbor. He felt that it was impossible for the Brudi to defeat the alliance of Dionia, but they might be able to force a truce by relying on the terrain. However, when the city was in chaos, his clansmen told him in panic based on the appearance of the enemy that the attackers might be Greeks. After thinking about it calmly, he felt that the defeat of the Brudians was inevitable. Since they had lost the terrain, he immediately ordered his clansmen to lay down their arms and surrender. Most of the people obeyed the orders of a leader who had been in charge of the tribe for 30 years. There were also a few who objected and were taken down on the spot. His surrender quickly reduced the resistance in the city. Now, he stood in front of the great chieftain's mansion and shouted at the people in the courtyard. The Brudi who were lying on the courtyard wall and peeping outside saw that even Bagalipi had surrendered to the Greeks. One could imagine how shocked they were. Only Kanaro, after learning of Bagalipi's betrayal, laid on the sickbed and cursed. He swore that after the Greeks were destroyed, he would definitely tear Bagalipi into pieces. Kannaru endured the pain and ordered his men to gather everyone in the courtyard to defend stubbornly. However, what greeted him was a cold stare. Not long after Bagalipi shouted, the courtyard door opened. Kannaru's clansmen came out with Kalaru's body to surrender. According to them, Kannaru died from his serious injuries. The 300 members of the 1st Battalion were responsible for raiding the camp. At first, it was relatively smooth. After all, the camp was mainly set up to defend against the river path in the east. All the defensive facilities were in the east. They did not expect the enemy to attack from the west. They were caught off guard and the Dionysus soldiers easily broke into the camp. However, because it was during war and this was the front line of Abyssinia, the soldiers were more vigilant and quickly organized to resist. In particular, the 4 towering sentry towers in the camp were originally used for crossfire on the river path and long-range attacks on the enemy's middle and rear to disrupt the enemy's ability to attack continuously. Now, they were using the advantage of the high ground to delay the fierce attack of the Dionysus soldiers with arrows. As the soldiers of the 2nd Legion were not wearing armor, they suffered some damage. The people of Abyssinia fought desperately. Although the number of Dionysus soldiers was greater, they could not completely capture the camp in a short time. The battle lasted for a while until the Abyssinia soldiers saw the fire in the city and gradually lost their fighting spirit. When the main force of the 2nd Legion finished trekking through the river path and arrived at the defensive fortress of Abyssinia, the battle had subsided and the troops successfully entered the territory of Abyssinia. When Legion Commander Dracos heard the news that Adrianx was leading the army to attack Ciudad Abyssinia, he did not care about his fatigue and led the troops to rush to reinforce the city. As soon as he arrived at the gate of Ciudad Abyssinia, he saw Adrianx standing there with a smile. Dracos knew that the city had changed hands. Good, Adrianx. You've got guts. You didn't even leave us a chance to fight. Dracos pointed at his good friend. He was angry and annoyed and did not know what to say. Legion Commander, please enter the city. Capturing the defensive camp and Ciudad Abyssinia with a team at the same time and obtaining such a brilliant result made the haze in Adrianx's heart dissipate. He smiled and made an inviting gesture. Dracos waved his hand and said with a serious expression, after the Briti know that we have occupied Ciudad Abyssinia, they will definitely send a large army to recapture it. If they can't, I'm afraid they will build another defensive camp in the west to prevent us from entering Xianxia Plateau. We don't have time to rest now. We must quickly build a defensive fortress in the west before the Briti attack us. We must stop the enemy from entering Abyssinia and welcome the arrival of Sir Devers's main force. Adrianx's heart skipped a beat. This was part of the plan, but he was too proud of his victory. Fortunately, Dracos was still awake. Go and get a Depagus. Adrianx ordered his men to call the Briti-born free man of Dionia to be the troops' guide. Dracos informed the whole army not to enter the city, but to continue to the north to build the camp. The soldiers, who were already a little tired, complained, but they still obeyed the order and marched west at a steady pace. As the representative of the surrendered side of Abyssinia, Bagalipi was also at the front of the welcoming team. Seeing this scene, he could not help but secretly sigh. At this time, Dracos walked towards him. Bagalipi had already learned the identity of the person from Adrianx, the 2nd Legion commander, Dracos. Having a deeper understanding of Dionia, he knew that the entire Dionia alliance only had 4 legions, and each legion had 7,000 to 8,000 people, which was more than twice the total number of soldiers of Abyssinia. Dracos had a lot of troops, and the key was that the lives of himself and his people were under his control. Therefore, Bagalipi had to salute respectfully. Although Dracos did not like to say nice things, it did not mean that he would not say them. Moreover, the Devers had instructed him in advance. Otherwise, he would not have dared to make any promises. However, his words were too straightforward. Bagalipi was both sad and happy. He was sad that Abyssinia and even Briti might not exist as an independent force in the future. He was happy that he had the hope of becoming one of the senators in the Dionia Senate. As far as he knew, there were several Lucanian leaders in the Dionia Senate. They seemed to have fought for many rights for the Lucanians in Dionia. If that was the case, a new page in Abyssinia was still worth looking forward to, and my vote. Adrianx also offered his goodwill. While Bagalipi was grateful, he also made up his mind to cooperate with the people of Dionia and fight for a better future for his tribe and Abyssinia. The people of Abyssinia had built a fortress on the mountain road to the west. For the purpose of defending against the people of Xianxia, they built it in the narrow mountain road for easy defense. The Second Legion built the fortress for defense, but more importantly, for attack. Therefore, Adepagus led the soldiers to the exit of the mountain road. In front of them was a gradually widening plateau. Although the mountain road here was wider and the workload was undoubtedly greater, it was already a habit for the soldiers who would train for an hour to build camps and cities in every military training. The engineers surveyed the terrain and drew the blueprint of the fortress. The soldiers were quickly divided into several teams, those in charge of logging, those in charge of leveling the ground, those in charge of assembling basic defense devices such as sentry towers, fences, and so on. They were responsible for digging trenches in the areas in front of the fortress to be built and laying various traps such as sharp stakes and meat hooks. After learning that Adrianx had seized Ciudad Abyssinia, Dracos immediately sent his guards back to inform them of the news. After a difficult trek, the bodyguard arrived at the Turiai sentry post not far from the crossing of the river path. A messenger was already waiting there. After receiving the good news of victory, the messenger immediately rode his horse and galloped south through the newly built road. He passed through Castellan, Cremissa, Espuzdum, Silatina, and finally Trine. Through the relay race, he changed horses and raced day and night non-stop. It took him a day and a half to finally deliver the news to the Legio 4 Legion commander, Helos. While Helos was overjoyed, he did not forget to continue sending messengers through the port of Trine. He immediately boarded a fast ship and quickly sailed north to Laos. It was already the 12th day of the war. The Devers were at Avenoggius' mansion, accepting his hospitality. At this time, he was talking about his son's performance in Turiai. Sir Ansitanos has praised Henepolis several times in front of me, saying that he is very talented in historical research. After listening to the Devers, Avenoggius was both happy and a little worried. Of course, I'm very happy to be a historian, but Henny is my only son. I hope he can succeed me in the future. Avenoggius' words were filled with a sense of probing. The Devers seemed oblivious and said without hesitation, "Don't worry, there is no conflict between being a historian and being a consul at the same time." And after understanding the rise and fall of many city-states in the past in detail, Henepolis will know how to lead the people of Laos and make the city more peaceful and prosperous. Sir, that's very well said. Avenoggius raised his glass happily. Let me toast you. Thank you for taking care of the child for more than a year. The Devers smiled and raised his glass in response. At this time, a guard came to report that the commander of the Legion of Dionysia, Capys, had something important to see him. Quick, invite him in. Avenoggius pretended to be dissatisfied with the Devers and said, "This Sir Capys, I've invited him several times, but he refused to come. Since you're here today, you have to let him have a few drinks." As soon as Capys stepped into the hall, he shouted excitedly, "Commander, the Second Legion has taken down Ciudad Abyssinia." What? Avenoggius was shocked. That's great. Dracos did a good job. The Devers was obviously mentally prepared. He drank the wine in his glass excitedly, stood up and said, "The brothers of the First Legion have been wronged during this period of time. Tell them to cheer up, we have to return to Turiai immediately and rush to Abyssinia. The real war is about to begin." Yes. Capys, who was equally excited, replied loudly. "Have you sent someone to inform Sesta?" "Yes, I have." "Very good. Sesta, Hieronymus, and Bagul's plan can be implemented. Whether it succeeds or not depends on whether the other party is obedient." Capys turned and left. Avenoggius did not stop him as he was still immersed in the amazing news. "Sir Avenoggius." The Devers turned to him and said, "I will take the First Legion and the other troops to leave Laos and return to Turiai. I hope you can lead the extortion soldiers to continue the attack on Vigo City to prevent the Vigors from withdrawing their troops to save Abyssinia. In addition, I hope you can help Sesta and the others with their plan. Don't worry, Dionia's matter is Laos's matter. I will do my best to carry it out." Avenoggius spoke like a soldier facing a general, making a solemn promise. Looking at the back of the Devers leaving, Avenoggius breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, when he saw the Devers pretending to be the Second Legion with some reserve soldiers, he had been wondering what the real Second Legion was doing. Who would have thought that in less than 10 days, the Second Legion would be able to capture the strategic city of Xianxia? The Devers were really scary people. Fortunately, Laos was an ally of Dionia. Avenodius was not in the mood to inquire about the process of how the Second Legion captured Abyssinia. He only knew that Abyssinia had been breached, the British defeat was set in stone, and southern Italy would become Dionia's sphere of influence. This caused him to feel a little disappointed in his heart. When Ciudad Abyssinia was breached, a small number of Briti escaped to Xianxia. As Pinlan was leading the army in Vigo City, only the high priest, Ferodaru, was in the inner city. When he heard the news, he was so shocked that his wooden staff fell to the ground and he almost tripped. The news that Abyssinia had been occupied by the Greeks quickly spread throughout the city, causing panic among the people. While sending messengers to Cenipiscia and Vigo, Xianxia also sent people to investigate the enemy's movements in Ciudad Abyssinia. From Xianxia to Cenipiscia and from Xianxia to Vigo City, the distance between the two was not much different. However, to Cenipiscia, the terrain was downhill, so the messengers arrived earlier. At this time, the great leader of Cenipiscia, Panjaru, was holding a banquet for Nicaru and Bergam because they had just thwarted the plot of the Dionia. The Dionia attempted to take a more remote mountain path to the rear of Cenipiscia, but they were discovered by the vigilant Briti. Before the main force arrived, the Dionia retreated in panic. The Greeks are all cowards, they only know how to sneak attack, they don't dare to fight a real battle with me. This war is really boring. Nicaru complained loudly as he drank. This Dionia general is really an idiot. He tried to sneak into Cenipiscia once before, but we discovered him and he wants to come again. Does he really think we are all idiots? Bergam laughed and said, I'm afraid it's not that there's something wrong with his brain, but he has no choice. The second day this so-called Second Legion arrived, they attacked us, but they retreated before they could attack the city. I saw from the city that they suffered many casualties. These Greeks are well armed, but they are too afraid of death. If they continue fighting like this, not to mention 2 months, they can even defend for a year. Pandora raised his glass and said loudly. Now, he was also very confident. So, what Sidorum said about the Dionysian army being powerful and their archon commanding is. I think it's all bullshit. He's also a coward. Nicaru hiccuped and punched the wooden table with his right fist. Let's take advantage of the low morale of the Dionia and attack their camp. This is too dangerous. What if? Bergam was a little worried. What are you afraid of? Nicaru glared and interrupted him. We have more than 7,000 warriors, and the enemy has no more than 10,000 people at most, and they are all cowards. If we defeat them, we won't have to defend here anymore. Although Bergam and Nicaru had brought their own rations, they still had to be supplied by Cenipiscia. Moreover, their presence had also caused trouble for the residents of Clepicia. Panjaru devoted most of his energy to resolving these disputes and conflicts every day. Just as he was about to say something, the guard barged in. Clang! The glass fell to the ground, and the wine spilled all over. What did you say? Abyssinia has been occupied by the Dionia? Nicaru rushed over and grabbed the messenger. His face was red, and he scolded angrily, Don't talk nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. Abyssinia can't be conquered by the Dionia. Impossible. Do you believe that I won't pull out your tongue and feed it to the dogs? It's true, great leaders. I have a letter from the high priest. Help. The messenger struggled and shouted for help. Panjaru and Bergam were equally shocked. Seeing this, they had to stop Nicaru's violent behavior. They went forward to pull Nicaru, and with great difficulty, separated the two. Bergam quickly read the letter, then carefully said to Nicaru, who had yet to regain his composure, the letter says that some survivors of Abyssinia have escaped to Xianxia. Nicaru, you can go to Xianxia first to confirm if this is true. After saying that, he handed the letter over. Nicaru stared blankly at the papyrus that Bergam handed over, as if it was not paper, but burning flames. He hurriedly avoided it and sat back down, his eyes blank. What should I do? What should I do? Listening to Nicaru's helpless mumble, Panjaru and Bergam looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Just now, they were celebrating their victory, full of confidence to leave the city and fight the people of Dionia. In the blink of an eye, their confidence and arrogance were shattered by this shocking news. What should we do? They were also thinking painfully. I have to go back. I have to go back immediately. Take back my Abyssinia, save my people. Nikaru suddenly stood up and strode out. When Pandaru heard this, he hurriedly went forward to persuade him, don't be anxious, we still don't know what happened in Abyssinia. We will send people to investigate first, and at the same time, wait for news from Pinlin and the rest. It won't be too late to act after everyone has discussed it. It's not that Canopetia is occupied, of course you are not anxious. If we wait any longer, my people in Abyssinia will all be dead. Nikaru threw down these words without hesitation, and left Pandaru's mansion without looking back. Great leader Nikaru is right, now is not the time to wait. Burgum walked over and said to the slightly dazed Pandaru, Abyssinia has fallen, our defense plan against Dionia has failed. What we are most worried about now is that the main force of Dionia will come out of Ciudad Abyssinia, and we will all be in danger. I must immediately lead the warriors of Ambalia to Xianxia, meet up with Pinlin there, and discuss what to do next. If you all leave, what about the enemies here? Pandaru said in panic. Can't you see, we have all been deceived by Dionia? Burgum said with some anger, the enemy here is only a bait used by Dionia to lure us. Their real attack is in the direction of Abyssinia. Burgum said goodbye and left. Pandaru was stunned for a while, then cursed loudly, damn cowards. No one knew if he was cursing the people of Dionia, or the two great leaders. In Vigo City, the great leader of Xianxia, Pinlin, Pandaru, and the great leader of Vigo City, Sidorum, were discussing the withdrawal of the army. As it turned out, other than the first few fierce attacks of the Dionia and the capture of a camp, due to the tenacious resistance of the Briti, the attacks of the Dionia had gradually weakened, and they had almost stopped attacking in the past few days. Therefore, Sidorum had an idea. He suggested to Pinlin, great leader, judging from the current state of the Dionia, their fighting spirit is weakening, and we can completely resist their next attack. Therefore, I suggest leaving only a small part of the Xianxia army to help defend Vigo City, and the main force can return to Xianxia to become the reserve force for the entire war, to deal with the attacks of the Dionia from other directions, and at the same time, it will greatly reduce the pressure of the food supply. Indeed, tens of thousands of Xianxia warriors were stationed in Vigo City, and most of the time, they had nothing to do. After all, the tribes of the Briti had only united in the past 2 years. The conflicts and hatred that had existed for decades would not disappear so quickly. Moreover, it was the first time that the two cities had been in close contact for so long, it was inevitable that there would be conflicts. Therefore, Pinlin thought that Sidorum's suggestion was acceptable, and it would help reduce the friction. After some discussion, he finally decided that he would lead 8,000 warriors back to Xianxia, while Pandaru would lead 2,000 people to continue to help the Vigo defend the city. Pandaru was one of the members of the 7 elders, the highest authority of the Briti tribal alliance, and he was the youngest one. Pinlin did not have a son, and there were no outstanding people in the tribe. Moreover, as an ambitious tribe leader, Pinlin had always been working hard to unify the tribes of the Briti. Therefore, he was not narrow-minded. He married his daughter to Pandaru, the leader of the second largest tribe in Xianxia city, and tried his best to help and promote Pandaru. Regardless of the opposition of his tribesmen and other leaders, he insisted that Pandaru become one of the elders of the newly established tribal alliance. Not only was it because Pandaru was his son-in-law to increase the weight of Xianxia in the elders, but he also hoped that after his death, Pandaru could use his identity as his son-in-law to truly merge the first and second largest tribes of Xianxia together, and become the most powerful tribe in the Briti region. Then, Pandaru's leadership in the tribal alliance would be unshakable, and the tribal alliance would continue to develop steadily. Pandaru gladly accepted this decision. He was also willing to stay in Vigo City for a while longer, to deepen his understanding of the city, and to improve his friendship with the leaders of Vigo. Although Nikaru and the rest despised Sidorum, secretly calling him a traitor and coward, the strength of Vigo City was not weak, and it was worth it for Xianxia to rope in. Up until now, the leaders felt that the situation of the Briti was not bad, and their previous worries about the powerful forces of Dionia had been greatly reduced. Therefore, they talked happily until the messenger rushed into the meeting hall in panic. The shocking news of the fall of Abyssinia shocked everyone present. Pinlin, who had always been calm, showed strong doubts about the news, just like Nikaru. Until he confirmed the letter from the high priest, Furotaru, he still did not seem to want to believe the fact. If he was like this, then there was no need to mention the others. The entire hall fell into a cold silence. After a long time, Sidorum said bitterly, "We have been deceived. The attack of Dionia on Vigo and Nipetia was only to distract our forces and divert our attention. Their real target should be Abyssinia." As the great leader of the newly established Brudi tribal alliance, Pinlin had adjusted his emotions after the silence just now. He suppressed the pain brought about by the sudden blow and said loudly, "We still have hope. The main forces of Dionia are here, and there are also nearly 10,000 Dionia in Nipetia, so there should not be many enemies in Abyssinia. We should immediately mobilize the army, and quickly take back Abyssinia before the enemy has gathered a large number of troops in Abyssinia." Sidorum then said, "Even if we can't take back Abyssinia, we should at least block the road from Abyssinia to Xianxia Highlands." Pinlin glanced at Sidorum. He could feel that the great leader of Vigo City was a little pessimistic, but he obviously did not have time to think too much about it. He said to Petaru, "I will ride first and rush back to Xianxia to urge the other tribes that have just joined the alliance to provide as many warriors as possible. At the same time, inform Nikaru and Bergam to bring their troops back to Xianxia to meet up. You will lead 10,000 Xianxia warriors back as soon as possible." "Understood, great leader." Petaru felt much more at ease after listening to Pinlin's arrangements. "Elder Sidorum, I'm sorry, you can only rely on yourself here." Although the other great leaders were not used to it, Pinlin still insisted on calling them by their new positions in the alliance. "Don't worry, great leader," Sidorum replied confidently. "Since Vigo City is not the center of Dionia's attack, I am confident that we can hold this place. But I don't know what great leader Nikaru will do when he hears this news." Sidorum's words reminded Pinlin of something. His expression changed. "You are right. I must leave immediately." Pinlin and Petaru left one after another. Sidorum was stunned. Saru, who had been silent all this while, stepped forward and said, "Great leader, do you think we can take back Abyssinia?" Sidorum sighed. "Who knows? The Consul of Dionia has been playing us in circles. Did he not prepare after taking back Ciudad Abyssinia?" Saru opened his mouth and stammered, You mean, we will lose?" Sidorum sighed again. "I'm afraid only Amara and Brutus would know." War broke out between Dionia and the Brudi. More than half of Turia's citizens went to war, and the city became a little desolate. Only the Temple of Hades was overcrowded. After the shock of the celebration ceremony and the relentless propaganda directed by the chief priest, Plesionis, the people of Talii and Amendola had a lot of trust in the Olympian god, who was known for being strict, cold, and gloomy. The whole hillside was filled with people praying, hoping that the Dionysian army could defeat the Brudi as soon as possible so that their loved ones could return safely. Plesionis led the priests, and saintesses of the Temple of Hades to comfort the people who came to pray. They did their best to help them by providing them with water, shelter, and even doctors. For the safety of Turii, the Senate decided to temporarily strictly check pedestrians entering the city. Only citizens could enter and leave. The Kristoia restaurant in the market was still full every day. The citizens of Dionia, freedmen, merchants, and sailors from all over the world came here to enjoy the food, drink, and discuss current affairs. Of course, there were also some gossip, such as the rumors that the Dever's mother had sex with Hades in her dream, which was why she was pregnant with the Devers. There were also rumors that the Turii patrol captain, Olivers, and his Persia wife used the Greek position or the Persia position when they made love. Of course, the most discussed topic during this time was the Brudi War. The citizens of Dionia and freedmen had participated in military training and had seen the strength of the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. They believed that Dionia would win. Many foreign sailors and merchants expressed their doubts because the war had lasted for more than 10 days without any progress. In the end, the two sides either quarreled or fought, and the restaurant became the most frequented place by the market patrol. Dionia and Dio sat in a corner eating mutton hot pot, drinking beer, and listening to the people at the next table talking loudly about the ongoing war. Dionia sighed and said, "This is the bad thing about the Dionia alliance. There are too many wars. There have been 3 so far this year, and my business has been affected." Dios comforted him and said, "There are wars everywhere in this world. Even in Corinth, due to the increasing conflict between Sparta and Sparta, the people are worried that a war will break out between them and Sparta. Dionia is not bad, at least it has not lost a war so far. It has always been attacking other cities." Dio showed a look of envy. "You are now running a weapons workshop, and you buy and sell weapons. Of course, the more wars the better. I heard that the consul of Dionia visited your workshop recently." Dionia also showed a look of envy. "That's right. He leaned forward and whispered, 'You're my good friend, so I'm not afraid to tell you that Dionia is currently improving their weapons and equipment. They have a large number of soldiers, but the output of their own weapons shops is too low. Even after 5 years of production, they still can't equip every soldier with new weapons and armor. My weapons workshop is the only large weapons workshop in Dionia, so of course it will catch the eye of the Archon who loves war. I'm afraid there are at least 10,000 sets of weapons and armor. You're going to make a fortune." Dick Boris was extremely envious. "That won't earn much." Dio shook his head and said, "The Devers consul may be young, but he's a smart man. He offered to exchange the old weapons and armors for new ones. At most, he would pay a little more for the production." "Old weapons? Are you talking about rusty ones?" "No, Dionia's soldiers no longer use the traditional Corinth helmets, copper shields, and greaves of the Greek city-states. Instead, they designed a leather helmet with an iron plate and a chin guard. The shield is made of cowhide and wood, but it's half the height of a person, and it has to be curved. It's a little difficult to make this kind of shield. I don't know why they designed it this way." Dios described his doubts and complaints. "The consul of Dionia is a famous general in Greece. He naturally has his reasons for designing it this way. Just do as he says, don't think too much about it. And from what you've said, you can sell those traditional Greek weapons and equipment to other city-states. It's still profitable," Dick Boris reminded him. "But you didn't take into account the transportation costs, the taxes paid to other city-states, and the time spent." Dios drank a mouthful of wine, a puzzled expression on his face. "I don't really care about these. I've more or less earned some money, and I've also built a good relationship with the consul. It's a rare opportunity. But when Divers left the weapons workshop, he said something to me that made me unable to sleep well for a period of time." "What did he say?" Dick Boris asked curiously. "He said, 'It's a pity you're not a citizen of Dionia, or we'd have further cooperation with you.'" Dick Boris was stunned when he heard this. He carefully pondered this sentence, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "He means to make you a citizen of Dionia." "I think so too," Dio said with a sigh. "But according to the laws of Dionia, if I want to become a citizen of Dionia, I'll no longer be a citizen of Corinth. And it takes too long to become a citizen of Dionia. What's so good about being a citizen of Corinth? Will it allow you to own land? I don't have land in Corinth. According to what you just said, Corinth is likely to go to war with Sparta. Can Corinth defeat Sparta? No. Instead of having your family destroyed, it's better to prepare early. You're not too old, so it's not a big deal to wait in Dionia for a few years. And becoming a citizen of Dionia, you can own your own land, and your business can go further. Such a good thing is really a blessing from the goddess of luck. What are you still hesitating for?" Dick Boris' words woke him up. Dios pondered for a while and finally made up his mind. "My friend, thank you for the reminder. You're right, I should have made a decision earlier." Dick Boris laughed. "Actually, I also want to become a citizen of Dionia. The longer I live in Dionia, the more I don't want to go back to Crete, which is small, barren, and boring. Here, I can watch exciting football and football games, have delicious food to eat, and if I get sick, there's a brilliant doctor to treat me. I can also go hunting in the mountains and fish in Cenis Lake. The political situation here is stable, and Dionia is a vibrant city-state alliance. It's already very powerful, and it's still getting stronger. No other city-state dares to invade it, and it's only bullying other countries. After listening to Dick Boris sigh with emotion, Dios raised his glass and said, "Why don't we go to Tali's census officer to register together?" Dick Boris was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Okay, let's go together." The two drank and wiped away the stone in their hearts. They talked and laughed, feeling even happier. The guests at the next table quarreled. Dick Boris listened carefully and found that it was because of the Isthmian Games, so he joked, "Dios, you have to be careful. Don't mention that you're a citizen of Corinth here." Speaking of this, Dios angrily scolded, "Those fools in Corinth's council, I'm afraid it's the first time most of them have heard of the name Dionia, so they don't think highly of Dionia, a new city-state alliance. But they don't know that this new city-state alliance is several times stronger than Corinth. Offending it won't do Corinth any good." Dick Boris felt the same way. It's not just Corinth. Many citizens of Greece have a disdainful attitude towards the city-states of the Western Mediterranean. They always think that the city-states of the Western Mediterranean are colonies and treat them like country bumpkins from remote places. In fact, they have no idea that not only Syracuse, but Dionia's strength is also comparable to Sparta and Athens. Tarentum, Crotone, and other Greek city-states are among the best even in Greece. Yeah, offending a growing Dionia might cause trouble in the future for Corinth. Dios said worriedly. "Why are you still worried about this? You've decided to become a citizen of Dionia anyway. But I still have a lot of relatives and friends in Corinth." As the two were talking, deafening cheers suddenly rang out in the market. The people in the restaurant did not know what was going on and were asking each other curiously. A patrol walked in and said excitedly, "Rejoice, people of Dionia. Our brave soldiers, under the leadership of the great consul Devers, have conquered Ciudad Abyssinia in Brity. That's great. We've won again. Isn't Abyssinia just beside Arturiae, a small city on the south bank of the Crete River? No Greek has been there before. I heard that the terrain is very dangerous, and we've conquered it? It's only been a few days since the battle started. Attack, brave soldiers. Continue the attack and take down Xianxia as soon as possible." The restaurant was filled with cheers. At this moment, a waiter came out and said, "To celebrate this victory, my master has decided to give everyone's food and drinks for free today." Victory! The generous consul madam, the beautiful Christoia. The customers danced and cheered. "That's great. I'll have a glass of wine too," the patrol said happily. "Wine or beer?" the waiter asked. "Look at me, I'm sweating all over. Of course, I'll drink beer to quench my thirst." When a full glass of beer was handed to him, the patrol raised it high and said loudly, "Everyone, to our omnipotent consul Devers. And to our brave citizens who participated in the war." Everyone in the restaurant, including Dick Boris and Dios, raised their glasses. The customers at the next table even came over and clinked glasses with them and said, "Congratulations on becoming citizens of Dionia. This is undoubtedly the right decision." Dick Boris looked at him in surprise. "You heard all that?" The man blinked and said, "Otherwise, why do you think I scolded the people of Corinth?" Dios smiled in relief and said, "We've just made our decision, and we've received such good news. This is the arrangement of the goddess of fortune." "That's right." Dick Boris nodded in agreement. Cheers. Every customer in the restaurant downed their fine wine. Also, the Senate has issued a notice. The patrol officer looked around and said solemnly, "Free citizens who have participated in Dionia's military training can register at the Victory Square immediately. The Ministry of Military Affairs is recruiting 2,000 free citizens to Abyssinia to assist the Legion in battle. Why didn't you say so earlier? There are only 2,000 slots, I'm afraid they'll all be gone in a moment. Hurry! Hurry!" The restaurant was instantly filled with complaints. After a moment of chaos, most of the customers in the restaurant had already left. Dick Boris and Dios looked at each other. Meanwhile, the Victory Square was filled with people. The registry department first had to confirm that the free citizens who came to register were indeed registered citizens. Then, the court personnel would check their files and confirm that they had no records of breaking the law while they were living in Dionia. Then, the Ministry of Military Affairs' training camp would select the young and fit free citizens who had performed diligently during their training. Only after all these were approved would the registry department confirm their names and notes on their files. This was to shorten the time it took for them to become probationary citizens in the future. After this process was completed, there were more than 100 civil servants in the alliance, and all sorts of files piled up into a small hill. To prevent any accidents, thousands of Legion Reserve soldiers were mobilized to maintain order. In fact, there were more than 10,000 free citizens in the square, but they were able to maintain order. It was not because they were afraid of the soldiers, but because they knew that it did not matter even if they were not selected this time. There was no lack of opportunities to contribute in Dionia. For example, the temple that Amendola was building lacked manpower and was recruiting free citizens. The construction of the Kermissa, Esprustum Avenue was also recruiting free citizens. The alliance only provided 3 meals a day for such large construction work, and the pay was extremely low. However, it could still help free citizens achieve their dream of becoming probationary citizens of Dionia. However, if free citizens disrupted the public order of the alliance and violated Dionia's laws, their path to becoming a Dionia citizen would become extremely difficult, and they might even be expelled from Dionia. Thus, even if they were not selected, these free citizens would at most curse a little and would not dare to do anything extreme. If anyone felt that the selection process was unfair, they could appeal to the notary office set up by the Ministry of Supervision on the other side of the square and request for a review. Standing outside the Senate's conference hall and looking at the bustling scene in the Victory Square, Felicia suddenly said, "Actually, I think it's better to send the army's reserve troops to Bosnia to assist the Second Army. They've all gone through strict training and are not much different from the soldiers of the First Army. Compared to these free citizens, they're more capable and obedient." Marriage, who was beside him, asked, "If you send out all the citizen soldiers, Tilly will be empty. What if the enemy sneaks up on us or there's a big disturbance? What should we do?" Felicius was at a loss for words. He hesitated and said, "Turi is surrounded by cities that belong to the Alliance. How could there be a sneak attack? If we can sneak attack Abyssinia, why can't others sneak attack Turi?" Marigi was quibbling. In fact, he was thinking that Felicius was an idiot when it came to politics, apart from being an expert in military affairs. Lord Devers was leading the army outside, and there would always be soldiers guarding his home. Now that the members of the Senate were more complicated than before, if someone were to cause trouble, he could immediately suppress them. At this moment, Mergius and Marigi were standing in the same trench, but his explanation came from a different angle. "Send the reserve soldiers," he screamed. "You make it sound so easy. Felicius, you have to know how much effort the Devers and I have put in to prepare the rations for this war. Not only have the silver coins in the treasury been used up, but we have also owed huge debts to the citizens. However, this is only enough to supply the 4 legions for 4 months. The rations of a reserve soldier are the same as those of the legions, with at least 3 caddies of grain and 2 salted fish a day. The rations of these free citizens are much simpler, and they only need to eat their fill. Felicius, use your brain. Don't only think about fighting all day long. If there is no food to eat when fighting, I think all of you will starve to death." Mergius and Felicius were old acquaintances. Felicius understood this fatty's personality and did not think much of it. Instead, he humbly expressed his acceptance. Behind them, Antares was still shocked by the news of victory that he had heard in the morning. "Antares, didn't you say that Ciudad Abyssinia has a geographical advantage and is almost impossible to capture? But how did the consul capture it so quickly?" Euripides asked doubtfully. "I don't know either. The messenger who came back to report did not tell us the details of the capture of Abyssinia." Antares' mind was still replaying the thrilling scene when he walked on the riverside path. He said helplessly, "Abyssinia does have natural defenses and is difficult to capture, but our consul is the blessed of Hades. With the protection of Hades, perhaps no matter how big the difficulty is, it will not be a problem for him. When he returns victorious, you can ask him in detail. It seems that the consul is indeed very good at commanding the citizens to fight. Euripides, why don't we apply to him and join these few legions of Dionia?" Predes suggested. "I've already asked around. The unique legion system created by the consul is very different from the ordinary military system of the city-states. Every promotion in the army has a strict assessment. Even if you and I are senators of the Senate, we are completely unfamiliar with the tactics and the use of military formations of the Legion of Dionysia. We have to start training again from the boot camp." Euripides was rather angry when he said this. He was a noble of Cremissa, and now he was a senator of the Senate of Dionia. According to Felicius, who was a mercenary in the Ministry of Military Affairs, he actually had to sweat and train with the poor freedmen. How ridiculous. "Let's train then. Don't tell me we can't compete with the freedmen." Predes was indifferent. Listening to the argument between the two, Antares was a little emotional. It seemed that he was not the only one who had accepted the fact of becoming a citizen of Dionia. Predes and Euripides were the same. Although he had been the chief general of Cremissa for a few years, a small tribe of Briti that came down from the mountains to plunder was enough to give him and the people of the city a headache. But in Dionia, sitting in the Senate, a discussion could decide the life and death of the entire Briti race. It really was like the old saying, "The higher you stand, the more scenery you see." When you get used to eating delicious food, you naturally won't be interested in hardcore spread. On the other side of the platform, Cunegurata and Cornelis were discussing another issue. After occupying Abyssinia, it seems that the day of our conquest of the Briti will come soon. In the past 2 years, Cornelis had also watched Dionia grow from being weak to becoming strong, and he could not help but sigh. Cunegurata's consideration was more far-reaching. After defeating the Briti, how to deal with them is also a big problem. Cornelis thought for a moment and said with uncertainty, "They will probably deal with the Briti the same way they dealt with the Lucanians." Cunegurata pondered for a moment and said, "The Briti are still different from the Lucanians." He stopped here and could not help but shake his head. How far will the war go? What kind of agreement will they sign? It was still too early to think about these things, and it was impossible to predict them. However, if the Briti region was conquered, Turiae would be completely safe from then on. On the Sicilian island of Mortia, the war continued in the same way day after day. The Morians were all soldiers. Despite suffering heavy casualties, they did not surrender. Syracuse's attack was advancing bit by bit. Despite paying a heavy price, they were still unable to occupy the entire city. As time passed, Dionysius became more and more anxious. He even executed 2 of his guards for a small reason. Finally, he realized that attacking Mortia by force was not a good idea. After accepting the proposal of the former mercenary leader, Macias, he decided to organize a suicide squad and quietly crawl into the area guarded by the Morians in the dark. Fortunately, his adventure was successful. The suicide squad opened the city gate and allowed the Syracuse troops to rush into the city. After a short but fierce battle, the resistance of the Morians was finally crushed. At this moment, the Greek soldiers did not want to snatch the spoils of war. Too many of their comrades had died in the previous battle. They only wanted revenge. Moreover, they still remembered the atrocities committed by General Hannibal of Carthage, not the Hannibal of Rome. In Carthage, there were many generals named Hannibal at different times, and this one was more famous. He was the patriarch of the Maganid family, in Himera. They decided to be as cruel and merciless as the people of Carthage treated the Greek cities, and so the massacre began. After a day of massacre, Dionysius finally stopped this behavior. It was not because he was merciful, but because he believed that the dead came before the captives. So the victors turned the fun of the massacre to robbery. They looted everything of value in the city of Carthage and sold all the captives as slaves. Dionysius left a team of men to guard the empty city full of corpses and another team to continue besieging Segesta. He led the army back to Syracuse. At this time, the remaining Carthaginian forces in Sicily were only a few coastal cities in the northwest corner, such as Eryx, Sorus, Panomus, and so on. It was not that he did not want to completely wipe out the remaining Carthaginians in Sicily, but the rations he prepared for the army were almost finished. It was already October, and winter was coming. He decided to return to the city for the winter and come back next spring to solve the problem of Segesta. In the Carthage Senate, the attackers led by the Maganid family, who were strongly supported by the people, vigorously attacked the conservatives led by Hanno. Their proposal to attack Syracuse and rebuild the northern security barrier for Carthage was finally passed. Therefore, the Carthage Senate once again appointed the patriarch of the Maganid family, one of the Carthage Suffets, similar to the consul. there were two of them, Hamilco, as the commander, and began to recall the army that had just been sent to develop the Iberian Peninsula. The commander of the army was Hamilco's younger brother, Margo. At the same time, they began to prepare food for the army. A day ago, a major event happened in Grimentum. Two small tribes in the north, Lude and Burina, had a conflict over territory and even had a fight. The city governor, Bagul, personally went to mediate, but was suddenly besieged by the tribe's warriors. Bagul was caught off guard. Thanks to his bodyguards risking their lives to break through the siege, he was able to escape back to Grimentum city. Soon, the news that Bagul was seriously injured and on the verge of death came from the city. At the same time, the city gates were closed and the city was heavily guarded. However, no troops were sent to attack the two tribes that openly raised the flag of rebellion. For a time, outside the city, the tribes under the jurisdiction of Grimentum were in a state of panic, and rumors spread everywhere. The news quickly spread to Picassus and Potentia. "Son, that old fox, Puamet, has finally made his move. We can't wait any longer. We must immediately send troops to attack Grimentum," Xianxia said excitedly and anxiously. "Father, didn't you say that we would wait for Potentia to send troops before we send troops?" Ninath asked in confusion when he saw how excited Xianxia was. "The situation now is different from before. Although Potentia hasn't sent troops, they have already made their move. Didn't you just hear that the governor of Grimentum was ambushed and seriously injured? This must have been done by Puamet, and the others secretly instigated the Grimentum tribes adjacent to Potentia. Logically, the people of Dionia should have sent troops to carry out bloody revenge against those tribes, but the people of Dionia did not. Instead, they locked the city gates. What does this mean?" Xianxia waved his arms and said excitedly. "It means that the people of Dionia have no extra troops to suppress those rebellious tribes. Their soldiers have been transferred to attack Brudi. The messenger of Brudi who came yesterday was not as nervous as he was when he asked us to join the alliance. The people of Dionia have sent nearly 20,000 troops to attack Brudi from the north, but they could not reach Vag city and suffered heavy casualties. They also sent 10,000 troops to attack Napatisha from the south, but they were also blocked outside the mountains, unable to advance. Dionia is in a difficult situation of fighting with the people of Brudi, so the people of Dionia only want to defend Grimentum. Now, the tribes in Grimentum are like calves that have lost their mothers, panicking. We must rush to Grimentum's territory before Potentia does. Those tribes will definitely submit to us, and our troops will quickly grow. When Puamet arrives, it will be too late. Our Picassus has the final say in Grimentum." Xianxia could not help but laugh sinisterly when he thought of this. "Father, I'll gather the soldiers now." Ninath's blood was boiling at his father's words. He immediately strode out of the living room. Behind him, Xianxia's voice was full of hatred. "The cunning people of Dionia dared to take away my Grimentum. The day of revenge I've been waiting for has finally come. God Asanu, I, Xianxia, will offer the blood of the Greeks as a sacrifice to you. I hope to get your blessing." "Brother, what are you hesitating for?" Borat shouted anxiously. "The people of Picassus have already made the first move. The cunning Xianxia must have roped in the tribes in Grimentum and schemed to severely injure Bagul of Dionia. Now, the army of Picassus must have set off. If we don't send our troops, the Grimentum will belong to Picassus." Compared to the hot-tempered Borat, Puamet, the great leader of Potentia who was more than 50 years old, sat upright on a wooden chair. His eyebrows did not even twitch as he listened to Borat's words. He slowly said, "I still stand by my words, wait. Brother, if you don't want to take the risk, why don't I bring some of the soldiers to Grimentum first?" Borat was so anxious that he wanted to say more. Puamet's expression became serious. He looked at his brother and said coldly, "I'm still the one in charge of Potentia. If you want to give orders, wait until I'm dead." Borat did not dare to speak again. He and Puamet were almost 20 years apart. Their father had died early, and he was actually raised by this older brother. Therefore, although they were brothers, they were more like father and son. "Borat." Puamet's tone became gentler. "Don't forget how we lost the Grimentum." Borat did not speak, but his expression showed that he was not convinced. Puamet sighed, and his face became more solemn. I know you've been complaining that I've been too cautious all these years. I didn't intervene in Lucania's internal disputes, let Aspirus grow, and now I'm not willing to lay my hands on the Grimentum. But you have to know that Potentia is different from Picassus and the Grimentum. They're surrounded by Lucanians, and to the north of us, there are the terrifying Simonians. Don't forget what our ancestors always told us, we were driven from the north to this mountain area by these Simonians. Don't look at the fact that these Simonians haven't fought with us yet. That's because we have enough warriors, and they still have to deal with the Greeks in the west, so we're safe. But if we're weak, do you think those hungry wolves will let Potentia go? Borat's expression changed slightly. At the beginning of the year, I couldn't resist your repeated requests to send troops to the Grimentum. In the end, you and the warriors were captured by the Dionia. Do you know? During that time, the Simonians sent an envoy to me, expressing their willingness to lend me troops to defeat the Dionia. This time, Borat was moved. He could not help but ask anxiously, there was such a thing? You agreed? Agreed? Pwamit sneered. If I agreed, Potentia would have belonged to the Simonians long ago. Fortunately, we made peace with Dionia in time and released you. Only then did I heave a sigh of relief. Now, the situation in the Grimentum is complicated. I don't know how the war between Dionia and the Briti will turn out. I can't see clearly. If you can't see clearly, don't send troops easily. If Sinsing wants to snatch the Grimentum, then let him snatch it. The Dionia are not easy to deal with. After listening, Borat was silent for a while. He asked with some reluctance, if that's the case, why did you agree to form an alliance with the Briti, big brother? Pwamit's turbid eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Forming an alliance is also to have another way out. Asanu, bless us. If a good opportunity appears. So we have to calm down and wait slowly. Pinlin urged his horse back to Xianxia at top speed, just in time to intercept Nikaru, who was rushing back from Canopetia with his troops. It was not easy to persuade him to stay in Xianxia and wait for the army to gather before attacking Abyssinia together. But not long after, he received a report from a cavalry scout, the Greeks were building a fortress on the road from Abyssinia to the plateau. Pinlin could no longer sit still. If the Greeks were to build the fortress, it would undoubtedly make it more difficult to recapture Abyssinia. He had to let Nikaru lead his soldiers to stop them, and added 1,000 warriors from other tribes for him. He also repeatedly told him not to fight the Greeks head-on. After 3 hours of anxiously leading his troops, Nikaru could vaguely see the Greeks in front of him. His eyes widened, they had turned the exit of the mountain road into a large construction site, digging pits, piling, moving wood. It was a bustling scene, and a 3-meter-high, 10-meter-long wooden wall stood there. There were gates, battlements, trenches, antlers, and all the basic facilities that a fortress should have. Nikaru moved quickly, but it had been a day and a half since the 2nd Legion occupied Abyssinia. Legion Commander Draco seized the opportunity and divided his 7,000 soldiers into 3 teams, taking turns to build the fortress day and night. The soldiers also knew that time was tight, so they worked hard. Coupled with some simple defensive facilities that had been assembled by the engineering operation, the fortress had already taken shape when Niku arrived. As soon as the scouts spotted the Briti troops, they rushed back to report the news. A bugle was blown in the fortress, and the laboring soldiers retreated at a steady pace. Although Nikaru was surprised by the speed at which the Dionia soldiers built the fortress, it took Abyssinia 7 or 8 days to remove the fortress facing Xianxia. He was more angry that the Greeks were doing whatever they wanted in his territory. Kill those Greeks outside the city. At his command, the bugle sounded. His soldiers hated the enemy for taking away their homeland, and like ferocious wolves, they rushed towards the unarmed and unarmed Dionia soldiers. Under the command of the team officer, the Dionia soldiers did not panic. They passed through the gate in an orderly manner and retreated into the wall. The soldiers at the back even turned their heads to look back, hoping for something good to happen. Last year, the Vergs had already suffered, but Sidorum did not tell the other Briti about their painful experience. There's a trap in front. The momentum of the British charge suddenly stopped. Just when they stopped moving, Dracos on the wooden wall ordered, "Archers, get ready." Bagalipi, who was next to him, quickly shouted, "General, please don't attack. First, they are the warriors of Abyssinia, let me try to persuade them to surrender." The Second Legion had received reinforcements from Turiai, and its strength had increased to 9,000 soldiers. However, one-third of the soldiers stayed behind in Abyssinia to prevent any unrest. At the same time, Dracos invited Bagalipi to go to the fortress that was being built. On the surface, it was to help the soldiers of the Second Legion to familiarize themselves with the terrain, so that when the Briti arrived, they could better understand the attacking enemy. In fact, it was to transfer the most influential leader in Ciudad Abyssinia to ensure the safety of the newly occupied city. Who would have thought that this leader would have such an unexpected effect? Dracos looked at the anxious Bagalipi, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Bagalipi held the entrance of the fortress with both hands and shouted with all his strength, "People of Abyssinia, I'm Bagalipi. Although Ciudad Abyssinia has changed owners, your families are safe. Your parents, wives, and children are looking forward to your safe return. Go home, people of Abyssinia. The people of Dionia will not hurt you, and they will accept you as citizens of Dionia. Go home, your families are waiting for you at home." The British warriors, who were supporting their companions and advancing carefully within 50 meters of the city, could clearly hear the affectionate shouts in Briti language coming from the wall. Its leader Bagalipi's voice. To the people of Abyssinia, this voice was very familiar. Because Bagalipi had always been respected by the people of Abyssinia, the screams of the injured soldiers gradually became softer. The soldiers who came to the rescue also forgot to help. They listened carefully and began to whisper to each other. Nikaru, who was at the back, knew about the situation and flew into a rage. "Bagalipi, you damned old man. Why didn't I realize he was so vicious before? It was him. He must have betrayed us. That's why I let the Dionia occupy my city. I'll skin him alive. Eat his flesh. Kill his entire family." Nikaru could only curse. No matter how irascible he was, he knew that with the current condition of the soldiers, they could no longer fight. He could only order a temporary retreat. However, when the horn was blown, a small number of soldiers lingered around. Nikaru was anxious and angry. He hurriedly sent warriors from other tribes to drive them away with spears. It was not easy for them to withdraw from the battlefield, and it almost led to a conflict. Nikaru did not dare to stay any longer and quickly retreated a few miles. The soldiers supported each other and sighed along the way. One could imagine the low morale of the soldiers. Draco saw the situation on the wooden wall but did not take the opportunity to attack. This was because Bagalipi gave him a better idea. The people of Dionia had turned the area 50 meters outside the wooden wall into a trap, and his own Abyssinia warriors were distracted by Bagalipi's words. Nikaru was now at a loss of what to do. He ordered to set up camp here and sent scouts to report the situation of the enemy to Xianxia. Nikaru thought about it again and decided to summon the leaders of the warriors of Abyssinia. He asked them to emphasize to the soldiers that they should not believe the rumors of traitors. Their families had already become slaves of the Greeks. Only by fighting to recapture Ciudad Abyssinia could they regain their freedom. Just as he was shouting at his men to go back and boost the morale of the soldiers, the guards came in and reported that a group of Abyssinia women had arrived in the barracks. It turned out that Bagalipi had gathered some wives of Nikaru's soldiers. These women belonged to the category of old and young, and it was impossible for them to not return. He then told them that their husbands were outside. If you do not want them to die in battle, you have to go and call them back. Under the guidance of the Dionia soldiers, these women walked out of the trap and trekked for a few miles to arrive at Nikaru's barracks. When the soldiers guarding the barracks saw that they were their relatives, they did not stop them. Instead, they opened the fence and welcomed them. As a result, touching scenes of the husband and wife meeting each other with tears in their eyes soon appeared. These women would tell their husbands that after the Dionia soldiers occupied the whole city, they did not harm any Abyssinia people. They also sent doctors to rescue those who were injured, put out the burning fires, and repair the damaged houses. Now, order in the city was gradually restored. A small number of Abyssinia soldiers cried when they learned from the women that their families had died in battle. In one of the barracks, all the soldiers gathered in one place. The scene of joy and sorrow was lively and a little funny. But for Nikaru, who had just received the news, he was terrified. This was a conspiracy by the Dionia people. In a moment of desperation, Nikaru actually sent out his guards in an attempt to separate the women from the soldiers. He wanted to prevent the situation from escalating, but he did not expect that his action would intensify the conflict. Looking at the women who were forcibly dragged away, some who fell to the ground because they resisted, but the guards did not care and dragged them away. The Abyssinia soldiers were furious. They surrounded the guards who came from Nikaru's tribe and were made up of his most trusted tribesmen. These guards, who usually relied on Nikaru's power and tyrannical power, knelt and begged for mercy when they saw the situation was not good. However, the angry soldiers ignored their pleas and rushed forward to beat them up. Gradually, there were guards who died under the punches and kicks of countless people. When the soldiers found out, they were so frightened that they stopped beating. The guards' dying cries suddenly frightened some of the soldiers. The tyrannical power of Nikaru over the years began to envelop their hearts. We killed Nikaru's tribesmen, he will not forgive us. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that there are so many people now and capture him, then we will go home. At this moment, a young Abyssinia shouted loudly, and immediately became the direction of the confused soldiers. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. They gathered and rushed towards Nikaru's tent. Nikaru had already received the terrible news. At this moment, there was no time for him to regret. He hurriedly rode on a horse and fled to the area where the warriors of the other tribes lived. He also asked them to immediately send troops to quell the rebellion, but was rejected. With only 1,000 warriors to fight against more than 2,000 angry Abyssinia warriors, and the one who gave the order was not their own leader. How could they listen to the orders of the Alliance elder Nikaru, who was already alone? Therefore, when the Abyssinia warriors approached the camp, Nikaru felt the danger and rode away again. Facing the warriors of the other tribes who were ready for battle, the people of Abyssinia who gradually calmed down were afraid that Nikaru would lead troops to retaliate, so they took the initiative to retreat. Do as Chief Bagalipi said, return to Abyssinia. When the confused Abyssinia people were wondering where they should go next, it was the young warrior who shouted loudly again. In fact, this was the only way for them now. Outside the newly built fortress of the Dionia soldiers, Bagalipi led a few famous elders of Abyssinia to welcome the group of restless warriors. Dracos did not expect Bagalipi's founding to be so successful. It made him excited and a little distressed. How to deal with the more than 2,000 returning Abyssinia warriors was a big problem. If he simply let them all go back to the city, even Dracos himself would not feel at ease. Fortunately, this time the attack of the enemy was successfully stopped without using weapons, which bought him time again. Now, he was eager for the army led by the Devers to arrive as soon as possible. Sensing decided to lead 6,000 Picassus warriors to Grimentum together with his son Ninaf. Just as he expected, as soon as the army arrived, the tribes in the northern region of Grimentum came to join them, including the 2 tribes that had ambushed Bagul, Lud, and Burina. Sensing had learned his lesson from the past, and treated all the tribes that came to seek refuge with him warmly. He quickly won over the hearts of the leaders of these panic-stricken small tribes, and also allowed his army to quickly swell to over 10,000 people. They continued to march south in a grandiose manner. When the news reached the city hall of Grimentum, Bagul, who was rumored to be seriously injured, was sitting on a wooden chair, looking slightly worried. Although we spread the rumors that Dionia and Brudi are at a disadvantage and I'm seriously injured to confuse the enemy, I did not expect these tribes in the north to join Picassus so quickly. Sigh. All the efforts we've made before are in vain. Assist sneered. Just like what Sir Devers said, only in the face of danger can we see which tribes are truly loyal to Dionia, and which ones are the traitors. For the past 6 months, most of our energy has been spent on mediating the territorial and property disputes of these tribes. They are all wolves that can't be fed. Now, except for the few tribes that have been arranged, we can wipe out the other tribes that have betrayed us and completely bring the territory of Grimentum under our control. They are all Lucanians. Bagul knew that what Assist said was reasonable, but he could not help but sigh again. Bagul listened to his brother-in-law's words, and his expression gradually became firm. He said loudly, "You're right. I'm a Lucanian, but I'm also a citizen of Dionia. We can't let go of this great opportunity to unify Lucania. Big brother, there's a problem now. Seeing that Bagul's thoughts were clear, Assists immediately asked, Picassus's strength is growing too fast. Do you think we need to reinforce Sima's tribe? If we don't do anything, that cunning Sinsing will believe that we're in trouble. After Bagul got rid of his doubts, he was already fully focused on the upcoming battle. As the actual commander of the Legio III Grimentum, his decisiveness and determination were on display. Moreover, the tribes in the south have already received our notice in advance and are already prepared. Now, everything is ready, and we're just waiting for Legion Commander Hieronymus and Lazaru to arrive with their troops. I believe that Lazaru is eagerly looking forward to using a great victory to wash away the humiliation he suffered in the Isthmian tournament. Although Assists was also looking forward to the battle, as Bagul's assistant, he was instructed by the Devers to assist Bagul in organizing and completing the Grimentum's battle plan. Therefore, he had to consider the problem more carefully in order to help the straightforward Bagul find any loopholes. There's still no movement from Potentia. Is there a problem? Don't worry, the people of Potentia are already frightened by their previous failure. They have to defend against the Simonians, and they can't afford to lose too much. Moreover, as far as I know, their great leader, Pwameth, is a very steady person. I'm afraid that by the time he wants to act, we'll already be attacking Picassus. Bagul smiled confidently. When Nikaru fled back to Xianxia, Pinlan was shocked. After listening to Nikaru's story, he was shocked and regretful. The news that the Dionysius fortress was built so quickly shocked him. He knew that the Dionia had captured Abyssinia, but he still sent the Abyssinia warriors to attack it. It was a stupid move that he made in a moment of desperation. Under the situation where the British soldiers were in short supply, more than 2,000 elite soldiers were destroyed just like that. It was really distressing, although Nikaru assured him that as long as he went to the front lines and shouted, these Abyssinia soldiers would not immediately change sides, but they would not have the heart to fight. Pinlan did not intend to fully believe his words. This grumpy and reckless leader of Abyssinia did not know how to win people's hearts at all. The rebellion of the Abyssinia soldiers also had a lot to do with him. At this time, Pinlan could only suppress his anxiety. He ordered the other tribes to send as many warriors as possible while waiting for the arrival of the army led by Petaru. At dusk, not only did Petaru arrive with his army, but the great leader of Albania, Bergam, also arrived with his army. Only then did Pinlan's heart calm down a little. Early the next morning, Pinlan, Petaru, Bergam, and Nikaru led 11,000 Xianxia warriors, 2,500 Albanian warriors, and 5,000 warriors of other races, a total of nearly 20,000 people and 2,000 slaves, to the east. Great leader, bad news. The enemy is about to attack the city. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Panduru was not too nervous. After Nikaru and Bergam left with their troops, the Dionia did not appear for 2 consecutive days. This made him start to believe what Bergam said, Canopetia was not the focus of the Dionia's attack. What are you panicking about? It's not like the Dionia did not attack before. Didn't we easily repel them? Don't worry, with the sturdiness of Canopetia's walls, the Dionia can't do anything to us. Panduru encouraged his subordinates. But the Dionia's attack this time is a little different. They are digging. When Panduru rushed to the city wall, the soldiers of the Dionia Legio IV had already paved the slope 100 meters away from the city wall with soil and stones, creating a flat ground about 20 meters in length. Then, Panduru saw the Dionia put a wooden shelf about the height of a person on top of it. The Briti warriors were curious and guessed what it was. Many of them thought that it was a tool that the Greeks used to offer sacrifices to their gods. Panduru stared ahead, watching the enemy carry wooden boxes to the side of the wooden shelf with difficulty. The uneasiness in his heart gradually increased. Are you ready? Can we fire? Helos came to the front of the ballista team, which the Devers called ballista team, and asked the ballista captain wearing a red crown expectantly. The ballista captain replied embarrassedly, we still need an observer to position the ballista. The observer was an apprentice from the Mathematics Research Institute established by the Devers. He was standing in front of the captain. After hearing Helos's question, he turned around and said in a gentle tone, yes, but we have to try firing first. He pointed to the city wall in front of him and added, although this place is about 100 meters away from the city wall, the terrain of Canopetia is a bit higher. It is not on the same plane as the ballista, so it is difficult to determine the landing point. I need to see the test results before I make the correction. The captain nodded to show that he understood. Helos was a little confused. He knew that he could not learn all kinds of knowledge as easily as the Devers and get along with those knowledgeable scholars. He did not understand, but he knew that since this observer was selected by the Devers from the Mathematics Research Institute, he must be capable. Place the elevation lever in the middle and pull the bowstring to the maximum, the observer said. Immediately, the captain loudly ordered all the ballista gunners. The ballista gunners immediately turned the multiple sets of pulleys at the end of the ballista, and the iron hooks began to pull the finger-thick bowstring outward. This was an improvement on the Syracuse ballista by Madicals after he achieved some results in the research of pulleys. It made it easier for the gunners to pull the bowstring. As the bowstring moved further and further back, it drove the two wooden ballista arms fixed to the iron main beam by the torsion spring group to move back as well. Not only did the two ballista gunners feel a little tired, but even the torsion spring group connected to the main beam made a creaking sound. The ballista arms even showed a slight bend. The bowstring was pulled to the last position of the guide rail, and the ballista gunners hurriedly stuck the rotating shaft of the pulley. "Prepare the ballista," the captain ordered. The ballista gunners took out a stone bullet the size of 2 fists from the wooden box next to them. The stone was made from Devers cement mixed with gravel, solidified in a circular mold, and polished by slaves, so its shape was round and smooth. They placed it on the woven net bag in the middle of the bowstring. "Fire!" At the captain's command, the ballista gunners pressed down on the spring. 2 thick strands of ox tendon tightly twisted together to form a spring group, which drove the pulled ballista arm to spring back suddenly. The huge force generated by the torsion force drove the bowstring, and the bowstring drove the stone bullet forward on the smooth guide rail at lightning speed, and then passed through the circular hole in the middle of the main beam. Under the gaze of Helos, the stone bullet flew out, and in the blink of an eye, it became a small black dot in the air. In Panjaru's vision, the small dot in the air rapidly grew larger. Amidst the screams of the soldiers, it flew over the city wall and fell into the city, smashing through the roof of a house, causing a cry of alarm. The soldiers were discussing what it was in a panic. Panjaru's face was gloomy. There was no doubt that this was Dionia's new siege weapon, but why didn't they use it before, but only after Nikaru and Bergam left? Could it be that all this was planned in advance? The elevation angle is high, the shooting distance is about 300 meters. The gunner made a rough judgment after observing the trajectory of the stone bullet. He carefully looked at the comparison table of elevation angle, torsion force scale, and range, which was drawn by the Institute of Mathematics according to the newly researched parabolic equation, and then said, "Put the elevation bar forward, pull the bowstring to the maximum, and fire another shot." The captain gave the order, and while the ballista gunners were busy, the gunner said to Helos, "According to our research, the middle and upper sections of the city wall are generally weaker. We should try to focus our ballista bombardment on this area of the city wall." Helos listened attentively and nodded. The stone bullet flew out again, and this time, it accurately hit the city wall. With a loud bang, gravel flew everywhere, and the screams of the enemy could be clearly heard from 100 meters away. The gunner and the captain were obviously satisfied with the bombardment this time, so they continued to order, "All ballista cannons fire according to the previous settings." More than a dozen stone bullets flew out one after another, exploding on the enemy's city wall. "Continue firing, don't stop." Helos was obviously also very satisfied with the power of the ballista, but he did not completely rely on this secret weapon. He had another plan. "Order the soldiers to start building the causeway." The orderly obeyed the order and left. Helos turned to Cypros, who had been following behind him, and said, "Lord Cypros, I hope that your men can also participate in the siege." "Don't be so polite, Commander Helos, please give the order," Cypros said humbly. His eyes did not stray from the stone projectiles whistling through the air. The roar of the projectiles shocked him to the core. With the siege weapons invented by the Dionians and the 4-meter-high engineering towers being built in the camp, which city walls could withstand the attack of the Dionians? Even if the Greeks lost the battle, as long as they hid in the city, they would be able to withstand the attacks of the powerful enemies. Would this be the end of the era when the Greeks were defeated? "Everyone, Kazensa's army has entered the Brudi barracks 2 miles away." According to the scouts, the number of enemies may be more than 20,000. Draco said to the crowd. Not only was he not nervous when he received the enemy's report, but he was relieved. It turned out that 2,000 Abyssinia warriors had voluntarily surrendered, and Draco's was having a headache on how to arrange them. Bagalipi suggested that Nikaru would soon lead Xianxia's army back for revenge. Other than a few wounded warriors who could return to Ciudad Abyssinia to recuperate, the others had to stay in the newly built fortress and assist the Dionia in defending against Nikaru's attack. To prevent Draco's from suspecting that he had too much military power, Bagalipi suggested that the warriors of each tribe should be led by the leaders of each tribe. Draco's was very grateful for Bagalipi's understanding, but after all, the battle between Dionia and Abyssinia had just ended. Some of the families of Abyssinia warriors had also died in the hands of Dionia's soldiers. The hatred between the two tribes could not be eliminated so quickly. In the small fortress, conflicts between the soldiers of both sides were inevitable. Draco's and Bagalipi were very worried about this. Draco's, who was not good at dealing with such matters, could not wait to divert the attention of the soldiers to defending against the enemy's attack. After Draco's finished speaking, Adepigus translated his words into Birdi's language. The captains were all eager to try. Although Krilu was nervous, he knew that he had to assist the Dionia to block the attack of the Birdi coalition. Otherwise, if the enemy attacked, the first person Nikaru would kill would be him. Bagalipi sat still, but his thoughts were similar to the young Krilu. Only Brim covered his abdomen that was stabbed by a Dionia soldier with one hand and wrapped tightly with a cloth by the doctor. He waved his other hand and exclaimed in shock, 20,000 Xianxia soldiers. Does Xianxia have so many warriors now? I think Pinlin should have also gathered the warriors of the Ambanians and other tribes, Bagalipi said. Brim's shock subsided a little, but he still sighed. 20,000 soldiers. This is the strongest army Birdi has ever had. This is nothing. There are many city-state armies of more than 20,000 soldiers that have been defeated by Dionia. Crotone in the south. The Masapi and Puchetti across the bay. We're not afraid of having too many enemies, but we're afraid of having too few enemies. Trotyrus stood up and said passionately. This son-in-law of one arm Antichorus was only a squad leader when he first arrived in Turiai with the mercenaries. Now, he was the leader of a battalion that commanded 1,000 people. His words were met with unanimous agreement from the other battalion leaders. Brim was unconvinced and wanted to say more, but Bagalipi held him down. Seeing this, the 1st Battalion leader, Adrianx, looked at Drax and realized that the Legion leader did not seem to have any intention of saying anything. He knew his old friend's temperament well, so he came out to smooth things over. Although Xianxia's troops are large, we also have tens of thousands of soldiers, and we have the fortress as a barrier. According to Sir Devers, if the attacking side does not have a force several times that of the defending side, it will be very difficult to take down the fortress. Not to mention that the army led by Sir Devers will be arriving soon. Evidently, the fame of Sir Devers had made Brim lose the desire to refute. At this moment, when the hall regained its silence, Draco's began to speak. Xpit, how's the training of the 2,000 newly arrived Dionia freedmen that I've assigned to you? Xpit said with satisfaction, the freedmen sent by the Senate seem to have gone through strict selection. They've all gone through many military training sessions, and they're better at obeying orders. Archery and javelin throwing are their forte, and they can hold their ground for a while in close combat. I've already organized them into teams, and they're fully capable of playing a role in defending the city. That's good. Although Draco's was satisfied, there was not a trace of a smile on his face. He continued with a solemn expression, given that the newly built wooden walkways are narrow and can't accommodate too many soldiers, we'll fight when the enemy attacks. You'll lead the light infantry brigade and the 2,000 freedmen on the wooden walls and launch continuous long-range attacks against the attacking enemy. When the enemy approaches the bottom of the wall, you'll immediately command them to retreat to the bottom of the wall. Let the archers continue to shoot and kill the enemy, disrupting their rhythm of attack. Don't worry, Commander. Hades will protect my brigade. I'm afraid that before it's your turn to go into battle, the enemy will be repelled by my brothers. Xpit said confidently. Draco's was happy to see such fighting spirit in his subordinates, but he would not praise and encourage them like Sir Devers, or even joke around to liven up the atmosphere. He only nodded slightly and did not respond. He looked around at the other brigade leaders and continued to explain his battle plan. After Xpit's troops retreat to the bottom of the wall, the 1st and 2nd Brigades and the Abyssinia warriors will quickly go up the wall. The 1st and 2nd Brigades will guard the southern wooden wall, while the Abyssinia warriors will guard the northern wall. Do not leave any gaps for the enemy to attack. The 3rd and 4th Brigades will act as the reserve force and wait at the bottom of the wall. Once there's any danger, immediately go to support. The 5th and 6th Brigades will stay behind to guard Ciudad Abyssinia. Everyone, do you understand your mission? Understood. Brutus above, we Abyssinia warriors will not let a single Xianxia man climb the wooden wall. The young patriot Grim was the first to respond. He also represented Bagalipi and the Silent Brim to make a promise to Dracos. Commander, this is not fair. The 5th and 6th Brigades also want to go to the fortress to kill the enemy. The 6th Brigade leader, Tortires, cried out. Although the 5th Brigade leader did not say anything, the disappointed expression on his face said it all. Dracos did not hesitate and said firmly, "This is an order." But Tortires wanted to refute but was interrupted by Adrianx. "Tortires, you have to understand that Ciudad Abyssinia is very important to us. If the Xianxia people break through the fortress, the Ciudad Abyssinia that you guys are guarding will be the last line of defense to stop the enemy from sealing off the mountain area. It will also be the forward base to welcome the army led by Sir Devers." In order to remind him, Adrianx did not hesitate to jinx. Tortires was just impulsive. He was not a fool. He immediately understood the meaning behind Adrianx's words. If Ciudad Abyssinia did not have the Dionia soldiers as witnesses, in case of a reversal, Legio III's retreat route would be cut off. Not only would they be in great danger, but the attack plan formulated by Sir Devers would also completely fail. "I accept the order." Tortires immediately replied. "Woo! Woo!" The sound of the birdie's horn came from afar. Xpit held on to the opening of the wooden wall and looked out. He saw that the yellow-green grass in front of him was covered by a dense number of enemies, like a black tide rushing towards the wall. It should be said that the birdie's formation was relatively neat and compact, unlike the loose formation of the Lucanians. 200 meters away from the fortress, the birdie's people stopped moving forward. "Drive the slaves up and fill those traps for me," Pinlan ordered expressionlessly. 2,000 slaves, mainly Greeks, had been plundered by the Briti tribes over the years. Under the threat of the spears of the warriors, they carried sacks filled with soil to the front of the battle formation and began to walk forward in a trembling manner. "Captain, they have entered the trap area." The soldier next to Xpit reminded him in a slightly anxious tone. Xpit looked at him, smiled, and said, "You are a new recruit, right? Don't worry, let more enemies enter the shooting range." A slave dropped the sack on his back, turned around, and ran away. Another slave then threw the sack at the gap next to him. One after another, the scene was tense and a little chaotic. Sometimes, a slave accidentally stepped into a trap and let out a shrill scream, prompting the slaves to throw the sacks even more nervously. However, the supervising Briti warriors didn't just lash the slaves with leather whips, they would stab the more serious ones to death with spears. Faced with the threat of death, the slaves did not dare to be lazy. They obediently ran to the back of the formation, then carried the sacks and continued to pave the road. "Archers, get ready." Xpit felt that the time was right and raised his right arm. More than 500 archers of the 7th Battalion and 2,000 freedmen stood on the 4-meter-high wooden wall, pulling their bows and arrows one after another. 80 meters, it was within the range of the arrows. After Xpit silently chanted the Hades anthem, he waved his right hand down forcefully, "Release." Woo! 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 With the continuous sound of bowstrings, more than 2,000 sharp arrows soared into the sky, whistled down in an instant, and scattered evenly among the slaves. Suddenly, there was a splash of blood, and the screams continued. Seeing this scene, Pinlan could not help but be moved. It was not because of the casualties of the slaves, but because he did not expect that the Dionia had so many archers, and judging from the landing point of the arrows, the archers' skills were not bad. Could it be that the Dionysian army here was not a patchwork, but a main force of the enemy? After all, the people of Abyssinia who fled to Xianxia told him that there were not too many enemies attacking Ciudad Abyssinia, no more than 1,000 people. In the narration of Nikaru who fled to Xianxia yesterday, the number of enemies increased by 2,000. This information gave him considerable confidence in retaking Ciudad Abyssinia. However, when he came here, the initial scale of the fortress had already surprised him, and a round of arrows from the Dionia made him vigilant again. Great leader, the enemy has a lot of archers. Petaru was obviously aware of this, and said with some concern. Pinlin maintained a calm expression. Let these Greek slaves continue to exhaust the archers of the Dionia, even if they all die. 80 meters. 70 meters. 60 meters. The closer they were to the wooden wall, the more intense the attacks were. The number of slaves was decreasing, and most of them were already lying on the grass as stepping stones. The fear of death made a few slaves throw away their sacks and run forward with all their might. Sharp wooden stakes and meat hooks pierced into their legs, causing them to bleed profusely. They screamed in agony, but they refused to stop staggering forward. I'm a Greek. I'm a Greek. I'm a Greek. The soldiers on the wall were stunned by the heart-wrenching screams. They all looked at Xpit with pleading eyes. Seeing this, Xpit was also a little hesitant. At this moment, a dozen Briti warriors rushed out of the formation after receiving the order from their leader. They stepped on the sacks on the ground and threw javelins at the slaves who couldn't move forward because of the deer barricades. The screams of the Greek slaves before they died made Xpit make up his mind. He shouted angrily, "Continue to shoot." Countless arrows with sadness and anger continued to fall. Finally, almost all the slaves and Briti that were left in the shooting range were wiped out. Although these slaves were almost naked and had no protection, 2,000 of them were killed and injured in the trap area in a short time. They did not even reach the trench in front of the wooden wall. This made the leaders of the Briti gasp in horror. Leader Pinlin, what do you think? Bergam looked at Pinlin hesitantly. Send other tribal warriors to continue to fill up the traps. We're almost at the foot of the wall. Pinlin said coldly but firmly. He had already come this far. No matter what, he had to test the strength of the enemy. He wouldn't back down so easily. Thousands of Briti warriors formed groups of two. They held a shield in one hand and a sack in the other. They began to move towards the wall in a very loose formation. Xpit hoped that the enemy would slow down a little so that his soldiers could have more time to recover from the numbness in their arms. Release the arrows. He waved his arm again. The Briti warriors were obviously more experienced than the slaves. When they saw the sky full of arrows, they immediately stopped moving forward. They crouched down, huddled together, and used their shields to protect their bodies. The arrows rained down like raindrops, and a series of bang, bang, puff, puff. Amidst the crashing sounds, the screams of the soldiers were clearly much softer than before. However, when they were about 30 meters away from the wall, they were stopped in their tracks by the buckler barrier. Not only were there archers on the wooden wall, there were javelin throwers as well. For a moment, javelins and arrows rained down on the British soldiers, increasing their casualties and forcing them to retreat. Great leader! This time even Petaru couldn't hold himself back. Attack again! Pinlin hardened his heart and ordered, Elder Petaru, lead 4,000 warriors and attack the north wall. Elder Bergam, you attack the south. Elder Nikaru, you take the middle road. Don't rush, follow the previous plan. First, clear the obstacles on the road, fill up the trenches, and then attack. The soldiers on the wooden wall cheered for the British defeat, but not long after, the enemy's attack came again. This time, they were divided into small groups of a few dozen people. They were densely packed together, and at the front, there were wooden shields as big as doors. The road that extended from the city gate was the only one that didn't have traps. It was reserved for Legio III. At this time, there were also Briti warriors pushing a wooden cart full of sacks that were full of soil towards the city gate. The experienced Sipit knew that blindly shooting arrows when the enemy was heavily guarded would only waste arrows and stamina, and the results wouldn't be great. Therefore, he forbade the soldiers from shooting blindly. They would only shoot when the enemy left the wooden shields. However, the wooden carts in the middle road were the focus of Dionia's light infantry. The distance of 100 meters made the Briti warriors pushing the carts lie on the ground. However, Nikaru's angry roar urged the broody warriors to push the carts forward. Finally, they reached the trenches with great difficulty and prepared to dump the sacks that were piled up on the carts into the trenches. Oil tanks. Xpit shouted calmly. More than 10 soldiers raised the olive oil tanks that were temporarily collected from Ciudad Abyssinia and threw them accurately at the wooden carts in front of the trenches. The tanks broke, and oil splashed everywhere. Soon, the wooden carts were turned into oil carts. Fire arrows. Xpit ordered as he personally shot out a fire arrow. 5 to 6 fire arrows hit the wooden cart, and it quickly burst into flames. The broody warriors that were pushing the carts were also caught on fire. They were rolling on the ground in panic. Idiot! Quick! Push it down! Push it down! Nikaru saw that the situation was urgent. He roared and threw away his shield. Risking being hit by the arrows, he pushed the hesitant warriors in front of him and rushed forward. He did not care about the burning carts. He held the carts tightly with both hands and pushed forward with all his strength. Broody warriors also rushed to his side under his command. The wooden carts were burning, and the javelins and arrows were concentrated on the carts. Under the leadership of Nikaru, the broody warriors pushed the carts with all their might. With a boom, the entire wooden carts fell into the trenches. The sacks inside the carts filled up half of the trenches and pressed down on the crisscrossing wooden stakes in the trenches. The broody warriors could step on the sacks in the trenches and reach the other side of the trenches in one big step. When the warriors were celebrating their success, Nikaru had already been hit by 2 javelins and was lying in a pool of blood. Nikaru was dead. When Pinlin heard this news, he could not help but feel sad. Although his relationship with Nikaru was not very good, he was still very close to Nikaru. At this time, the broody warriors had already reached the edge of the trenches after paying a heavy price. They started to throw the sacks into the trenches. Pinlin finally gave the order, "Attack the city." The 10,000 warriors were divided into 2 groups. They carried long ladders and wooden stakes and started to approach the city wall. Just when the broody warriors blew the horn to attack, the Dionia warriors also blew the horn. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd companies started to go up the city wall. While the Dionia soldiers were changing shifts on the city wall, the broody warriors stepped on the corpses of their comrades and rushed to the trenches. The Legion 3 soldiers immediately threw a rain of javelins. The broody warriors who were hit directly fell into the trenches. When the broody warriors reached the wooden wall, they looked up and complained. It was built by the Dionia people. Below the wooden wall, there were countless sharp wooden stakes that extended outwards, making it impossible for the ladders to reach the wall. Even if the warriors climbed to the top of the ladders, they were still a short distance away from the wooden wall. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of attacking the city. Just when the broody warrior was distracted, a stone fell vertically and hit him in the head. Good job. Krelu patted the Abyssinia warrior and shouted, "My people, kill them all. Don't let a single Kazensa person go back alive." The battle was intense. The Dionia and Abyssinia warriors threw javelins, threw stones, stabbed with spears, pushed with tridents, and slashed with sabers. They did everything they could to stop the broody from attacking the city. On the other hand, the broody also used wooden stakes to attack the city wall. Under the cover of the broody javelin throwers, a group of more than a dozen warriors carried huge logs. They not only hit the city gate, but also the wooden wall. This was because Pinlin and the others thought that even though the Dionia people had built the wooden wall in such a short time, it couldn't be very sturdy. In fact, this was indeed the case. The wooden wall built by the Dionia soldiers was a double-layered wooden fence. The middle was filled with soil taken out from the trenches, and the top was covered with wooden planks to form a walkway. However, due to the lack of time, the soil in the middle was not completely compacted, and the wooden fence was not carefully reinforced. After discovering the enemy's intentions, Dracos had no choice but to divert some of his forces to attack the daring warriors who lacked protection. However, Pianluan did not only have these 2 methods to attack the city. "Captain, look! There's a fire!" a soldier shouted to remind Adrianx. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the bottom of the wooden wall was already on fire. A few broody warriors were holding a clay pot and pouring oil on the wall. The fire was getting bigger and bigger. "Quick, shoot that man." While Adrianx ordered the soldiers to throw the javelins, he also shouted anxiously, "Quick, pour the sand down. Pour it down." Due to the lack of time and resources, the wooden wall was not fireproof. For example, painting. Fortunately, Dracos had considered this problem when he was discussing with the captains about how to defend the fortress. He placed cloth bags filled with soil on the walkway. The fire was finally extinguished, but Adrianx's expression was still serious. He reminded the captains and soldiers to pay close attention to any enemies who were carrying clay pots and bags of oil. They should do everything they could to prevent them from getting close to the wooden wall. The siege was bloody and cruel. Every time he saw the long ladder being pushed down and the soldiers falling from the top of the wall, Pienland's heart ached. However, as the commander of the army, he had to pay attention to the progress of the battle. He moved forward again and again just to see more clearly. In the end, he walked to the edge of the trap area. Perhaps the corpses on the ground made the war horse feel uneasy. It snorted and used its front hooves to dig at the ground. Pienluen didn't expect the Dionians to be able to set up such a complete defensive system in just 3 days. Furthermore, the soldiers were experienced and skilled in defending the fortress. Seeing the broody warriors struggling and groaning under the wall, Pienland's confidence gradually weakened. Fortunately, behind the wooden wall, there was a guard tower that was over a meter taller than the wall. Below the wall, the light infantry led by Xpit, as well as the arrows and javelins fired by the freedmen as support. Thus, the southern section of the wooden wall was basically safe. Xpit shot an arrow, hitting the chest of the enemy who had broken through the wooden wall. The seemingly thick leather robe was completely penetrated, and the enemy collapsed to the ground. Xpit reached for the arrow out of habit, but found that the quiver was empty. "Quick, get a new quiver of arrows." Xpit shook his numb right hand and said to the guard beside him. After a while, the guard hurriedly ran back and handed him a quiver filled with 10 arrows. At the same time, he said, "Captain, the quartermaster asked you to use them sparingly. He doesn't have many arrows left. How can they be used up so quickly?" Xpit said with slight dissatisfaction. "That's what I asked him, but he said that there are more than 2,000 archers in our light infantry and freedmen, and each of them has 20,000 arrows in their quiver, but almost all of the archers have used up their quiver. He also said that arrows are bought with money, and the price is not low. This time, because our second legion has a need for defensive operations, the enemy of Mercis gave us 30,000 arrows. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let us waste them like this." The guard felt wronged as he passed on the message. Although Xpit was also a little angry, the quartermaster of the supply team was now under Mercy's command. Whenever he thought of that stingy fatty, Xpit felt a headache coming on. He said loudly, "Brothers, there's nothing to worry about even if we run out of arrows. We still have reverse blades and spears, don't you think?" "Yes." The stalemate of the siege made Pienluen very anxious. He turned around to look at the soldiers resting in the rear. He hesitated whether or not he should send the last 5,000 soldiers into battle. However, the battlefield was too small, and the wooden walls were too crowded. No matter how many people they sent, it would be useless. At this moment, he heard a rumbling sound behind him, followed by a wave of cheers. "The wooden wall has collapsed." The enemy's wall had collapsed. The warriors beside him cheered. Pienland turned around excitedly. There was a large gap in the center of the southern part of the wooden wall of the stronghold, and the broody warriors were rushing in. "Don't panic. Do not panic." Brim comforted the panicking Abyssinia warriors loudly. Bagalipi was too old, and the warriors in his tribe were led by Bagalipi's nephew. Therefore, among the 3 leaders of Abyssinia, Brim was the oldest, the most senior, and the most prestigious. Although he didn't really want to fight the Kazensa people, he had to work hard for the survival of his people on the battlefield. "Guard your position well. The wall will not collapse again," Brim shouted. He knew very well that it was because of the carelessness of the soldiers that the wooden wall had been burned by the kerosene and hit by the black wood, which caused the wall to be damaged and the pit to collapse. "Guard the front. Don't care about the enemies that rushed in, there are Dionia people behind to deal with them." The reason why he said this was because he had already seen the heavily armed Dionia soldiers waiting behind the gap in the wooden wall. The quick and orderly movement of the Dionysian army surprised him. For the soldiers of the Second Legion, the collapse of the wooden wall was a good thing. They could finally make up for the regret of not being able to go up the wall to kill the enemy. When the British warriors stepped on the collapsed rampart, kicked the broken wooden fence, and rushed into the wall, they suddenly found themselves facing an iron wall surrounded by countless copper shields and countless sharp spears. In the rhythmic sound of the war drums, the Dionia soldiers steadily stabbed and retracted their spears. Every stab could take away a life. The British warriors who rushed in could not form a formation with their companions, nor were they organized by the team officers. They could not rely on their individual bravery to resist the attacks of the Dionysian army. They also had to guard against the arrows shot from the sentry tower above and the javelins of the Abyssinia soldiers. In the short period of time after breaking through the wooden wall, the casualties of the British warriors rose sharply. They were terrified and wanted to retreat, but their way back was blocked by the excited soldiers behind them. The 3rd and 4th legions of the 2nd Legion advanced steadily, shrinking the encirclement, causing the British warriors to be crowded together. It was difficult for them to even wave their weapons. At first, Pienlin was happy to see many British warriors rushing into the gap, but soon the scene there seemed to have stagnated. The warriors lingered at the gap, but could not enter. He felt a little uneasy. Then, he was surprised to see that the British warriors suddenly scattered and fled. From the gap in the wall, teams of Dionia soldiers in bright armor rushed out. They took the opportunity to attack the other British warriors who were attacking the city with all their might from the side. Soon, the retreat was no longer just the gap, but the entire British attack line. Seeing this scene, Pienlin's heart sank, and he extinguished the hope of victory. He could see that the Dionysian army that occupied Abyssinia was not just a non-main force of Dionia, which only had a few thousand soldiers. It was very likely to be the legion that the Diorians claimed. Retreat! He shouted out in pain. However, when he finally gathered the defeated soldiers and returned to the camp in frustration, he received worse news. What did you say? There's a riot in the city of Xianxia? Yes, great leader. Sodom, Sax, Bua, a dozen tribes suddenly led their people to attack the inner city on the second morning after you left. If it wasn't for the timely arrival of Chief Kaderk's troops, I'm afraid they would have attacked the inner city. Right now, they have occupied the west side of the outer city. The high priest has sent me to inform you as soon as possible. He hopes that you can quickly pacify these rebels and restore peace to Xianxia. The messenger said anxiously. Understood. Go back and tell the high priest that I will immediately return with the army. Tell him not to panic, and to defend the inner city with Kaderk first. Pienlin quickly made a decision. Back then, in order to monitor and rule these disobedient tribes, the Council of 7 Elders discussed and decided to force them to move to the outer city of Xianxia, which resulted in the current situation. This time, the rebellion was a wake-up call for Pienlin. The invasion of the Dionia had affected the various tribes in the British region, especially the tribes that were previously dissatisfied with the alliance. He had to act quickly to prevent the situation from worsening. He sent Petteru to carry out the order to break camp. Soon, Bergam barged into the main tent and shouted excitedly, "Did I hear it wrong? Pienlin, you want to return to Xianxia? Let the Dionia continue to build the fortress here, and we're leaving just like that? Elder Bergam, in this terrible situation, what else can we do? Continue to attack the fortress?" Pienlin was no longer as anxious as he was when he first heard the news. He asked calmly, "There are probably 6,000 to 7,000 well-trained Dionia soldiers behind the wall, and more than 2,000 Abyssinia traders who have defected to them. In addition to that well-defended fortress, do you think we can take this fortress with just the few of us? You have to know that we have lost nearly 2,000 people in today's battle." 2,000 people. That's equivalent to more than half of the Anbalian warriors you brought. After listening to this, Bergam sat down dejectedly. After a while, he raised his head and murmured in a dry voice, "Are we just going to watch the Dionia army pass through Abyssinia and invade our homeland, then let them come?" Pienlin roared. His eyes were full of vigor as he looked straight at Bergam. He walked up to him and gave him a strong hug. In a firm tone, he said resolutely, "We want to go back and gather all the British warriors. We want to fight to the death with the Dionia on the Xianxia plateau. This battle will determine the rise and fall of the British people. The goddess of the plateau, Amara, will protect us. Plateau. After being reminded by Pinlin, Bergham's fighting spirit was reignited. Yes, we have the protection of Amara. We also have the Kazensa Plateau. The high-spirited Xianxia had gained the support of many tribes in the north of the Grimentum and smoothly marched south. After arriving in the south, he finally encountered an obstacle. The tribes that had previously moved from Nudum were the first tribes to surrender to Dionia. Compared to Picassus in the far west of the Grimentum, they identified with Dionia and trusted Dionia more. They drove out the messenger sent by Xianxia and united to fight against Picassus. Xianxia was furious and was ready to lead the army to attack these disobedient tribes. But news came, there was movement in the north of the Grimentum city. About 2,000 Dionia soldiers came out of the city. This made Xianxia worry that when he attacked the Lucania tribe in the south, he would suddenly be attacked by the Dionia from the flank, so he had to withdraw his troops. As soon as Picassus's troops withdrew, the Dionia people immediately retreated back into the city. This happened for 2 days in a row. Xianxia concluded that the Dionia people in the city were just putting on a show. They had neither the guts nor the intention to attack him. Therefore, he asked Nennet to take 2,000 soldiers to keep an eye on the Grimentum city while he led the army to prepare to conquer the southern tribes. At this time, Picassus sent a messenger to tell him bad news: 1,000 Hellenes had invaded Picassus's territory. They destroyed the farmland and burned the settlements. Picassus did not dare to attack rashly because of the limited number of troops in the city. He asked Xianxia to return urgently. Xianxia thought angrily, Elia, this small Greek nation that has always been oppressed by Picassus and almost destroyed actually dares to cause trouble in Picassus's territory. Could it be that after becoming a member of the Dionia alliance, these Greek cowards who only know how to hide in the city have the courage to do so? Doesn't it know that after provoking Picassus, no one can save it? He swore in his heart, after conquering the Grimentum, I must destroy Elia. But dreams were dreams, and the problem of reality had to be solved. Although the battle on his side was at a critical moment, Picassus had to immediately go to the rescue. Although 1,000 Elia people could not break through the city of Picassus, letting them wreak havoc outside the city would shake the support of the tribesmen for Xianxia. Over the years, Xianxia had used various means to make his tribe have an absolute advantage over the other tribes in Picassus, but Picassus was not the only tribe. Even in his tribe, the elders and priests were not completely loyal to him. Last time, the tribe was already somewhat dissatisfied with the defeat in the Grimentum. This time, he had to take immediate action against the invasion of Elia. Otherwise, if the warriors found out, their anger alone would give him a headache. He had no choice but to stop the attack that he was about to launch again. He sent Nennet to lead 3,000 men, 2,000 from Picassus and 1,000 from the other tribes, back to reinforce Picassus city. He wanted to wipe out all the invading enemies as soon as possible to vent the anger in his heart. At the same time, the delay of the attack meant that the pressure on the army's food supply had increased. He also sent a team of warriors to gather food from all over the place. The so-called gathering was actually burning, killing, and looting. This forced the neutral tribes to either escape into the mountains or join the tribes in the southern part of the Grimentum, which was Dionia's side. In Cenopatiscia, the Dionia Legio IV's crossbow shells had been firing for most of the day, causing many cracks to appear on the city walls. The flying rubble even injured and killed some of the defending soldiers, causing the soldiers on the city walls to tremble in fear and low morale. Great leader Panduru had no choice but to make up his mind, send out troops in the middle of the night to destroy these terrifying siege weapons. In fact, the ballista itself was not heavy. Helos, who had always been cautious, did not move it back to the barracks when darkness fell. Instead, he only built a barricade in front of the ballista group to lure the snake out of its hole. As a result, Cenopicia's assault troops were ambushed by the Legio IV soldiers around the ballista. After a round of fighting, they were almost wiped out. After losing a few hundred soldiers, Panduru no longer dared to act rashly. The next day, under the cover of the long-range fire of the ballista and light infantry, the soldiers and the Trine people built 3 causeways to the trench in front of the city. They then began to lay stone slabs on the causeways 100 meters outside the city. Then, the Cenopatia warriors were surprised to see 3 wooden towers being slowly pushed onto the causeway that had been paved with stone slabs. These wooden towers were 5 meters high, and with the addition of the 1-meter-high causeway, they were 2 meters higher than the stone walls. The width of the towers was the same, 2 meters above and 3 meters below. They were made of wood and covered with wet cowhide. At the bottom were huge wooden wheels, and at the top were wooden ramparts that could accommodate 3 to 4 archers. A drawbridge hung at the top, and a long wooden ladder was dragged behind it. When the siege tower approached the city wall, the drawbridge was lowered and placed on the top of the wall. The soldiers could climb the wooden ladder, pass through the tower and the drawbridge, and directly enter the wall, making the siege easier. The siege tower designed by the Daionia engineers and carpenters was relatively simple, and its function was also very simple. It could not be compared to the giant siege tower made by Syracuse. The only bright spot was that the safety of the labor was well considered. This was because there were 3 wooden poles protruding from the wheels on both sides of the siege tower. Above the wooden poles, there were wooden sheds that looked like eaves. The people pushing the tower stood outside the causeway, and they could stand and hold on to the wooden poles. The wooden sheds helped them block the arrows from the enemy, and they could focus on pushing the siege tower forward. When the towering siege tower slowly moved forward, the Canopetian warriors were stunned. Although siege towers had long been used in the Mesopotamian plains, they had never appeared in the Greek world, which was a small country with few people and many city-states. The overlord of Syracuse, Dionysius, was the first to make a breakthrough in Greek siege technology. However, this had just happened, and had not spread to the Bruttii. They had never seen such a huge siege machine. Arrows, and javelins could not damage it at all, and the stones thrown could not reach far. Perhaps the siege weapons of Daionia, which could fire stone bombs, could destroy it, but the Canopetians did not. The warriors could only watch as it approached the moat. Then, the archers in heavy armor entered the siege tower, climbed the wooden ladder to the top of the tower, and began to shoot at the warriors on the city wall. Arrows flew back and forth from both sides. The Daionia archers, who were on high ground and protected by armor and wooden railings, clearly had the upper hand despite having fewer men. The Daionia soldiers took the opportunity to fill the moat with sand, so that the siege tower could be pushed to the bottom of the city wall. The anxious Pandaru ordered his men to stop the enemy's attempt, and at the same time, he sent people to Xianxia to ask for reinforcements. He knew in his heart that if there were no reinforcements, Canopetia would be breached in a matter of days. Although the bloody and cruel battle in the fortress happened yesterday, it felt like a long time ago. Early that morning, the 2nd Legion commander Dracos, the 1st Battalion commander Adrianx, and other officers waited outside Ciudad Abyssinia with smiles on their faces, welcoming the arrival of Archon Diolia, the supreme commander of the army, the Devers. Among the welcoming team were the original leaders of Ciudad Abyssinia, Bagalipi, Brim, the new leader Creru, and some nobles from the various tribes of Abyssinia. They were either nervous, excited, or agitated as they waited for the supreme commander of Daionia. To prevent any accidents, Dracos ordered the 5th and 6th battalions in the city to deploy and be on high alert. Creru, is the Archon Devers of Daionia really younger than us? Bagalipi's young nephew, Rotem, could not help but ask Creru who was beside him. In the past, their relationship could only be described as ordinary, but after yesterday's battle, the two youths quickly became friends. I've asked Drax, it should be so. But don't treat him as a young man. Creru reminded, quietly pointing at the officers of Legio III. Look at Dracos and those people from Daionia. They usually look up to us, but now they look completely different. They don't look like they're welcoming a young man. Of course I understand. I heard from Uncle Bagalipi that the Devers are the descendants of a certain Greek god, and have never lost on the battlefield. No one in Daionia dares to disrespect him. Rotem replied. At this moment, a soldier rushed over from the defensive camp in the east, shouting excitedly as he ran, Lord Devers is here. He's here. Dracos immediately shouted, get ready. The officers began to tidy up their uniforms, and bugles and military drums sounded together. After a while, the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard, and a long column soon appeared in front of everyone. The person at the front of the column was dressed in full military uniform, leather sandals, bronze shin armor, and linen breastplate. He was no different from an ordinary heavy infantry soldier, only his helmet was different. It was not the heavy Corinth helmet, but a new type of iron helmet. The crown was decorated with long red and purple feathers, very elegant. There was no protection on the front of the helmet, only the cheeks on the two sides were protected by chin guards, so people could see his face clearly. He had a wide forehead, thick eyebrows, a high nose, a moderate chin, and eyes that were not big but extremely spirited. He looked young but not childish, and there was a sense of majesty in his eyes. His strides were big and powerful, but his speed was not too fast. He seemed to be full of vigor and steady. These are the Archon Devers of Dionia? The curious people of Abyssinia found the answer in the straight chests and respectful eyes of the generals and soldiers of Dionia. The Devers came in front of Draco's under hundreds of focused eyes. Draco's gave a neat military salute. "Sir Commander, all the soldiers of the 2nd Legion welcome your arrival." The Devers immediately returned the salute, and said half-jokingly, "Well done, Drax, you put up a big scene. When did you learn to do this?" Draco's looked at Adrianx, a little embarrassed. The Devers understood and said with a smile, "It's Adrianx's idea, right? It seems that the Isthmian Games was not in vain. But such a ceremony should still be done after the war is over. During the war, everything should be simple." If someone else had said this, Adrianx would have thought that they were poking at his scars, and he would definitely be dissatisfied. But for the Devers' words, he carefully thought about it and agreed, "Sir, you are right. The war is not over yet, we must take it seriously." The Devers laughed heartily, and went forward to give Adrianx a warm hug. "I was shocked when I heard the news on the way here. Adrianx, you only used 700 people to capture Ciudad Abyssinia. What a bold and decisive move. Amazing. Amazing. You and your 1st Battalion can definitely get a star. And the people of Dionia will be happy to celebrate your victory." This was what Adrianx was happy to hear. All the grudges in his heart were gone, and he was so happy that he did not know how to respond. Dracos chuckled. He was proud that the 2nd Legion was no longer the 1st Legion's follower. The Devers patted his shoulder and asked, "Where is the hero who crossed the Krati River?" "He was injured while crossing the river. He is receiving treatment from the doctors in the city. He can't go out for the time being," Dracos answered. "He's injured. Is it serious?" The Devers asked with concern. "I heard from the doctors that a few of his ribs were broken on his left side. His lungs are injured and there are some external injuries. However, he will recover after some rest. Without him, we wouldn't have one today. We must take good care of him," the Devers urged. "Don't worry, sir. We will take good care of him." The Devers nodded. He was about to say something when he saw a large group of people walking in their direction. He immediately smiled and strode toward the oldest man from Abyssinia. "Are you Chief Bagalipi?" Bagalipi hurriedly bowed and was ready to salute Bertie. "Chief Bagalipi of the Purga tribe of Abyssinia greets Sir Consul Devers." The Devers quickly stopped him and said passionately, "Thank you. Without your help, Abyssinia would not have recovered its peace so quickly. The people of Dionia and Abyssinia should thank you. Because of your decisiveness and selflessness, they will not have another family member die in vain." The words of the Devers made the white-haired old man emotional. Many people in Abyssinia had called him a traitor these few days. One could imagine the grievance he felt. At this moment, the young man in front of him gave him the feeling that it was hard to meet a bosom friend. "Because of your achievements, I propose that the Senate of Dionia hold an emergency meeting. Through a majority vote, you'll become a member of the Senate of Dionia, just like Vespa and Hegemon of Lucania. You'll become a respected elder of the entire alliance of Dionia. I wonder if you're willing to accept this." After listening to Devers' words, the steady Bagalipi showed a shocked expression, but soon he answered without hesitation, as if he was afraid that Devers would go back on their words, because this was what he hoped for. "I do. Thank you, Senate, for your trust in me." Devers held his arms and laughed. "That's great. From now on, we are a family." Dracos, Adrianx, and the others congratulated Bagalipi. Bagalipi showed a rare smile. At this moment, he heard coughing behind him. Only then did he remember that he had overlooked something. He quickly turned around and said, "Sir Devers, let me introduce you, this is Leader Brim of Abyssinia." Before he finished speaking, Devers had already rushed to salute him. On the way, he had already learned about the situation of several leading figures of Abyssinia in detail. At this moment, he said enthusiastically, "It was with your help that Dracos and the others were able to defend the fortress. Similarly, the Senate of Dionia, in order to thank you for what you've done, invites you to join the Senate." After listening to Bagalipi's translation, Brim was a little stunned. Previously, when he saw Xianxia's army retreating from the fortress, he knew that Abyssinia would no longer belong to Briti. However, he still found it a little hard to accept that it would suddenly belong to an alliance dominated by the Greeks. "Say something, are you happy?" Bagalipi gave him a look and pushed him. I'm very happy." Brim mumbled softly. Divers did not take it to heart. He laughed and said, "Elder Brim, rest well. We still need your help in the upcoming battle." Just as Brim responded, Krayla squeezed forward. Before he could speak, Devers looked at him and said loudly, "I know you, Kraylu, the hero of Abyssinia. If it weren't for you, how could the warriors of Abyssinia return home so smoothly?" After listening to Bagalipi's translation, Krayla did not expect that the consul of Dionia, whom he had never met before, not only recognized him, but also knew about his deeds. He was both excited and proud. "Originally, I had proposed to the Senate to let you enter the Senate. However, you are too young and have never managed a tribe before. The senators of the Senate believe that you should first be appointed as an official of Dionia affairs. After you have accumulated a certain amount of administrative experience, the senators of the Senate will open the door for you." Devers explained to him that he did make a proposal to the Senate, but it was just for show. He did not want to let this young man enter the Senate now. That would only lower the quality of the senators in the Senate, and it would also make people feel that the threshold of the Senate was too low. Previously, senators such as Amintas, Alpuenchi, and Leds were not of high quality. However, that was the initial stage, and Devers needed a lot of support. The situation was different now. Kraylu was a little disappointed. However, as an ordinary tribesman of the Nikaru tribe of Abyssinia not long ago, he had become the leader of a tribe in the blink of an eye. He could not expect too much, so he said modestly, "Compared to the two leaders, Bagalipi and Broom, I still know too little. I will do my best to help my tribesmen adapt to our new home, Dionia." Devers nodded. Although this leader was young, he was steady and knew his limits. Devers was satisfied with his position. Before entering the city, the Devers went to the small riverbank. Amidst the roar of the Kreti River, Devers listened to Dracos narrate the process of the ambush on Ciudad Abyssinia. Although he was the one who came up with the plan, he could still feel the thrill of that night as he watched the raging river. He could not help but say emotionally, "I don't think there's any problem with Sikorian wishing to leave his name on the Hall of Valhalla. It is his bravery and fearlessness, and that of another brave man, that have allowed us to stand on this beach. I hope that their deeds will inspire the citizens of Dionia to be brave enough to contribute to the Alliance, and the Alliance will always remember those who have contributed." "Sir, you are right." Dracos felt the same way. Most of the people of Abyssinia who followed the Devers to the riverbank only then knew the reason for the fall of the town. Some of them even thought that if they had built 1 or 2 watchtowers at the riverbank, today's events would not have happened. At this moment, the Devers turned around and said to Bagalipi and the rest, "Turii and Abyssinia are actually not that far apart, but the river separates Turii and Abyssinia from each other. It also makes life difficult for the people of Abyssinia. Therefore, when the war is over, not only will we build a cable bridge here, we will also build a real bridge so that Ciudad Abyssinia will no longer be a poor and remote place, but a place where merchants gather and pedestrians must pass through. Ciudad Abyssinia will definitely prosper. Because from Turii to Xianxia Highlands, Abyssinia is the shortest route." The Devers' words made Bagalipi and the other people of Abyssinia who could understand Greek excited. Back at the city gate, he refused to let the army enter the city. Instead, he asked the newly arrived 1st Legion, the Allied Army, and the Legion Reserve Army to expand and settle in the defensive camp in the east. However, the tens of thousands of heavily armed soldiers circling in front of the city gate still made the people of Abyssinia afraid. After entering the council hall of Ciudad Abyssinia, the Devers did not waste a second to discuss the ownership of Abyssinia with the 3 Abyssinia leaders and a few tribal nobles. After half a day of discussion, they finally reached an agreement. 1. After Abyssinia was merged into the Union of Dionia, the Senate would appoint a governor to manage the administration of Ciudad Abyssinia. 2. The tribes would still have jurisdiction over their people and land. The tribal leaders would exercise the right of management, and the city governor would not interfere. 3. The land tax must be paid by the leaders on time, and military training must be attended regularly. 4. Given that Abyssinia was the first town in the Bruto area to be merged into Dionia, the tribes could apply to the Senate to change the fertile tribal territory. 5. The people of Abyssinia enjoyed the same rights and obligations as the people of Lucania. At the same time, when they voluntarily asked to leave the tribe and live independently, the tribal leaders could not stop them. After the agreement was reached, Bagalipi hesitated and said, "Master Devers, I have a small request." "Please speak," the Devers replied politely. "As the lifetime governor of the most powerful city-state union in southern Italy, you have too few guards. Like our Brudi leaders, which one of them did not have 200 to 300 or even 1,000 guards around them? Therefore, I hope that my nephew Rodem can become your bodyguard and protect your safety. At the same time, he can also learn how to be a qualified citizen of Dionia under your guidance." "Rodem?" The Devers remembered the energetic young man in the welcoming team. He was about to respond when the others in the hall realized the benefits of Bagalipi's proposal and shouted, "Master Devers, my son also wants to be your guard." "And my 2 sons. There are 5 in our tribe." The reason why the people in the hall were so enthusiastic was because of the tradition of Abyssinia. When Nicaru was tyrannical, almost every family had sent their children to be his guards. Now that they were conquered, it was inevitable that they would feel a sense of gain and loss. If they could have a closer relationship with the highest authority in Dionia, they would be happy to add more security to their families and tribes. As a warrior who shared the same fame as Marcius, Marcius was content with his lot. He did not have much ambition and was loyal to his duty. Therefore, the Devers had always trusted him. Although the Praetorian guards were full, they were still responsible for guarding important places such as the Senate, the Temple of Hades, and the arena. The vacancies could be filled by the young people recommended by the leaders and tribal nobles in the hall. In order to integrate the people of Abyssinia into the Dionia alliance as soon as possible, the young elites of Abyssinia should be allowed to join the government of the Dionia alliance. They should understand the system of Dionia as soon as possible, learn the culture of Dionia, and get used to the life of Dionia. Then, like Bagalipi said, they should be assimilated into the people of Dionia and return to influence the people of Abyssinia. He needed to go back and discuss this matter with the Senate. However, he could agree to it for now and join the Praetorian Guards as volunteers of Abyssinia. After the Devers made up their minds, they immediately agreed to it. Soon, Ciudad Abyssinia gathered a guard of more than 60 people. The Devers appointed Rodem as the captain of the guard and announced that they would be responsible for keeping watch for him tonight. As soon as the order was issued, it was strongly opposed by Dracos, Capus, and the others. However, the Devers insisted and declared, now that Abyssinia is the Abyssinia of Dionia, the warriors of Abyssinia are also the soldiers of Dionia. What commander doesn't trust his soldiers? In the end, the Devers, Dracos, and Capus reached an agreement. Marcius would lead the guards to guard outside the courtyard, while the warriors of Abyssinia would guard inside. When Rodem and the others received the news, they were greatly moved and swore not to let the Devers, who trusted them, be frightened. The people of Abyssinia, who were originally anxious, were relieved by this action of the Devers. Other than the high-ranking generals of the legion, the ones who were most afraid of accidents were the Bagalipi leaders and the tribal nobles. If something happened to the Devers, the 2,000 Dionia soldiers in the city and the 10,000 soldiers outside the city would burn Ciudad Abyssinia to ashes. Therefore, they repeatedly reminded the tribesmen who were in charge of guarding the city tonight. The night passed peacefully. The next day, the Devers, who had a good night's sleep, and Capus, Dracos, the 3 leaders of Abyssinia, as well as the generals of Heraclea and Castellan's allies, discussed the matter of marching to the Cosenza highlands. Sinsing waited for the reinforcements to quickly defeat the Hellenes and return. In fact, he didn't have to wait too long before he saw Ninath fleeing back with hundreds of wounded soldiers. "What did you say? You were ambushed by the Dionia?" Sinsing looked incredulous. How could there be Dionia's army outside the city of Picassus? Grimentum has always been under my surveillance. They didn't send a single troop. Ninaf shook his head and said weakly, Elenes. I'm afraid they came from Elenes. I saw it very clearly. Although they were all wearing Greek armor, most of their stature and hair color, even their roars were Lucanian. After his son's reminder, Xianxia's train of thought suddenly opened. You mean they came from Nidam? Why didn't our spies find them? On the way back, Ninaf had already thought about the matter clearly. He coughed and said anxiously, they, should have boarded the ship from Laos. Maybe they didn't go along the coast, cough. Instead, they took a detour. Our warships can't fight against the warships of Laos and Elenes. We can only cruise around the port, It's good that we didn't get blocked. They have about 3,000 or 4,000 people. Father, what should we do now? Go back. We must return to Picassus immediately. Xianxia already had a bad feeling. Can your body hold up? Ninaf nodded. What about those tribes? Let them come with us. We need more warriors now. If any tribe refuses to go with us. Xianxia's face showed a sinister expression as he said coldly, we will do what we did in the Grimentum. As soon as he finished speaking, a spy hurried in. Report, great leader. A Dionysian army has appeared to the north of us. There are about 4,000 people. Report. The tribes in the south have gathered about 5,000 warriors and are coming towards our camp. Report, great leader. The Grimentum's army has left the city. It has been confirmed that their general is Bagul. Bad news came one after another, causing Xianxia to break out in a cold sweat. His whole body was soaked. When he heard the news, he was shocked. You said that Bagul is not injured? It seems so, great leader. Xianxia was dumbfounded. After a while, he murmured, a conspiracy. This is a conspiracy planned by the Dionia. He suddenly remembered something and said hurriedly, quick, call the leaders of Lud and Burina. If they don't want to come, we have to force them to come. As soon as the guard went out, one of the leaders of Picassus stumbled in. Great leader, this is bad. Lud and Burina are leading a riot. Pfft. Xianxia was so anxious that he spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. Dionia attacked the Picassus camp from the north, east, and south. The camp was in chaos and could not organize an effective defense, so it was easily breached. Ninaf died in battle. Xianxia took a few of his tribesmen and fled to the mountains in the west. Most of the others surrendered. Commander Hieronymus, what should we do with so many captives? Bagul asked his superior. According to the orders of Master Devers, all of them will be demoted to slaves of the city and brought back to Turiai as laborers for mining, repairing roads, and building temples. Hieronymus said to himself, not noticing the expression on Bagul's face. Also, take out 1,000 Picassus captives and follow us to attack Picassus city to force the tribes in the city to surrender. Then he ordered, Bagul, continue to guard Grimentum city. At the same time, do not let down your surveillance of Potentia in the north. If there is any abnormality, immediately send a messenger to inform me. Yes. Xianxia, supervise the soldiers to speed up the cleaning of the battlefield. Otherwise, we won't be able to rest at night. Don't worry, Commander. I'll keep my eyes open like a shepherd watching over a flock of sheep. Whoever dares to slack off, I'll spank his butt. Xianxia laughed. Legio III carefully carried out the plan proposed by the Devers and perfected together to lure the enemy. Finally, there was a relatively perfect result. After Hieronymus finished assigning the tasks, he showed a rare relaxed smile. Big brother. Assists called out to Bagul, who was walking back with his head lowered. Master Devers once said, don't be too kind to the enemy who surrenders. If you are too kind, the enemy will forget the mistakes they have made and make the same mistake again. So, sometimes we also have to raise the wooden stick high and let the enemy remember the lesson with fear. Master called it the bread and stick method. Assists looked at Bagul, who was deep in thought, and said with a serious expression, our bill to appease the tribes in the north is good enough. Not only did we give them land, but we also selflessly allocated some cattle and sheep. But when we encountered danger, they did not stand with us to tide over the difficulties. Instead, they turned to the enemy and wanted to destroy us and divide more of our land. This time, they were severely punished. I believe it will shock all the Lucania tribes in this land. When they make decisions related to us, they will think carefully. Should they choose to accept the bread or choose to accept the stick? Bagul looked at the busy soldiers on the battlefield. They dismantled the enemy's camp, picked up the supplies on the ground, grabbed the abandoned weapons, and removed the armor from the corpses. They placed them on a fully loaded pack car, then lifted the enemy's corpses and threw them into the burning pile of corpses. The mountain wind blew, and ashes floated everywhere in the air. Bagul sighed and said, I hope that after this battle, Lucania municipality can truly restore peace. Bagul spat out the depression in his heart. He slapped Assists on the shoulder and said loudly, no matter what, we have finally solved the problem of Xianxia. We have to celebrate. Tonight, I will be a guest at your house. I have not tasted the lamb roasted by my sister for a long time. Let's not go home until we are drunk. A month later, the people of Xianxia who had escaped into the mountains were tired of hiding from the Daionia soldiers all day long. At the same time, they had to endure the hardships of life in the mountains and the increasingly crazy insults and scoldings of Xianxia. Finally, they could not help but kill Xianxia while he was asleep. They went down the mountains and surrendered to the city of Grimentum. This was a story for another time. When Pinlan led the army back to Xianxia, the rioting tribes had long fled. In the following time, he led Petaru and Ferroteru to appease the people in the city and meet with the leaders of the other tribes in the city. Just as he was busy, Canapisha's messenger arrived at Xianxia. In the exaggerated description of the messenger, one of the siege weapons could throw a round stone the size of a jar hundreds of meters away and accurately hit the city wall. The powerful impact could cause damage to the city wall, and after a long period of time, the city wall might even collapse. The other weapon was like a mobile sentry tower. It was built higher than the city wall, and the archers at the top of the tower could easily attack the defenders on the city wall. Once it got close to the city wall and lowered the drawbridge, the enemy could easily rush up to the top of the city wall. The combination of these two siege weapons was a nightmare for any city, but they were both owned by Daionia. Pinlan was not only worried about Canapisha, he was more worried about Xianxia. In his original plan, in the worst-case scenario, he could retreat to Xianxia and use the strong city wall to resist the attack of Daionia until the enemy ran out of food and retreated. However, the messenger's description had shaken his decision. He did not want to be trapped in the city and be bombarded by dozens of siege weapons by Daionia. Therefore, Canapisha must be defended. Otherwise, if Daionia captured it, Xianxia would be attacked from both sides. But at this moment, the natural moat had been lost, and Daionia had a great advantage in strength. The Brudi alliance was in a difficult situation. It was too passive to rely on defense alone, and the possibility of failure was too high. Therefore, Pinlan was more inclined to take the risk and attack. As long as he could defeat the main force of Daionia, all the difficulties would be solved. He looked at Abyssinia, which had already surrendered, because it was the closest to the center of Daionia, Turii. Daonia's main force would definitely attack from here. After thinking about it repeatedly, he finally made the final decision: send 2,000 reinforcements to Canapisha, and at the same time persuade Bergam to return to Imbalia. He also sent a messenger to Vig, hoping that the two elders of the alliance, Bergam and Sidorum, could bring as many warriors as possible to support the battle between the Brudi alliance and Daionia. The Devers stayed in Abyssinia for another 2 days in order to wait for the supplies to arrive and meet the needs of the battle. Although Abyssinia was very close to Turii, transportation was rather difficult due to the limited road conditions. The Devers learned their lesson and ordered the soldiers to carry 5 days' worth of rations each. On the morning of the 3rd day, Devers led the 1st Army Corps, the 2nd Army Corps, the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, the Cavalry Brigade, the Heraclea Army Corps, the Castellan Army Corps, the Abyssinia Army Corps, the Army Reserve Corps, and 2,000 freedmen. Other than a small portion of the Army Reserve Corps stationed in Ciudad Abyssinia, there were about 24,000 people, including those who were sent to fight in Xianxia. They lined up in a long line and marched westward along the mountain path. When Pinlan received the report from the cavalry, it was already close to noon. The Daionia army had entered the Xianxia highlands, and they had seen the eye-catching flag of the Daionia consul. This news made Pinlan restless, and he immediately called for an emergency meeting. Other than Petaru, Ferotaru, Bergam, and Sidorum who had just arrived last night, Pantaru was still struggling to resist the enemy's attack in Nipetia, and Nikaru had died in battle. Only 5 of the 7 Elders' Council members were present, which inevitably made the people in the hall feel sad. I think the Daionia army will set up camp in this area when they arrive at Xianxia in the afternoon. Pinlin's finger drew a circle about 6 miles east of Xianxia's icon on the map, and he said excitedly, with Amara's blessing, we should take advantage of the discomfort they will feel after entering Xianxia, and take the initiative to attack while they are setting up camp, forcing them to fight. Sidorum understood what Pinlin meant by discomfort. The area where Xianxia was located was high, so it was not a problem for outsiders to move normally. However, if they were to exercise strenuously for a long time, they would easily feel tired and have difficulty breathing. On the other hand, the Brudi warriors, especially the people of Xianxia, had adapted to this environment since they were young, and they would not have any abnormal movements. Moreover, he already knew the situation in Nipetia, so he did not have much hope of defending the city to the death. He and Bergam looked at each other solemnly, and finally agreed. So they went back to gather their teams, and nervously waited for the arrival of the Daionia army. However, only half an hour later, Pinlin urgently sent someone to summon them again. Elders, I have just received news that the Daionia army has stopped advancing near Punate River, and has begun to set up camp. Pinlin said anxiously. Punate River. Sidorum and Bergam hurriedly looked at the map placed in the middle of the hall. Punate River was more like a stream than a river, and it eventually merged into the upper reaches of Krati River. The area it flowed through was relatively flat, and the key point was that it was almost in the middle of Abyssinia and Xianxia. We are so far away from Xianxia, and it's still so early. Are we going to rest already? Bergam muttered to himself in confusion. Those traitors of Abyssinia. God Amara will punish them. Ferrataru said angrily. Sidorum understood the reason for the high priest's anger. In his memory, the terrain near Punate River was not as high, and the impact on people was not as obvious. He hurriedly looked at Pinlin and asked, what are you going to do, great leader? Pinlin cursed along with the high priest. He also believed that the Daionia army must have leaked the secret to Abyssinia, which ruined his plan. He thought for a moment, then looked at the crowd and said with a serious expression, now, Canopetia is being attacked by the enemy every day, and the Daionia army may break through at any time. As for us, should we let the enemy advance slowly and gradually adapt to the weather and environment here, or should we make up our minds and focus on attacking them? It's up to you. Sidorum and Bergam looked at each other again, and their eyes gradually flashed with determination. Do we still have a choice? God Amara will protect the descendants of Brutus. Ferrataru loudly chanted, the Devers chose to set up camp near Punate River out of caution. When Bagalipi reminded him that outsiders who entered the Xianxia area would experience some discomfort, a word immediately appeared in his mind, altitude sickness. The higher the altitude, the thinner the air, and the lower the oxygen content. People would become tired because of the lack of oxygen. Of course, compared to Tibet in the Far East, the altitude of the Xianxia Plateau was nothing, but in an intense battle, it could very well become a decisive factor. Now that the Devers had the upper hand, there was no need to take risks. They only needed to steadily advance towards Xianxia, let the soldiers gradually adapt to the altitude sickness here, and familiarize themselves with the geographical environment here. At the same time, they would gradually put pressure on Xianxia so that it would not dare to send reinforcements to Canopetia. Although he could not grasp the battlefield situation in Canopetia in time, out of trust in Helos and Legio IV who had 2 types of siege weapons, he believed that in Canopetia, the 4th Legion would have the absolute advantage. Once Canopetia was breached, the Dionysian army would advance from the east and west. Not only would it increase their advantage, but it would also intimidate the entire Brutus region, which might directly lead to the disintegration of the Brudi alliance. They might not even need to fight to make the Brudi surrender. Although the idea was beautiful, the Devers did not let down their guard. According to the Daionia military law, he did not let all the soldiers participate in the construction of the camp. Instead, he only let the soldiers of the 1st Legion and the Reserve Legion start working first, with the freedmen assisting. The 2nd Legion and its allies, as well as the warriors of Abyssinia, were responsible for guarding the camp. Why are we the first to build the camp this time? We are the first legion of Dionia. Hetberus stared at the soldiers of the second legion who were sitting and resting in front of him. He complained while digging the soil. Maybe it's because the second legion just finished the battle with the Briti alliance the day before yesterday, and the commander gave them a reward. Pershals guessed. Leotychides listened to the conversation of his teammates, and his thoughts ran wild. Although the Sparta people also paid more attention to the camp, it was not as important as Dionia to the extent that he thought it was paranoid. When the troops arrived at an important place, the first thing they would think about was how to build an extremely sturdy camp. There were even engineers to measure and check, and if they did not pass, they would be punished. Even though he had practiced many times in the new recruit training camp, and he had put it into practice in Tarentum, he still felt a little uncomfortable. If we, the First Legion, were to attack Abyssinia instead of the Second Legion, we would have done a better job. It's all because the commander is unfair. He gave this crucial task to the Second Legion, while we, the First Legion, are either climbing mountains or marching. I don't know how much we've walked these days, but the soles of my feet are blistered. Hetberus vented his frustration, and then someone slapped him on the head. Hetberus, stop talking nonsense and work hard. If we lose to Oliver's team because of you, Captain Martones will not let you off easily. Captain Sitarsis scolded. When Martones was mentioned, Hetberus did not dare to say anything else. However, the captain was strict with his soldiers on two things. Firstly, during a battle, the soldiers were only allowed to advance and not retreat. Otherwise, he would kick the cowardly soldiers out of the battalion. Secondly, they were not allowed to lose to Oliver's 6th Battalion in any matter. This kind of battle spirit was a little funny, but in the army of Dionia, it was not uncommon to see such competition between companies, battalions, and legions. Moreover, the generals of all levels did not forbid such competition. Instead, they strongly encouraged it. Tug-of-war, rugby, soccer. These popular sports and competitions in the barracks were all team battles between teams, squads, and squads. It was a fierce competition for victory. Leotychides felt that it was precisely because the generals of all levels valued victory that these Dionia militia, who used to be farmers, fishermen, merchants, and so on, quickly developed a sense of honor for their units. That was why they fought bravely in battle. Persosus, I heard that the Lagos and Sparta are enemies. Have you fought with the Sparta before? Hetberus was a chatterbox. After a moment of silence, he started talking again. After the incident on the ship and the fierce battle with the Puchetti, his friendship with his teammates, especially with Hetberus, had become quite friendly. When Leotychides heard this, to hide the unnatural expression on his face, he did not raise his head. Instead, he bent down and continued to dig. He said softly, "Yes, I have fought." Hetberus' interest was piqued. He leaned closer and asked, "Do you think the Sparta are stronger, or we are?" Leotychides did not expect him to ask this question. He was stunned. The other teammates seemed to be interested as well. They all gathered around, but Captain Sitarsis did not reprimand them. In fact, Hetberus asked the right person. Leotychides was indeed the best person to answer this question. He was a Sparta, and he had been in the Dionysian army for half a year. He had even participated in a battle, so he had a good understanding of the military situation between the two forces. Faced with the curious gazes of his comrades, Leotychides found it hard to refuse them. However, he did not know what to say at the moment. He put down the pickaxe and patted the dirt on his hands. After pondering for a while, he finally said, "Spartans receive cruel agog combat training from the age of 6. Other than learning how to read for a short period of time, they'd been living in the barracks until they reach adulthood. The right of adulthood is to kill any black rogues that they encounter alone." "Oh, that's too cruel," one of his teammates shouted. Leotychides was unmoved. He continued, "After they reach adulthood, the Sparta do nothing but fight until they die. That's why the Sparta are the best warriors in the world. They are familiar with every detail of battle. Killing the enemy is as easy as drinking water for them." At this point, his pride as a Sparta appeared again. Some of his teammates hissed in dissatisfaction. "Persosus, how can you praise the Sparta like that? Are you really a Lagos?" Someone complained. Leotychides was shocked. He had been getting along well with his teammates recently, so he had slightly let his guard down. He quickly said, however, the Sparta warriors are too few. The number of their young citizens is only slightly more than half of a legion of Dionia. Even if we include the Pythias, there are only more than 10,000 of them. The soldiers of Dionia are the best among all the city-states that I know of that don't fight for a living. Also, your military system is very unique and well-developed. I personally think that some of the systems are even better than those of Sparta. Most importantly, Dionia has a lot of soldiers. After defeating the Briti, I'm afraid that the number of soldiers will continue to increase. I understand what you mean, Persosus. We can't defeat the Sparta warriors in a one-on-one fight, but in a real battle, the Sparta warriors can't defeat us because they have too few people, right? Hepburus interrupted. The Legion of Dionysia has always emphasized teamwork and teamwork. No matter how strong a Sparta warrior is, he can't defeat 4 to 5 soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia who work closely together. Persiles continued. That's right. It's like a running back in a football game. No matter how good he is, he can't score without the help of his teammates. Another teammate shouted. Leotychides knew him. He was a citizen candidate of Dionia. He had violated the rules many times in the boot camp and was punished. During the battle against the Pucheti, one of the soldiers in Leotychides' team was seriously injured. That was why he was added to the team. However, he was now a qualified soldier of the legion. This was the terrifying thing about the military system of Dionia. It could train the undisciplined Greeks into qualified soldiers in a short period of time through various methods such as training, sports, and competitions. The Sparta, who established their country on the basis of military force, had discovered a truth in their long campaigns: the strength of an individual was only secondary to the strength of a city-state's army. What was important was strict discipline, unconditional obedience, and persistent training. Most Greek city-states could neither understand nor implement this, but the newly established Dionia required this from the very beginning. It was said that this was the work of the Archon Devers who had been blessed by the gods. It seemed that compared to Dionia and Sparta, the truly terrifying one was this young man. Leotychides did not want his teammates to think that Sparta was weak, so he reminded them, Sparta may have few soldiers, but Sparta rarely fights alone. Don't forget, it's the leader of the Peloponnesus alliance, and now it's the overlord of Greece. Countless soldiers from its alliance fight for it. Most of the generals in Sparta are qualified commanders. Hey, I'm just comparing Sparta to our Dionia. If we're talking about allies, we have allies in Dionysia as well. Laos, Castron. Hypebarus said unhappily. And Heraclea. Southern Alliance, Crotone, Silatina, Trine, and Corunna. Leotychides felt a little emotional. Many city-states in the eastern Mediterranean would turn pale at the mention of Sparta. Even big states like Athens and Corinth were afraid of Sparta soldiers. However, these Dionia soldiers were fearlessly discussing who was stronger between Dionia and Sparta. It was not that they were ignorant, but their repeated victories had given them confidence. Their shouts finally caught the attention of Parmenius, who was not far away. He was furious. Why are you gossiping instead of digging the trenches? Aren't you afraid of military law? His teammates quickly dispersed and went about their own business. Squad leader Sitarsis came over and said in a low voice, Persosus, you're right. But next time, remember to change the you to we. When Leotychides heard this, he could not help but feel embarrassed. Deep down, he had not truly integrated into Dionia and saw himself as a citizen of Dionia. While the soldiers of the First Legion were busy, the Devers were talking to Tryphias, the commander of the allied forces in Heraclea. You want to invite our engineers to Heraclea to build bridges? Yes, Sir Devers. I've heard in Heraclea that Dionia's bridge-building skills are very good. This time, I brought my troops here and passed through the 2 wooden bridges in Thurii and gained a deeper understanding. I'm sure you know that there are many rivers in Heraclea's territory. The main city of Heraclea is built on a delta surrounded by the Agri River and its tributaries. The rainy season in March and April every year is the most difficult season for us people in Heraclea. Tryphias sighed and said helplessly, when the river rises, the pontoon bridges are often washed away. We even have to sail out to sea every day and dock at the shore before we can rush to our farms. So, we urgently need a few real, sturdy bridges, just like the wooden bridges on the Claudy River. After listening to Tryphias's request, the Devers gladly promised. Heraclea is an ally of Dionia. We're happy to provide such help. I heard that young Heraclea is a master of building bridges, but he also serves as a public official in Dionia's road management. We, Heraclea, are willing to donate 50 tons of wheat to Dionia to thank young Heraclea and his team for providing us with help in their spare time, Tryphias said sincerely. The Devers did not decline. Dionia was currently short of food, and Tryphias's offer was a timely help. This made the Devers look at him in a higher light. Although Heraclea had a dense water network and fertile land, 50 tons of wheat was by no means a small amount. This gift from Heraclea was definitely not just a reward for building the bridge, but also an expression of Heraclea's attitude. The Devers engraved this in their hearts. With this agreement, the conversation between the Devers and Tryphias became more intimate and casual. The Devers even happily said that he did not expect the Xianxia region to have such a good pasture that could be used to breed war horses. Just as the two of them were chatting happily, the messenger Tormid rushed over with a nervous look on his face. Commander, Leds urgently reported, Bertie's troops are marching here. How many are there? The Devers immediately asked. According to the judgment of the scouts, there may be 20,000 of them. The Devers did not intend to fight with the Bertie alliance at this time, so they chose to camp here. At the same time, he thought that the Bertie alliance would be more cautious after the failure of the siege the day before. They would have been more cautious and abandoned their geographical advantage. The possibility of them marching dozens of miles to challenge them was not high, but they did not expect the enemy to really come. Since they were here, let's fight, both sides had equal strength. Although half of the soldiers in the Dionysian army might be a little tired from building the camp, this was not a reason to avoid the battle. The enemy came out in full force. The Devers suddenly stood up and asked, "How is the construction of the camp going?" "The trench has been dug, and we are building the earth barricade," Tormid replied, and then asked, "Do we need to let the soldiers retreat behind the trench?" The Devers waved his hand, indicating that he refused. The Legion of Dionysia had always focused on offense. Although the trench could increase the difficulty of the enemy's attack, it also limited their ability to attack, so the morale of the soldiers could not be fully exerted. He would not do this unless it was a special situation. Blow the horn to gather, then call the two commanders, Capys and Dracos, as well as the cavalry captain, Leds. By the way, call Epicthenus and Xpit too, the Devers ordered. Yes. Tormid quickly rushed to pass the order. We are going to fight with the Bertie alliance here? Tryphias was a little nervous. Yes, it seems that the end of the war with the Bertie alliance is coming forward. The Devers smiled confidently. Tryphias was infected by his smile and relaxed. He gave a Greek military salute, then please allow me to gather my soldiers first. Penlan led the army toward the Punate River. After crossing a high slope, there was a wide and flat grassland below. On the grassland, countless Greeks were gathering and forming a formation. From above, it looked like a pile of ants that had their nest dug out. It was a messy scene, and he could not help but look down on it. Stop advancing and get into formation, he immediately ordered. Though the formation of the Greeks had not yet taken shape, he was able to get a general idea of it from his position on the high slope. To the right of the Dionia was the confluence of the Punate and the Crati, and to the left was a flat grassland without any terrain obstacles. Behind them was a mess of pits dug by the Dionia. After watching for a while, he made a decision in his heart, because it was difficult to move on the riverside, and there was little room for attack and maneuver. He placed the 5,000 tribal warriors forcibly recruited from various tribes on the left wing, the 5,000 warriors from Ambalia and Whig City in the middle, and the 12,000 warriors from Xianxia on the right. Obviously, he wanted to use the Xianxia warriors, who were the most numerous and had the strongest combat power, to secure victory on the right flank. Penlan's original idea was to take advantage of the enemy's confusion to quickly form a formation and attack. However, for an army of more than 20,000 people from different tribes to get into formation in a short period of time, it required a complete command system, long-term military training, and very disciplined soldiers. The Prussians did not meet these requirements, so the entire army slowly got into formation amidst the blowing of horns, the beating of drums, the shouting of men, the neighing of horses, the pushing and shoving of each other, and the chaos of the entire army. Pinlin was originally quite leisurely observing the movements of the enemy while waiting for his own formation to be completed. But after a while, his expression became a little ugly. That was because the Dionians, who were in a mess just a moment ago, quickly formed into small cubes. Then, the countless cubes rapidly moved to fixed positions like building blocks without interfering with each other. Soon, the Dionia formation began to take shape. It was a formation that Pinlin had never seen before. The small cubes were not close together, but there were a lot of gaps. Looking down from above, it looked like pieces of green and white wool blankets, because the linen breastplate was white. Although Pinlin did not know how powerful such a strange formation was, the speed at which the Dionia people formed their formation still made him feel uneasy. He shouted to Petteru next to him, "Go and urge Bergam to move faster." The initial chaos that Pinlin saw in the Dionia formation was the moment when the soldiers of the First Legion hurriedly crawled out of the bustling camp, put on their armors, and returned to their own units. Now that the formation had begun to form, the slightly nervous mood of the Devers had also calmed down. "Sir Commander, our right flank is still in formation, it hasn't spread out yet." Tormod rushed to report anxiously. "Don't worry, the right flank has the Allies and the Legion's reserves, the source of the soldiers is the most mixed." The Devers rode on their horses and looked to the left. It was the end of autumn, it had not rained for more than 10 days, the land was dry, the movement of tens of thousands of soldiers had long stirred up dust, it was impossible to see the situation on the right flank. The Devers said with a rather leisurely expression, "Triphias is not in a hurry to get into formation, but reorganizing the troops first, which makes me feel relieved." He pointed to the front. "Look, Britti's men are not moving on the grassy slope, I guess they are also in formation. It just gives us time to let the soldiers of the First Legion rest and recover a little strength." Tormod fixed his eyes on the front 500 meters away, it was also covered in dust. "Go and inform Leds." The Devers ordered again, "Let him send 7 or 8 cavalry units to harass the enemy's left, middle, and right flank, delay the speed of their formation, and at the same time observe their response, come back and report to me." "Yes." "Wait a minute. Tell Leds, I said to harass, not to fight. If the enemy cavalry catches up, immediately retreat, don't let the cavalry be injured." The Devers reminded again. "Understood, sir." "Boys, follow closely." "Uncle, we can run faster than you even without horses." "Brat, are you itching for a beating?" "You'll see when we get back." "Captain, you should have done this a long time ago." The cavalry unit led by Sarikos had already crossed the entire battlefield in a burst of laughter, and reached the Punit River. "Stop." Sarikos placed his spear horizontally, and the entire unit stopped moving forward. "Dismount." "Why, Captain?" "We are not in front of the enemy's formation yet." The cavalry shouted. "Obey the order." Sarikos roared. Although the cavalry was unwilling, they had to obey the military rules, but they shouted unhappily, "Captain, the other units have already thrown their javelins at the enemy, do you want us to be deserters?" "Shut up. Our unit was ordered to harass the enemy's left flank, so we ran the longest distance. The horses are also a little tired, so let them rest for a while so that they can better complete their mission. I brought you out, so I will bring you back smoothly." "All right, Captain, we will listen to you. But how long do we have to wait?" "Wait for my order." The cavaliers could only pat their agitated warhorses lightly while observing the dusty battlefield in front of them. They watched as their comrades in the distance charged into the dust and retreated from time to time. The screams and cries of pain reached their ears, and it made their hearts itch. Time passed really slowly. Just when they were getting impatient, Sarikos shouted, "Get on the horses." Like rain after a long drought, they were instantly energized. The 50 war horses began to trot, gradually forming a wedge as they moved forward. Sarikos was at the forefront, and he raised his spear and waved it forward twice. "Speed up." There was a 30-meter-high grassy slope in front of him. Although it was not steep, they had to prevent the cavalry from slowing down when going up the slope and being attacked by the enemy. The war horses' 4 hooves moved quickly, and the cavalry held the horses' necks tightly and leaned forward to speed up the war horses' speed. Sariko's was the first to jump up the grassy slope. A few dozen meters away, there was a dense crowd of broody people stretching out from the bank of Punate River. 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows. It was difficult to count how thick their phalanx was in a hurry. Sariko's felt like he was standing in front of the enemy, like an ant standing in front of an elephant. There was a huge invisible pressure on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He took a deep breath, took out a short javelin, and squeezed his legs on the horse's belly, and the war horse accelerated again. The cavalry followed closely behind. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. The hoofs of the horses landed on the dry and cracked soil, like drumsticks hitting the surface of a drum. Da-da-da-da. The sound, coupled with the cavalry's rapid charge, created a lot of noise, causing chaos in the broody formation that had just been set up. Just as the broody warriors were pushing each other and screaming, Sariko's threw the javelin in his hand, and then dozens of javelins plunged into the enemy's formation, and screams rang out one after another. The broody people became even more chaotic, some retreated in panic, and some rushed forward angrily. Sariko swung his spear to the left, and the cavalry quickly turned left when they were more than 20 meters away from the enemy's formation, galloping forward along the front of the broody formation. Everywhere they went was like a stone thrown into calm water, and the ripples would not calm down in a short time. At the same time, the enemy's panic and confusion were reflected in Sariko's eyes. He felt that his mission had been completed, and decisively ordered, "Turn left." As soon as the cavalry turned back, the broody cavalry arrived, and they chased after them. The Dionia light infantry arrived in time to provide support, and used javelins to scare away hundreds of broody cavalry. The Devers placed the allied forces and reserve forces on the right flank, the 1st Legion on the middle, and the 2nd Legion on the left flank. They wanted to use their strongest force to break through from the outside and finally achieve their goal of surrounding the enemy. With that in mind, the Devers said to Leds, "Thank you for your hard work, Cavalry Brigade. Let the brothers retreat to the rear and have a good rest." Leds hurriedly said, "Sir Devers, the enemy has 500 to 600 cavalry on the right flank. If we retreat to the rear, who will deal with them? They have their own people to deal with them. You cavalry have to give the enemy a fatal blow at the critical moment. Before that, let your men recover their strength and horsepower." The Devers explained, unmoved. Leds helplessly retreated. The Devers immediately asked Tormid to call Epicthenus and spit over. He said with a serious expression, "When the enemy attacks, I want you to lead the light infantry and freedmen to attack the enemy's right flank from a distance. At the same time, you have to repel the enemy's cavalry and light infantry. This is a difficult task. Can you do it? When we were in Persia, we fought with Persia's cavalry and archers many times and defeated them. Will the broody cavalry be stronger than the Persia cavalry?" Epicthenus said confidently. "The Hades will protect us," Spit sincerely chanted. The Devers looked at the two men's determined eyes and gave them a solemn and powerful military salute. "I will wait for the news of your victory." After sending the two off, the Devers' deployment was fully in place. All that was left was to wait for the broodies' attack. At this moment, Marcius and Bagalipi's nephew, Rodum, came over and asked for instructions. "Sir, the Abyssinia leaders, Brim and Krelu, insist on seeing you." The Devers looked back at the two Abyssinia leaders who were blocked by the guards outside and were shouting. He immediately dismounted and strode over. "Consul of Dionia, we Abyssinia strongly request to face the enemy at the front instead of hiding in the back like cowards. This is an insult to us soldiers." Brim shouted in agitation. "Insult?" After listening to Oedipus's translation, the Devers looked doubtfully at Tormid who had followed him. "I've patiently spoken to Brim leader many times, but he doesn't seem willing to accept the idea of being a reserve force," Tormid hurriedly explained. After hearing that, Diver's expression immediately turned serious. He said coldly, "Since the Abyssinian warriors are already Dionians, you must know that Dionian soldiers must obey the orders of their superiors unconditionally. If you can't do that, then please leave with your soldiers. Let us, the real Dionia soldiers, enjoy the glory of victory alone. That's all." After that, he threw another sentence to Oedipus. Translated as it is. He then turned around and left. Tormod followed behind, looking back from time to time. In the end, he saw Brim and Kreruz leave angrily. "Sir, aren't you afraid that the Abyssinia people will leave in anger by saying that?" Tormod asked worriedly. The Devers smiled. "The more you explain to some stubborn people, the more they will ask for more. It's better to cut off their thoughts from the start. Moreover, even if the Abyssinia people leave, it won't affect our victory." Tormod was skeptical. He secretly sent messengers to observe the movements of the Abyssinia troops. In the end, he found that after Brim went back, he led his troops obediently and waited at the back without making a fuss. He could not help but feel ashamed. After dealing with many mercenary leaders for more than 10 years, his understanding of human nature was not as good as a 20-year-old youth. Only a favored person could explain this. Due to the harassment of the Dionia cavalry, it was almost afternoon when the Briti people finished their formation. Pinland saw that the warriors were no longer as excited as they were at the beginning. They were a little anxious. He knew his people too well. The Briti people lived in the gap between the two forces of the Greeks and the Lucanians. These warriors lived freely in the mountains and on the highlands. They were brave but timid, passionate but self-abased. The key was to inspire their fighting spirit. Therefore, he led his personal guards out on horseback and came to the front of the center of the formation. The personal guards shouted in unison to attract the attention of thousands of warriors. Then he shouted, "Briti people, my dear compatriots. For hundreds of years, we have lived freely on this beautiful highland. Amara gave birth to us with her sweet body, and Brutus gave us peace. And now our peace has been broken. Our land is being invaded. Who is occupying our town? Who is killing our people? The Dionia people. Damn the Greeks." The warriors began to respond angrily. "Are we going to let these evil foreigners occupy our land, destroy our temples, rape our women, turn our children into slaves, lose their freedom, and live like cattle and sheep?" Pinland and his personal guards shouted together. "No." The warriors in front of him responded angrily. This response gradually spread throughout the formation. "No." 20,000 Briti warriors shouted in unison. "Defeat the Dionia people and give us back our freedom." Pinland raised his spear high. "Kill them! Kill them!" Thousands of warriors roared hysterically. Roar! 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 They kept poking the ground with their spears, and their fighting spirit rose sharply. Pinland was affected by this, and he also felt his blood boiling. Facing the warriors who couldn't hold back anymore, he pointed his spear forward and shouted, "Attack!" The trumpeter behind him blew the horn, and then horns sounded everywhere in the formation at the same time. Woo! The Battle of Punit to determine the ownership of the Briti region began. Hearing the thunderous roar on the opposite side, Tormod couldn't help but ask, "Sir Devers, the Briti people are boosting the morale, shouldn't you also? In a boxing match, the person who has the loudest voice will not win. The winner is often the calmest player. Besides, what the soldiers need to do now is to block the enemy's attack. Yelling pointlessly will not only deplete their stamina, but it will also cause them to lose their defensive position because they are too excited," Divers said as he looked ahead. Tormod nodded in agreement. "The Briti people are attacking, sound the defense bugle." Hearing the sound of the horn on the opposite side, Devers began to order, and at the same time, he quickly passed through the gaps of the small phalanx with his personal guards and came to the back of the formation. More than a dozen curved bronze horns blew a low command, and the soldiers who were sitting and resting immediately picked up their guns and shields, stood up, and moved their somewhat numb hands and feet. The teammates moved closer to each other, and the somewhat loose formation was arranged more closely to meet the upcoming battle. The small phalanx in the front of the entire formation began to quickly connect with each other, and the middle and left wing of the Legion of Dionysia quickly connected with the right wing of the coalition army. On the other hand, Epthenes and Xpit led a total of 4,000 light infantry and freedmen, and walked from the outside of the left wing to the front. They each had their own tasks. Xpit led more than 2,500 people forward for 50 meters, then stopped, and the stone throwers, archers, and a few harpooneers lined up in order, while Epthenes led nearly 1,000 light shield bearers and harpooneers to continue to the outside of the left wing, and as they walked, they became a lengthened column, almost out of the battlefield. Amidst the sound of the horn, the British people's long front line, which stretched for nearly 8 miles, did not leave any reserve troops, and slowly moved forward together. The British people evenly distributed their light infantry in the front of the formation, and the majority of the light infantry were archers. The British people were rich in archers because of the high mountains, dense forests, and high plateaus with many wild beasts. After the light infantry were the infantry, most of them were spearmen with leather shields and spears. On the far right wing were 600 unarmored cavalry. Although the British people occupied the entire plateau, they used this valuable land mainly to graze cattle and sheep to feed their large population. Although they also raised some horses, they were mainly pack horses. There were not many people who owned war horses, and they were mainly concentrated among the tribal nobles. 600 cavalry was almost the maximum number that the British people could gather. As soon as the British people walked down the grassy slope, their right wing was baptized by the flying stones of the Dionia stone throwers. The infantry continued to move forward slowly with their leather shields, and were still far from the Dionia formation, so they could not charge too early. However, the British light infantry had already begun to gallop, and their responsibility was to clear the obstacles for the main force. The British cavalry on the far right had already begun to accelerate. When the battle began, according to tradition, it was always the cavalry on the two flanks who fought first because they were the fastest. The previous attack by the Dionia cavalry could be said to be a slap in the face, and now they were going to fight back. The cavalrymen shook the reins and clamped their horses' bellies repeatedly, increasing the speed of their war horses. The feeling of galloping at top speed made their blood boil. They could clearly see that the enemy's cavalry was 300 meters behind the light infantry. First break up the light infantry in front, and then attack the enemy cavalry that did not move. Their chances of winning were quite high. The cavalry leader who was charging at the front was calculating in his heart, and from the corner of his eyes, he saw a lot of figures appeared tens of meters away on the right, and they were running quickly towards the cavalry. The leader immediately felt uneasy, and before he could react, countless javelins flew 30 meters away and landed among the galloping cavalry. In an instant, people screamed and horses neighed. In a high-speed run, whether it was a man or a horse, once they were hit by a spear and rolled to the ground, not only would it be difficult to survive, but it would also affect the charging cavalry around them. The British cavalry slowed down, and once they stopped, they became an easy target. In the dust, the cavalrymen were terrified. Not only did they have to guard against the enemy's javelins, but they also had to be careful not to trip over their fallen comrades. Seeing that the cavalrymen behind them were in chaos, the cavalrymen who had rushed to the front had to turn back under the leadership of their leader in charge at the Dionia light infantry to save their comrades from their predicament. Epiphanes soon learned of the enemy's attack. Not only did he not evacuate the soldiers, but he led some of the light shield-bearers to meet the enemy. He knew very well that the cavalry charge was not the spears in the hands of the cavalrymen, but the running war horse. If it collided with the unprotected light infantry, it would either result in broken bones or serious injuries. In fact, a dense spear formation was the best way to stop the cavalry charge, but the light infantry did not have this condition and had no time to prepare. In the face of the aggressive British cavalry, he and the battle-hardened former Thracian light shield-bearers unhurriedly put the leather ropes on the javelins. Throw! Epiphanes roared and threw the javelin in his hand with all his might. The javelin flew flat and straight, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced deep into the neck of the war horse in front of him. The war horse neighed miserably and immediately threw the cavalryman off its back. With this round of throwing by the light shield-bearers, the people in front of them were thrown off their feet. Instead of looking at the effect of the throwing, they quickly took out the reverse blades at their waists, raised the leather shields in their left hands, and half-squatted on the ground. Aiming at the enemy cavalry that was already in front of them, they nimbly rolled to the left and right. When it was too late to dodge, they would fall to the ground and curl up into a ball, using the leather shields to protect their heads and chests from the trampling of the horses' hooves. When they saw the opportunity, they would use the curved blades of the reverse blades to cut the legs of the horses, startling the war horse and throwing the cavalrymen off. Just as the British cavalry was in trouble, the troops led by Xpit had already engaged the British light infantry. The crisscrossing arrows in the air were as dense as a thick dark cloud, and when they fell on both sides like a rain of arrows, they took away a lot of lives. After a few rounds, the Briti light infantry could not hold on any longer. After all of Dionia's archers were concentrated on the left flank. The number of archers was not comparable to Briti, who was evenly distributed among the light infantry. However, in the middle and right flank of the Dionia formation, the Briti light infantry could rain arrows on the Dionia soldiers at will. They could even throw javelins as close as 50 meters. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia erected a long shield wall, using thick copper shields and iron helmets to block the enemy's long-range attacks. On the other hand, the team officers were shouting, "Hold on! Steady! Don't worry!" It was to prevent the soldiers from throwing the javelins in their hands impulsively. Not only would it easily alert the enemy, but it would also disrupt the overall defense of the troops and lead to unnecessary casualties. Fortunately, as the Briti light infantry got closer and closer, the light infantry had to retreat immediately. They quickly passed through the gaps between the infantry and retreated to the rear. Otherwise, they would be surrounded by the infantry and pushed to the front of the battle, facing the heavily armored Greek heavy infantry. The Briti infantry finally began to run. They roared as they charged towards the Dionian phalanx, who were ready for battle. Compared to the aggressive Briti light infantry, the Dionia soldiers were as calm as a mountain. They held the javelins in their hands and kept their eyes on the distance from the enemy. The officers shouted, "Javelins!" Dark clouds floated out from the left, middle, and right flank of the 7 to 8 miles long formation. The charging Briti light infantry was caught off guard, and the sharp tips of the javelins instantly took away the lives of hundreds and thousands of soldiers. However, the rain of javelins did not slow down the pace of the Briti light infantry. They stepped over the bodies of their comrades and advanced faster. Many Dionia soldiers did not have the time to throw a second javelin before they slammed into the shield wall of the Dionia formation. Countless cracks appeared on the shield wall. The Briti light infantry fearlessly rushed in, trying to widen the gap. The third and fourth rows of Dionia soldiers quickly raised their shields and used their javelins to force the enemy to retreat. For a moment, the shields of the soldiers on both sides collided, the spears clashed, the dust filled the air, and the battle cries shook the sky, when the noon sun cast a shadow on the small sundial. Onatas, who was in charge of teaching Greek, announced that the morning class was over. When the children cheered, he said solemnly, "Children, when you go back, I hope you can memorize this poem by Hesiod. It's best if you can recite it. As for these new words that I teach, you must remember them. I will check them tomorrow." "Do you remember them?" "Yes, teacher." The students answered in unison. "Especially you, Patroclus." Onatas pointed at the child sitting in the distance and reminded him, "This time, be more careful when you go back. I don't want to see you stand as a punishment tomorrow, understand?" Patroclus lowered his head in embarrassment. The students around him burst into laughter. Patroclus's terrible performance in Greek class was a stark contrast to his speed and accuracy in solving questions in mathematics class. Onatas left the classroom, and the students cheered and ran out. Stephos grabbed Patroclus's arm and urged, "Hurry up! Hurry up! If you delay any longer, they will all be snatched away." The two of them rushed out of the classroom. As soon as they turned a corner, they heard a cry of ouch. A little girl fell to the ground. "Hey, are you two blind?" Cynthia scolded. She bent down and asked with concern, "Xianxia, are you okay?" "I am fine," Xianxia answered weakly. Cynthia pulled her up and turned to glare at the two boys. "Hurry up and apologize. Otherwise, don't even think of leaving." Although Cynthia was the youngest, the two boys, who were extremely active in class, seemed to be very afraid of her. They hurriedly nodded and bowed. "Sorry, Xianxia, we were going, I am fine. Hurry up and go buy butter bread. If you are late, you will miss it." Xianxia was not angry. Instead, she reminded them gently. The two boys were relieved and quickly ran away. Patroclus did not forget to look back at Cynthia as he ran, and then quickly looked away. Cynthia snorted. "Xianxia, you are so easy to talk to. If it were me, I would not let them off so easily." Xianxia smiled softly and patted the dust off her body. "Oh, right. Come to my house for lunch today. Let's go eat real butter bread." Cynthia suddenly thought of something and invited her. When I left home this morning, my mother told me to bring you home at noon. Xianxia did not say anything and nodded shyly. The afternoon in Turin Primary School was generally arranged for sports. The boys would do simple military training and football, while the girls would run, jump, and play some games. Therefore, there was not much free time at noon. Except for the children in Turin who had time to go home for lunch, the children who lived far away could only eat in the neighborhood. Fortunately, as the school's influence expanded, the number of students, teachers, guards, and other personnel increased, and merchants and vendors saw a business opportunity. They set up shops in the designated area outside the school, selling books, paper, stationery, clothes, food. The most famous one was the little restaurant built by the consul's wife, Xianxia. She provided lunch to the students at a low price, and the students' favorite lunch was the restaurant's new butter bread. Every day, students and even teachers would line up to buy it, and the supply could not meet the demand. Cynthia and Xianxia, as classmates in the same classroom, quickly became good friends. Cynthia invited Xianxia to her house for the first time and was treated with great hospitality by Xianxia. Especially after knowing that Xianxia was the adopted daughter of the Dever's old comrade, the captain of the 1st Legion, and Senator Alexis of the Senate. Alexis had always lived in Amendola and did not move to Turin. Xianxia warmly invited her to come to her house for lunch every day. Xianxia's enthusiasm brought her closer to Cynthia as mother and daughter. The delta between the Creti River and the Cosini River was originally a settlement area for the city's slaves. It was a collection, storage, and purification area for stone and copper mines. Not only was the security poor, the environment was terrible, and a lot of slag was dumped into the two rivers every day. After the Devers came to Turin, they saw this situation and discussed with Cunigurata and Marigi many times on how to manage this area. In the end, they moved the public slave settlement area to the north of the main city of Turin, next to the military camp. Not only was it far away from the residential areas of Turin, but it was also monitored by the military camp. If there was any abnormality, they could immediately send troops to suppress it. At the same time, they moved the stone mine to the market next to the port, and the copper mine to the business park in Amendola at the beginning of the year, next to the Saraceno River, so that they could get enough skilled manpower and interact well with other mines. Most importantly, the Creti River and the Cosini River, which were related to the lives and health of thousands of people in Turin, were free of pollution. Then, the Devers planned this empty land as the cultural center of the entire Dionia Union. The Dionia School was established here, and the Dionia Academy, which represented the highest scientific and cultural level of the Union, was being built. It was already clear that Helps, the director of the Turin Hospital, would build a medical school in the academy. Mentodicals would also move the Mathematics Research Institute there. Ansitanos planned to set up a historical research group. After lunch, Patroclus and Stephos went to the Temple of Nina in Athens, which was not far from the school. The temple was built by the local people to thank Athens for their great help in rebuilding the city of Turin. The original patron of Turin was Apollo. After the Peloponnesus War, Turin forcibly cut off relations with Athens and expelled the Turin of Athens. Since then, the number of people who came here to pray had decreased, and now there were only a few. The children liked to play rugby and soccer in the small square in front of the temple. In these sports, Patroclus was a little star, because at the age of 13, he was far stronger, faster, and more agile than the other children, so everyone liked to play with him. But these days, he and Stephos were not interested in playing. The two children were lying on the wall of the temple and throwing stones into the Cosini River. Stephos, I haven't seen my father for almost 2 months. Let me tell you, this is the first time I've been away from my father for such a long time. I wonder how he's doing now. Patroclus stared blankly at the rushing river. He was a little worried and complained, last time I saw him. Last time, when the 1st Legion passed by Turin, the Devers didn't even let them go home. They left so fast, I tried to chase after them after class, but I couldn't catch up with them. Stephos laughed carelessly. I heard from my father that the requirements to be a soldier of the Legion are very strict, much stricter than the requirements of our school. If you break the rules, you will be spanked. Your father is afraid of being spanked, so of course he doesn't dare to come to see you. Patroclus glared at him. I don't think you are worried about your father. Stefos stopped throwing stones into the river and reminded him loudly, I told you, Amintas is not my biological father. But, he is very good to me and my mother. He used to tell me stories about the battles he fought with the great Archon Devers in Persia, said Stefos, tilting his head to one side and thinking for a moment. He is a hero. I like him very much. I believe that nothing will happen to him. Because the battle commanded by the great Devers consul has never failed. His optimism infected Patroclus. You're right. The Legion of Dionysia is invincible. At this time, a child ran into the temple excitedly. Good news. Good news. Proclus, what good news has made you so happy? The children stopped playing and looked at him. Cheer up, students. Under the leadership of my father, Legio III annihilated the invading Picassus army. Proclus shouted excitedly. Is this true? Patroclus asked hurriedly. Of course it's true. Proclus raised his head. If you don't believe me, go to the city of Turin. The whole city is cheering. No one doubts this victory, but the main reason for this victory is the command of the Devers consul. Stefos saw Proclus' excited expression and remembered that there was still no news from his adoptive father. He could not help but interject. Proclus was speechless for a moment. He glared at Stefos and could not help but shout, anyway, it was my father who commanded the troops in the Grimentum. What is your father doing now? This time it was Stefos' turn to be speechless. Just as the two of them were arguing, the other children were already cheering. Great, victory! Long live Dionia! Long live the Legion! The cheering children began to line up according to the military movements taught by the instructor and played a triumphal game. Proclus and Stefos were pulled into the team by Patroclus. But soon, the two of them began to argue about who should be the flag bearer. At the same time, in the Senate of Turin, the Senate was discussing the affairs of the Union of Dionia. The rotating chairman, Marigi, took out a scroll of papyrus and said, the governor of Cremissa, Sir Scombras, sent a document saying that he has thought of many ways, but there are still many people in Cremissa who are unwilling to subscribe to the wheat bonds. So far, the bonds allocated to several other cities have been sold out, including Esprestum. Only Cremissa, Marigi raised his voice. It was originally allocated the least, but not even half of the shares have been sold. Do you think we should bring the rest of the bonds back to Castellan? Amicus has already sent people to say several times, the citizens of Castellan are eager to subscribe to our bonds. Agreed. I have no objections. Borrowing 100 caddies of wheat and paying back 115 caddies in a year, that's a huge profit. Dionia did not take advantage of the citizens at all, so why are there so many people in Cremissa who are unwilling to subscribe? We should think carefully about the reason behind it. Cunigurata reminded everyone. As soon as this was said, most of the senators looked at Antalis. He looked rather embarrassed, and quickly coughed a few times, stood up and said, Sirs, I think there are a few reasons. First of all, Cremissa is the latest to join the Union of Dionia, and it has only been half a year since then. Most importantly, it is different from Esprestum. At this point, he calmed his emotions, cleared his throat, and solemnly said, although it is hard to tell the truth, it is the truth. The outbreak of the war with Crotone was not caused by the people of Dionia, but many people in Cremissa think that Dionia should bear some responsibility. Many people in Cremissa died in the war with Dionia, and half a year is not enough to resolve the resentment in their hearts. With resentment, naturally, they will not be able to fully trust Dionia. Antalis' words caused a brief silence. After a while, Cornelius said in a low voice, the war with Crotone was inevitable. Although Cremissa has become a part of Dionia, it seems that we still need to do more to resolve the grief in the hearts of the people of Cremissa. I also hope that Lord Antalis, Lord Euripides, and Lord Priades can provide more help. Whether it is as a member of the Senate or as a citizen of Cremissa, this is what we should do. Euripides said firmly, I believe that it will not be long before the people of Cremissa feel fortunate and proud to be citizens of Dionia. Euripides' words were unanimously agreed with by the senators. At this moment, Pollux stood up and said, respected senators, we were just talking about the issue of wheat bonds. It reminds me of what Lord Mercies once said, the military rations exchanged from the people can at most last for more than 2 months. Am I right? Lord Mercies. Although Mercies hated Pollux, he had to nod and said, "Yes, I did say that. But, thank you." Pollux loudly interrupted Mercy's words and quickly said, "Even if we have seized Abyssinia, but the Brity is such a large area with a population of more than 100,000. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to conquer it in just 2 months. More importantly, while we are concentrating on dealing with the people of Brity, the people of Lucaria in the north are also taking the opportunity to cause trouble. Now, does the Senate have any good way to deal with Bagul? His lordship's heavy injuries, and we don't know if he's dead or alive, and Picossus's large-scale attack on Grimentum." When Pollux said this, he looked sympathetically at Vespa and Hemont. Although he hated these barbarians who sneaked into the Senate, he needed these staunch supporters of the Devers to doubt the young man. No. Because all the soldiers are fighting with the people of Brity. If this goes on, I'm afraid that before we conquer the Brity area, the people of Picossus will have already taken over the Grimentum and invaded Arnetum. When that time comes, our Dionia alliance will be attacked by enemies from both sides, and our army will also be facing a shortage of rations. A great disaster will befall the Dionia alliance. My lords, please think about it seriously. Such a terrible situation is very likely to happen. Pollixus cried out in anguish. A few of the senators' expressions changed, and some were deep in thought. Seeing this scene in front, Marigi cursed in his heart, "This damn Pollux has only been quiet for a few days, and now he's out too. 'Cause trouble again." In order to keep the Devers' plan to lure the people of Lucania a secret, only Avanogus, Cesta, Hieronymus, and the main officers of Legio III knew about it. Marigi, who did not know about it, anxiously winked at Plesinus, hoping that he would stand up and refute Pollux. "We're too warlike. After repelling the Crotone, we quickly attacked the Grimentum. A few days after helping Tarentum, we launched a war against the people of Brity. Our crazy expansion has caused uneasiness in the surrounding forces, and they will join forces to deal with us. The attack of Picossus is just a precursor. For the long-term security of Dionia, we should think about it and formulate some laws to restrain this practice of waging war at will." Pollux's words did not mention the Devers, but anyone could tell that these words were obviously aimed at the Devers. The great assembly hall suddenly became very quiet. At this moment, there was a bang, and the sound of the door being opened was particularly clear in the quiet enclosed space. Felicius looked excited and quickly walked into the hall. "My apologies, my lords." Felicius bowed slightly, unable to hide the joy on his face, and said excitedly, "I was in the Ministry of Military Affairs to meet the messenger from Legio III, so I came late." He brought good news. Felicius looked around at the elders and said loudly, "Legio III has defeated Picossus and the rebels of Grimentum outside the city of Grimentum. Apart from a few who escaped, most of them were captured, and Legio III only suffered a few dozen casualties. Commander Hieronymus is leading the army towards Picossus. According to reports, the city is empty of troops, and taking down Picossus is only a matter of time." The meeting hall suddenly erupted. "That's great. This is really a glorious victory. Picossus. We are finally going to have a coastal city that truly belongs to us on the west coast." The elders, who were frightened by the scene described by Pollux, burst into cheers like never before. Polixus looked at these cheering elders, dumbfounded, and for a moment, he did not recover from the sudden reversal. After a long time, he said unwillingly, "I didn't expect that Hieronymus could also create a great victory like Lord Devers, no." Felicius corrected him loudly. "In fact, this victory was planned in advance by Lord Devers and Legio III, and they also received help from the two allies, Laus and Elia. Otherwise, how could they win so easily?" "Oh." Cunigarata, Cornelis, and the others had an expression as if it was only natural, and then they asked about the details of the battle with interest. Polixus did not say anything. The Battle of Punate River had lasted for more than an hour, and the battle line between the two sides had changed from the initial straight line to an arc-shaped crescent. On the right flank of the Dionysian army, the troops led by Tryphias were still in their original positions. The left wing of the Brity tribe, consisting of a dozen Brity warriors, could not effectively unite into a unified force to maintain the pressure on the right wing of the Dionia tribe. In the middle of Dionia, Vig and Balia and some of Cosenza's warriors attacked fiercely. After a period of stalemate, the First Legion's phalanx began to gradually retreat, causing the entire middle road to cave in. The proud soldiers of the First Legion had indeed done their best, but the long period of constructing the camp had consumed too much of their stamina. After putting on their heavy armor, they were already a little exhausted and couldn't do as they wished. On the left flank of Dionia, the Second Legion and Xianxia's warriors were still engaged in a fierce battle. The soldiers of Xianxia had washed away the humiliation of their previous failure in attacking the city. Relying on the superhuman endurance they had honed from living in the highlands since young, in the words of later generations, Highlanders had a lot of red blood cells and high oxygen capacity, as well as their larger physiques than the Greeks. They maintained a high-intensity attack for a long period of time. The Second Legion maintained a balance of power by relying on their solid defense and full cooperation between the brigades. On the far left was the only place where Dionia had an absolute advantage. The light shield-bearers led by Epitines dealt heavy damage to the Briti cavalry from the very beginning. In the close combat, the Briti cavalry suffered a lot from the experienced light shield-bearers of Dionia. If this was not a battle of life and death for the Briti, the cavalry leader would have led the rest of the cavalry to flee. However, in order to prevent the light shield-bearers of Dionia from supporting other battlefields, he led his men to distance themselves from the light shield-bearers of Dionia. He used the cavalry's speed to wander around the periphery and launch surprise attacks on the Dionia light infantries that had separated themselves from the formation. However, the javelins and bows of the Dionia were not to be trifled with. The number of Briti cavalry was still decreasing little by little. On the other hand, the light infantry led by Xpit ran into some trouble. Although the Briti light infantry could not compare to Dionia in terms of both quantity and ability, the furious Briti light infantry gave up on long-range attacks after suffering from the enemy. Instead, they rushed forward and engaged Xpit's troops in close combat with javelins and daggers. Xpit could have retreated and widened the distance. This was the tactic of light infantry. However, Xpit, who had followed the Devers for a long time, knew that the sudden retreat of his light infantry and freedmen would expose Epitines' flanks. This would cause the light shield-bearers to suffer heavy losses. Therefore, Xpit did not retreat. Instead, he braced himself and engaged the Briti light infantry in close combat. He had few light shield-bearers to begin with. The freedmen's arrows and javelins could still deal with them, but they would not be able to hold out against the fierce Briti in close combat. Fortunately, the Devers still had many cards up their sleeves. When he heard that the leftmost troops were in trouble, he quickly sent a scouting team to the mountain ridge. These lightly armored soldiers with leather shields and daggers sprinted all the way to the leftmost. They immediately joined the battle and quickly turned the situation around. Amidst the dust, a messenger cavalryman galloped towards the Devers at the back of the formation. Tormid hurriedly went up to him. "Commander, Capus has sent someone to inform you of an emergency. The soldiers of the First Legion can't hold out any longer. They're so tired that they can't even lift their bronze shields." Tormid reported to the Devers as soon as he received the news. "It seems like the First Legion has reached the limits of their stamina," the Devers concluded. "It's not just the First Legion. Dracos has also sent someone to report that some of the soldiers of the Second Legion are starting to feel dizzy and weak. They don't even dare to order for the front and rear troops to switch, afraid that there will be chaos," Tormid reminded. "Our soldiers are already so tired. No matter how strong the British stamina is, I'm afraid they won't be any better." The Devers stared ahead. Dust was flying everywhere in front of them. Shadows of people could be seen, and the sounds of killing could be heard. However, he seemed to have seen the opportunity to win. Quickly informed the two Abyssinia leaders, Broom and Grim. "Didn't they say that they wanted to go into battle? Now is the chance. I want them to lead the Abyssinia soldiers to the left flank immediately and attack the enemy's flank. Use the most ferocious attack to defeat Xianxia's people and show us the power of the Abyssinia." "Soldiers." "Yes." Tormid replied excitedly. At the same time, Led's cavalry should have had enough rest. Let them immediately go to help Epitines and Xpit. After defeating the enemy's cavalry and light infantry, turn around and head north, cross the battlefield, and attack the enemy's middle and rear. Together with the First Legion, we'll crush them in one fell swoop. The Devers clenched his right fist and swung it down heavily. "Understood, Commander." Tormid led the two messengers on a horse and rode to the left. He was going to give the order personally. The Devers turned to look at the two troops that had not participated in the battle yet. They were just blurry shadows a few miles away and could not be seen at all. After a while, Tormid rushed back. They've already moved out. Blow the horn to attack. The Devers immediately ordered. Beep. 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 The loud horn drowned out the noise of the battle and spread throughout the entire formation. It's the attack. Hold on, brothers. Our reserve troops are moving out. Xanthoparis heard the horn and perked up. Before the battle, the Devers had told the two legion commanders about his battle plan, and the two legion commanders had conveyed the Devers' tactical intentions to the captains, company captains, and platoon captains. Therefore, the 1st and 2nd legions could still hold on in such a passive situation because the officers were confident. Now, the horn to attack had finally arrived. Beat the drums. Beat the drums. Xanthoparis shouted the order in a hoarse voice. The drums sounded, and the military flag pointed forward. Although the soldiers were physically tired, their spirits were lifted. All the captains of the 1st and 2nd legions were doing almost the same thing as Xanthoparis. When the horn reached Pinlin's ears, he was in the right wing of the Brudi Legion, pushing forward with the soldiers. Although every step was difficult, the Xianxia soldiers were advancing. The Dionia soldiers are almost at their limit. This thought flashed through Pinlin's mind. Although he was a little tired, the desire for victory urged him to work harder. At this moment, the horn of Dionia shocked him. Could it be that the enemy had reinforcements? A sense of urgency surged in his heart. He could not understand the overall situation in the formation, so he could only speed up the attack to defeat the enemy in front of him. Descendants of Brutus, work harder. The enemy is almost at their limit. He shouted, and the guards around him followed suit, thus influencing the other soldiers. The Xianxia soldiers used their remaining strength to attack desperately. However, the defense of the 2nd Legion was also greatly enhanced. Instead, it was more difficult for the Brudi Legion to advance in the middle and right wing. Under the leadership of Broom and Krelu, more than 2,000 Abyssinia soldiers, who had been holding back for more than an hour and had nowhere to vent their energy, ran all the way. They went around the outside of the two armies, roared, and fiercely pounced on the rear of the right wing of the Brudi Legion. The deafening battle cries and rumbling footsteps caused the Xianxia soldiers to look back in panic. Then they saw countless Brudi soldiers, who were dressed similarly and had ferocious faces, waving their spears and killing them fiercely. It's the Abyssinia. We're surrounded. The Xianxia soldiers turned to defend in panic. Defeat came so quickly that Pinlin still could not believe it, because he felt that victory was so close to him. Attack. Continue to attack. The enemy is about to lose. He shouted hysterically, trying to stop the soldiers around him from escaping, but he was almost pushed down. Great leader, run. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to. The guards forcefully pulled him back. Commander, we have won this battle. Tormid came to report with a face full of joy. The enemy is completely routed. This result was expected by Devers. He said calmly, this battle is not over yet. It's not enough to just repel the enemy. We have to see what the final result is. Usually, in a head-on battle, the losing side rarely lost more than 10% of its soldiers. After the enemy fled, if the pursuit was appropriate, it would often increase the casualty rate of the losing side. This was because the defeated soldiers had no fighting spirit and no intention to fight back. Therefore, Devers kept the bugle blowing for the attack. The Dionia soldiers simply threw away their heavy bronze shields and helmets, held their spears with both hands, and continued to pursue the enemy regardless of their exhaustion. They cooperated with the reinforcements rushing from the side to surround the enemy. The Abyssinia soldiers, the light infantry and freedmen led by Aptines and Xpit, and the mountain scouts led by Azamu formed a big net from the right to the middle of the Brudi army. Although this net was not very strong and the mesh was too big, it was enough to deter the Brudi who only wanted to escape. In the midst of the battle cries of the Dionia, some of the defeated soldiers simply threw away their weapons and sat on the ground. The Lead's cavalry brigade, on the other hand, was extremely scattered and wide in two horizontal lines to pursue the fleeing enemy. The cavalry at full horsepower was like a thick hedge, sweeping the dead leaves back and forth. Near dusk, the Daionia cavalry stopped their pursuit. When they returned from the Xianxia plateau that was full of defeated soldiers, all of them were covered in blood. It was a frightening sight. Later, the meddlesome soldiers gave them the nickname Blood Cavalry, which eventually became their official name. At this time, the battle was over. At the cost of 1,500 casualties, Daionia caused the Brudi alliance to suffer nearly 5,000 casualties and more than 5,000 prisoners. Leds excitedly came to see Devers, only to be told that the commander had gone to the crematorium. Walking on the corpse-strewn battlefield, the joy of Devers' victory had long disappeared. The soldiers placed their fallen comrades neatly on the grass. At first glance, they couldn't even see the end of them. They carefully stuck 2 opal on the dead man's eyes, and at the same time, they prayed to Hades with tears in their eyes. Looking at the pale faces that seemed familiar, Devers' footsteps were a little heavy. Finally, he stopped. A dozen soldiers were crying around a corpse on the side of the road in front of him. He happened to know the leader of the group. It was Septimus, the company captain of the 2nd Legion. Devers' heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Who is the dead?" "Commander." The officer and the soldiers hurriedly saluted when they saw him. Through the gap, he saw the face of the dead man. It was a face that could not be more familiar. Arseni's, a passionate and cheerful young man from Amendola. He was a hero of the Second Crotone War and a standard-bearer during the triumphal parade. During the final attack of the battle, Arseni's, as the platoon leader, rushed to the front. As a result, he was stabbed in the chest by a daring enemy who was not in a hurry to escape. Hearing Septimus' words of grief, Devers took 2 opals from the soldiers and placed them on Arseni's closed eyelids. A year ago, this brave young man had dared to compete with him in swimming. Now, his body was as cold as a stone. At this moment, Devers hoped that Hades really existed in this world. Based on Daonia's reverence for the Pluto, they would definitely give these soldiers of Daionia preferential treatment in hell. After coming out of the group of soldiers, Devers walked forward for a while. Then, he stopped and looked gloomily at the burning incineration furnaces in the distance. After a long time, he said to Tormid, who had been silently following behind him, "Do you think Daonia's war against Brudi, was it right or wrong?" Tormid did not know how to answer for a moment. However, Devers's expression quickly became firm. He answered himself in a firm tone, "Of course it was right. In this era, it's either we destroy others or others destroy us. There's no other way but to strengthen ourselves." Tormid agreed with Devers. In the eastern Mediterranean, he had seen the oppression of the weak races by the Persia, and the tyranny of the Sparta in Ionia and Asia Minor. After coming to the western Mediterranean, he had also heard of the strength of Carthage and the tyranny of Syracuse. What he did not expect was that at this moment, what Devers was worried about was a Latin city-state in central Italy that he had never heard of, Rome. "Commander, the brothers of the 1st Legion and the soldiers of the reserve team are seizing the time to rest. They're too tired. They almost fell asleep as soon as they fell to the ground. They didn't even have time to take off their breastplates," Capus said with some heartache. "In this battle, whether it's the 1st Legion, the 2nd Legion or the other teams, they've all put in their best efforts. The battle was very difficult," Devers said with a sigh, but he still reminded Capus, "However, it's autumn now. I heard that the nights in the mountains are much colder than in Turii. After the fierce battle, the brothers will fall asleep when they're sweating all over. Be careful not to catch a cold. Now our medical camp is overcrowded. I don't want any unnecessary increase in the number of injured and sick." Next to Devers was Antonio Rios. He was once again the military officer of the army in this expedition. Obviously, he was somewhat familiar with this position. At this time, he suggested, "I think we can let the auxiliary soldiers in the supply camp take out the blankets carried by the soldiers of the 1st Legion and cover themselves." Devers nodded in agreement. He looked at Dracos again. The commander of the 2nd Legion had his head slightly lowered, his hands behind his back, and his left leg was trembling slightly. Devers looked at him carefully and asked, "Can our camp be built by night?" "The brothers of the 2nd Legion are taking the prisoners to speed up the construction." At the same time, the Mountain Brigade, the soldiers of Abyssinia, and the allied forces led by Sir Tryphias and Sir Gorkys, the general of Castellan, are also building the camp under the guidance of the engineers. It will definitely be built before night falls. Tryphias and Gorkys nodded after Dracos mentioned their names. Devers expressed his gratitude to them and then asked, "How are the Brody prisoners doing?" "We severely punished more than a dozen prisoners who dared to resist. With the Abyssinia as an example, they're quite obedient." Devers nodded. He paced back and forth a few steps and said in a low voice, "Don't torture them. If you find that the Brody can't carry on working, allow them to stop and rest." "Oh, you know the specifics yourself." "Yes. What's with the injury on your right hand?" Dracos was only thinking about how to complete the task given by Devers and did not notice that Devers had walked behind him. He hurriedly retracted his hand, took 2 steps back, shook his head and said, "No. It's nothing. I was accidentally injured by a soldier's spear." He shook his head, and a bloody groove under his lower jaw was reflected in Devers's eyes. Devers, who was respected by Herpes as his teacher, knew that the wound was near the vital carotid artery. One could imagine the thrill of the situation and Dracos's luck at that time. At this moment, Devers's face darkened. "You rushed to the front again, didn't you? How many times have I told you? You are the commander of more than 7,000 soldiers, not an ordinary soldier. If you die in battle, do you know how much impact it will have on the entire battle? Dionia's military law is just child's play to you, isn't it? If you don't want to abide by it, then don't." Devers scolded Dracos. He hung his head and did not dare to say a word. In the eyes of outsiders, a young man scolding a strong man in his 30s like a father scolding a child was a somewhat comical scene. But the senior generals and important figures of Dionia around them all looked serious and tried to hold their breath. This showed the power of Devers. "Temporarily hand over the command of the 2nd Legion to Adrianx. You immediately go to Stesicortas, the head of the medical camp of the expeditionary troops and one of Herpes's right-hand men, bandage your wound, and go to the military judge to receive punishment." As soon as Devers finished speaking, Dracos repeatedly answered yes and ran away as if he had been pardoned. "Commander, actually, during the last attack, the soldiers were very tired." Dracos also wanted to use this method to encourage the soldiers. Antonio and the other 4 explained on behalf of Dracos in a low voice. "You should all know Arsines. After the second victory against Crotone, he was the flag-bearer at the triumphal parade. Now he is a platoon leader of the 2nd Legion, a very promising young officer." Devers let out a long sigh. "I've just paid the crossing fee to Garin for him. Whatever the Legion commander does, the lower-ranked officers will follow suit. I don't want to see the positions of the 2nd Legion's officers always empty. This Dracos who does not care about his life in battle needs to be taught a lesson." After Devers calmed himself down, he asked, "Capus, the 1st Legion is responsible for taking care of the Brody captives at night, right?" "Yes. Try to make them as comfortable as possible without letting them escape." Capus hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll try my best. You have to know, although they were enemies before, after this battle. It's certain that the Brody will become one of us soon. In order to make this transition process smoother and not increase hatred, we have to work hard." Devers patiently explained to Capus. War had always been a continuation of politics. Devers' position determined that he had to look further and consider more comprehensively. Tryphias and Gorkys, who were at the side, looked at each other. The continued growth of the Dionia alliance should be a good thing for Heraclea and Castellan. "In a while, I might send someone to help you appease these Brody captives. However, I'm not sure if he's willing to help." Devers rubbed his chin and muttered. Capus was curious about the person Devers was talking about, but he didn't ask. "How's the situation at the medical camp?" Devers thought of another question. "There are too many wounded. Stesicotas and the others are so busy that they don't have time to rest. Now it's Epiphanes who is sending light infantry and freedmen to help the medical camp carry the wounded," Antonio said worriedly. "In other words, no one is taking care of the Brody soldiers?" Devers' eyes widened. He immediately thought of the seriousness of the problem. Antonio's, go find Stesicotas immediately and tell him that it's my order." He has to send 1 or 2 doctors no matter what. At the same time, let the 1st Legion send 1,000 infantrymen as support. First, do simple debridement, bandaging, and other treatment for the wounded British soldiers. All right. Antonius quickly turned around and left. Also, Talmud, I'll write 2 letters immediately. Get the messenger to bring the letters back to Talii as soon as possible. Hand them over to Herpes and Merces. I want them to send as many doctors and nurses as possible, as well as more medicinal ingredients, medical supplies, and food. After the generals had completed their assigned tasks, Devers finally had the time to face Tryphias and Gorkys alone. Sirs, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect so many things to happen after we won this battle. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's nothing. Tryphias praised seriously, you've given me a chance to witness the extraordinary management ability of the Consul of Dionia. Moreover, I really didn't expect that there would be so many things to deal with after a battle. The treatment of the wounded, the handling of the captives, the construction of the camp, the arrangement of the sentries. I really learned a lot of military knowledge. Tryphias' words came from the bottom of his heart, and Gorkys, who was next to him, felt the same. Indeed, the battles of the Greek city-states in this era were mostly near the territory of the alliance. The requirements for logistics were not high, so they did not pay much attention to it. Only strong states like Athens, Sparta, and Syracuse, because they needed to fight outside for a long time, would have higher requirements for military logistics. Even so, from time to time, there would be situations where the soldiers were short of food and pay. Devers felt that the logistics of the Dionysian army was still relatively rough and imperfect, but in the eyes of Tryphias and the others, it was already a very complicated arrangement. Therefore, Devers just smiled and said, this battle is all thanks to the full support of Heraclea and Castellan. With this victory, I believe that the war with Bruttii will soon end. At that time, the clerk of our supply camp will carefully calculate the spoils of war and distribute them to you in proportion. Castellan had cooperated with Dionia 2 or 3 times, and Gorkys was very confident in the credibility of Dionia. Heraclea was relatively rich, and Tryphias was not very interested in the spoils of war. Of course, if he could get them, the citizens' trip would not be in vain, and they would not complain when they go back. He was more concerned about another matter. Sir Devers, I also have a request. Please say it. Can you let the officers of Dionia use your fighting style to help train the citizens of Heraclea? Tryphias was a little embarrassed and explained, because during the battle, I found that the fighting style of Dionia is very different from that of Heraclea and Castellan. This difference in the battle affects the cooperation between the various troops, so. In fact, at the beginning of the battle, it was the 3,000 Dionia reserves who resisted the charge of Bruttii and played the role of the mainstay of the right wing in the subsequent battle. If the reserves were like this, the strength of the Legion of Dionysia could be imagined. This was the reason why Tryphias made up his mind and made the request. Devers was surprised on the surface, but he was overjoyed. Finally, an allied city-state made such a request. He pretended to be hesitant and asked, will the Senate of Heraclea agree to this? I'll get them to agree. Tryphias said firmly. In that case, when the war with Bruttii is over, I will let the military officer Felicius discuss the training with you. Devers said half-jokingly, Sir Tryphias, but the military training of Dionia is very strict. You have to prepare the citizens of Heraclea in advance. With Heraclea as an example, Gorkys did not want to be left behind and made the same request to Devers. After sending off Tryphias and Gorkys, although Devers felt very tired, he could not rest yet because there was someone he had to meet. Go and bring the important figure of Bruttii that Leds caught. Sidorum regretted that he did not seriously pray to goddess Amara before the battle. As a result, he unfortunately tripped and fell off his war horse. Then, his personal guards were scattered by the fleeing soldiers. He struggled to get up from the injured war horse, but because he was dressed differently from the ordinary Bruttii soldiers, he became the target of the pursuing Dionia cavalry. After he became a captive, he did not hide it and directly told them his name. Now, his hands were tied behind his back, and he was being escorted by the Dionia soldiers. From afar, he saw a shining military flag erected on the grassy slope. Hundreds of soldiers stood neatly in 2 rows, and a person sat under the military flag. That person should be the Consul Devers of Dionia. Sidorum thought to himself, and his footsteps unconsciously quickened. As they approached, the two of them looked at each other face to face. Sidorum was surprised at the young age of the Devers, while the Devers was surprised at how old Sidorum was. As far as he knew, the great leader of Vigo City was not even 50 years old. "Untie him," said the Devers first. Sidorum rubbed his wrist that was red from the rope and took another step forward. The Devers did not move. Sidorum raised his white eyebrows. "Aren't you afraid that I'll attack you?" The Devers smiled. "You can speak Greek, so it saves me the trouble of finding an interpreter. I don't want to look up to others, so you can sit down." His voice was not loud, but it had an irresistible force. Sidorum hesitated for a moment, then sat down reluctantly. Marcius, who was behind the Devers, let out a sigh of relief. "To answer your question," said the Devers slowly. Divers spoke unhurriedly. "First, I have brave guards, so it'll be difficult for you to succeed. Second, even if you succeed, not only will the plight of the Brudi people not be resolved, the enraged Dionians will also bring unimaginable punishment to the people of this land." Sidorum snorted. "Aren't the Dionia invading our land, killing our people, and robbing our belongings? If I can beat up the leader who started the war, at least the Brudi will be happy for a while." "Are the Brudi the victims?" the Devers said sternly. "No. For decades, the Brudi have never stopped attacking and looting the Greek cities. You have destroyed countless Greek families. Now, we, the Greeks, are finally here to take revenge, but you feel wronged. What a joke. You Greeks are outsiders, invading our land. Of course, we will take it back," Sidorum retorted, unwilling to be outdone. "As far as I know, the Brudi originally lived in the central part of Italy. You moved here more than 200 years ago, driving away the original residents of this land and settling down here. Now, you claim to be the owner of the land in southern Italy? Is this ignorance or arrogance?" "Or arrogance?" Davis sneered. "Bullshit!" Sidorum yelled angrily. "It seems that you really don't know." Fortunately, the Greeks had written and recorded things. The scholars of Turii have collected records of the major events that happened here for hundreds of years. If you go to Turii one day, you can see the detailed historical records of the Brudi. The Devers had asked Ansitanos about the Brudi in detail. So, when Sidorum saw the Devers' serious face, he seemed a little discouraged. "What are you going to do with us?" he asked. "Are you referring to the captive Brudi, or the so-called Brudi alliance?" "Of course it's us who were unfortunately captured," Sidorum said. "Although we lost the battle, as long as Pilin and the others defend the city with all their strength, it will be difficult for you to break through the sturdy city of Cosenza no matter how many soldiers you have. In the end, you can only retreat after running out of food." End of chapter 332. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.